Now, there was only 1 hour left before the group welfare auction that would be held at 10 o'clock. Making use of this 1 hour, Lin Yuan planned to buy some spiritual-type spiritual ingredients on StarWeb. It was just that the ingredients that he wanted to buy were not those that he would normally purchase from the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. Instead, he needed to go to a veteran faction's private faction on StarWeb to reserve a particular Fae. This Fae was the signature Fae of the veteran faction. It was a type of aquatic Fae that could produce Lin Yuan's required spiritual-type spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan used his identity as a creation master to log into StarWeb before visiting his purchase with no loss store. There, he put away the gains that he had previously blind traded using his flower brocade pearls. He had actually obtained 515 mid-grade strange flames through this blind trade. More and more people knew that they couldn't buy group welfare on purchase with no loss stores fan club through word of mouth. Lin Yuan was extremely pleased when people were willing to consume a large number of resources to join the purchase with no loss stores fan club so that they could participate in the group welfare auction. This proved that the network he had built through his purchase with no loss stores fan club was growing increasingly. As Lin Yuan put the 515 mid-grade strange flames away, his mouth could not help but twitch. Because he had been unconscious for 10 days, he had not been able to log onto StarWeb. If not, he would have been able to sell 2 batches of flower brocade pearls through a blind trade. It was very likely that a lot of the people or factions who wanted to join his purchase with no loss stores fan club would be willing to pay the price in exchange for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. This was definitely a good opportunity for him to reap the benefits. In other words, he did not need to reap the benefits himself at all. As long as he stretched his sickle out, the benefits would come forth themselves. Then, they would urgently press their bodies against the sickle's blade. After logging on to StarWeb, Lin Yuan immediately received a message from Listen. Lin Yuan had already spoken to Listen on the phone that day. After Listen had assured that Lin Yuan was well, he didn't continue to ask about his condition. Instead, the former had directly sent Lin Yuan a document. Lin Yuan's eyebrows raised involuntarily upon opening the document and looking through its contents. The majority of the document was attacking his purchase with no loss store. The attack pointed to the fact that he, as the group admin, had run away for 2 days in order to avoid hosting the group welfare auction. As the document's contents were arranged in chronological order, Lin Yuan slowly discovered that the problem had arisen at the very beginning with the group welfare on the purchase with no loss stores fan club. Slowly, his own identity had been dragged into the problem. The document also repeatedly mentioned his codename, Black. Many had compared his identity as a creation master to his identity as Black. Amongst these people, Lin Yuan saw Ancestor Peace and Poison Beauty's usernames making an appearance. He froze. Wasn't Ancestor Peace the group admin of Black's official fan club? And what was going on with Poison Beauty? His creation master identity had not come in contact with Poison Beauty at all. Why was the latter siding with him? She was going eye to eye with many of Black's fans with meager power. Could it be because he had killed Poison Beauty twice in duels on StarWeb's Celestial Stairway using Black's identity? Lin Yuan calmly skimmed through the document twice before closing it. His 2 identities were like his left and right hand, incomparable. When Lin Yuan had decided to separate these identities, it was precisely because of their differing capabilities. Hence, he had decided to split the 2 into a creation master and a combat class spirit chi professional. He could not believe that his fans were quarreling amongst themselves on StarWeb. Just then, Listen sent him another message. Young master, this matter is indeed rather unusual. How should we handle it? When Lin Yuan read the word unusual, he imagined that Listen must have been suppressing a grin when he had written that. Wasn't it unusual for the left and right hands to be fighting each other? However, Lin Yuan did not plan on looking too much into the matter. He did not know how to solve the main issue. After all, he couldn't possibly expose his own identity. Besides, even if he did expose his identity, he expected that people's first reaction would definitely be to assume that he was joking. In contrast, as long as he organized the group welfare auction as usual at 10 o'clock, this storm surrounding the purchase with no loss stores StarWeb group welfare would die down. After giving Listen some instructions, Lin Yuan visited the veteran faction's Aquarium of Bliss faction territory using an ordinary star web user identity. Upon seeing its name, Lin Yuan knew that it was a veteran faction that specialized in cultivating aquatic phase. However, compared to Lin Yuan, a spirit chi professional who had comprehended a willpower rune and wanted to let Sky City soar, it was different from creating high-grade bronze phase according to comprehended willpower runes. This Aquarium of Bliss sold rare normal aquatic phase as its mode of operation. It was just that these rare normal aquatic phase were mostly extremely delicate. After tens of years of cultivating these rare, delicate phase in large quantities, the Aquarium of Bliss could farm them on a large scale, which was very profitable. The Fae that Lin Yuan wanted to purchase from the Aquarium of Bliss was its signature Fae, Angelfish of Bliss. In the Angelfish of Bliss growth process, all of its scales would fall off, following which its scales would become 5-colored fish coats and sink to the bottom of the water. These fish coats were the best food for cultivating spiritual type phase. Actually, it was not that there weren't other spiritual ingredients that could replace the Angelfish of Bliss fish coat. It was just that most ingredients produced by other spiritual type phase were inseparable from their bodies. Hence, extracting the ingredient from the spiritual type Fae would kill it. Lin Yuan would need to kill countless spiritual type Faes if he were to use this method of obtaining spiritual ingredients. The Angelfish of Bliss was superior in that it could develop spiritual ingredients continuously like the Usnea. Its fish coat would soon regenerate upon being removed like a person's fingernails. Even if it was extremely difficult to cultivate the Angelfish of Bliss, this was not a particularly difficult issue for Lin Yuan. As long as he could obtain the outstanding Angelfish of Bliss, all would be good. Lin Yuan arrived at the Aquarium of Bliss faction territory through Starweb's teleportation function. Lin Yuan felt as though he had entered a rippling underwater world upon stepping onto the Aquarium of Bliss territory. Just the rippling blue waves made the territory look quite extraordinary. Looking at the mosaic blue crystals at his feet, Lin Yuan understood the meaning behind the decorations in the Aquarium of Bliss territory. The Aquarium of Bliss had inlaid a large amount of Amazonite sand in the ground, such that there must have been some top-class energy ores containing vast spirit chi beneath the ground. Under the rendering of the spiritual chi seeping from these energy ores, the Amazonite sand rippled with sparkling blue water. It was just that Lin Yuan was accustomed to seeing nice things. He felt that although the blue waves had momentum, their color was a little patchy and not sufficiently smooth. This was especially so because Lin Yuan had just come from the loft that Cold Moon had decorated for Chu Ci. All of the turquoise ripples around the Aquarium of Bliss territory could not compare to the transparent blue water of Chu Ci's loft. They could not compare to the Amazonite table in the loft. They even paled in comparison to the Amazonite decorative vases. After all, Amazonite sand was only the mineral encapsulated within Amazonite. Nevertheless, this large amount of Amazonite sand must not have cost a small sum. Starweb's private territories were not small. It was a show of grandeur to mix Amazonite sand on the ground over such a large territory. If there was not enough to fill some places, the rippling blue waves would not fuse smoothly into one piece, immediately making the Aquarium of Bliss private territory lose its feel as a water world. Lin Yuan sighed. If he were to inlay so much Amazonite sand in his own private faction territory, he really would not be able to afford to trade without selling the foundational spiritual ingredients that he had hoarded. Lin Yuan would not easily trade the source-type items or the suzerain myth-breed phase bodily items that he had hoarded, especially essence blood and law crystals. Moreover, he would not easily use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls continuously produced by the bronze/legend elemental shellfish in the spirit lock spatial zone without first trading foundational spiritual ingredients. After all, good steel must be spent on the blade. While Lin Yuan had been unconscious for so long, a new batch of completely jade-textured wood had matured. This wood had supplemented Lin Yuan with a large sum of money to spend. Before he could meticulously inspect the other decorations in the Aquarium of Bliss territory, he caught sight of a blue-robed, middle-aged man walking toward him. After sizing him up once over, the man said, "To trade aquatic phase here, you need to first buy an Immortal Bliss tablet. Each Immortal Bliss tablet allows you to trade an aquatic fae from the Aquarium of Bliss. With that, The man handed Lin Yuan a white carved fish tablet, speckled with sky-blue crystals. Looking at the tablet, Lin Yuan noticed only the fine bone patterns on it. He quickly knew that the Immortal Bliss tablet was made primarily of a fish phase bones. The blue crystals on it were obviously better than the Amazonite sand on the ground. However, the blue of these crystals was not as intense as that of Amazonite itself. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. He immediately understood that the tablet was part of the Aquarium of Bliss operation method. This method was similar to his own fate letter. It not only reflected the influence of one's private faction but could also absorb resources. Upon noticing that Lin Yuan had not spoken after seeing the Immortal Bliss tablet, the blue-robed, middle-aged man cleared his throat before continuing. You cannot enter without purchasing an Immortal Bliss tablet. Lin Yuan blinked, feeling only mildly unaccustomed to the situation before him. Previously, he had always been the one reaping other people's benefits. Now that he was trading in another veteran faction territory, he was the one being reaped for benefits. Lin Yuan glanced at the tablet and asked, "How much does one fish tablet cost?" The man furrowed his brows as he said, "This tablet is not called a fish tablet, but an Immortal Bliss tablet. An ordinary Immortal Bliss tablet costs 50,000 radiance dollars. The man had furrowed his brows not because Lin Yuan had called the Immortal Bliss tablet a fish tablet, but because he could not believe that someone coming to the Aquarium of Bliss to trade didn't know the price of its entry certificate. The Aquarium of Bliss private territory on StarWeb was not a Fey marketplace where one could look around as they pleased. Most of its clients had a clear Fey in mind that they wanted to trade for. Anyone who came to the Aquarium of Bliss merely to look around was blacklisted. The person would be directly kicked out of the Aquarium of Bliss private territory on StarWeb, never to be allowed entry again. As a veteran faction, the Aquarium of Bliss was qualified to be such a merciless merchant. That was the benefit of its monopoly of several rare aquatic fays. The blue-robed man spoke again. "You'd best be here to trade, not to look around aimlessly." Then he continued patiently. "With an ordinary Immortal Bliss tablet, you can't choose the Fey you want when you enter to trade. You can only tell us, and we will help you to select the Fey. Of course, the Immortal Bliss tablet only qualifies you to trade. When you trade specific aquatic Feys, you will also need to pay for them. Because each aquatic Fey has different grades, their prices are also different. One thing to take note of is that even if you buy a lot of ordinary Immortal Bliss tablets to select multiple aquatic Feys, as long as you don't buy the last Fey you see, you can't continue looking even if you have the Immortal Bliss tablet." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's brows knitted together. This Immortal Bliss tablet mixed with a bit of Amazonite sand was probably not as expensive as an item mixed with completely jade-textured wood powder. It could definitely be bought at a price of 10,000 radiance dollars or less. At 50,000 radiance dollars, he could buy a fish tablet with Amazonite fragments. Of course, Lin Yuan did not mind this. Besides, buying an Immortal Bliss tablet was equivalent to buying an entrance ticket. However, it was really too bad that he couldn't choose the Fey himself. The Aquarium of Bliss was really a damn talent. It even incorporated a lucky bag model into the transaction of Feys. Were they not saying, "Even if you buy my aquatic Feys, if you don't buy enough of them, don't even think about buying high-grade ones. If you want a high-grade Fey, you will still have to take everything else you don't need along with it." This way, the Aquarium of Bliss really didn't need to worry about sales. It could even get others to buy low-grade Feys without having to pay for any losses themselves. This was really too vicious. Since Lin Yuan wanted to purchase the Angelfish of Bliss to produce spiritual-type fish coats, he needed to minimally evolve it to epic. If the Angelfish of Bliss had a juvenile grade, then all of Lin Yuan's efforts would have been in vain. Lin Yuan felt that he could not buy tens of these ordinary Immortal Bliss tablets mixed with Amazonite sand before preparing to buy a large number of defective Angelfish of Bliss in a fish betting process. When the blue-robed man had mentioned the Immortal Bliss tablet, Lin Yuan had noticed the key word, ordinary. That meant that higher-end Immortal Bliss tablets existed. Hence, Lin Yuan asked, "Might there be an Immortal Bliss tablet that isn't an ordinary one?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the blue-robed man took out a slightly larger Immortal Bliss tablet with a motion of his hand. The specks of blue on this larger tablet were far more transparent than those on the smaller one. With one glance, Lin Yuan knew that Amazonite fragments had been mixed into this tablet. The blue-robed man only said, "Buying this high-end Immortal Bliss tablet will make you a VIP at our Aquarium of Bliss. High-end Immortal Bliss tablets cost 200,000 Radiance dollars each. However, you can enjoy 2 more privileges compared to the ordinary 50,000 Radiance dollar Immortal Bliss tablet. The first privilege is that upon entering, our employees will immediately take out 100 of the aquatic phase you desire." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Although the price of a high-end Immortal Bliss tablet could buy 4 ordinary ones, he could use it to see 100 angelfish of bliss at once. That was equivalent to spending 4 times the money to enjoy 100 times the happiness. Just the first privilege was so great. Lin Yuan could not help but begin to look forward to hearing about the second one. The blue-robed man continued. "The second privilege is that you can let go of a batch of 100 aquatic phase once in exchange for a new batch." Before Lin Yuan could spend 4 times the price to experience 200 times the happiness, the blue-robed man cleared his throat and cautioned, "Of course, besides these privileges, you must remember that the high-end Immortal Bliss tablet allows you to buy 100 of the specified phase in one batch at once instead of selecting a few individually. Nevertheless, within this 100 phase, there are bound to be exceptional ones if nothing goes wrong. On their second visit, most customers who come to our Aquarium of Bliss will not choose the ordinary Immortal Bliss tablet. All of them will choose the high-end one." After hearing the man's words, Lin Yuan's previous notion of spending money to experience happiness disappeared completely. Ultimately, the high-end Immortal Bliss tablet was equivalent to buying a big lucky bag. It was just that he could spend less on the ordinary Immortal Bliss tablet that served as a gambling counter. However, the prerequisite for economizing by getting the ordinary Immortal Bliss tablet was to buy 100 angelfish of bliss with different grades. Who could stand this? Moreover, the man had said, "There are bound to be exceptional ones if nothing goes wrong," and on their second visit, most customers who come to our Aquarium of Bliss will all choose the high-end Immortal Bliss tablet. From his words, Lin Yuan could tell just how difficult it was to catch an angelfish of bliss with an exceptional grade. It was possible that only 1 or 2 high-grade fish existed amongst hundreds. Lin Yuan did not want only 1 or 2 high-grade angelfish of bliss. Very early on, Hu Quan had discussed his plans to expand the man-made lake in the mansion with Lin Yuan. Then, he would use winding walkways and pavilions to surround a water garden. In the water beneath the water garden, Lin Yuan had planned to cultivate several angelfish of bliss. These fish were extremely beautiful, even if they weren't amongst the top 10 most beautiful phase like the blue flash butterfly. However, they were definitely within the top 100. Not only would the fish be beautiful to admire, but they would also be able to produce spiritual ingredients to cultivate spiritual type phase. This was truly catching 2 birds with 1 stone. Given that Lin Yuan's demands were so high, he felt that no matter the benefits the Aquarium of Bliss could reap from him, it would not be able to reap everything. Lin Yuan had chosen to come to the Aquarium of Bliss to buy angelfish of bliss only for convenience's sake. Although angelfish of bliss were extremely delicate and rare, the Aquarium of Bliss was also named after them. However, angelfish of bliss were not unique to the Aquarium of Bliss. Previously, Lin Yuan had meticulously researched information on angelfish of bliss. The thickness and purity of the fish coats shed by the Aquarium of Bliss angelfish of bliss paled in comparison to those bred in the wild. It was just that the Aquarium of Bliss angelfish of bliss could breed large numbers to become signature phase after improvement. Ultimately, Lin Yuan could not be bothered to issue a trade message on his purchase with no law store to buy the fish one by one. He had originally wanted to leave after seeing through the Aquarium of Bliss sham. Yet, he immediately thought that since he had already come, he might as well buy 2 high-end Immortal Bliss tablets and select 2 batches to try his luck. Even if his gains were truly mediocre, he could still evolve the angelfish's grade to bronze/flawless before selling them to make some money. They would not rot in his hands unnecessarily. Thus, Lin Yuan said to the blue-robed man, "Give me 2 high-end Immortal Bliss tablets." With a motion of the hand, the man produced another high-end Immortal Bliss tablet. He then passed this tablet, along with the one that had already been in his hand, to Lin Yuan. He said, "2 high-grade Immortal Bliss tablets cost 400,000 radiance dollars. You can transfer the money to me directly. You will definitely have gains with these 2 tablets." Lin Yuan realized that the blue-robed man tended to speak literally. After Lin Yuan had asked for 2 high-grade Immortal Bliss tablets, the man had changed pretty much everything that came out of his mouth. Lin Yuan faintly guessed that there would only be a high-grade angelfish of bliss in every 200 at the Aquarium of Bliss. Just when Lin Yuan was about to transfer the 400,000 radiance dollars, the blue-robed man said, "The Aquarium of Bliss private territory only receives 10 customers at a time. You are the 27th customer in line, so you need to wait a while." Lin Yuan did not hurry to pay the 400,000 radiance dollars upon hearing this. He looked at the time. Lin Yuan found that there were only 40 minutes left before the group welfare auction at 10 o'clock and asked, "How long do I need to wait?" The blue-robed man widened his eyes, feeling as though he was trying to see through the young man's strange mask. The man thought, "How could you still have an urgent matter when you come to our Aquarium of Bliss to trade? No matter what excuse this kid gives, as long as he doesn't buy 2 high-end Immortal Bliss tablets, he is playing me. Asking this and that. I've been talking for half a day already." The blue-robed man decided that as long as the young man wearing a mask did not pay, he would kick the latter out. The man said with a fake smile on his face, 2 hours at least. A 2-hour waiting time is already very short. Unlucky people who come in the afternoon sometimes have to wait till the next morning. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan knew that he could not buy the tablets then, so he said, "I have something on later. Since I need to wait 2 hours, I'll come back after I'm done buying the 2. Lin Yuan found that Star Web had directly sent him back to the purchase with no loss store before he could finish his sentence. According to the notification, the blue-robed man had suddenly kicked him out of the Aquarium of Bliss. Moreover, he had been blacklisted and could never enter it again. Lin Yuan could not stand this. Even with his good temper, Lin Yuan could not help but feel rather annoyed at that moment. The veteran faction Aquarium of Bliss was being too overbearing. Was it not afraid of suffering losses? Previously, Lin Yuan and the Aquarium of Bliss had had nothing to do with each other. However, it had now been added to Lin Yuan's invisible blacklist. Since the blue-robed man had kicked him out of the Aquarium of Bliss private territory, Lin Yuan had no other choice but to issue a trade message on his purchase with no loss store. Although angelfish of bliss lived in both seawater and freshwater, these aquatic fays appeared more frequently in the ocean. Presumably, there must have been a rich and powerful family like the Gao family striving to develop marine resources in the sea. After all, the Gao family was the top faction when it came to trading elemental shellfish and floating island whales. New Year's was only a few days away, so Lin Yuan did not want to bother Gao Feng at this time. If not, Lin Yuan would have settled this matter by giving Gao Feng a phone call. Back at the Aquarium of Bliss, the blue-robed man suddenly felt that he had been somewhat reckless. He really shouldn't have kicked that man out. He should have reprimanded him mercilessly before kicking him out. Otherwise, hadn't he just wasted all the time he had spent talking to the man? The blue-robed man cracked his knuckles. He already couldn't remember how many casual visitors he had kicked out that day. Back at the purchase with no loss store, Lin Yuan displayed 10 flower brocade pearls again. It was just that he did not plan to blind trade these flower brocade pearls for mid-grade strange flames this time. Instead, he would exchange the pearls for a spiritual ingredient called aurora pollen. Lin Yuan had so many mid-grade strange flames on hand that he wouldn't be able to finish using them. Hoarding spiritual ingredients like mid-grade strange flames did not bring many benefits. To Lin Yuan, their only function was to accelerate Chime's evolution. As for the aurora pollen, it was the best food to feed angelfish of bliss. It allowed the fish to quickly grow scales and shed the fish coat on their bodies. Moreover, the aurora pollen could allow the delicate angelfish of bliss to grow stronger. Even if the 3-mountain river eternal life carp in Lin Yuan's mansion had the exclusive skill of place of life, which was enough to shelter the delicate angelfish of bliss from death, it would still be good to feed the angelfish aurora pollen so that they could produce the best fish coats. Aurora pollen was the powder on the Fey Aurora Morning Glory's buds. If Lin Yuan were to cultivate Aurora Morning Glories himself, he could also collect Aurora pollen. However, even compared to the delicate angelfish of bliss, the Aurora Morning Glory was so fragile that it was torturous. One needed to constantly scrape off the Aurora pollen from its stamens so that they could secrete more pollen. Lin Yuan had no interest in personally cultivating such an infuriating fae. He also didn't think of exchanging the flower brocade pearls for angelfish of bliss. The value of a few wild angelfish of bliss was not equivalent to that of a gold lotus flower. Even if someone wanted to exchange an angelfish of bliss from the aquarium of bliss with Lin Yuan, the latter would not accept it. After setting up the blind trade, Lin Yuan sat idly as he waited for the group welfare auction to begin. He also spent the time looking at what the group members were discussing. Upon opening the group chat on purchase with No Lost Stores fan club, he received 999 plus notifications. Lin Yuan could not help but gag. Were the mouths of all these members made of machine guns? However, he found out how dozens of group members had gotten the total number of messages to 999 plus after scrolling through the group's chat history. It seemed that the only way to defeat a machine gun was with a sound repeater. Almost half of the messages were either repetitions or some strange expressions. Lin Yuan thought that even if he starved to death, he wouldn't be able to scroll through everything in the group chat to find something useful. Nevertheless, group notifications flooded in quickly. Lin Yuan did not feel bored as he waited. He just quietly opened the purchase with No Lost Stores fan club's chat and browsed through the members' discussions. With this one glance, he was drawn to something that a member called Recluse Study had said. Recluse Study. Does anyone here live in Indigo Azure City? I have a juicy piece of gossip here that keeps its fragrance and sweetness for consumption. Lin Yuan had just woken up that day after being unconscious in the dimensional rift outside Indigo Azure City. He could not help but wonder what kind of gossip had appeared in Indigo Azure City. There were only those few people in his purchase with No Lost Store. Every time someone sold gossip, there would always be a group of people around. What gossip could there be now but news about the dimensional rift? Territorial sleeping god. Indigo Azure City is near the sea. Could a Class 4 dimensional rift have appeared? Jerky. I'll hear the gossip from the front row. If it's not juicy, I'll scrape your brains out. Recluse Study. My gossip is definitely fragrant and sweet. Top secret news. I heard that some time ago, the bright moon hanging in the sky was linked to a young man. After he saw that the news was posted on the purchase with No Lost Store fan club, Lin Yuan's eyes immediately narrowed. The usually active fan club instantly erupted into chaos after seeing the news. Island Blossom. Bro, you even managed to eat this? Impressive. Lake Spirit. Bro, is this real? Did you mistype? The original poster, Recluse Study, had anticipated that people would find his post hard to believe. Instead of offering an explanation, Recluse Study posted, I'm not impressive. I'm also not boasting. However, my uncle is a very powerful nomad spirit chi professional. He saw it with his very own eyes. There's no way it's wrong. Despite his assurance, many people still expressed their disbelief, and they started to conduct their own investigation. In the beginning, the purchase with No Lost Store fan club only consisted of a small group of Lin Yuan's online friends. Most of them came from the group that liked to snatch up usnea and spirit-siphon goldfish. The number of people in the group did not increase up until Lin Yuan removed the usnea and spirit-siphon goldfish. Since they had joined the group the earliest, they stood by it through thick and thin. They visited the purchase with No Lost Store almost every day to wait on Lin Yuan's newest usnea and spirit-siphon goldfish. As such, they were the ones who usually snapped up all the new stock. Thus, it became more difficult for newcomers to join the group based on their interest in usneas and spirit-siphon goldfish. Ever since Lin Yuan started using the flower brocade pearls to conduct blind trading, more and more people who had a wealth of resources started joining the group. Recluse Study had entered the group by using a large amount of mid-grade strange flames to blind trade for flower brocade pearls. People of a similar milieu to Recluse Study dared to say that one of their family members saw it with their own eyes. This meant that there was a good chance that he was telling the truth. 9 days ago, The bright moon had hung high in the sky, and the moonlight had been stained with blood. The radiant moon had totally eclipsed the proud sun that should have been taking center stage. Such an earth-shattering event might boggle the minds of both people. However, anyone with a little knowledge would link it to the ever-quiet moon. That was why Recluse Study's post attracted the attention of almost every person in the group almost immediately. A member of the group called Sleep Addiction asked Recluse Study a question that many other people had also been asking. Sleep Addiction. Bro, you said that the daytime moon had something to do with a young person. Who is this young person? Recluse Study instantly replied. My uncle said that it had something to do with a pair of master and disciple. Recluse Study had just posted the message when Sleep Addiction followed up with a response. Sleep Addiction. I envy this young person. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed when he saw that the most recent message received a constant stream of likes. 80 more posts were swiftly uploaded. Lin Yuan originally took a look at the people from Indigo Azure City that he had not had access to during his coma. Yet somehow, the conversation had turned the spotlight onto himself. Lin Yuan was completely oblivious to all that had taken place ever since he had been sucked into the dimensional rift. Now, as Sleep Addict continuously posted news related to Lin Yuan, he could only watch on in a daze. Although he was the person in question, Lin Yuan could not confirm the validity of what Recluse Study was saying. However, it was rather juicy news. Lin Yuan could tell from Recluse Study's posts that the Moon Empress had been beside herself with anxiousness during the time that he had been sucked into the dimensional rift. He could not experience this as the person in question, but he was exceptionally touched when he heard it from others. During his chat with Recluse Study, Lin Yuan found out a piece of news. Recluse Study. My uncle said that this incident has something to do with the Zheng family of Indigo Azure City. You can't tell anyone about this because I only came to know about it after eavesdropping on my uncle and mother's conversation. Once he posted the message, Recluse Study's concerns did not occur. This was because Recluse Study was immediately deemed a liar by some of the group's big shots, and they branded him with disdain. In the eyes of the big shots, it was as though Recluse Study was saying that the Zheng family was in contact with the youth that was the Moon Empress's disciple. The Zheng family had no right to be standing on high horses just because they had the power to summon an eclipse. Lin Yuan was stunned by Recluse Study's most recent post. He could not help but be curious who this uncle Recluse Study spoke of was. Recluse Study happened to know quite a lot. Not to mention he had also mentioned the Zheng family. Lin Yuan could be sure that what Recluse Study said was true since his clash with the Zheng family was imminent and being sucked into the dimensional rift was in his past. 2 days had passed without anything happening. He had definitely made his identity known to the 2 guard envoys who had the Moon Empress crest on them. Those 2 guard envoys had also promised to keep this matter from getting out. Since the 2 guard envoys had journeyed alongside the captain of the guard envoys, they were sure to give him a heads up. There were only 3 people present who could be Recluse Study's uncle. One of them was Zhao Hanzhong. Another one was Duan He, who had accompanied Zhao Hanzhong to aid him and helped his contracted Fey Cold Snowpine to break through Myth 2 and gain the ability to transform into a human. There was also Nightmare 6, which had suddenly appeared to help Zhao Hanzhong. Zhao Hanzhong and Nightmare 6 were already dead, and dead men told no tales. Hence, the only person left who understood the whole situation was Duan He. It was impossible that the Zheng family had released the news on their own. Lin Yuan was not in denial that the matter could be leaked out, but the reactions of the people in the group told him that they had no clue the event had taken place. When he had called Lu Jie in the morning, when you also mentioned the Zheng family's present situation. Evidently, the Moon Empress had not done much to the Zheng family. Lin Yuan felt that sometimes, a little push was needed for the truth to reveal itself. However, he could not be sure whether or not his guess was 100% accurate. In order to prove his hypothesis, he needed to put it to the test. While the group members discussed Recluse Study's behavior, Lin Yuan took the risk and posted a message. Deep Mountain Elder Lin looked at the time and realized that the auction for group welfare will begin in 10 minutes. Lin Yuan's message rescued Recluse Study. Lin Yuan once again witnessed the power of the fan club of purchase with no lost store's broken record. After seeing line after line of messages saying that the group admin was showing off, Lin Yuan felt that he should offer something up. Moreover, the more that Lin Yuan offered, the more he earned. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, I had some business to attend to and was delayed for 2 days. As such, I'll make it up to all of you by offering a bonus. I'll be throwing in 2 more heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan's bonus immediately garnered enthusiastic responses. I'm your fairy. Group admin is the best. Old Black Crow. Throwing in 2 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls after 2 days? Group admin is so thoughtful. Amber Button. Even if the group admin adds 2 more, I still can't afford it. I'll just have to watch as the big shots fight over them. The sight of the group members' vigorous responses made Lin Yuan feel all the more embarrassed for having delayed the group welfare auction by 2 days. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan posted another message. Deep Mountain Elder Lin. The 10 fire elemental heavenly maiden grade pearls had a purity of about 9.8. I'll now be switching those with 12 elemental pearls with a purity of about 9.9. I won't be specifying the elemental energy of these elemental pearls. The people who join the auction can decide for themselves if they want them to be of the water, wind, earth, or fire element. The eyelids of the creation masters in the group immediately started to twitch after seeing Lin Yuan's message. The eyelids of the 2 Class 4 creation masters in the fan club twitched the most fiercely. Only Class 4 creation masters would know how difficult it was to nurture heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls with 9.9 purity. Shortly after he mentioned the 9.8 purity heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, many people in the group were shocked by how high of a quality of fire elemental pearls the group admin had put out. Now, he was offering 9.9 purity elemental pearls instead. Besides being startled by Lin Yuan's generous offer, those who were preparing to enter the auction quickly started to get their chips ready. Although both 9.8 purity and 9.9 purity heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls were considered to be of the highest quality, and they even had similar usages to the 9.5 purity elemental pearls, 9.9 purity elemental pearls were priceless collectibles. The Class 4 creation master Duan Li also happened to be reading the group chat. Master Duan Li had helped Zhou Luo to nurture the iron bone-tearing lizard. She knew that the iron bone-tearing lizard needed 5 fire elemental heavenly maiden grade pearls to activate its evolution. This would enable the earth-type Fae to evolve into a fire-type Fae. She had met Zhou Luo in the purchase with no loss store, and Zhou Luo had said that the iron bone-tearing lizard was now fine. The purchase with no loss store already held a high place in Master Duan Li's heart. But the moment that Lin Yuan offered the 10 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, Master Duan Li elevated the purchase with no loss store even further. Lin Yuan had changed the offer to the 9.9 purity heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls as compensation for pushing the group welfare auction back. It suddenly struck Master Duan Li how this humble store had already managed to wrap a fair number of veteran factions around their fingers. The purchase with no loss store had already secured the most influence. Master Duan Li felt that letting 9.9 purity heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls go was a huge stab to oneself. This was true group welfare. Being a Class 4 creation master, Master Duan Li did not often speak in the group. However, this time she could not hold back and ask, Duan Li, group admin, can we be assured that no matter which of the 4 elements we choose, the elemental pearls will all be 9.9 purity? Master Duan Li had voiced the question that was in almost all of the group members' minds. Lin Yuan earnestly replied to the question. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, since it's welfare, they all have to be the same. Thus, I can guarantee that no matter which element you decide on, they will all be 9.9 purity. This will also eliminate the issue of you guys ending up with an incompatible elemental pearl. Lin Yuan's response put an idea in the minds of almost all the group members. Why did the group admin's seemingly polite message come off as arrogant and pretentious? Only an idiot would trade away elemental pearls with 9.9 purity. When elemental pearls reached 9.9 purity, another layer of pearl would form around the exterior. These pearlina pearls were a rare collectible whose softness and beauty was unmatched. The pearl cover over every 9.9 purity elemental pearl was unique, making each elemental pearl one of its kind. This meant that an equally valuable collectible needed to be offered in order to trade for the 9.9 purity Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. Master Duan Li took a sharp intake of breath. From Lin Yuan's tone, she could tell that Lin Yuan had a large number of Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls on hand. It would be no problem for her to shelve out 20 of them. Initially, Master Duan Li was rational about the offer of the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls, but now that she confirmed they were 9.9 purity, she knew that she had to shoot her shot. Master Duan Li was conflicted over her dilemma. Should I take out the treasure I've been hiding away and use it to trade? Lin Yuan watched as his new announcement sent the group members into a frenzy. Even Recluse Study seemed to be very excited. Lin Yuan mentioned Recluse Study. Deep Mountain Elder Lin. Recluse Study is your uncle's surname, Duan? Lin Yuan's random message rendered the group chat speechless. Shortly after, Recluse Study popped up and asked in surprise. Recluse Study? Damn! Deep Mountain Elder Lin? Did you become a psychic in the last 2 days? Recluse Study's reaction confirmed Lin Yuan's guess. Recluse Study's uncle was none other than Duan He. Recluse Study was mentioning Lin Yuan continuously and was asking him how he knew. Lin Yuan's lip curled upward, but he did not answer Recluse Study's question because he was already sure that Recluse Study's uncle was Duan He. Lin Yuan remembered Recluse Study mentioning that he did not come from an influential family. His uncle, Duan He, was also a spirit chi professional. This meant that Duan He had not joined any faction. Although Duan He initially wanted to help Zhao Hanzhong's Fei to undergo world cleansing, from the way that Duan He interacted with Zhao Hanzhong, it was clear that Duan He was not colluding with the Zheng family. He had only gone to the deserted island to repay Zhao Hanzhong. Lin Yuan's private faction Sky City's top fighting force only consisted of Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath. Although Lin Yuan only got to see the Diamond X/Fantasy V-Sword Plume Seahawk instead of Duan He's true power, Duan He's main Fei had to be the peak of suzerain since Zhao Hanzhong had enlisted his help for his suzerain 2 Fei to go through the world cleansing. Lin Yuan thought, if I can get Recluse Study to bring his uncle over, and I manage to gain Duan He's loyalty, Sky City's fighting ability will be greatly boosted for sure. As Lin Yuan schemed how he would be able to bring Duan He over to his side, he silently took stock of his own advantages. If I manage to snag the Emperor-class Duan He, what will I be able to offer him in return? I can't just use rare source-type items to convince him to join my team. They can easily use their own connections to find Class 4 Creation Masters if they want Bronze/Epic phase. There aren't many Class 4 Creation Masters who will reject a deal with an Emperor-class expert. Emperor-class experts also make up the main fighting force for veteran factions. As long as an Emperor-class expert is willing to pledge their loyalty, any veteran faction will be glad to pump in as many resources as necessary. If I want Duan He on my side, I'll need to fork out quite a lot. However, Lin Yuan had something that veteran factions and top factions did not have, Bronze/Legend phase. Lin Yuan had just manifested the idea of wanting to recruit Duan He. Although Duan He was a true blue Emperor-class expert, Lin Yuan's criteria for recruitment consisted of more than power. When it came to potential, Lin Yuan also emphasized his subordinates having good character. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan was not certain about what kind of person Duan He was. Lin Yuan might have had the idea, but he still needed you to look into Duan He's affairs and information before he approached Duan He. Inside the Radiant Moon Palace's Hidden Moon Pavilion, every expert's information was logged by the hidden servants. From the expert's personality to their life experiences, all information was collated in what was essentially a personalized magazine. As events took place, the hidden servants would constantly update and record the new information. After the death of an expert who was worthy of being recorded in the Radiant Moon Palace, their personalized magazine would be sealed away. Sky City was able to sort out all the information regarding the veteran factions and rising factions in such a short amount of time, due to Wenyu's hard work and the information kept in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The Hidden Moon Pavilion was controlled solely by the Moon Empress intelligence team. To other people, Leaning Moon Mountain was an impenetrable territory, so naturally, they would never be able to lay eyes on the Hidden Moon Pavilion. However, Lin Yuan had unrestricted access to the Hidden Moon Pavilion, and he could enter it with the same ease that he did his own room. Lin Yuan's hand gently cupped his chin as he was deep in contemplation. Although attracting an Emperor-class expert to join my faction will use up resources, it will provide us with a good future. Lin Yuan had always been insistent on relying on his own power to expand Sky City, but he knew that there were some things he could not force on his own. On several occasions, the Moon Empress had subtly suggested that she wanted to invest resources into Sky City, but Lin Yuan had rejected her each time. The Moon Empress was still his master, nonetheless. Although Lin Yuan did not receive a direct input of resources from the Moon Empress, he did not collect all the intelligence and secret information on his own. He used the information provided by the Hidden Moon Pavilion in order to establish Sky City's own intelligence connections. Lin Yuan felt that information was more useful than resources. When you had already finished collating all the information on the veteran factions and rising factions. Consequently, Lin Yuan needed to start putting in the effort so as to collect his own intelligence reports rather than relying on the Hidden Moon Pavilion to help Sky City. At his present level, Lin Yuan did not have the courage to try and recruit other Emperor-class experts. However, Duan He was an exception. The difference between Duan He and other Emperor-class experts was that Duan He was acquainted with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that his wealth of resources was more than capable of meeting Duan He's needs. By allowing Duan He to become acquainted with him, Lin Yuan could provide him with a bright future. If Lin Yuan did not want to reveal his identity to the rest of the world, his best course of action would be to recruit Duan He. During the few minutes that Lin Yuan was deep in thought, Lin Yuan guessing Recluse Study's uncle's surname had already been long forgotten. Most of the group members' attention had shifted to the 12 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that were 9.9 purity. Only Recluse Study was still left reeling. Recluse Study's curiosity could not be satisfied without Lin Yuan's response. There were many big shots in the group, and the group admin did not appear to know anyone in the group. Recluse Study did not think that the group admin knew who he was. Recluse Study suddenly remembered how powerful his uncle was, and then it hit him. Could the group admin know my uncle? Recluse Study thought more about it, and his uncle seemed to know that he was buying the flower brocade pearls from the purchase with no loss store for him. After Recluse Study joined the fan club through the blind trade for the flower brocade pearls, he did not notice his uncle's presence in the group. At that moment, Recluse Study realized that his UNC was online on Star Web. Since he could not get an answer from Lin Yuan, Recluse Study decided to try to get some from his uncle. Thus, he sent him a message. Recluse Study, Uncle, do you still remember the small premium goods store on StarWeb that you recommended I visit to buy flower brocade pearls? At present, Duan He was still in Indigo Azure City, helping the 2 Spirit Guard envoys kill some of the advanced water world dimensional lifeforms during the active stage of the dimensional rift. At the same time, he was also entering each open dimensional rift to scrape source-type items for supplies. Even if Duan He was an Emperor-class expert with extraordinary power, it required frequent struggle to kill high-grade dimensional lifeforms between active dimensional rifts that could appear anywhere, which made him feel unusually tired. Part of the reason Duan He worked so hard was indeed because the degree of spatial fluctuation in the active stage of this dimensional rift was much greater than those of previous ones. Even if the 2 guard envoys brought close to 1,000 spirit guards to work together with Indigo Azure City's Indigo Azure guards, there would still be slightly insufficient manpower. Secondly, Duan He was really in short supply of resources during this period. This had already put him under a significant amount of stress. At that moment, no one hated Zhao Hanzhong more than Duan He. He was the one who had lent the expensive spiritual ingredients that Zhao Hanzhong's main Fey Cold Snowpine needed to evolve to Myth 2. At that time, Zhao Hanzhong had given Duan He a relatively good return price and had thickened his skin to speak to the latter many times. Only then had Duan He been willing to lend his spiritual ingredients to Zhao Hanzhong. However, Duan He never would have thought that Zhao Hanzhong would actually renege on their deal. Duan He really didn't know who to visit to collect the debt. He couldn't possibly go to the Zheng family, could he? Before considering whether the Zheng family would repay their debt, just by looking at the fact that they had lost 2 Emperor-class experts consecutively, it was very likely that they would see Duan He as a ready-made punching bag if he were to go to them now. By that time, he wouldn't be able to recover not only his precious phase, but also the billions of ashes that remained on his nose. Duan He's natural endowment was considered relatively strong. Besides his Diamond X/Fantasy V-Sword Plume Seahawk, he had two other fays. These two fays were both main fays that had attained the pinnacle suzerain/myth I, one step away from myth 2. Duan He didn't have the slightest clue how he would obtain the money required for his two fays to evolve from suzerain/myth I to suzerain/myth 2. Moreover, he had comprehended another willpower rune under the moonlight a few days ago. His spiritual energy could continue to contract phase. To comprehend one more willpower rune was equivalent to the need to contract and cultivate a new high-grade bronze fey. This should have been the extremely joyous occasion that Duan He had spent the past few years anticipating. One more fey could enrich Duan He's combat system, giving him more possibilities. However, this joyous occasion had arrived at the awkward moment when his two main fays were about to evolve to myth 2. Hence, what was meant to be a joyous occasion now seemed like it had come too late. Duan He had not originally been in a good mood. Whenever he thought about how he had become a creation master at a young age but had then become obsessed with fighting his nephew, who was not even a Class 2 creation master, on Star Web, he felt repressed rage. There was no damn point to the combat class Spirit Chi professionals being born and dying every day to Duan He. No matter how strong they were, they would still be working for those creation masters, wouldn't they? Besides, Duan He had come to this conclusion after so many years. Fundamentally, when cultivating phase, most of the resources earned from birth and death were entrusted to the creation master. Cut off the flowing river. Why are you still on Star Web at this time? Don't tell me you need to go on Star Web to train to become a creation master? If you have nothing to do, go to the breeding room more often to spare our entire family the worry. Cut off the flowing river. Quickly advance as a creation master. When you become a Class 2 creation master, I'll help you find a Class 4 creation master to be your master. Recluse Study had originally been a bit hesitant when messaging his uncle privately. Now, once Recluse Study privately messaged his uncle, he found that he had been right. His uncle was lecturing him again. His uncle was built big and tall like a boar. However, even his father, who taught at Advanced Spirit Chi Occupation University, was no match when it came to lecturing. When it came to his power as a creation master though, Recluse Study had a lot to say. Recluse Study, Uncle, my power as a creation master has already improved greatly. Duan He had initially planned to continue lecturing, but upon seeing that his nephew had suddenly delivered good news, he felt the weariness that had hung over him the whole day disappear. Yet, Recluse Study's next words immediately caused Duan He's vision to blacken. Recluse Study, Uncle, with the flower brocade pearls you gave me previously, and the ones I bought with my New Year's money, I'm now more powerful than some Class 2 creation masters. Recluse Study, of course, I'm talking about my success rate in blending spirit fluid. Duan He had been contacting a few agreed-upon sellers for the price of the rare and precious spiritual ingredients he needed while waiting for good news from his nephew. However, upon receiving his nephew's news, Duan He felt himself shut down. His nephew was really a little genius to even come up with such a comparison. The spirit fluid concocted by a Class 1 creation master did not require more than a few spiritual ingredients. As long as one's basic skills were solid enough when given 2 flower brocade pearls, a Class 1 creation master should have had a success rate of at least 30%. To really compare success rate, his nephew's was comparable to that of even some low-level Class 3 creation masters. But why don't you, a Class 1 creation master, compare yourself to Class 2 creation masters in your ability to heal damaged fey roots? After a long while, Duan He finally recovered from his breakdown. He answered explosively, Cut off the flowing river. You're already 19. If you don't become a Class 2 creation master before you turn 20, I'll be too ashamed to even ask around and find you a good master. Recluse Study felt somewhat wronged. His uncle was always worrying about everything. Was it very difficult to find a master? He was doing fine in the group chat and had received a few words from Master Duan Li. He also had no trouble acting cute all day long. Now, Master Duan Li had accepted him as an in-name disciple. After being lectured by his uncle the whole day, Recluse Study finally found a way to retaliate. Recluse Study, Uncle, I've already become the in-name disciple of the Class 4 creation master, Master Duan Li. Recluse Study. Master Duan Li said that as long as I become a Class 2 Creation Master before I turn 20 and pass her exam, she will accept me as her personal disciple. Duan He was stunned when he saw the message from Recluse Study. What? Did this brat find himself a master? Duan He's first reaction was to wonder if his naive nephew had been scammed, but he soon remembered how devious his nephew was. Rather than being worried that his nephew was scammed, he should be more worried that his nephew was scamming someone else. When has my nephew ever gotten the short end of the stick? Wait, is he trying to scam me too? Other than the rare Class 3 Creation Masters, all the people who had attained a title and had come to be known by that title were Class 4 Creation Masters. As long as a Class 4 Creation Master was willing to accept his nephew as a disciple, there would only be gains and no losses. Even if he was only a disciple in name, he would already be able to receive the teachings of a Class 4 Creation Master. As long as his nephew could learn from the Class 4 Creation Master and use the knowledge to strengthen his own skills, Duan He did not mind if his nephew was an in-name or direct disciple. Duan He had no idea which Class 4 Creation Master his nephew was able to snag. His nephew spent 5 hours every day on Star Tower and had reached level 60 at least. Did he meet the Class 4 Creation Master in one of the matches on Star Tower? This thought seemed ludicrous to Duan He. Even if the Class 4 Creation Master was not skilled at fighting, their phase could sustain a significant amount of damage. Cut off the flowing river. Where did you find a master? Recluse Study was slightly regretting messaging his uncle privately. All of the available group members had come online, and the group welfare auction was going to start in 3 minutes. However, his uncle was asking questions incessantly. How am I supposed to watch the show if I'm too busy answering all my uncle's questions? Recluse Study decided to go for the quick fix. Recluse Study. We met in a group chat. Duan He was shocked by Recluse Study's reply. What kind of group chat allows you to chat up a Class 4 Creation Master into becoming your master? This is like a blind man going fishing and ending up with Heaven and Earth Rouge Queen Scallop. Cut off the flowing river. What group chat? How does that land you a Class 4 Creation Master as a master? Don't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll tell your mother about how you got your staff to do all your holiday homework. She'll beat you up. His uncle's message almost drove Recluse Study mad. Those two things are completely irrelevant. We were just talking. Why did he have to use such a cruel tactic? If my mother finds out that I had help finishing my homework, I'll never recover from the beating she's sure to give me. Recluse Study wanted to argue, but the group welfare auction was starting in 1 minute. Recluse Study decided to lay in the bed he made. Recluse Study. The small fan club on Starweb where you bought the flower brocade pearls for me. Uncle, didn't we agree that I'll spend every day focusing on training creation master skills in the breeding room in exchange for your discretion? You can't go back on your word. Uncle, I can't talk anymore. There's an auction for Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls in the group. I have to go see how it goes. His nephew's message befuddled Duan He. What's going on? Duan He thought his nephew's words over. He still remembered the small store on Starweb where he bought the flower brocade pearls through blind trade. Duan He had managed to snag a trade for a batch of flower brocade pearls. He had only spent 10 mid-grade strange flames to obtain a stock of flower brocade pearls. An expert like Duan He did not care much for something like flower brocade pearls. But he had thought that the owner of the store that had accepted the trade was insane. He sold the flower brocade pearls in his Starweb store even though they would be auctioned off within seconds in the rare lifeform pavilion. But after talking to his nephew, Duan He felt that his perspective as an Emperor-class expert had completely changed. Since when did small stores on Starweb start selling precious items like the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls, which even Emperor-class experts found challenging to procure? Duan He did not have a habit of buying from Starweb, and he checked his transaction history. He discovered that he had bought the flower brocade pearls through blind trade from a store called Purchase with no loss face store. He had deleted all messages other than private messages. As such, Duan He had not received an invite to the group chat after he traded for the flower brocade pearls. However, now that Duan He thought about it, he would not have joined the group chat anyway. If he did, he would probably just turn his nose up at the trinkets being sold and eventually turn off the chat notifications. Yet, he joined the purchase with no loss store without hesitation now. He did not do it to prove the validity of his nephew's words, but because he understood his nephew. His nephew might be spiteful, but he was not a liar. He joined the purchase with no loss store fan club because his main fae needed several heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in order to evolve. Since his nephew had mentioned that there would be an auction taking place in the group, joining it would save he the effort of having to negotiate a trade with a creation master that nurtured elemental shellfish. Although he was poor and lacked resources at the moment, he was confident in his status as an Emperor-class expert, and he was certain that no one in the group would be able to snatch it from him. Lin Yuan planned on starting the group welfare at 10 o'clock. However, he did not expect a newcomer to swoop in right at 10 o'clock. Lin Yuan knew that the purchase with no loss store was not currently selling any items, which meant that this person had purchased from the store before but had not decided to join then. Although the group welfare auction was about to start, a welcome was still necessary for the newcomer. The ever-active recluse study suddenly fell silent. He felt like a heavy stone had landed on his foot. If his uncle was in the group, how was he going to continue acting freely in the group? He did not anticipate the enthusiasm from the group members of the fan club. A few tens of them had the same level of activity as a few thousand people. Shortly after, he noticed the 12.9.9 purity water dash, wind dash, fire dash, and earth elemental heavenly maiden grade pearls that Lin Yuan was auctioning off. Along with He's astoundment, his breathing became ragged. He chided himself for not joining the group sooner after thoroughly studying the elemental pearls being auctioned off. After ascertaining that the elemental pearls were indeed 9.9 purity, he started looking into the information about the purchase with no loss store. If he had not seen it for himself, he would not believe that a star web store would sell something like 9.9 purity heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. When he was still a pinnacle king-class expert, he had used up many favors in order to evolve his phase to great suzerain. He had also used up a massive amount of resources to convince a Class 4 creation master to help him nurture several heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that had a purity of about 9.7 to 9.8. Although heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls were available on the market, those mostly had a purity of 9.5 to 9.6. It was impossible to find heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls with 9.7 to 9.8 purity. If one needed it badly enough, they could only approach Class 4 creation masters to create it for them specially. Even pinnacle Class 4 creation masters needed to count on a significant amount of luck if they wanted to produce heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls of 9.9 purity. No one would sell such peak-quality heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls on the market, much less auctioning them off as group welfare. Now that he had reached Emperor class, he did not need to work as hard to convince a Class 4 creation master to produce heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls for him. It was improbable that he would be able to find a pinnacle Class 4 creation master who could produce 9.9 purity heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls for him. He did not have any grounds to build a connection with a Class 4 creation master who he could ask to help him. He was only a medial Emperor-class expert at the moment. Class 4 creation masters would not even spare him a second look. Only pinnacle Emperor-class experts had the right to stand on equal ground as Class 4 creation masters. He was not as specific about the purity of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls as he was in the past when he was trying to evolve his phase to suzerain. The pure elemental energy in the elemental pearls was mainly used to trigger the transformation suppressed in the phase bloodline. As such, high-quality heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were very useful. Now, both of He's main phase were about to break through Myth 2 to take human form. In order for the transformation to occur, He needed spiritual ingredients that aided in evolution. Pure elemental energy only amplified the effects. He felt as though he had accidentally stumbled upon a gold mine. Although he had used many resources to evolve his phase from Myth I to Myth 2, an Emperor-class expert like him still had some savings. He had come into a fair amount of source-type items from the Water-World Dimensional Rift in Indigo Azure City. He decided that he was going to be the one to bring home the 12.9.9 purity Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. Duan he intended on inquiring about the rules of the auction. After all, he was new to the group and was still unsure of the rules of the group welfare. Duan he had a feeling that he was about to suffer a loss if a specific item was needed to trade for these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. At which point, Duan he would really blow his top. Duan he remembered that this group admin had set a specific item during the blind trade for the flower brocade pearls. The specific item was the mid-grade strange flames. Before Duan he posed the question, he glanced through the group messages and instantly froze. Someone was mentioning his nephew, Recluse Study, and the question made Duan he want to haul Recluse Study out and teach him a lesson he would never forget. Someone in the group asked, "Stream in the cloud. Thank God I made it. I'm sure to win." Recluse Study, I scrolled through the group chats. You said that the daytime mood had something to do with the Zheng family. If so, why does the Zheng family not know anything about it? Duan he felt that his nephew loved to cause him trouble. It was decreed at home that not a word of this matter was to be leaked. Yet this brat had not only eavesdropped, but he had even posted it in the group chat. If news of this reached the people involved and came after Duan he, even his status as an emperor-class expert would not save him. When Duan he first had left the deserted island, he had no idea who Lin Yuan was. He had seen the persistent moonlight in the direction of the dimensional rift the second time he was on the deserted island and had been unable to find a way to see past the moonlight barrier. He had felt that the figures immersed in the concentrated moonlight were familiar. Eventually, the Moon Empress had stepped out of the moonlight barrier with a floating body in her arms. Duan he had only dared to lift his head at that moment, but he saw the two suzerain/myth breed phase that had killed Zhao Hanzhong emerging from the moonlight. When he had seen the unmasked youth next to the two suzerain phase, realization dawned upon Duan he. It turned out that the youth wearing the odd mask that had sent out the kill order for Zhao Hanzhong was the Moon Empress disciple. Duan he had speculated about Lin Yuan's identity. When he had heard Lin Yuan mention Sky City, Duan he was certain that he had never heard of a faction by that name. Now that he thought about it, Sky City was not a legendary hidden faction. It should be a new faction created by the mask-wearing youth. Duan he knew this secret because he had watched the events on the deserted island unfold like a spectator. Since his nephew had spilled this incident in the group, if the people involved caught wind of this, they would be able to zero in on the source of the leak and figure out who was behind it. Recluse Study kept waiting for others to ask about his gossip so that he could spill everything. However, his uncle had just entered the group. Not only did Recluse Study not dare to share his gossip happily, but he also felt that he had closed up completely. Yun she did not bother with this issue but started speaking to Lin Yuan in the chat. "Stream in the cloud. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, group admin, your group welfare this time was so good. Why don't we stop auctioning in the group chat? Stream in the cloud. We could go to the purchase with no loss store to hold a heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl auction." Lin Yuan was just about to stop the constantly refreshing group notifications and conduct the group welfare auction on heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. However, upon seeing Stream in the cloud's words, he only felt annoyed. The 12 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were to be auctioned as a bundle in the group welfare auction. Hence, they could only be considered one auction good. Auctioning one good was already enough to throw the entire purchase with no loss store into a state of restlessness. Moreover, the purchase with no loss store was a one-star store. Although the store had long accumulated enough points, Lin Yuan had still not upgraded it all this time. If everyone congregated in the small area of the purchase with no loss store, wouldn't it become a primary school class gathering? Lin Yuan was about to say that the auction would be carried out in the group chat when he realized that almost everyone in the group agreed with Stream in the clouds, in other words the braised egghead's, opinion. Amongst those who entered the purchase with no loss store first, Buddha-tempered person, violent-tempered woman, and Zhou Jusin all Lin Yuan. They hoped that he could regard this group welfare auction as a networking activity for members of the purchase with no loss stores fan group. Lin Yuan was fine with it as he didn't have anything urgent to attend to at the moment. Since the members had been chatting for so long in the group and were so eager to take this as an opportunity to get to know each other, Lin Yuan was naturally willing to grant and create this opportunity. Deep Mountain Elder Lin. Everyone, come to the purchase with no loss store then. I'll open the entry access. After issuing this news, Lin Yuan hurriedly visited a Star Web furniture store near his purchase with no loss store and bought 100 common wooden chairs. These chairs cost 200 Federation dollars each and could only be used within Star Web. They could be considered the most common piece of furniture on Star Web. When Lin Yuan had first opened the purchase with no loss store, he had come to the same furniture store to see furniture. Back then, he had been itching to spend a penny as $100, so he had been really reluctant to buy such useless furniture. Now, Lin Yuan wanted to buy so many useless wooden chairs in one go because he thought that there was nothing inside his store. He couldn't possibly make all the group members coming to the store to participate in the group welfare auction stand. Could he? After Lin Yuan had bought the chairs and returned to his store, there were already 20 to 30 group members waiting inside. He quickly began arranging his newly bought chairs. Upon seeing this, Listen immediately walked to Lin Yuan's side. Because Lin Yuan was wearing the mask engraved with the majestic sky city on his face, Listen could not clearly see the former's expression. However, just by looking at Lin Yuan's eyes, Listen knew that he was in a good mood. While Listen was helping Lin Yuan arrange the chairs, Zhou Jiasun and Violent-Tempered Woman entered. They joined Lin Yuan and Listen in arranging the chairs neatly in the purchase with no loss store. As others saw Lin Yuan wearing his strange mask, they could not help but think that he was a strange person. This was especially true for the newly joined group members, who really couldn't understand how someone who could easily produce 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would use the tables that Star Web gave for free upon opening one's own store and Star Web's 200 Federation dollar wooden chairs. Was this what it meant to hide one's wealth from others? However, no matter how one looked at it, the store's shabby decoration did not appear to match what the truly rich did to conceal their wealth. In contrast, it looked like it was deliberately pretending to be poor. Recluse Study did not directly enter the purchase with no loss store. Instead, he stood at its entrance with his head lowered, waiting for Duan He to arrive. At that moment, Recluse Study heard a familiar cough in his ear. Li Xiaoyao, you eavesdropped on what I said and even told it to others. Are you waiting for me to tell your mother to give you a beating? Recluse Study smacked his lips and replied upon hearing this. Uncle, I must formally inform you that although you are my uncle and like a father to me, I still have my own father. He's called Li Bengao. Duan He had originally been rather upset. However, Duan He felt so furious that he felt like fainting upon hearing Li Xiaoyao's mocking words. Even though Duan He was an emperor-class expert, he felt so angry that he couldn't control his rage. Duan He replied angrily, Let's go in to participate in the auction first. I must snatch up those 12 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Stop wasting time. About your eavesdropping, wait till I get home and let your mother teach you a lesson. Although Duan He often got angry at Li Xiaoyao, he never could bring himself to give the latter a beating himself. Nevertheless, Duan He still had his ways of dealing with Li Xiaoyao. As long as he got home and spoke to his sister about Li Xiaoyao's troublemaking behavior, Li Xiaoyao wouldn't be able to escape from a half-an-hour beating from her. Maybe they would even give Li Xiaoyao a mixed doubles beating. Li Xiaoyao smacked his lips and knew that he was in for it when he got home later. Anyway, he was used to it by now. Recalling that his uncle was about to auction for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, Li Xiaoyao quickly said, Uncle, let me help you bid for you during the group welfare auction later. Anyway, there's no difference between my bid and yours. During the duo's conversation, they had already stepped into the purchase with no loss store. However, Li Xiaoyao noticed that his uncle had not spoken for a long time. He couldn't help but reach out to scratch his head. It couldn't be. Even if his uncle was angry, he couldn't possibly refuse his own nephew a request like this. Li Xiaoyao tugged at Duan He's sleeves, but his uncle still didn't respond. He raised his head in puzzlement, only to realize that his uncle was staring straight ahead. Li Xiaoyao followed Duan He's gaze. His uncle was looking at a young man wearing a strange mask with an unreadable expression on his face. Li Xiaoyao had only recently joined the group and hadn't met Lin Yuan before that. Now it was his first time seeing Lin Yuan. However, because Lin Yuan had been surrounded by many group members in the purchase with no loss store the previous time. The image of him wearing his strange mask had also spread through the fan club. Li Xiaoyao glanced at Duan He with suspicion, who was staring at the group admin. Suddenly, a strange idea entered his mind. His uncle was so powerful and not past middle age. By logic, he shouldn't have had to worry about his son anymore. Yet, Duan He had never found a wife for himself. Could it be? Li Xiaoyao's mind spun quickly while his heart sounded an alarm. After he got home that night and received a beating from his mother, he would have to relay his discovery to her. Otherwise, when his uncle found himself a male partner, his mother might not be able to accept it. Duan He wasn't aware of what was running through his nephew's mind. Nevertheless, even if he did know, he wouldn't have been in the mood to kick Li Xiaoyao. Duan He realized that although the masked youth before him was dressed in completely different clothes from the youth he had seen outside of Indigo Azure City, they both radiated the same special aura. Moreover, Duan He had paid special attention to the strange mask on Lin Yuan's face at that time. This mask was extremely special as it had the majestic Sky City engraved on it. Duan He was certain that he would not mistake this mask for another one. Just by looking at this mask, Duan He would not have been able to confirm Lin Yuan's identity. However, Listen, who was standing beside Lin Yuan, was not wearing a mask. Hence, Duan He could clearly see his face. After looking at Listen, Duan He soon confirmed that the masked youth before him was indeed the same one he had met outside of Indigo Azure City. At the same time, Duan He also confirmed that this youth was the owner of the purchase with no loss store and the Moon Empress disciple. When he finally realized the purchase with no loss store's owner's true identity, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Duan He scanned the others seated in the store. It was possible that besides Listen, only he knew about the youth's true identity. If others knew that the purchase with no loss store's owner was the Moon Empress disciple, they definitely wouldn't have dared to sit on the stools that the youth had just arranged. After confirming the youth's identity, Duan He finally knew why there were nine purity heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in the group welfare. Only the Moon Empress disciple could so easily take out such a precious good that even pinnacle class 4 creation masters relied on luck to cultivate. Soon after, Duan He returned to his senses. If the Moon Empress disciple was the purchase with no loss store's owner, then when his nephew spread gossip in the group, was it not equivalent to spreading the gossip directly to the person being gossiped about and exposing one's identity at once? Duan He felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Upon lowering his head to find that it was Li Xiaoyao, he glared fiercely at the latter. Under his uncle's ferocious glare, Li Xiaoyao was so scared that his throat immediately constricted, and he did not mention that he wanted to help the former bid at the auction. Rather, after looking around, Li Xiaoyao found that his cheap master Duan Li still had a seat next to her and quickly trotted over. Sitting innocently beside Master Duan Li, he ignored his uncle's cold stare from behind him. When Duan He raised his head to glance at the masked youth again, he suddenly realized that the latter was also looking in his direction. Duan He looked coldly into Lin Yuan's eyes and found that his and Lin Yuan's eyes were in a straight match. Immediately afterward, Duan He noticed that the masked youth's mouth arched upward at the corner, revealing an indistinct smile. Duan He quickly flashed an awkward smile at Lin Yuan before sitting down in the last row. Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback by this. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to contact Duan He through recluse study. However, he hadn't thought that Duan He would actually turn out to be a member of the purchase with no loss stores fan club. Now, if he wanted to contact Duan He, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Lin Yuan looked at Duan He's awkward smile and was even more certain that the latter knew about his identity. Nevertheless, it was presently not a good time to come into contact with Duan He. Lin Yuan had to wait at least till the end of the group welfare auction before he could contact the latter. Seeing that almost everyone was seated, Lin Yuan announced clearly, "I had originally intended to conduct the group welfare auction in the group, just how I had auctioned the flower brocade pearls the previous time. Since everyone requested the auction to be conducted in the Star Web store, then I might as well take this opportunity to let you take a look at the batch of elemental pearls in my hand before the auction." As Lin Yuan spoke, Listen walked to the former side with a tray. With a wave of his hand, the 4 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls of water, air, fire, and earth appeared in the tray. There were 12 pearls of each element and a total of 48 pearls. When these 48 pearls appeared, every one of them had an outer layer that contained pure elemental energy and bloomed with a unique color. The tray in Listen's hands was shrouded in a layer of magnificent light. At that moment, a voice whined impatiently, "I want to know, besides the attributes of the 12 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, can I pick the pearl's outer layer?" As the woman with the whiny voice spoke, she looked at the 48 pearls in Listen's tray that were exuding colorful light and inhaled 2 breaths. The woman originally spoke subconsciously, but when the men around her heard it, they felt as though their bodies were out of their control. It had simply been too whiny. Even Stream in the Cloud, Zhou Jussin, and Violent-Tempered Woman felt themselves losing control over their bodies. They really wanted to use a righteous iron fist to beat the whining voice back into the woman's belly. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yuan did not have any opinion on it. He only suddenly remembered that Genius was already 5 years old. As a housekeeping beast, all 100 questions beasts had to be neutered after reaching the age of 3. If not, it would caterwaul nonstop throughout the day every spring. Upon entering the adolescent stage, most Fays had sexual urges, but the majority were able to control their emotions and behavior. They wouldn't cry out or spiral out of control. The main reason 100 questions beasts had this sort of problem was that as housekeeping beasts, they did not even count as Fays but could only be regarded as domesticated beasts. As a beast, although the 100 questions beast was very intelligent, it still lacked the instinct of self-control. Moreover, Genius was now already a bronze/legend 1000 questions beast. It should have been able to control its own beast instinct. In any case, Lin Yuan didn't want to let Genius become a solitary warrior. No matter how miserable, it still had to be a Santa Claus. Lin Yuan replied calmly after hearing the woman's question. There are 12 pearls of each element in these 48 elemental pearls. The outer pearl layer is different for every pearl because every 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl is different. The type of pearl that everyone likes is also different. Later on, the person who gets the pearls can choose only 12 out of the 48 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan's words carried a sense of pride. Letting the person who received the group welfare choose 12 out of the 48 pearls was equivalent to giving them the power to pick based on their preferences. This allowed the person to maximize the value of the group welfare. The people who had originally planned to bid on these 12 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls couldn't help but grit their teeth and increase their bids again. Lin Yuan raised his brows as he watched the crowd's enthusiastic response. After Lin Yuan had evolved the elemental shellfish of the 4 elements to bronze/legend, even if he wanted them to produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with a purity of less than 9.9, it would be very difficult. They would only occasionally produce a few heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with a purity of 9.8 or so without the outer pearl layer. Hence, Lin Yuan did not feel that the outer pearl layer on the elemental pearls was very rare or special. In Lin Yuan's eyes, although this outer layer was beautiful, it could not compare to the pleasure of stocking up on source-type items and various rare spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan already felt that he was becoming more and more of a hoarder. Anyway, it was always good to stock up. The woman with the whiny voice was sitting right at the front. Holding the tray, Listen was about to let everyone participating in the auction take a look at the pearls. Thus, the woman was the first to inspect the 48 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the tray. With this glance, the woman looked as though she had seen the treasure of her dreams and couldn't help but exclaim, "God! All of these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls are top-notch Cloud Dream Lake pearls." While she was talking, the woman quickly grabbed a handful of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in her hand and investigated them. Finally, she sighed to herself. If I hadn't seen them with my own eyes and confirmed that these Cloud Dream Lake pearls were real as an expert, I would have thought that these were mass-produced fake goods upon seeing so many of them at once. The woman's words immediately caused the men waiting to inspect the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in Listen's tray, including Duan He, bubble with excitement. These are actually Cloud Dream Lake pearls. I must get the group welfare this time. Oh, if these are Cloud Dream Lake pearls, even if I got the 12 Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls at this auction, I couldn't bring myself to use them but only collect them. Cloud Dream Lake pearls are said to change with the person wearing them. Different lines and colors appear on the outer layer. Could this be true? Anyway, I'm just here to watch the excitement. I can't afford to auction this time. I mean, I could never have afforded to auction in the first place. Previously, Lin Yuan had only known that elemental pearls would accumulate a layer of pearl on their surface when they reached 9.9 purity. He knew relatively little about the outer layer of pearls, which were only to be looked at but served no special function. Although he wasn't very sure about the grade of 9.9 purity Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls, the ones on the tray, which many people called Cloud Dream Lake Pearls, were the ones most commonly produced by the 4 elemental shellfish with different attributes in his Spirit Lock spatial zone. It could be said that of the 9.9 purity Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls produced in his Spirit Lock spatial zone, 95% were Cloud Dream Lake Pearls. With regards to the remaining 5%, even a man like Lin Yuan felt that they were too beautiful to be brought out. Nevertheless, just by looking at the group members' expressions upon seeing the Cloud Dream Lake Pearls, he could see that they were already very extraordinary. Lin Yuan understood that he had underestimated the bronze/legend elemental shellfish in his Spirit Lock spatial zone. In other words, he had underestimated the pure and ample spirit chi in his Spirit Lock spatial zone. This was extremely good news to Lin Yuan since the outer layer of pearls on the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls could affect their value. It was intangibly tantamount to increasing the resources that Lin Yuan could produce infinitely. This gave the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls in Lin Yuan's hands more purchasing power. Listen had already allowed everyone participating in the auction to closely inspect the pearls in his tray, after which everyone's breathing grew more rapid. Their eyes were all fixated on the pearls in Listen's tray. Lin Yuan coughed softly and said, "Since you've all finished inspecting the elemental pearls, if you still have any questions, you can ask me directly. If not, we can begin the group welfare auction right away." By logic, everyone should have had a lot of questions about something as expensive and valuable as the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls. However, Lin Yuan's approach caused the men seated below to have nothing to ask about the pearls. Everyone had already closely inspected the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls that were about to be auctioned. They had long known the quality of the pearls. Even though these 9.9 purity Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls were all Cloud Dream Lake pearls, because they had been grown in life forms like elemental shellfish, each one of them was different. Nevertheless, upon inspecting the 48 pearls, those who had set their minds on obtaining them had already decided which 12 they would choose. Now, all of the men who were preparing to auction for them had their resources on standby and were ready to go. Seeing that nobody had any questions, Lin Yuan continued. Because there is no need for so many rules at this group welfare auction, everyone can call out their bid within half an hour. The person with the highest bid at the end of this period will be able to take home the 12 9.9 purity Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls. Of course, because the group welfare auction is for high-grade Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls, common rare resources will no longer be allowed to be used in the bidding, unlike the last time. Before anyone could ask how to differentiate between common rare resources and precious rare resources, Lin Yuan spoke again. In this group welfare auction, the definition of precious rare resources is relatively loose. Everything that can be sent to the Starweb's Rare Lifeform Pavilion's quarterly auction is counted. Upon hearing this, the men seated below who had been planning to bid on the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls all fell into complete silence. However, some of the men had obvious glee glinting in their eyes, while others who had worn confident expressions before now had their brows furrowed. One of those in the latter group was Duan He. When he had been preparing to participate in the group welfare auction for the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls, Duan He had known that the bidding for the pearls would be defined. Otherwise, if someone produced a gold fei, another would produce 150 silver feis or even 3,000 bronze feis to top this. No matter how one compared them, the actual price of 3,000 bronze feis was higher than 1 gold fei. Yet, even an ordinary person would choose just 1 gold fei over 3,000 bronze feis. It was just that he would never have thought that Lin Yuan would set the bar so low in the auction. Starweb's rare lifeform pavilion held an auction every day. However, its quarterly auctions had very strict requirements for the lot. Even some gold spiritual ingredients were no longer accepted at these auctions. Spiritual ingredients were only considered if they had reached the platinum grade. He had thought that the 9.9 purity cloud dream lake pearls could at least have been exchanged for materials at the same foundational grade, such as source-type items. As an expert, he naturally did not stock up on so many common rare resources. He had long exchanged all of his common rare resources for source-type items. However, he now wanted to use source-type items as a bargaining chip to bid fairly for materials that were obviously not of the same grade as the former. He felt that he was getting the short end of the stick. Nevertheless, he would still bid on those Cloud Dream Lake pearls regardless of how he felt. Upon seeing that the group members still didn't have any questions to ask, Lin Yuan glanced at Listen beside him before sitting down on a chair behind him. Sensing Lin Yuan's intention, Listen immediately began hosting the group welfare auction. As Lin Yuan's representative in the group, it was natural to the group members that Listen was presiding over the auction. Listen opened his mouth to speak. Squinting his fox-like eyes, Listen said seriously, "Let's all be livelier. You can just stand up and shout out your bids directly." Upon hearing Listen's words, he silently applauded the former. This bidding method directly prevented bidders from using comparatively worse resources to bid. If one used such a resource to shout one's bid, they would likely be quickly called out by other bidders. Every bidder was competing against one another. In an auction for something like Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, nobody cared about anybody else. By using a subpar resource, not only would the bidding be ineffective, but one would also lose face. At the same time, this competitive bidding could mobilize the atmosphere very well. This sort of atmosphere was not meant to promote liveliness but to make it easy for bidders to outbid one another. As Listen presided over the auction, people were already beginning to shout out their bids in an endless stream. It could be said that he had guessed Listen's thoughts correctly, but he had not guessed the latter's main motive. After Listen had begun managing the purchase with No Law Store's fan club, he had also started seeing it as one of his own resources. Listen could now recognize every member in the group. However, Listen was still unable to discern each member's wealth through everyday interactions in the group. Through this group welfare auctions bidding method, Listen wanted to assess and rank each member's wealth in order. Moreover, he hoped to use his fan club connections when developing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in the future. Lin Yuan sat behind listening to the bids and found that some men were throwing out spiritual ingredients that he had never been able to collect before. It was just that many of these were soon quickly outbid by others. Lin Yuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If he could only obtain all of these rare spiritual ingredients, he would save himself so much effort. In this group welfare auction, it actually stood to reason that Lin Yuan was already losing out by taking out 9.9 purity cloud dream lake pearls. However, Lin Yuan did not feel this way. He was using the elemental pearls that were supplied continuously in his spirit lock spatial zone in exchange for large quantities of different precious resources at once. This would undoubtedly save him the significant amount of time and effort required to search for these rare resources. When the floating island whale hatched, he couldn't build the Sky City on its back using just Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls alone. He needed to accumulate large quantities of various previous resources. From then on, Lin Yuan would begin accumulating these resources. This would also save him the trouble of searching for them later. If not, he would be in a terrible fix if he couldn't find some of these rare resources later on. The auction continued unceasingly, the atmosphere growing so intense that it smelled like gunpowder. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan was rather shocked by some of the bids being shouted. Just then, the Class 4 Creation Master, Master Duan Li, stood up. Her face flushed with anger, and she said to the woman with the whiny voice, "I have 8 source-type items, 500 kilograms of Platinum 1000 Opportunities Secret Crystals, 1 Platinum Fortune Sea Willow, and 45 scales produced by the Diamond Shining Luster Amphiptera." Master Duan Li's price corresponded with the one Lin Yuan had in mind. Not only was Lin Yuan shocked by the price and how it had reached his ideal amount with 10 minutes to spare, but he was even more astonished by the item Master Duan Li brought out. If Lin Yuan was not as certain as he was that he was unacquainted with Master Duan Li and had not had much interaction with her in the past, he might begin to suspect that she was offering such a bid in order to seduce him. Platinum Thousand Opportunities Secret Crystal was a type of spiritual ingredient that Lin Yuan wanted to give Source Sand to swallow and transform into metal before it evolved to Platinum/Fantasy Breed. The scales of the shining luster Amphiptera were a kind of spiritual ingredient that could be used to nurture the blue flash purple butterfly. Lin Yuan had failed to procure the scales of the shining luster Amphiptera, despite having searched for it fervently. Yet now Master Duan Li was offering everything that he needed in one shot. Lin Yuan was no longer as interested in the Fortune Sea Willow as it grew naturally in the bodies of matured fays. As a fae that lived underwater and killed by strangling its targets, Hu Quan was jealous of the Fortune Sea Willow's body. Master Duan Li sat down after announcing all the bids. The girl with the whiny voice gracefully rose to her feet and glanced at Master Duan Li with disdain. Although she continued to speak with that whiny voice, her words carried aggravating venomous intent. You old fart, I, Wang Fuxiang, have never been afraid of anyone. I cursed 32 husbands, 16 boyfriends, 27 lovers, and 81 suitors to death to get my hands on their wealth. Even if you are a Class 4 creation master, the amount of money I have will blow your mind. I won't give in to you just because you're old. Lin Yuan almost burst out in laughter when he heard the girl's name. Wang Fuxiang was such a strange name. Lin Yuan was mortified by the girl's revelation of the number of men she had cursed to death. This girl was the epitome of terror. Lin Yuan checked the girl's username in the group and raised his eyebrow. Wang Fuxiang signifies the beauty of spring and the coalesce of summer. What a beautiful name! Wang Fuxiang turned toward Lin Yuan elegantly. I can use 20 source-type items to exchange for your 12 pretty pearls. The pearls will look gorgeous around my neck. The innate glow of those pearls will be perfect for accentuating my beauty and unique complexion. As she spoke, she caressed her pale neck as though she was preening. Everyone present's eyelids twitched at her words. She was actually planning on using something as precious as heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls as superficial accessories. It was almost blasphemous. But in honesty, 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were more precious than 9.8 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, not only because of the higher purity but also because 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls possessed a one-of-a-kind innate glow. Although what she said could be construed as logical, everyone was still appalled by her opulence. Several men were sneering inwardly. No matter how many husbands, boyfriends, lovers, or suitors you have, all of their wealth combined won't be enough to support your frivolous spending. Master Duan Li's face flushed with anger when she heard Wang Fuxiang's words. She stood up and said brusquely, "The group admin has already greatly discounted the threshold for the valuable source-type items. Even if your 20 source-type items are of higher quality than the items I'm offering, they are comparable in terms of value. Hence, your bid doesn't count." When she heard Master Duan Li's response, Wang Fuxiang casually tucked her silky hair behind her ear. She turned, tilted her head, and said in a sweet voice, "Amongst the 20 source-type items I'm offering, one of them is an elemental source-type item. It's also exceedingly easy to contract this elemental source-type item. As long as the contractor is female and her body has been cleansed of at least 10% of its impurities, she'll be able to form the contract. How will you trade for what I have with your pathetic trinkets, old fart?" Wang Fuxiang turned her head and took out a paper-like source-type item. "I am entering this mutated wood elemental source-type item. It is paper element." Lin Yuan never expected that someone would enter an elemental source-type item in one of his group welfare auctions. When he bought the source sand from the private auction, he had only spent a small amount because the source sand had a challenging set of conditions for contraction. It was already difficult enough for spirit chi professionals to comprehend willpower runes. Thus, not many people were willing to sacrifice 2 willpower runes to contract one source-type item, even if it was a rare elemental source-type item. Wang Fuxiang's elemental source-type item sounded rather unorthodox, but the conditions for forming a contract were just too simple. Firstly, the contractor of the paper elemental source type item had to be female, which meant that half the spirit chi professionals in the world were eligible. Although the condition of cleansing their body of at least 10% of impurities sounded challenging, it was not impossible for people who possessed enough resources. One bowl of the nectar from the Radiant Moon Palace's silver stamen gold luster caches would be able to clear a body of at least 90% of its impurities, maybe even 100%. When the silver stamen gold luster cache evolved to suzerain, its nectar could even be used to cleanse a soul's impurities. Although there were not many spiritual ingredients that could cleanse a body's impurities, a Class 3 creation master could combine different spiritual ingredients to form a concoction that could clear the body of at least 15% of its impurities. Many top factions racked their minds to come up with a way to beg the Radiant Moon Palace for a drop of silver stamen gold luster cache nectar. The drop of silver stamen gold luster cache nectar would greatly boost the effectiveness of the concoction and raise its cleansing abilities to at least 30%. Hence, the paper elemental source type item's criteria for forming a contract were almost too simple. For some reason, Lin Yuan thought back to a character in an anime he had seen in his previous life after he heard about the paper element. A foolish thought entered Lin Yuan's mind. I'm definitely not stupid, but if I can get my hands on the paper elemental source type item, Chu Ci and when you would be eligible to contract it. However, Chu Ci was going to contract the fairy source type item Burning Sunflower. The Burning Sunflower would not be compatible with a paper elemental source type item. As a mutation of the wood element, the paper element would soon go up in flames when it came into contact with the Burning Sunflower's all-engulfing flames. Thus, the best candidate to contract the paper elemental source type item was Wen Yu. Wen Yu was a support type spirit chi professional, and both the Sunlight Egret and Earth Rush Golden Lotus did not have any combat abilities. Wen Yu was like a blank canvas, and she could contract any source type item she wanted. She did not need to worry that the source type item she contracted would limit her. Lin Yuan was in the throes of this dilemma. He wanted both the 500 grams of Thousand Opportunities Secret Crystal and Diamond Shining Luster Amphiptera Scales, as well as Wang Fuxiang's paper elemental source type item. As this was a group welfare auction, Lin Yuan could only trade with the person who offered the highest bid. Although this was the most cost-effective course of action for Lin Yuan, it pained him to see such precious items slip out of his grasp. Lin Yuan could not help but start scheming about how he could obtain the valuable items offered by both women. If there's really an elemental type amongst the 20 source type items you're offering, that means you're clearly the highest bidder, said Lin Yuan to Wang Fuxiang. Wang Fuxiang giggled and said, I adore the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls you're selling. I wonder if you'll be auctioning off more in the future. Everyone who was interested in the elemental pearls, including Duan He, perked up their ears at her question. They waited with bated breath to hear what Lin Yuan had planned. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned by her question, but he replied without hesitation, I'm auctioning off these 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls as group welfare instead of the ones that were 9.8 purity, because I wanted to compensate for the 2-day delay. The next group welfare auction will no longer be for heavenly grade elemental pearls. The next item will be flower brocade pearls like the first time. The disappointment was visible on the faces of the people who were waiting for Lin Yuan's reply. When he saw their reaction, Lin Yuan gently knocked on the table. Lin Yuan was not stupid. If he auctioned off heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls of such quality again next time, some of the group members who wanted them would hold back and wait to see if they could enter the auction with a low bid. There were not many people in the group who could afford to participate in an auction for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. If he auctioned in such a way, how would he sell them for a profit? Lin Yuan knew that the more precious the item, the more valuable it was. Although Lin Yuan possessed the 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the greatest abundance among all his resources, he would not continuously conduct group welfare of such caliber. However, Lin Yuan did not kill all their hopes. All he said was that the next item auctioned off as group welfare would be flower brocade pearls. How the group members took it was up to them, for everyone had different perspectives after all. Wang Fuxiang glanced at the platter of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in Lisan's hands before saying, If I'm able to put up more resources for bidding, is it possible for me to bid for 20 more heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls based on the price they end up being sold at? Lin Yuan shook his head determinedly and said calmly. No, Lin Yuan was actually more than willing to comply with her request, and the current bid had reached the amount he had in mind. Moreover, the tense atmosphere and faces of the volatile big shots told him that he was going to gain a huge windfall from this auction. If he could multiply the winning bid by 2, it would be twice the joy. The fact that Wang Fuxiang posed the question meant that she had the purchasing power to back it up. Lin Yuan was in awe of the amount of wealth she controlled. She really was someone who had cursed 100 men to death and seized their wealth. However, Lin Yuan had laid down the group welfare auction rules from the first time that he held one. As the owner of the purchase with no loss store, as well as the head of Sky City, he could not change his mind at the last moment when it came to the group welfare auction. Despite how badly he wanted it, he had to bite the bullet and said no. After being denied by Lin Yuan twice, Wang Fuxiang pouted but did not sit down again. She stood gracefully as she waited for the rest of the people to make their bids so she could outbid them. Master Duan Li's face was irked and reddened as she heard Wang Fuxiang's syrupy voice. Just as she was about to rebuke her, she suddenly remembered a rumor. She looked exceptionally frightened as she pushed down the words that were already on the tip of her tongue. Li Xiaoyao, who was next to Master Duan Li, heard his master murmur, older than 100 years old. Li Xiaoyao dazedly scanned the flirtatious Wang Fuxiang, who looked no older than 30 years old. However, he could not be sure if he had heard correctly since many people yelled out their bids. The hesitation on Master Duan Li's face was replaced by determination after she looked at the elemental pearls on the platter in Listen's hands. Once Master Duan Li composed herself, a pained expression appeared on her face. It was soon replaced by an expression that indicated that she had a plan cooking up in her mind. Master Duan Li had stopped her anxious bidding. She patiently sat in her seat and waited for the final moment when she could swoop in for the kill. Li Xiaoyao did not notice that his master had a plan in place. He assumed that she had been defeated by Wang Fuxiang and felt helpless in the light of Wang Fuxiang's overwhelming financial prowess. Li Xiaoyao knew that his uncle, Duan He, had also come to participate in the auction. However, up till that moment, Duan He still had not called out a single bid. Li Xiaoyao turned his head and peeked at Duan He. But when he thought about the menacing glare that his uncle had shot him, Li Xiaoyao quickly fixed his posture and focused his gaze on Wang Fuxiang. Compared to his uncle's ferocious glare, Wang Fuxiang's flirtatious demeanor was still easier to swallow, even if she really was a 100-year-old elderly lady. At that moment, Wang Fuxiang called out another bid as she continued to crush others under the might of her wealth. After she announced her bid of the paper elemental source-type item, Wang Fuxiang did not display any other rarer items. However, whenever someone called out a higher bid, she would add on a source-type item that could outbid them. Amongst all the bidders, Wang Fuxiang's bids were the most straightforward. The way that she threw out source-type items reminded Li Xiaoyao of a rich older woman. When he thought about Wang Fuxiang's age and her dead husbands, boyfriends, lovers, and suitors, Li Xiaoyao thought it was best to comfort his master, who was sure to lose the bidding war. Behind Lin Yuan's mask was a serene expression, which starkly contrasted with the rapidly turning gears in his head. He was racking his brain to come up with a way he could auction off more elemental pearls without breaking his own rules while obtaining all the items he wanted. Lin Yuan already had a general idea, but there was a difficult condition to fulfill in order for him to succeed. Lin Yuan could only wait to see if the enthusiastically bidding group members could create the conditions he needed. Duan He's brow furrowed even tighter. His mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Yuan throughout the auction. However, he had now turned his attention to Wang Fuxiang. Duan He never expected to see someone like her in this fan club. In Duan He's opinion, this woman was a complex enigma. Even at his most wealthy state, Duan He could not compare to Wang Fuxiang. Wang Fuxiang had cursed a total of 158 partners to death, and none of them were ordinary men. Half of the men she cursed to death were creation masters, most of which were class 3, but 3 of them were class 4. One of the Class 4 creation masters had been a pinnacle Class 4 creation master. The last husband Wang Fuxiang had was a pinnacle Emperor class expert who owned a suzerain/myth 3 Fei. 30 years ago, when Duan He had just reached King class, he joined the Spirit Guards. The first assignment he had was to investigate Wang Fuxiang under the leadership of a guard envoy. Once the investigation was concluded, it was found that all of the men associated with Wang Fuxiang had died in accidents. The pinnacle Emperor-class expert was a member of that team who had gone with him to investigate. Since all the evidence pointed toward accidents, the guard envoy could only write Wang Fuxiang has an extremely resilient life on the investigation report. Duan He had always been sure that there was more to Wang Fuxiang that met the eye. He had left the Spirit Guards in less than a year. During this year, Wang Fuxiang had used all the finances willed to her to form a team dedicated to appraising luxury goods, the Langya Pavilion. In the beginning, the Langya Pavilion only appraised luxury goods made of rare spiritual ingredients and gave them credit ratings. As time went on, some extremely valuable luxury goods would be afforded high credit ratings by the Langya Pavilion, and the price would continue to inflate afterward. The Langya Pavilion had been running for 30 years. Now, the Langya Pavilion's appraisal and credit rating could define a luxury's good exact worth. Wang Fuxiang was the woman who had built this institution from the ground. Duan He could not even begin to comprehend the earth-shattering amount of wealth that Wang Fuxiang possessed. No one here knew Wang Fuxiang's true identity other than him. Duan He knew that if he had not coincidentally been assigned to investigate Wang Fuxiang, he would also be none the wiser about her background. Despite what he knew, Duan He was not going to let his guard down during this auction. Duan He stood up and said in a booming voice, "I'm bidding 27 source-type items, as well as a drop of essence blood from a suzerain/myth ancient lake toad." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes at Duan He's sudden additional bid. All the participants in the auction took a sharp intake of breath. Although Wang Fuxiang's paper elemental pearl was rare, it was still just a source-type item. Only an Emperor-class expert had access to the essence blood of a suzerain/myth Fei. The ancient lake toad's essence blood was difficult to be put to use as compared to the essence blood of other suzerain/myth breed Feis because it was poison-type. The essence blood of other suzerain/myth breed Feis could be used to nurture other Feis once it was turned into a concoction. However, the blood of a poison-type Fei was an exception. If the essence blood of a poison-type Fei was used to nurture other Feis, the Fei could likely be poisoned to death. That said, the essence blood of a suzerain/myth ancient lake toad was enough to overcome Wang Fuxiang's bid of the paper elemental item. Lin Yuan was elated that Duan He had joined the auction. As much as he wanted to recruit Duan He, it was unknown if Duan He's character could meet his standard. And he also did not know if Duan He would be interested in what Lin Yuan was offering. Thus, Lin Yuan could only take the money Duan He was offering. Even if Duan He won the 12 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, they would remain his personal items regardless if Lin Yuan recruited him or not. There was no doubt that Duan He was Wang Fuxiang's strongest competitor. Moreover, the bid needed to reach an unimaginable amount in order to meet the conditions Lin Yuan was hoping for. When Wang Fuxiang heard that her bid had been outdone, she started to boil with rage. Wang Fuxiang glared at Duan He and said, "Why does a disgusting man like you need these cloud dream lake pearls? Something as magnificent as this should be hung around my neck. Only my snow-white neck is worthy of being adorned by them." Duan He glanced at Wang Fuxiang's neck. Somehow, he felt as though what she said was right. The moment that the thought entered his head, Duan He could not help but be shocked at himself. He hastily looked away and said in a low voice, "The maximum purity of the elemental energy in the 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls is the best medicine to trigger metamorphosis in phase." Wang Fuxiang patted the chair in front of her and softly uttered, "I bid 30 source-type items. One of the source-type items is the paper elemental source-type item that I mentioned before. How dare you speak of using the cloud dream pearls to nurture phase? It's almost sacrilegious. Hee, of course, someone like you is destined to be a pauper forever." Duan He's expression darkened. He raised his bid above Wang Fuxiang's without another word. "Listen," who was next to Lin Yuan, announced, "The auction will end in 2 minutes. All who still want to bid should do so now." After Listen spoke, one of the big shots in the group joined the bidding war. However, the moment that he called out his bid, Duan-He outbid him. The big shot that had been outbid sat back down on his seat regretfully and crossed his legs. It was obvious that he had abandoned bidding and was resigned to being a spectator. Just then, the silent master Duan-Li stood up and said, "My bid remains the same, but I would like to add another 500 grams of 1,000 opportunity crystal and a heaven and earth sunlight king lotus." Wang Fuxiang's expression flattened, and she cursed to herself. This old woman is a creation master. How is she willing to sacrifice the Sunlight King Lotus as a bid? She's a lunatic. Lin Yuan had a slight inclination to give up on his plan, and he decided to use other methods in the future to get his hands on all the rare spiritual ingredients Master Duan-Li had that he needed. However, he did not expect Master Duan-Li to be so obstinate as to join the fray along with Duan-He and Wang Fuxiang. Master Duan-Li's bid immediately fulfilled half of the conditions Lin Yuan had been hoping for. But whether Lin Yuan's expectations could come to fruition was still up to Duan-He and Wang Fuxiang. If Duan-He and Wang Fuxiang did not continue bidding, Lin Yuan would be able to obtain everything that Master Duan-Li had bid. Her bid even included the Sunlight King Lotus. What a profit! In order to expand the man-made lake in return from Faraway Mansion, Lin Yuan wanted to build a water garden in the center. The hardest part of the process was how to keep the garden buoyant. As a Class 5 spirit craftsman, it was hard for him to design a water garden. The foundation of the garden was already a huge project. If Lin Yuan could obtain the Sunlight King Lotus, he would plant it in the middle of the man-made lake. The Sunlight King Lotus would eventually grow to the size of a small mountain, and he would build a beautiful pavilion on each of its 32 leaves. The matured Sunlight King Lotus would form a natural basic structure for the water garden. All of Hu Quan's designs and buildings could take place on top of the Sunlight King Lotus. As a heaven and earth fae, the Sunlight King Lotus' main ability was that it could store sunlight in its tusk-shaped roots that grew underwater. After the sun set, the Sunlight King Lotus would release all the sunlight it had stored. Above the surface would be dark, but underwater would be lit up warmly like daytime. Hence, the surface of the water would be alight and bright at all times. Unfortunately, the Sunlight King Lotus was not a very strong heaven and earth fae. Nonetheless, the Sunlight King Lotus abilities could provide the plant-type phase in Lin Yuan's water garden with twice the sunlight. The increased amount of sunlight would allow the flowers that required more sunlight to bloom more illustriously than before. With the Sunlight King Lotus, Hu Quan and Jiao Hanzhong's collection of various rare flowers would be sure to turn the water garden into a magical place. The only animals in the man-made lake would be the angelfish of bliss that Lin Yuan planned on breeding. When nightfall descended, the water would be flooded with the glittering sunlight that beat down at noon. After Duan-He and Wang Fuxiang's short pause, they both shouted out their addition of source-type items in unison. Their prices had matched Master Duan-Li's. Master Duan-Li cursed internally. These two are insane. Master Duan-Li no longer looked like she had everything under control. Li Xiaoyao was thrilled as his master and uncle were bidding so intensely. As the disciple and nephew of two big shots, I'm so cool. While Duan-He and Wang Fuxiang were screaming out bids, Lin Yuan's lip curled upward under the mask. The conditions he had hoped for were finally fulfilled. Now was the time for him to reap his harvest. Listen checked the time. Wang Fuxiang, Duan-He, and Master Duan-Li's bids were evenly matched. Listen proclaimed, 10 seconds left till the group welfare auction is over. Wang Fuxiang gnashed her teeth and said in a sweet voice, I'm willing to add another 3 source-type items. Before Wang Fuxiang finished speaking, a clear voice exclaimed, Your bids are too high. Stop increasing it. Wang Fuxiang was interrupted just as she was about to increase her bid. Her tightly knitted brow drew even tighter. When she realized that the person who had interrupted her was the group admin, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wang Fuxiang did not expect the group admin's voice to sound so young. It had an indescribable magnetism to it. The voice comforted Wang Fuxiang. When Lin Yuan called for the bidding to stop, everyone's eyes landed on him. Lin Yuan could feel all their gazes on him. He grabbed the platter of elemental pearls from Listen's hands and raised it in the air. The aim of the group welfare is to give out welfare. The bids for these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls are already too high. It defeats the purpose of welfare, said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan uttered those words full of righteousness. At that moment, the living embodiment of righteousness that was Lin Yuan stunned all the people present. Although it was a group welfare auction, it was no different from a regular auction in the eyes of the people present. The fact that Lin Yuan was willing to auction off the 9.9 Purity Cloud Dream Lake Pearls was enough to be considered welfare. Moreover, the people who won them could take their pick from 48 types. It was up to the participants and their resources to decide the final bid. However, the people present felt a touch of warmth when Lin Yuan called for the bidding to halt. Although the atmosphere in the purchase with no law store was great, the group admin often only read through the logs and did not post messages. The group members felt a tinge of gentleness from the group admin's action of calling for the bids to stop. Wang Fuxiang also felt the kindness of this strange mask-wearing youth. Nonetheless, Wang Fuxiang was set on owning these Cloud Dream Lake Pearls. During the earlier bidding, Wang Fuxiang had already prepared herself for the trade-off. Before the group admin called for the bidding to end, I was the last to make a bid. How about you just hand these Cloud Dream Lake Pearls to me? Duan He and Master Duan Li were both ready to fight when Lin Yuan called for the bidding to stop. Duan He had nothing left, and he was ready to throw in the spiritual ingredients he had initially prepared to give to his main Fae for it to break through to Myth 2. Logically, Duan He knew that he should not. Thus, he gave up the bidding war after a moment's contemplation. Whereas Master Duan Li still had some resources left in her bank. As a Class 4 Creation Master, Master Duan Li had about as many resources as Lin Yuan. She worked hard to earn money, but she was very thrifty. Thus, she had stored up a sizable treasury of resources. She took another look at the platter of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and clenched her fist. It's just a few source-type items. I'll work even harder and earn them back after I nurture a few Fays. After she made her decision, Master Duanli stepped toward Wang Fuxiang and said, "If you bid again, so will I. You're not the only one who has the means to bid. By hook or by crook, those elemental pearls are mine." Wang Fuxiang smiled in frustration at Master Duanli's words. She was about to rebuke her when Lin Yuan spoke out again. "If you keep fighting, I don't know how I should conduct the next group welfare. How about this? You both take a step back." Wang Fuxiang anxiously cried out, "I can't take a step back when it comes to this." Master Duanli hastily made her stand as well. "I'm not going to back down no matter how high the bid gets. If anyone else wants to take a step back, they can. But I won't." Lin Yuan fell silent. The other people present assumed he was feeling troubled. However, Lin Yuan was actually heaping praises on Wang Fuxiang and Master Duanli in his heart. Lin Yuan glanced at Duan He. He knew that Duan He's silence indicated that he was not going to participate in the auction anymore. Lin Yuan was not particularly interested in any of the items that Duan He was bidding. It was not absolutely necessary for Lin Yuan to own the essence blood of the suzerain/myth-I ancient lake toad. Lin Yuan had amassed a considerable amount of suzerain/myth-2 essence blood thanks to his enemy's contribution, as well as the Mother of Bloodbath's frenzied collection efforts. Even though Duan He no longer intended to participate in the auction, Lin Yuan followed protocol and asked, "Do you have any issue with the auction continuing?" Duan He had reflected on his current situation. He felt that he had been rather impulsive previously. If I really manage to buy the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, what am I supposed to do about the evolution of the phase? Even if I can sell these Cloud Dream Lake pearls, I have no experience doing so. I have no idea if I'll be able to sell them at the same price as they were auctioned. Duan He understood why Lin Yuan halted the bidding. The bids had gotten too high. There were few people who were as crazy and rich as Wang Fuxiang. Duan He said nonchalantly, "If those two are willing to take a step back, I'll back out. It'll save you some trouble." Lin Yuan thought, Duan He sure backed out like a gentleman. Since he's definitely backing out, there's no point in me focusing any attention on him during this group welfare auction. Lin Yuan sighed what sounded like a conflicted sigh. He said to Wang Fuxiang and Master Duan Li, Since both of you want them, I shall sacrifice a bit more. I'll auction off 2 sets of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan gestured for Listen to bring another platter. The people present were startled by Lin Yuan's actions. It might be the best way to stop the bids from climbing even higher, but they could not see in what way Lin Yuan was making a sacrifice. How is the group admin making a sacrifice when the bids have reached such a price? Listen had already carried another platter over. With one wave of Lin Yuan's hand, another pile of elemental pearls fell into the platter. However, there were 2 elemental pearls in this pile that were obviously different from the Cloud Dream Lake ones. The inner radiance of these 2 elemental pearls outshined the rest of the Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls. Lin Yuan picked one up and placed it onto the other platter. The entire platter of Cloud Dream Lake pearls could not rival the inner radiance of this one elemental pearl. The swirling radiance of this one pearl seemed to carry the life force of the world. It was as though there was a glorious city within the pearl, and a magnificent world had been locked within this pearly cage. Each time you glimpsed the pearl, you would experience a different feeling. Could be said that you were taking a stroll through the lush world inside the pearl. The invigorating life force inside the pearl gave the innate radiance a dense feeling. When you looked at the pearl, you would be able to sense the graceful intelligence within. This mesmerizing pearl would entrance even a person who did not fancy pretty trinkets. Wang Fuxiang stared dazedly at the 2 platters in Lin Yuan's hands. She softly muttered, "I can't believe you have the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with the defined life inner radiance. You really are making a huge sacrifice. I can't believe you're giving away such a treasure as group welfare. Thank you for your generosity. With this defined life pearl, the one I acquired by luck 20 years ago won't have to collect dust in my jewelry box anymore. Both of them will make an elegant pair of earrings for me." Lin Yuan had never heard of the defined life inner radiance. Lin Yuan merely took out the 9.9 purity elemental pearls with the inner radiance that was second in abundance. The Cloud Dream Lake inner radiance elemental pearls comprised 95% of the 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, and the defined life inner radiance elemental pearls comprised 4%. Judging from the statistics, Lin Yuan could tell that the defined life pearls were sure to be much more valuable than the Cloud Dream Lake pearls. Master Duanli marched right up to the platter and carefully studied the 2 defined life pearls. She looked like she was in 7th heaven. Duan He, who had coolly withdrawn, now looked incredibly bitter. He had given up such a prime opportunity without a second thought. He didn't deserve to have money. The other group members participating in the group welfare auction had initially joined the group intending to easily pick up items. But as time went on, the group admin seemed increasingly mysterious. The items he produced were all magical treasures. He also conducted his business in a detailed manner. He was too amazing. Although Lin Yuan's expression was as unreadable as ever, he was actually overjoyed that he could trade away some of the elemental pearls which were produced in the Spirit Lock spatial zone in a never-ending stream. Not only could he trade for the paper elemental source-type item in this group welfare auction which was suitable for Wenyu, but he could also obtain the Sunlight King Lotus that he could use to nurture his phase and expand his mansion. Moreover, he also obtained a large amount of source-type items. The impending harvest made Lin Yuan feel as though he had landed in a gold mine. This group welfare auction was finally over. Now that the group welfare auction was over, many of the members who had just come to watch the action left the purchase with no loss store. However, the enthusiasm about the group welfare auction did not die down. The enthusiasm merely transferred from inside the store to the fan club. It quickly spread to the Star Web forum. There were less than 10 people left in the purchase with no loss store now. Wang Fuxiang and Master Duan Li had started picking out the elemental pearls from the 2 platters in Listen's hands. Lin Yuan watched as Master Duan Li collected the defined life pearl, and her weathered face was stretched into a cherub smile. Master Duan Li said to Lin Yuan carefully, "The defined life pearl I picked is water type, but the one Wang Fuxiang picked is earth type. I don't want a water type. I'm wondering if you can help me exchange it." Master Duan Li glared at Wang Fuxiang in annoyance. Since Wang Fuxiang was the last to make a bid, she had the first pick of the elemental pearls. Lin Yuan asked Master Duan Li, What type of defined life peel would you like? Master Duanli had posed the question because she was indignant that Wang Fuxiang had first pick. Master Duanli knew that it was very rare to own even one piece of a treasure like the defined life pearl. Hence, she was not hopeful that Lin Yuan would agree to the exchange. However, Lin Yuan's response delighted her. She happily replied, "I'm fine with anything as long as it's not water type." Lin Yuan turned to ask Wang Fuxiang, "Do you have any specifications about the defined life pearl?" Wang Fuxiang had scrutinized the other 47 Cloud Dream Lake pearls, and she deemed them to all be of similar quality. However, they did differ in the shade of their inner radiance as well as hue. Hence, Wang Fuxiang had chosen extremely carefully. Wang Fuxiang did not anticipate Lin Yuan's question. Her eyes lit up and she said happily, "The one I acquired 20 years ago is wind type. If you can provide me with one of a matching type, I'm willing to work with you privately in the future." Wang Fuxiang suddenly swept her inky black hair behind her shoulder, making her look even more flirtatious. Wang Fuxiang looked toward Lin Yuan and subtly shuffled nearer to him till there was only a half a step of separation between them. Lin Yuan almost choked on his own saliva as alarm bells rang in his mind. What is this woman trying to do? One might lose their money if they're seduced, but this woman is out to take lives. How terrifying! With his expression unchanged, Lin Yuan coughed and took out a wind-type defined life pearl. He placed it on the platter in front of Wang Fuxiang. Lin Yuan transferred the earth-type defined life pearl from Wang Fuxiang's platter to Master Duanli. He then stored away the water-type defined life pearl Master Duanli had chosen. Wang Fuxiang stood there and blinked. She could not believe that her flirtatious performance was ignored. She chuckled and said, "I don't know what I can do to thank you for granting me a matching pearl. If you happen to encounter any rare items that you're uncertain about in the future, please feel free to contact me on StarWeb." Wang Fuxiang lowered her head and started to carefully pick and sort through the platter of elemental pearls. Lin Yuan did not know how to react. What's going on? Why did she say I granted her a match? Somehow it feels like I'm cursing some poor soul. He did not immediately leave after the auction was over because he had business with Lin Yuan. Thus, he overheard the conversation between Wang Fuxiang and Lin Yuan. He thought, if the Moon Empress finds out that Wang Fuxiang is trying to seduce her precious disciple, I wonder if the bright moon in the sky will suddenly appear in the sky. It might very well be stained red. Wang Fuxiang's love might be more dangerous than the Zheng family. While Master Duanli and Wang Fuxiang were picking the elemental pearls, Lin Yuan noticed that none of the water-type elemental pearls were chosen. Lin Yuan could not understand why. The water-type elemental pearl was usually popular, so he could not understand why they did not want them. Wang Fuxiang and Master Duanli left satisfied after they were done picking their elemental pearls. At this moment, Lin Yuan realized there were two other people left in the store besides Listen, who was packing up the benches that had been laid out for the group welfare. One of them was Duan He. The other was the store's first customer, Stream in the Cloud, or rather the braised egghead. Lin Yuan could still remember how excited Stream in the Cloud was during the group welfare auction. However, she was visibly disappointed after the group welfare ended. She looked like a trampled flower that had been wrenched around by a ferocious storm. Lin Yuan walked up to Stream in the Cloud and said, "What happened? You could stuff a donkey in your mouth." Lin Yuan noticed that Stream in the Cloud was wearing the same bumblebee hat she wore the first time they met. In half a year, her previously bald head was now full of luscious hair that hung past her face. It seemed that Stream in the Cloud with hair was rather quiet. When the miserable-looking Stream in the Cloud heard Lin Yuan's comment, she immediately rolled her eyes. Did the donkey run out of the deep mountain elder Lin's mouth? She huffed. The moment the words left her mouth, Stream in the Cloud cringed at herself. Stream in the Cloud had come in order to buy a fire elemental heavenly maiden grade pearl. If they were ordinary heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, she would try her hand at bidding as well. However, the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that Lin Yuan offered were of 9.9 purity and had inner radiance. Stream in the Cloud did not have enough resources to make a bid. After all her excitement, she was reduced to a spectator. Lin Yuan glanced at Stream in the Cloud doubtfully. He suspected that Stream in the Cloud was distributing resources behind the scenes, but he did not have any evidence. He walked up to Lin Yuan and cleared his throat. Sir Group Admin, is it possible for me to trade 10.9.8 purity wind elemental heavenly maiden grade pearls with you? I'm willing to fork out 2 source type items for each elemental pearl. Lin Yuan was surprised to hear He address him in such a manner. He cocked an eyebrow. For an Emperor-class expert like He to address Lin Yuan as Sir. Lin Yuan was certain that He had found out the truth behind his identity. Lin Yuan turned to look at He. Just as He's hair started to stand under Lin Yuan's scrutiny, Lin Yuan said, "The price is acceptable. No problem. It's almost New Year's. Let's trade afterward." Lin Yuan did not reject He's request for a trade. The price he was offering of 2 source-type items for 9.8 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl was already 3 times the market price. The 9.8 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were just a spiritual ingredient. It was completely different from the luxury good that was the 9.9 purity heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. There was no reason for Lin Yuan to reject He's offer. He had numerous elemental pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone. This deal was also a good chance for Lin Yuan to establish a connection with him. Once he was done investigating He's character, Lin Yuan would be able to use that connection to move in on He. He thanked Li Xiaoyao and bustled out of the Star Web store to find Li Xiaoyao. Stream in the Cloud's eyes lit up when he heard the discourse between He and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, I also want to buy 3 fire elemental heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls from you. As Stream in the Cloud spoke, Lin Yuan did not miss the flash of happiness that streaked across her gaze. Lin Yuan immediately realized that Stream in the Cloud was not disappointed because she did not manage to win the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl auction. Lin Yuan had nothing against Stream in the Cloud's intention to buy from him. Stream in the Cloud was Lin Yuan's first customer at his Star Web store, and he had custom-ordered the web-spraying spider for her, which allowed him to earn his first remuneration that was more than 1 radiance dollar. It was because Stream in the Cloud had earned Lin Yuan his first pot of gold that he had the financial ability to quickly improve himself through the use of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He had also created the purchase with No Loss Store fan club after his deal with Stream in the Cloud. Stream in the Cloud had also been by his side when Lin Yuan had taken in the high-level match between White Devil and Unknown Flame and set his first goal as a Spirit Chi professional. Now that he thought about it, Stream in the Cloud was always by his side. A few exchanges of words later, Lin Yuan completed his deal with Stream in the Cloud. Stream in the Cloud revealed a dazzling smile as she said, "Lin Yuan, did I get special treatment?" Lin Yuan could only think about how wonderfully cool high-class creation masters were. The rarer the good, the more valuable it was. On a certain level, this statement underlined the truth behind pricing. Lin Yuan had charged Stream in the Cloud the lowest market price and did not make a profit. Meanwhile, Stream in the Cloud felt that she had gotten a great deal. Upon seeing Stream in the Cloud's broad grin, Lin Yuan could not help but say, "Is the special treatment the reason why you're so fat?" Since it was almost New Year's, it was inevitable that Stream in the Cloud had gained weight. The smile on her face was immediately replaced with a look of outrage. She was literally hopping with anger. Stream in the Cloud suddenly resented Lin Yuan as much as the fellow that had taught her a cheating method online, causing her to come in last in class for the exam. I should let the ghost shadow-bristled spider take a bite out of Lin Yuan. Then, I'll instruct him to drink some hot water with indigo loadroot and clean the wound thoroughly. Finally, I'll find a nice shady tree for him to lay under to prevent his corpse from turning pungent. If I have enough money, I'll lay a cooling mat under him. Stream in the Cloud scoffed softly. Deep Mountain Elder Lin. A big spider might pay you a surprise visit. She proceeded to skip out of the Star Web store. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head and wondered if the new hair on Stream in the Cloud's head turned her dumb. Why was her reaction so exceptionally slow? As he watched Stream in the Cloud skip away, he was about to remind her about something, but he was too late. When Stream in the Cloud stepped over the threshold of the door, she tripped, and her bumblebee hat fell to the ground. Lin Yuan had never seen such a sight before. It was already well into the night. Lin Yuan left Star Web and went into his spirit lock spatial zone. He switched out the jade-textured wood that had matured while he was in the coma. Just as Lin Yuan was about to nurture the flower brocade pearls that had completely changed under the influence of the concentrated spirit qi, he realized that one of the green and pink flower brocade pearls had turned completely gold. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check and discovered that this fei was no longer called the flower brocade pearls. Instead, it was called the golden lotus brocade pearls. Fei name: Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, Fei species, Crassulaceae genus/Cyperus type, Spirit Life Form grade, Bronze, 1/10, Fei type, Wood, Fei quality, Elite, Abilities, Copious juices. Increase the juice stored in the leaves and congeal it into protein when properly nourished. Wrap leaves. When the leaves are matured, a layer of wood protein will form on the exterior, which will store all the energy from inside the leaves. Exclusive skill: Lively plant pearls. After training, the plant pearls will form new plant pearls if they are sufficiently nourished. When nutrients are depleted, the new pearls will provide the main pearl with some nourishment. However, if the new pearls grow newer lively plant pearls, they will separate from the main body to form an independent plant pearl. After Lin Yuan saw the golden lotus brocade pearls' true data, it immediately dawned on him that the flower brocade pearls must have transformed in an unexpected way under the influence of the concentrated spirit qi. When Lin Yuan saw the golden lotus brocade pearls' exclusive skill, lively plant pearls, a spark of possibility burst into existence in his mind. With these golden lotus brocade pearls, can I grow the lively plant pearls on a large scale, just like the veteran faction's aquarium of bliss? Judging from the golden lotus brocade pearls' abilities, it was clear that they were much more effective than the flower brocade pearls. The ability copious juices allowed the juices stored in each leaf of the golden lotus brocade pearls to exceed what the flower brocade pearls could accomplish. The ability wrap leaves solved the flower brocade pearls' issue of naturally decaying after the flower brocade pearls' leaves matured. Lin Yuan was sure that the appearance of the golden lotus brocade pearls would drive a creation master crazy. Regardless of how much stronger the golden lotus brocade pearls were as compared to the flower brocade pearls, a real creation master still needed to experiment on them to be sure. As Lin Yuan clutched the brilliant golden lotus brocade pearls, he had a feeling that he was about to be gifted an enormous amount of wealth. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the golden lotus brocade pearls could also be used as landmark goods. With these golden lotus brocade pearls, Lin Yuan could not utilize the space inside the spirit lock spatial zone more efficiently. He no longer needed to use the space inside the spirit lock spatial zone to nurture flower brocade pearls. After organizing the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan checked on the leaf-shaped diamond fei storage box. Lin Yuan found that the blood brew grapevine looked completely different from before he was in a coma. Previously, all the leaves of the old vines of the blood brew grapevine had fallen. The new leaves had grown and risen rapidly. Many of the new grapevines had sagged to the ground due to the limited space on the supporting structure. Lin Yuan hastily grabbed a few strong pine logs and nailed them together to create a giant supporting structure. He took a larger jade basin and filled it with revival soil that had been dampened with grasswood fountain water. Lin Yuan attached the supporting structure to the large basin and carefully repotted the blood brew grapevine. The blood brew grapevine was greedy indeed. It had not grown any blood brew grapes even after absorbing a large number of eyes of relinquish. Instead, it had decided to release all the growth potential it had been suppressing. In the past, all of the blood brew grapevine's owners had not wanted to waste the essence blood of phase and only allowed it to keep one main vine, which it could use to produce blood brew grapes. Each new vine that the blood brew grapevine grew would be promptly cut off. The blood brew grapevine in front of Lin Yuan now had already started to expand itself after being nurtured with eyes of relinquish. Its lively and lush appearance was the true form of the blood brew grapevine. Lin Yuan shrugged at the blood brew grapevine's greed. No matter how greedy the blood brew grapevine was, it was just a tool that produced blood brew grapes for the mother of bloodbath. As long as he had red thorn and the eyes of relinquish, Lin Yuan did not need to put effort into nurturing the blood brew grapevine. The fully formed blood brew grapevine could bring Lin Yuan an even better harvest at once. It was not like when it existed as one main vine. During that time, the blood brew grapevine would need to enter a slow recovery period after each newly grown vine was cut. It was difficult to repot the blood brew grapevine. Lin Yuan needed to stay alert lest he damaged one of the blood brew grapevine's young and vulnerable roots. After he was done, Lin Yuan snuggled up with Genius and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, Cold Moon and Mystic Moon were next to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress was gently pruning a diamond-fragrant peony. With each movement of the Moon Empress' fingers, the branches of the fragrant peony snapped off. The Moon Empress glanced at the rippling pond water and casually stuck one of the fragrant peony's branches into the pond. 8 pages of Tower Cannon, the Battlefield Division's 7th page war, as well as its war machine of an Ashes team, actually dared to secretly move to Radiance. It looks like the 7th page war from a decade ago still hasn't learned its lesson. As the Moon Empress spoke, she looked at the small rabbit that was using its long ears to rub the carrot in its paws. Zishi, summon your corporeal body that's outside. Mystic Moon and Cold Moon shared a look. They could see the grimness and joy in each other's eyes. It looks like young Lord is in trouble. Thanks to this, the Moon Empress, who has not raised her sword in over 10 years, is finally going to take this opponent seriously. It was well into the night, and frigid rolling waves crashed against a decayed wooden plank on the shore. The grunts of sea creatures could be heard in the surroundings. Despite the darkness of night, the starlight gently illuminated the silhouette of an enormous sea creature underwater. The silver fish had a tail, which was tens of centimeters long, and wagged it at the front of the wooden plank. A thin thread connected the wooden plank to the tail as the fish towed the wooden plank forward. The aura emanated from the silver fish slightly terrified the hibernating deep-sea creatures. There were jagged cracks all around the silver fish's body, as though it was about to shatter at any moment. Despite the silver fish's impressive aura, its life force was incredibly weak. An old man sat on the wooden plank. Half of his body was already gone. He sighed as he looked at the short-haired woman next to him. Her face was as white as a sheet, and she was sweating cold sweat. Worry, sorrow, and subtle despair were interlaced within the sigh. The short-haired woman had her head in her hands as she curled up into a ball. Her body was quivering violently. In a flash, she seemed to recover. She resembled a fallen leaf in the blizzard, thin and flimsy. The old man used the remaining half of his body to lift a dead fish from the wooden plank and handed it to the short-haired woman. Irin, your sacred source life form is on the cusp of death. You will continue to experience the painful spasms that come from your damaged soul until the absolute love poppy recovers. The short-haired woman's hands were tightly clasped together. She was already aware of this injury. Using a marrow contract to allow a sacred source life form to combine with one soul was the equivalent of sharing a soul with the sacred source life form's body. Her absolute love poppy was only left with half a rhizome and one cluster of roots. It was nearly impossible for it to recover. It's too bad that all my fays are linked to the absolute love poppy. Now that the absolute love poppy is almost dead, the rest of my fays have all fallen asleep, muttered the short-haired woman. The short-haired woman gnashed her teeth and hissed. I never expected that 7th page war wasn't a human. Otherwise. The short-haired woman once again cradled her head between her hands and started trembling vigorously before she could finish speaking. It was clear that she was feeling the pain of her damaged soul again. The old man gazed at the anguished short-haired woman with hatred. He mustered his strength and used the hand that remained to forcefully hit the short-haired woman's head. Irin, you are the dark envoy chosen by the 7 states of darkness. You are the dark envoy lordess of the 7 states of darkness. You are capable of more than revenge. At the very least, you need to live, bellowed the old man. A second later, the short-haired woman stopped trembling, but she continued to hang her head. Hot tears cascaded down the short-haired woman's cheeks and landed on her already soaked spirit chi clothes. Under the night sky, the bitter tears fell and mixed with the even more bitter sea. Su Irin blamed herself immensely. If I hadn't been so confident of my absolute love Poppy's abilities and used my title as Dark Envoy to order Elder he to ambush 7th page war with me, Elder he would not be in this sorry state now. Elder he was a god-class expert and possessed a creation breed Fae. Even if his body was destroyed, he would be able to fully recover if he received treatment. However, 7th page war had killed Elder he's nether sea jellyfish. Elder he's shuttle arrow shark had also been shattered when it forced itself through the cage surrounding the Radiance war chariot. Elder he had paid by burning his soul, and the shuttle arrow shark led the two of them forward in the deep sea full of powerful creatures. Sue Erin knew in her heart that Elder he was allowing his life to burn up so he could accompany her as her life reached its end. The inevitable goodbye sliced as deeply and painfully as a knife. Elder he regretted hitting Sue Erin. However, he felt that he needed to say what had to be said. He sighed, inhaled deeply, and said in a low voice, "Erin, look up at me." Sue Erin slowly lifted her head to meet the dilapidated sight that was Elder he. Sue Erin's lips were tightly pressed together, and fresh blood dripped down the side of her mouth. It rolled down her chin and landed on the wooden plank. Elder he was about to speak, but the waves suddenly grew larger. The shuttle arrow shark, which was towing the wooden plank, suddenly slowed down. Although it was in the sea, it seemed as though it was stuck in mud as it could only inch forward. Damn! The shuttle arrow shark has been targeted by a wild creation breed Fae in the sea. A fountain of spirit chi burst forth from Elder he. His god-class expert power suddenly gripped the tumultuous sea, and the water pulsed. All the organisms in the sea escaped to its depths. During the explosion of Elder he's god-class expert power, the cracked shuttle arrow shark's body was suddenly alight with silver spatial energy. The spatial energy on the shuttle arrow shark's body formed an intricate map of spatial etchings. The spatial etchings swirled around the shuttle arrow shark's body before being transferred to the sea. They formed strips of solid spatial conveyor belts. As Sue Erin watched this scene unfold, tears flowed down Sue Erin's face and mixed with the bloodied water below her. Sue Erin had witnessed such a sight numerous times when the Dark Federation was being attacked by 7th Page War's 32 Chanter team. Elder he's expression was exceptionally solemn as he instructed Sue Erin. "We're near the Divine Wood Federation. The distance can be covered by one of the shuttle arrow shark's conveyor belts. I'll send you there. Dark Envoy Lourdes, you have to live. Erin, you have to live." Elder he did not say much more. The last two statements were a blessing, and those words came directly from Elder he's heart. Living was the basis of everything. Regardless of Sue Erin's title as a Dark Envoy, or because he had watched over her as she grew up, it was all Elder he's final hopes for her. A steady flow of tears was streaming from Sue Erin's eyes. Before Sue Erin could react, the silver river of a conveyor belt had completely enveloped Sue Erin. Sue Erin was soon swept away by the silver river and disappeared over the horizon. The silver light had not even disappeared when crimson tentacles had already reached upward from the sea's depths. The tentacles curled over the dimly lit shuttle arrow shark and pulled it down into the deep sea, dragging Elder he down with it. Lin Yuan had already woken up and gotten dressed. It was New Year's, and Lin Yuan put on spirit chi clothes with red accessories that he rarely wore. Occasionally, Lin Yuan wore brightly colored clothes. They made him look younger. Genius, which was in Lin Yuan's arms, was still rolling around lazily. When Lin Yuan dressed Genius in a red armor set that when you had made, Genius immediately perked up. It wagged its three tails and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, do I look good in these clothes?" Lin Yuan reached out his hand and affectionately pinched Genius' small nose. "You little brat, you've already asked this question 10 times. Of course you look good." The idea to make this armor had sparked in Wen Yu's mind out of nowhere. It suited Genius well. Since Wen Yu had never seen Genius wearing any clothes, she gave the red armor to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had decided to dress Genius in it on a whim. It was only then that he realized how much Genius liked wearing such clothes. Genius reveled in Lin Yuan's praise. Although it had already heard Lin Yuan's reply more than 10 times, Genius was still waving its tail around just as happily. Lin Yuan smiled and asked, "How about I ask Wen Yu to make more clothes for you?" Genius jumped into Lin Yuan's arms in delight. Lin Yuan stroked Genius' head and thought to himself about how sensible Genius still was. However, the Lin Yuan of today was different from the Lin Yuan who used to struggle to make a living in the Xia region. Genius, let me know what you like from now on. We can afford many things now, said Lin Yuan to Genius seriously. Lin Yuan heard knocking on the door of the loft and opened it to see Kai Cha standing there. Kai Cha bowed to Lin Yuan and said, "Young lord, the Moon Empress is calling on you to dine in the inner palace." Shi Cha went to call the little cold moon envoy. It took a moment for Lin Yuan to respond to the words little cold moon envoy, but he soon realized Kai Cha was referring to Chu Ci. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Let's go to the inner palace together." Lin Yuan could not help but think, now that I have the golden lotus brocade pearls, the space in the spirit lock spatial zone that I was using to nurture the flower brocade pearls is now empty. What should I do with the empty space? Every inch of the spirit lock spatial zone was intended for Lin Yuan to store and accumulate resources. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to carefully think about what was the best way to use the spirit lock spatial zone. It was imperative that he did not make rash decisions. When they arrived at the entrance of the inner palace, Kai Cha bowed and said, "Young lord, the Moon Empress personally woke up at the crack of dawn to cook today's breakfast." Lin Yuan suddenly thought that he should make something for his master during New Year's. Once they were done eating, Lin Yuan said to the Moon Empress before he left, "Master, you don't need to cook during New Year's. I'll prepare the food in the afternoon." Initially, the Moon Empress thought that Lin Yuan wanted to take something from Leaning Moon Mountain. She was about to tell him that the Radiant Moon Palace had everything and that he did not need to prepare anything when she heard the rest of what he had to say. A warm smile blossomed on the Moon Empress' face. She gazed at Lin Yuan with adoration and said, "Okay." Lu Jie was decently confident in his cooking skills. Although he was not as skilled as Lu Jie, Lin Yuan had eaten his own food before and found it acceptable. It was just that after Lin Yuan met Lu Jie, he no longer had the opportunity to cook. Lin Yuan contacted Ostrich Logistics on the way back to the mansion. He tasked them to give away the elemental pearls from last night's group welfare auction and the private trades ones. Once he was done liaising with Ostrich Logistics, Lin Yuan could tell that Chu Ci was very nervous. Instead of saying something, Lin Yuan only raised an eyebrow. They were about to arrive at the return from faraway mansion that was on the outskirts of the royal capital. The people who were anxious to see Chu Ci had to be far more nervous than her. Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu and another young girl with purplish-red hair at the mansion entrance. When Wen Yu saw Lin Yuan, she exclaimed, "Young master." The purplish-red-haired girl waved at Lin Yuan and yelled, "Mr. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, I'm back to being your dedicated courier again." Lin Yuan knew that Anang had been busy participating in the Guild Alliance's S tournament. "Anang, how did you do at the S tournament?" asked Lin Yuan. Anang's eyes shone as she replied, "I ended many people's misery with a rain of bullets. I'm just a substitute this year, so I don't need to enter the competition anymore. But I'll be able to be in the main team in next year's S tournament." Anang started waving her fists around as though she was cheering herself on. Lin Yuan laughed and cheered Anang on. Anang had not been a courier for some time. The current Anang was no longer the same as the careless child she used to be. After Anang left, Lin Yuan saw that Chu Ci and Wen Yu had linked arms. Chu Ci had just been acquainted with Wen Yu in the video call, but they were already so close despite having only just met. Was this why they said that women only needed 1 second to become friends with each other? Wen Yu could finally lay her worries to rest after she saw Lin Yuan. During Lin Yuan's absence, Wen Yu had been tending to every aspect of the mansion, especially when Lu Jie and Zhou Luo had been in a coma. Nothing special had taken place in the mansion during this time. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's old rival, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce, had started trying to overcome the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Thus, Listen needed to constantly handle this issue. Only a few surprise guests had turned up at the mansion recently. "Young master, the main descendant of Wind Mist City's Gao family, Gao Feng came looking for you a week ago. You were still in a coma, and I told him that you had left the mansion on business. Every few days, the phone that you gave to the mother of Bloodbath would ring with messages from Gaofeng. He must have some urgent matter to see you about. Lin Yuan cocked an eyebrow. Gaofeng sure is anxious to see me. I wonder what urgent matter he has to see me about. Coincidentally, Lin Yuan also intended to ask Gaofeng for help after New Year's. He wanted to obtain some angelfish of bliss through Gaofeng. This was the best season to cultivate angelfish of bliss because they grew up quickly in cold environments. Once they were full-grown fishes, angelfish of bliss would increase the rate at which they shed their fish coats when they were in warm weather. If he nurtured the angelfish of bliss now till they matured, they would start shedding a layer of fish coat after a set period when the weather turned warm. Initially, Lin Yuan planned to approach Gaofeng after New Year's. Lin Yuan did not want to disturb Gaofeng during the holiday for fear of causing Gaofeng to be too preoccupied with procuring angelfish of bliss for him. Now that Gaofeng was looking for Lin Yuan, the latter would be able to broach his request with Gaofeng before New Year's. The angelfish of bliss were less than a finger long. Even fully matured, they were only about the size of a palm. The man-made lake was already extremely large, and the size would increase by at least twice once it was expanded. Thus, Lin Yuan would gladly take however many angelfish of bliss that Gaofeng could get his hands on. When the rainbow-scaled angelfish of bliss swam around together, they formed an exquisitely lovely picture of movement. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and said to Wen Yu, "I'll give Gaofeng a call later to ask him what he needs." While Lin Yuan was speaking, he heard Lu Jie's voice from behind him. "Young master, it's great that you're fine." After the close shave with death they experienced together in the dimensional rift, Lu Jie had used his body to carry out his service to the shield on his crest by blocking Lin Yuan from the deadly blow. Because of this, Lu Jie's consciousness had slipped into a daze. However, there had still been enemies in the dimensional rift at that time, and Lu Jie was well aware of how perilous the situation had been. Lu Jie had not been worried ever since he saw Lin Yuan during his internship. But now he could truly relax after seeing Lin Yuan with his own eyes. Lin Yuan saw Lu Jie carrying many rare spirit ingredients. Most of the spiritual ingredients he was carrying were C-type phase. Lu Jie had asked Lin Yuan in advance what Chu Ci liked to eat, and had gotten an idea of her tastes. The mansion's occupants did not always eat fish, and it was clear that Lu Jie had bought so much for the sake of Chu Ci. Lin Yuan was still rather worried about the state of Lu Jie's insect queen. "Big brother Lu, you mentioned that there's a problem with your insect queen's transformation. How is it now?" asked Lin Yuan. At the mention of the insect queen, Lu Jie thought back to the issues that had persisted from yesterday afternoon to morning today. It seemed like a dream to him. However, during this dreamlike period, Lu Jie had watched as the transformation was completed. The insect queen is done transforming. It's now much stronger. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lu Jie was not a boastful person. In fact, he was exceptionally humble and down to earth. If Lu Jie said that the insect queen was now much stronger, it meant that the insect queen's powers had increased tremendously. Lu Jie was elated for Lu Jie. "Congratulations, big brother Lu." When Lu Jie heard Lin Yuan's congratulations, his heart felt heavy yet relaxed. Before falling into a coma, Lu Jie understood the injuries that he and the insect queen had sustained. There was only one way that he could have survived those injuries. Lin Yuan must have done emergency treatment on him. Hence, when Lu Jie had woken up and found out that Lin Yuan was in a coma, he blamed himself immensely. He felt that Lin Yuan had wasted too much spiritual power trying to heal him, which was why Lin Yuan had suffered such severe injuries and had been comatose for a week. Now that Lin Yuan was right there before him, Lu Jie felt the knot in his heart loosen. Lu Jie thought to himself that he was finally worthy of being the strongest shield for Lin Yuan on his journey to the top. Lin Yuan's sharp eyes caught sight of the change in Lu Jie's gaze. It was obvious that Lu Jie was now much more confident. Lu Jie looked toward Wen Yu and Chu Ci, whose arms were linked. "Miss Yu?" Before Lu Jie could finish, Chu Ci had already stretched out her hand to him. "Big brother Lu, I've heard my brother talk about you. You know my name is Chu Ci." Chu Ci even winked at Lu Jie. Lu Jie took Chu Ci's outstretched hand, and his large hand shook her smaller one. "Chu Ci, I bought some shiny star groupers and firetail snow sea base. I remember Lin Yuan saying that you don't like eating spicy food. I'll cook some sweet and sour fish, as well as honeyed steamed fish for you. Chu Ci, who had grown up alongside Lin Yuan, was exceptionally sensitive. She was skilled at sensing the emotions of others. She had initially been nervous about meeting all the new people. However, she could tell from Wen Yu and Lu Jie's attitudes that they were brimming with kindness. They gazed at her with an affection that only older siblings had for their younger sister. Chu Ci felt a surge of warmth from the sudden influx of people who cared about her. There was a hint of astringence. Chu Ci used to be unaware of what kept Lin Yuan so busy. Whenever they spoke on the phone, Lin Yuan would always ask about how she was. Lin Yuan was not a talkative person. However, whenever they were about to hang up, he would remind her to take care of her health and some other advice. Lin Yuan had never said that it was hard for him, but having seen all this, Chu Ci could imagine how hard Lin Yuan had been working all this time. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Hu Quan walked out of the mansion. They must have heard the discourse at the entranceway. Endless Summer walked up to Lin Yuan and placed its hand on his shoulder to sense his condition. Once it assured itself that he was fine, it moved on to Chu Ci and handed her a purple flower-shaped diamond Fey storage box. After Chu Ci received the Fey storage box, Endless Summer said, "My cherished accessories and clothes are inside. Feel free to wear any of them if they're to your liking." When Lin Yuan heard what Endless Summer said, he hastily snatched the diamond Fey storage box out of Chu Ci's hands and returned it to Endless Summer. "You should keep these treasures for yourself, Endless Summer. Don't give them to Chu Ci," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan remembered that Endless Summer had gone through an unconventional style and rural heavy metal phase. Endless Summer had bought the most accessories and spirit chi clothes. Chu Ci had not come of age, and her style had yet to be decided. What if she was influenced by the things that Endless Summer gave her? From behind Endless Summer, the mother of Bloodbath noticed the glint in Lin Yuan's red eyes. The mother of Bloodbath had many things to say to Lin Yuan, but once it remembered what Mystic Moon and Moon Empress had said, as well as how it had failed as a path protector, the mother of Bloodbath suddenly found it difficult to talk to Lin Yuan. Hu Quan touched his balding head and said, "Let's go in. How much longer do you want to stand these bracing winter winds? When we go in, Chu Ci can see if she's satisfied with the feature wall I rushed to finish long ago." The mother of Bloodbath turned and walked into the house. It realized that Lin Yuan had quickened his pace and was now walking alongside it. Lin Yuan pulled a gold Fey storage box out of the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box and gave it to the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan's bright expression stunned the mother of Bloodbath. After it received the gold Fey storage box, Lin Yuan said, "The 3 red water blood snakes have all evolved. There are numerous old leaves that had fallen from the blood brew grapevine inside. You can check to see how much blood energy you're able to absorb from them." The mother of Bloodbath had been wanting to speak to Lin Yuan, but it did not know how to start the conversation. Now that Lin Yuan was talking to it, a troubled expression appeared on the mother of Bloodbath's face. Its troubled expression was a combination of guilt, happiness, and relief. However, when the mother of Bloodbath looked inside the gold Fey storage box that Lin Yuan gave it, it only felt touched and shocked. The mother of Bloodbath saw that the 3 red water blood snakes had evolved to bronze/legend. The incredible amount of blood energy in the blood brew grapevine's leaves made the mother of Bloodbath feel ravenous. This ravenous state was due to the blood law rune in the mother of Bloodbath's body and the fact that it was a blood-type Fey. Its body was automatically sending out signals in response to the pure blood energy. This demonstrated how much the mother of Bloodbath craved for pure blood energy. The mother of Bloodbath had seen the blood brew grapevine in the Indigo Azure Sea Market. However, all of the blood brew grapevine's blood brew grapes had just been harvested at that time, and it had been in a weak state. At that time, the entire blood brew grapevine had a similar amount of blood energy in it as the leaves in front of the mother of Bloodbath now. Who knew how the blood brew grapevine was nurtured? The mother of Bloodbath could not help but form a misunderstanding. The Mother of Bloodbath thought about how Lin Yuan had asked the Mother of Bloodbath to help strengthen the 3 red waterblood snakes and the blood brew grapevine shortly after he had woken up from the coma. The Mother of Bloodbath knew that only a Class 5 creation master like the Moon Empress could evolve all 3 red waterblood snakes to Bronze/Legend in one night. The Mother of Bloodbath's hand tightly clutched the gold Fey storage box. It solidified its resolve to become even stronger. The Mother of Bloodbath's troubled emotions disappeared. It only felt the determination and alertness that a path protector should feel. Lin Yuan did not know what the Mother of Bloodbath was thinking. Even if he did know, he would not be able to explain it. When he was refining his creation master skills and nurturing phase, the Mother of Bloodbath would also leave him alone. Even though it was his path protector, it did not want to disturb Lin Yuan during that time. Thus, the Mother of Bloodbath did not know what Lin Yuan was capable of. Lin Yuan could not expose his powers to the Mother of Bloodbath. This was all a beautiful misunderstanding. Once they arrived at the mansion, Chu Si's eyes were immediately drawn to the detailed feature wall. It depicted her standing next to Lin Yuan. The feature wall's background showed a blue sky and lush green grass. Under the jade-tinted light, the mansion's furniture seemed incredibly heartwarming. Chu Si remembered Hu Quan saying that the feature wall had been finished in a rush early on. It turned out that long before she met these people face to face, she had already assimilated into their lives through this. Although this was the first time they had met, it was nice that there had not been an absent feeling. Lu Jie changed and dashed toward the kitchen to start cooking lunch. Lin Yuan wanted to prepare a meal for his master during New Year's, so he followed Lu Jie to the kitchen with the hopes of learning the ropes. He wanted to try and see if he could pull off a miracle and learn a few of Lu Jie's techniques within 2 days. When Yu, the Mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Chu Si became friends and played the Fey Battle Flag game, Lin Yuan did not know when the 4 women started to resemble the same person. They even took a page out of Lu Jie and Listen's book and made a bet. The loser would have to eat a piece of lemon. Hu Quan stood at the kitchen entrance and yelled, "Lin Yuan, I called Listen and Zhou Luo like you asked. I told them to come for lunch." Hu Quan had not gone to Indigo Azure City. He had stayed in the mansion like the ultimate introvert and worked on his crafts in the dead of night. Hence, Hu Quan was not fully certain of what had happened to Lin Yuan. Although he did not know when Lin Yuan had started treating Zhou Luo and one of their own, he had managed to glean some details from listening to Lu Jie and Wen Yu's conversation. From these details, Hu Quan had fully accepted Zhou Luo as well. Lu Jie held the ladle and was frying up the sliced cuttlefish. While the sliced cuttlefish were tossed around in the pan, they curled and formed a pretty flower shape. Each piece glistened with oil. Lin Yuan's stomach started to rumble as he smelled the fragrance from the pot. Lu Jie told Lin Yuan about the insect queen's condition, and he suddenly thought about what Night Leaning Moon had told him. Never tell anyone about your sacred source lifeform. Lu Jie had already told Lin Yuan that he had taken Night Leaning Moon as his master. He had also been open with Lin Yuan about the fact that he had contracted a sacred source lifeform. However, Lu Jie was watchful of his words and did not tell Lin Yuan about his sacred source lifeform's abilities. It was not that Lu Jie did not want to tell Lin Yuan, or because he was afraid of Lin Yuan knowing about his sacred source lifeform's abilities. It was just that Lu Jie's sacred source lifeform had a rather special ability. He was afraid that Lin Yuan would forbid him from using the sacred source lifeform's ability for his own good after Lin Yuan found out about his sacred source lifeform's ability. As such, Lu Jie decided to keep his sacred source lifeform's ability to himself. He would only reveal it in Lin Yuan's hour of need. Then, he would become Lin Yuan's magnificent shield and sword. He would be the epitome of defense. Although Lu Jie did not usually use the sacred source lifeform's ability, the sacred source lifeform was a type of Fey that could share an existence. It was already sharing the Insect Queen's existence. After the Insect Queen's transformation, it gained the ability to coexist with the sacred source lifeform. It had metamorphosed and was now living a whole different life. Lin Yuan listened to Lu Jie as he recounted his fateful encounter and experiences when Lin Yuan was unconscious. Lin Yuan used his hand to pat Lu Jie's shoulder repeatedly to express his congratulations. Now that Lu Jie contracted a sacred source lifeform, Lin Yuan could reserve his sacred source lifeform for the mother of bloodbath. After the meal, Lin Yuan looked for Zhou Luo to discuss some matters. As soon as Lin Yuan returned to the manor, the mother of bloodbath had already returned his mobile phone, and it suddenly rang now. Lin Yuan lowered his head and realized that the phone call was from none other than Gao Feng. Lin Yuan raised his brows and picked up the phone call. Gao Feng went straight to the topic and said, "Brother, I wish to discuss a deal with you." Lin Yuan was rather startled to hear Gao Feng's tone. Gao Feng was normally very forthright when speaking and would give off the feeling of an abnormally carefree youth. But now, Gao Feng was speaking in an abnormally solemn tone. Lin Yuan knew that Gao Feng had a very important matter to discuss with him. However, since Gao Feng said he wanted to have a serious business talk, Lin Yuan turned serious and asked, "Gao Feng, are you representing the Gao family to negotiate with me, or are you negotiating with me personally?" Gao Feng turned silent for a moment after hearing Lin Yuan's question. Gao Feng then asked in a serious tone, "Is there a difference if it is the Gao family or me?" Lin Yuan immediately answered, "If it is the Gao family negotiating business with me, I can naturally refuse and think of the best method to get the most profit. But if you are personally negotiating with me, if I can do it, I will agree to it as a favor for a friend." When Gao Feng heard Lin Yuan's words, he felt a surge of warmth. "Brother, I am personally doing business with you, but this favor might be a little hard. If you think that it is too much effort, then you can just reject me." During this period, Gao Feng had sought out help from many others apart from Lin Yuan. He had basically used up all of his connections. However, he hadn't been able to obtain any practical help. When Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng's words, he could roughly guess what kind of favor Gao Feng wanted. Gao Feng had been making transactions of completely jade-textured wood and high-quality bronze phase. Therefore, these two things were excluded, but it should be related to what creation masters could do. As expected, Gao Feng continued saying, "Brother, I wonder if you have any creation master resources you can lend me? You can just name your price." Lin Yuan immediately knew he had guessed it correctly. However, Lin Yuan's guesses were still a little deviated. Gao Feng didn't just want a specific thing. He wanted creation master resources. Lin Yuan was entirely different from regular creation masters. Lin Yuan's current weakness was that he couldn't enhance any high-grade Fey. Therefore, in terms of nurturing high-grade Feys, Lin Yuan couldn't do anything as long as he didn't advance his Spirit Chi professional rank. The enhancement of high-grade Feys was Lin Yuan's most obvious shortcoming. Lin Yuan might have plenty of superior items that only high-class creation masters could produce, but Lin Yuan didn't have any creation master resources. Previously, Lin Yuan had been taking the burden of the creation master's job for the entire Sky City. Now that Gao Feng wanted to borrow creation master resources, Lin Yuan couldn't possibly pack himself up and mail himself to Gao Feng, right? He also couldn't just introduce his master, the Moon Empress, to Gao Feng, right? Even if he were to introduce the Moon Empress, Gao Feng wouldn't dare to invite her. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan had a thought that he had to recruit creation masters. However, Lin Yuan would have his own requirements when recruiting a creation master. They had to be high-class creation masters. Only high-class creation masters could compensate for Lin Yuan's lacking creation master ability. Creation masters were the most precious Spirit Chi professionals in the entire Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan would need to do a lot of planning in order to recruit a high-class creation master. Even though Lin Yuan couldn't immediately give creation master resources to Gao Feng, he still asked, "What kind of creation master resources do you need?" Gao Feng explained as though he was complaining about something to a friend. "Brother, did you not hear about the difference between this active period of the dimensional rifts and the past?" Lin Yuan replied upon hearing that, "I am not very clear of the things that happened during this period." Gao Feng felt it was a little weird that Lin Yuan didn't even know these things. Even if Lin Yuan had not been at the seaside of the royal capital, he should have witnessed the incident that most factions were speechless and complaining about, right? This year's active period opened up several times more dimensional rifts than before. Among them, the water world dimensional rifts are the largest in number at the sea regions. When the dimensional rift's source-type items are extracted, it will release a large amount of Spirit Chi before closing. For phase on land, the massive release of spirit chi is a great thing. However, it isn't entirely good for the phase in the sea region. Brother, I was actually able to find the infant stage elemental shellfish that you wanted previously. But now, even if my grandfather makes a move, it is impossible to get any. The massive spirit chi released by the water-world dimensional rifts evolved all of the deep-sea elemental shellfish into the damned explosive pearl shellfish. Lin Yuan couldn't help getting dumbfounded. He suddenly understood why during the group welfare auction, be it Master Duan Li or Wang Fuxiang, they had avoided choosing the water elemental heavenly maiden-grade pearls. The concentrated spirit chi in the sea had evolved most of the elemental shellfish into explosive pearl shellfish. As a result, it would be a long time before anyone could find any infant-stage elemental shellfish from the deep sea. Most of the factions nurtured elemental shellfish in order to nurture Foundation-class resources like the island whale. Therefore, the aquamarine elemental shellfish were the most common elemental shellfish. Even though the water elemental pearls had the highest consumption rate among all the elemental pearls, this was the time when supply and demand came in. The water elemental pearls were now the cheapest among all the elemental pearls. However, this was actually great news for Lin Yuan as he had a limited number of water elemental pearls. Lin Yuan had used most of the water elemental pearls to nurture the floating island whale, while the rest of the elemental pearls would have increasing values. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng saying, "I have discussed with my grandfather and wish to create my own rising faction. Therefore, I am planning to construct a marine fey breeding base. Brother, I don't wish to hide it from you. I am looking to borrow Creation Master resources because I hope that the Creation Master on your side can help me to nurture some spotted coral jade. The Gao family has been exploiting deep-sea resources. Due to massive spirit chi released by the water-world dimensional rifts, many of the deep-sea fays are abnormally active. This allowed the Gao family to capture plenty of production-type deep-sea fays. The capture of the deep-sea fays has made the Gao family's creation masters so busy that they are going crazy. However, my marine fey breeding base has just been constructed, and because all the Gao family's creation masters are busy, I am in a situation where I have no creation masters to use." Gao Feng explained in an abnormally honest manner and didn't hide anything from Lin Yuan. When constructing a marine fey breeding base and artificially nurturing those fragile marine fays, a careless mistake might just cause all of them to die. A single marine fey's death would mean that Gao Feng's breeding technique had a problem. It might possibly be accompanied by a large number of deaths among the marine fays, causing Gao Feng losses that he might not be able to compensate for. The coral jade that Gao Feng required from creation masters was turned into jade-textured corals from regular corals. Once the coral jade was nurtured by the creation master's highly concentrated spirit chi, it would activate the coral polyps that formed the corals and start to develop dense spots inside the coral jade. If these spotted coral jade were crushed and ground, they could be scattered into the marine fey breeding base pool to create a deep-sea environment. Once those marine fays ate the crushed spotted coral jade, it would speed up the development of the marine fays and also keep them in a healthy state. The spotted coral jade also gave a significant boost to the marine fays breeding ability. Gao Feng wanted to use the spotted coral jade to nurture some female breeding fays in his newly constructed marine fey breeding base. Lin Yuan silently contemplated for a moment and said, "I can help you solve the problem of the spotted coral jade." Gao Feng was overjoyed like a blooming flower, but he said softly in a shy tone, "Brother, the quantity of spotted coral jade might be rather large." Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone had already spared out a piece of land, and he had been thinking how to use it. Now, it just so happened that he could use it to help Gao Feng to nurture large quantities of spotted coral jade. Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone might be able to nurture spotted coral jade, but he couldn't nurture corals into regular coral jade. After all, regular coral jade would need an extremely long period to be produced, even in the spirit lock spatial zone. The formation of coral jade would only happen after hundreds of thousands of years in the deep sea after the coral absorbed the nutrients from the spirit chi. It was a kind of mineral that could only be produced at the bottom of the sea. Lin Yuan could buy them if he wanted to, but since the Gao family had been exploiting the deep sea resources, they should have plenty of regular coral jade. As long as you can provide me with regular coral jade, then I can supply you with 300 caddies of spotted coral jade every 10 days. Gao Feng let out a violent cough after hearing Lin Yuan's reply. His lips shook as he said, 300 caddies? Brother, I have plenty of coral jade, but 300 caddies of spotted coral jade are simply too much. Even if you can supply them to me, I will not be able to afford them. Lin Yuan had a quick thought as he asked, You've personally constructed his marine fey breeding base. Since I can supply you the creation master resources that you require, why don't you think about building a bigger breeding base? Gao Feng's eyes flickered with radiance after hearing Lin Yuan's question and subtly understood Lin Yuan's meaning. He said that he couldn't afford 300 caddies of spotted coral jade, but Lin Yuan still insisted on supplying them to him. It meant that Lin Yuan wished to join as a shareholder in this deal in exchange for the supply of the creation master resources. As for the method of becoming a shareholder, Gao Feng had been very resistant. If someone was to join as a shareholder, it would mean that a portion of the marine fey breeding base would belong to that shareholder. If Lin Yuan were to express his intention to join as a shareholder when Gao Feng first called Lin Yuan, even if Gao Feng treated Lin Yuan as a friend, Gao Feng wouldn't hesitate to refuse. But now it was different as Gao Feng was at his most difficult time. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to provide help to Gao Feng and was willing to invest an unexpectedly huge amount of creation master resources. It would allow Gao Feng to establish a rising faction that was far beyond his expectation. Gao Feng muttered for a long time before making a reluctant decision and gnashed his teeth as he said, Brother, if you can provide me 300 caddies of spotted coral jade every 10 days, then you don't need to bother about the other matters of the marine fey breeding base. We shall split the shares in half. Lin Yuan was shocked when Gao Feng said they would be evenly splitting the shares. Spotted coral jade was impossible to form in the deep-sea environment. Even if there was a very high concentration of spirit qi, it still wouldn't reach the conditions for the coral jade to produce the spots. It could only be nurtured with a high-class creation master's pure spirit qi. However, the spotted coral jade had very small effects and could only be considered to be a useful spiritual ingredient for marine fays. Only people like Gao Feng, who was preparing to construct a marine fey breeding base, would have such a huge demand for it. If Lin Yuan could provide 300 caddies of spotted coral jade, it was the same as providing Gao Feng with high-class creation master resources. But Lin Yuan never expected Gao Feng to value these resources for 50% of shares. With 50% of shares, Lin Yuan was now suddenly transformed into a boss of a marine fey breeding base like Gao Feng. Logically speaking, if Gao Feng wanted to establish a rising faction, he wouldn't possibly want to share any control and authority with others. However, Gao Feng chose to split the shares equally with him. It was enough to see Gao Feng's sincerity for this collaboration. In regards to Gao Feng's sincerity, Lin Yuan immediately made a response. Apart from the spotted coral jade, when you are breeding a huge quantity of marine fays, you will probably need pure elemental energy. I have plenty of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. If you need them, you can just request them from me. Gao Feng suddenly felt relaxed after hearing the response. Earlier on, when Gao Feng had decided to give Lin Yuan 50% of the shares, it might be a little impulsive, but now Gao Feng felt he was abnormally at ease to collaborate with Lin Yuan. There weren't many rising factions nurturing marine fays, so the competition between these rising factions was very intense. Especially with the investment of creation master resources, it would immediately increase the competitive edge of a rising faction that relied on the breeding of marine fays. Gao Feng could actually make use of the Gao family's massive resources in the deep-sea business to establish his rising faction. However, it was apparent that Gao Feng didn't want to rely on the Gao family for everything. Otherwise, there would be no meaning for him to establish a rising faction himself. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were things that Gao Feng was too embarrassed to mention to Lin Yuan. Gao Feng knew that Lin Yuan should have elemental pearls after obtaining the infant-stage elemental shellfish from him previously. However, due to the huge quantity of elemental shellfish that evolved into explosive pearl shellfish, elemental pearls were truly too precious. Gao Feng was planning to see if he could get the Gao family to think of some methods to obtain some. But as soon as Lin Yuan spoke, he was immediately investing resources like the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. It made Gao Feng feel that he had suddenly found a pillar to hug, even though he was from the richest family in Wind Mist City. This was a kind of feeling that Gao Feng felt for the first time, but he felt it was truly satisfying. Brother, if you can supply me with resources like the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, I will be truly grateful to you. For each heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl that you supply to me, I will purchase it at the market price. However, now that I have given you 50% of the shares, I cannot give you any more. But I can give you 10% of the profits from my shares. What do you think, brother? Lin Yuan didn't reject Gao Feng's proposal. He was negotiating a deal with Gao Feng. In fact, he was actually collaborating to develop a rising faction together. Gao Feng was providing the Gao family's ample resources and business channels in the deep-sea sector, while Lin Yuan was providing creation master resources. Lin Yuan would provide help to Gao Feng, but when discussing business, Lin Yuan would want to obtain the profits that he should have. From Gao Feng's words, Lin Yuan could feel that Gao Feng wished to obtain the market leader position in the marine fei breeding-based business. Lin Yuan didn't have any opinions toward this and was actually very approving of it. In any case, Lin Yuan didn't have the effort and time to develop the breeding base together with Gao Feng. To Lin Yuan, the most profitable method was to simply wait for the dividends. As such, Lin Yuan said up front, even if I have 50% of the shares, I will only be involved in the dividends and will not be managing it. Therefore, I will need to trouble Brother Gao in the development of the rising faction. Gao Feng felt that Lin Yuan was too particular. When he expressed his intention to negotiate a deal with Lin Yuan, the latter immediately gave a response, unlike others who knew what was going on but acted confused. Even though Gao Feng was discussing a deal with Lin Yuan, Gao Feng felt he was very relaxed. After settling the collaboration for the rising faction with Gao Feng, Lin Yuan blinked his eyes with some surprise. Because of 2 deals he made with Gao Feng, they became acquaintances. Now, because of this marine fei breeding base, he had become business partners with Gao Feng. It meant that Lin Yuan could make use of this deal he had with Gao Feng to easily obtain the deep-sea resources from the Gao family. After discussing the deal with Gao Feng, Lin Yuan didn't forget to mention his own matter. Brother Gao, are you able to obtain any supreme-grade angelfish of bliss from your side? Gao Feng laughed in response and said, Brother, supreme-grade angelfish of bliss isn't that easy to obtain. If you asked me for help a month ago, I might just recommend you to try your luck with the veteran faction Aquarium of Bliss. However, it just so happens that during the increase of spirit chi at the surface of the sea, and in the deep-sea area where our Gao family is exploring, we found a school of angelfish of bliss and immediately captured them. The school of angelfish of bliss is around 2,000 in quantity, but if we really sort it out, there should be around 50 supreme-grade angelfish of bliss. Our Gao family is also planning to nurture this batch of supreme-grade angelfish of bliss. Brother, if you want them, I can get at least 20 for you. But it is a pity that when we captured them, the most superior supreme-grade angelfish of bliss, which is a female, was actually pregnant. Therefore, it resisted abnormally violently and is now severely injured. The price for healing the injured female is too much, and it isn't guaranteed that the rose within its stomach will be saved. Gao Feng heaved a sigh and said, It is truly a pity. Upon hearing Gao Feng's reply, Lin Yuan thought, if I am a little thrifty on the fish coat shed from the 20 supreme-grade angelfish of bliss, it might be enough for the daily consumption for spiritual type phase in the manor. However, Lin Yuan actually wanted to nurture the angelfish of bliss to use as the lake scenery in the man-made lake after the expansion. For this objective, let alone 20 angelfish of bliss, not even all 50 of the Gao family stock would be enough. However, Lin Yuan was rather interested in that injured female angelfish of bliss. With the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone Spirit Pool and the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's exclusive skill, Place of Life, Lin Yuan had absolute confidence he could heal the female angelfish of bliss and also successfully hatch the rose in its stomach. This wasn't the first time Lin Yuan served the role of a midwife. The female 5 fortune ranchu that Lin Yuan had obtained from Zhou Jiasen had also received Lin Yuan's help for the delivery. Brother Gao, then I shall trouble you to obtain 20 supreme-grade angelfish of bliss for me. You can also include that injured female too. Gao Feng could tell that Lin Yuan wanted to try healing the female angelfish of bliss. Thus, he immediately agreed. Before hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan said, "Before the new year, transport some regular coral jade for me to nurture first." Every empty space in the spirit lock spatial zone was a huge loss. Therefore, it was best to make use of the space as soon as possible. After ending the phone call, Lin Yuan realized he had unknowingly opened up a huge stall. Apart from the listening heron chamber of commerce, he now had another physical business. When Lin Yuan called Zhou Luo earlier, the latter had been sitting beside Lin Yuan, waiting for Lin Yuan to finish his phone call. Seeing that Lin Yuan ended the call, Zhou Luo asked, "Young master, do you need help from me?" Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Luo and asked, "Brother Zhou, how is your dark snake dragon lizard's nurturing?" Zhou Luo scratched the back of his head and replied, "Young master, I have just contracted the dark snake dragon lizard and didn't have time to nurture it yet. It is still in the same condition as the time you bestowed it to me." Zhou Luo said that he didn't have time to nurture the dark snake dragon lizard, not because he didn't have time, but because he was too embarrassed to say that he didn't have the resources to nurture it. After all, it was truly too shameful to say such things. Lin Yuan let out a breath of relief after hearing Zhou Luo's reply. It was fortunate that Zhou Luo hadn't immediately nurtured the dark snake dragon lizard after receiving it. If Zhou Luo nurtured it immediately and evolved it from bronze to silver, then Lin Yuan wouldn't know how to invest resources in Zhou Luo. "Brother Zhou, since you have yet to nurture the dark snake dragon lizard and merely contracted with it, why don't you leave the dark snake dragon lizard with me first? I will help you to enhance its quality." When Zhou Luo heard Lin Yuan's response, his eyes nearly popped out of his eye sockets. Unlike the others, Zhou Luo didn't know Lin Yuan's foundation, but Lin Yuan's words were definitely implying that he was going to enhance the dark snake dragon lizard's quality to legend. It didn't matter if Lin Yuan was going to upgrade the dark snake dragon lizard's quality to legend at bronze or silver. These were things that Zhou Luo could only dream about in his current situation. "Why, young master?" Before Zhou Luo could finish, Lin Yuan continued saying, "I remember that Brother Zhou still has an unused willpower rune. Brother Zhou, let me take a look at your third willpower rune. By then, Brother Zhou can upgrade both your second and third phase to fantasy breed." Zhou Luo's face immediately glowed with delight. Zhou Luo understood that during the battle within the dimensional rift outside Indigo Azure City, his performance had been good enough for Lin Yuan to treat him like his own men. Therefore, Lin Yuan was now beginning to invest massive resources in Zhou Luo to enhance his strength. Zhou Luo had already given his loyalty to Lin Yuan, and this was definitely Zhou Luo's best chance to receive Lin Yuan's praises. Zhou Luo was naturally going to hold tight to this opportunity. When Lin Yuan sensed Zhou Luo's comprehended third willpower rune, he pursed his lips. The willpower rune Zhou Luo had comprehended had a sticky, muddy feeling. It was considered an easily compatible willpower rune and was very suitable for defense Fey. During these 2 days, Lin Yuan hadn't been as hardworking as before. Instead, he had slowed down his pace and had a relaxing lifestyle for 2 days. After experiencing a life-and-death situation, Lin Yuan enjoyed the bustling New Year atmosphere in the Radiance Federation and felt that the entire world was abnormally wonderful. During these 2 days, the manor members would go out and shop around on the streets. The manor was now stocked up with New Year merchandise in Fey storage boxes, and it should already be enough to use until the next New Year. Chu Si had been pulling Lin Yuan along to paste plenty of fortune words inside the manor. Even the red sandalwood fish tank had been pasted with 2 patterned wordings. Abundance year after year. These ordinary patterned words and fortuitous words didn't affect the manor's overall beauty, but they made the manor cozier and warmer. 2 days ago, when Lin Yuan had finished negotiating the business with Gao Feng, in just less than half a day, 3,000 caddies of regular coral jade had already been delivered in Fey storage boxes by Ostrich Logistics. As for the 19 supreme-grade angelfish of bliss and the severely injured female angelfish of bliss, Gao Feng had also arranged them to be delivered together. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw those 19 supreme-grade angelfish of bliss. All of them were in 5 colors, while the tail and the fins were thin like silver veils. But when they were swimming, the fins and tails of the angelfish of bliss would glisten with a six-colored radiance and were exceptionally enchanting. When Lin Yuan looked at the postures of these angelfish of bliss, he felt as though he was looking at young ladies that were covered in veils. It did give off blissful feelings at a glance. Lin Yuan simply settled the 19 supreme-grade angelfish of bliss into the man-made lake. Even though the man-made lake's current environment wasn't the same as the angelfish of bliss original habitant, due to the mountain river eternal life carp's exclusive skill, place of life, the angelfish of bliss were abnormally at ease and didn't have any signs of them not adapting. As for that female angelfish of bliss which was at its dying breath, Lin Yuan settled it inside the spirit pool. The injuries of the female angelfish of bliss were overly severe. It was no wonder why the Gao family had decided to give up on it and wouldn't invest their efforts to heal it. Lin Yuan could see that this female angelfish of bliss's tail and fins were dilapidated. Its body also had plenty of massive wounds as it was violently struggling during the capture. Those massive wounds were already starting to fester. However, after 2 days of nourishment in the spirit pool, the festering wounds had already grown a thin layer of new flesh. Lin Yuan had already instructed Blackie to take good care of the dying female angelfish of bliss. Otherwise, Lin Yuan was really afraid that the carcinoma fey, the sea burial lotus flower, might just make a move on this injured female angelfish of bliss. With 2 days of rest, this female angelfish of bliss already had the strength to occasionally eat the butterfly shells at the bottom of the spirit pool. Lin Yuan only had to wait for this female angelfish of bliss to fully recover and release the rose within the spirit pool. Unlike Lin Yuan's relaxed 2 days, Hu Quan had been working overtime for the past 2 days. Hu Quan would be creating exquisite and artistic fireworks during the quiet nights. In fact, Hu Quan wasn't just working overtime and overnight for these 2 days. Ever since Lin Yuan had visited Indigo Azure City, Hu Quan had been working overtime and overnight without stopping. When you naturally didn't approve of Hu Quan working overtime late into the night, however, she didn't expect Hu Quan to secretly contract a special fae, the Vitality Sloth. The Vitality Sloth would be sleeping for the entire day and accumulating vitality. With all the accumulated vitality, the Vitality Sloth could then use its ability to transfer it to the contractor. Due to each individual's spiritual energy, the number of fays that could be contracted would be different. However, that number would be limited. For combat class spirit chi professionals, in order to maximize their combat strength, they would need to consider carefully when contracting each fay. As a class 5 spirit craftsman, Hu Quan had decided to contract a Vitality Sloth that could help him to sleep so that he could work overtime with more efficiency. He was truly a little stubborn. This stubborn nature of Hu Quan was something that when you couldn't do anything about. At present, even if Hu Quan didn't sleep, it would affect his body. When you couldn't possibly force Hu Quan to lie on the bed either. As such, when you had to allow Hu Quan to do as he pleased. Even though when you had grown up in the Radiant Moon Palace and was a knowledgeable person, she was still convincingly impressed by Hu Quan and sincerely gave Hu Quan the title of Liver Emperor. After working overtime for half a month, Hu Quan had already perfectly materialized most of Lin Yuan's thoughts and designs with his capability as a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Especially for the room's interior design for the Star Web private territory, Hu Quan had already created all the required things. Lin Yuan watched as Hu Quan created these things and said to himself, I have already bought the private faction territory on Star Web for a very long time, but it has been empty, so I haven't made use of it yet. Now that everything is prepared, my Star Web private faction will be announced soon. However, it was going to be the new year soon, and Lin Yuan still had plenty of things to do. As for the interior of the Star Web private faction territory, Lin Yuan still had to scan the things that Hu Quan created and arrange them inside. After having a discussion with everyone, Lin Yuan set the start of operations for the Star Web private faction territory to be 3 days after the new year. Originally, Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Chu Ci, Lu Jie, the mother of Bloodbath, and Endless Summer were seated on the water rhinoceros leather sofa and watching the quarterfinal Guild Alliance's S-tournament matches. Lu Jie was a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, so he was giving Chu Ci an explanation of all the 100 sequence members' abilities and their contracted phase. Since Lu Jie was a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, he naturally knew things that couldn't be found on Star Web. Lu Jie's explanation was truly an eye-opener for Chu Xi. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan felt a throbbing sensation from the depths of his soul. Lin Yuan heard an abnormally distinct and ethereal voice echoing in the depths of his soul. "My lord!" After hearing this voice, Lin Yuan immediately returned to his room. At that moment, the sacred source lifeforms, Grace Queen and Sword of Punishment, had already completed their fusion. Lin Yuan circulated the power deep in his soul and summoned the newly fused sacred source lifeform. When Lin Yuan summoned the sacred source lifeform, he saw the young lady with closed eyes who was originally deep in his soul. She was in a knee-length dress with a sacred sword in hand, standing in front of him now. At present, the young lady's tightly shut eyes were shaking lightly. The moment the young lady opened her eyes, an aura burst out from her body. As the contractor, when Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform released its aura, it wouldn't affect Lin Yuan at all. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't feel anything special from this aura. However, the expressions of the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer that were sitting together on the water rhinoceros leather sofa turned cold. They were both myth breeds that had comprehended lore runes. The aura that was emitted from Lin Yuan's room made the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer feel that the lore runes they comprehended were just decorations or toys waiting for someone to pick. This sensation made the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer exchange appalled glances. The two of them could see each other's shocked emotions. When Lu Jie felt the aura, he only felt something moving in the depths of his soul. Since Lu Jie possessed a sacred source lifeform, when another possessor of a sacred source lifeform emitted an aura, he should be able to sense it. Lu Jie immediately knew that the aura he felt should be the first cry released when Lin Yuan finished forming the contract with the sacred source lifeform. As for the aura emitted from Lin Yuan's room, the people who could sense it clearly were Lu Jie, who had contracted a sacred source lifeform, and the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer that had comprehended law runes. Chu Xi had also comprehended willpower runes, so she could also feel the aura emitted from Lin Yuan's room that made her willpower rune abnormal. Chu Xi immediately stood up and wanted to knock on Lin Yuan's door to find out what was happening inside. However, when Chu Xi stood up, the mother of Bloodbath stopped her and said, "Chu Xi, your elder brother is a creation master. If he returns to his room at this time, he should be doing some work." After experiencing the previous incident, not only the mother of Bloodbath, but even Endless Summer was constantly alert 120% of the time. The mansion couldn't have any danger inside. With Endless Summer, a suzerain/myth 3 fae that was adept at scouting and had the Enlightenment lore rune, it wasn't possible for any enemy to sneak into the mansion without getting detected unless it was a creation breed that was adept at hiding and had sneaked inside. The mother of Bloodbath was rather curious as to what was happening inside Lin Yuan's room to emit such an aura. However, the mother of Bloodbath knew the reasoning that when a creation master was working, it should not disturb the creation master no matter what was happening. When Chu Xi heard the mother of Bloodbath's reminder, she immediately reacted and felt that she was overly concerned and didn't consider things thoroughly. If Lin Yuan was working on a creation master project, her knock on the door might just distract Lin Yuan and cause him to make a mistake. Chu Xi might still be sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa to watch the tournament, but she would constantly look toward Lin Yuan's room. She looked to be very distracted. When you grinned when seeing the scene and recalled how Lin Yuan would always talk about Chu Xi, she couldn't help lamenting the sibling love between Chu Xi and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at his contracted sacred source lifeform and sensed its first cry. At that moment, Lin Yuan found out that the new sacred source lifeform, which was a fusion of the Grace Queen and the Sword of Punishment, was now finally able to be used. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on his sacred source lifeform. Sacred source name: Sacred Sword-wielding Queen, Sacred Source Species. Source genus/Sacred Source Species, Sacred Source Star Grade. 0 star, Sacred Source Type, Unknown. Lin Yuan finally learned the name of his sacred source lifeform. However, Lin Yuan realized that the data of the sacred source lifeform was entirely different from regular phase. The grade of a sacred source lifeform wasn't separated according to the normal, elite, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum grades. The quality wasn't separated into the normal, elite, flawless, epic, and legend either. True data stated that sacred source lifeforms were separated by star grades. Since Lin Yuan didn't know something, he had to find out the principle. He checked on the time and realized it was only 8 p.m., so he made a phone call to the Moon Empress. The phone merely rang a few times before the Moon Empress accepted the call. Lin Yuan then immediately asked about the things he didn't know. When the Moon Empress heard Lin Yuan's questions, she suddenly had a delighted feeling. As a master, apart from the routine question and answer sessions, she was finally useful for dispelling confusions too. But after a brief moment of delight, the Moon Empress felt that she didn't fulfill her obligations as a teacher. She already knew that Lin Yuan had contracted a sacred source lifeform, but during the question and answer session, she mainly talked about the knowledge on forming a contract with sacred source lifeform and forgot to explain the difference between sacred source lifeforms, regular phase, and source type lifeforms. The Moon Empress explained in detail. What you say is correct. Each sacred source lifeform has an ability that is unique and will never be replaced. There are no weak and strong abilities, so the sacred source lifeform cannot be separated with grade and quality. At the same time, because sacred source lifeforms don't need to fuse with the contractor's willpower runes, the sacred source lifeforms are no longer the same as regular phase and source type lifeforms, which can evolve to fantasy breed, myth breed, and creation breed. Sacred source lifeforms have their own unique grading, from 1 star to 12 stars with a total of 12 grades, also known as the sacred source 12 stars. However, the star grade of the sacred source lifeform doesn't represent the strength of the sacred source lifeform. It represents the development extent of the sacred source lifeform's ability. When the sacred source lifeform is just contracted, it will have one ability. Afterward, the sacred source lifeform will go through a transformation with each increase of 3 star grades and unlock another ability. According to the star grade, 0 to 3 stars will be the infant stage of the sacred source lifeform. 4 to 6 stars will be the adolescent stage. 7 to 9 stars will be considered the mature stage of the sacred source lifeform. 10 to 12 stars is called the sacred source lifeform's complete stage. After hearing the Moon Empress explanation, Lin Yuan immediately understood the principle behind the grading of sacred source lifeforms. It made Lin Yuan more aware of the importance of knowledge. Lin Yuan suddenly had a thought in his mind that knowledge was power. The moment he had this thought, he felt the willpower rune in his mind that was related to knowledge had increased a little more. Just as Lin Yuan was about to gather the willpower rune that was related to wisdom, an accident occurred. Lin Yuan failed to gather this willpower rune as smoothly as planned. Instead, it was stuck. Lin Yuan had been a membrane's breadth away from understanding this wisdom-related willpower rune. Now, the membrane had a hole in it, and it had become stuck just as it was about to leak out of the hole. This dilemma of being neither here nor there frustrated Lin Yuan. For the first time, Lin Yuan felt that it was difficult to comprehend a willpower rune. But since he had an inkling of this willpower rune, he was one step closer to comprehending it. In contrast to the frustrated Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress was ecstatic after the call ended. Mystic Moon walked into the inner palace and said to the Moon Empress, "Moon Empress, I've taken care of the matter you assigned me to complete. I can head to the Startling Lines continent anytime to pick a suitable location to build the Young Lord's space tunnel." The Moon Empress placed her teacup on the jade table and said, "Mystic Moon, I recall that your sacred source life form is stuck on Star 8. It's a hair's breadth away from Star 9. Zishi's main body brought you something when it came back from the outskirts. It might be able to push your sacred source life form up to Star 9. Zishi's main body will be back in a few days. After you enjoy New Year's, let's try improving your sacred source item to Star 9. Despite Mystic Moon's composed expression, his brows exemplified his excitement. If I can really improve my sacred source lifeform to Star 9, it will gain a new ability. The entire star web should also be updated. The Moon Empress nodded. Star web was originally the product of the abilities of 3 sacred source lifeforms. If I'm not wrong, the Space Elder's hollow crystal shellfish also evolved not long ago. It looks like the first Radiance 100 sequence exam on Star Web will be even more interesting. After the phone call, Lin Yuan shook his head and shook out all his feelings of frustration. He checked the abilities of his sacred source lifeform. Abilities: Queen Form: 1. Queen's Skirt Hem. Able to absorb the willpower runes from the bodies of dead phase or source-type items. The willpower runes or law runes from myth breed phase law crystals will be carved on the Queen's skirt. The law crystals which have their laws absorbed will become law crystals that possess pure law power. Sacred Sword Form: 1. Blade of Sacred Sword. When the spirit chi in the body is depleted, the blade will pierce the skirt hem to unleash all the laws and willpower stored within. Lin Yuan almost bit his tongue off. His sacred source lifeform really lived up to the fact that it was a combination of two sacred source lifeforms. Not only did it have two forms, but each form also had its own ability. In Lin Yuan's opinion, there was no difference between the two forms having an ability each and having two overall abilities. It seemed as though both abilities could be used in conjunction. However, the Blade of Sacred Sword ability was fully dependent on the Queen's Skirt Hem ability's laws and willpower. Without the Queen's Skirt Hem, the Blade of Sacred Sword would be useless. This indicated that when the Grace Queen and Sword of Service combined, the Grace Queen took the lead. Nonetheless, this brought Lin Yuan twice the joy. Amongst the two abilities, the Queen's Skirt Hem made Lin Yuan feel that he had the power of a Class 5 Creation Master. He could now nurture pure law power. However, Class 5 Creation Masters used a variety of rare spiritual ingredients in law runes to concoct spirit fluid with pure law power. Lin Yuan needed to rely on the ability of the sacred sword-wielding Queen's Queen form. Different law crystals were just like different flavored drinks. Once the flavorings were removed, only the base water was left. The Queen's Skirt Hem removed all the special law energy from law crystals, leaving the law crystals with only pure law power. Presently, Lin Yuan could not quickly evolve his phase quality. With the sacred sword-wielding Queen, Lin Yuan's Creation Master abilities were now at Class 5 level. It was different from the law crystals that formed naturally after the deaths of Myth Breed phase. Once a Myth Breed phase died, the willpower rune in its body would continue to exist in its body if its body was still viable. However, if the Myth Breed phase body was separated into different spiritual ingredients, the willpower rune left in the mangled Fey carcass would dissipate during the separation process. Not even a Class 5 Creation Master could extract willpower runes from a myth breed of source-type lifeform unless law stripping took place, like when the mother of Bloodbath encountered Fei Qianxiong's blood-toothed cricket. The Queen's Skirt Hem's ability made it easy for Lin Yuan to garner law energy to supply the Blade of Sacred Sword ability. Even if Lin Yuan possessed a few law crystals, it would not be easy for him to procure more unless it came from his enemies. If every person was a Fey, Lin Yuan felt that he had to be a production-type Fey. Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen turned Lin Yuan into a bona fide top producer. With regards to the Sacred Sword form using willpower and laws as a means of attack, Lin Yuan could not help but feel as though his Sacred Source life form treated the venerated willpower and laws as toys. It seemed less like a feeling and more like the truth. When Lin Yuan checked his Sacred Sword-wielding Queen, it had opened its eyes and was also looking at him. After forming a marrow contract with a Sacred Source lifeform, one basically acquired a highly intelligent newborn. It was completely ignorant of how the world worked. As the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen looked at Lin Yuan, its expression kept changing. It thought that its contractor was a rather dull mute. The highly intelligent Sacred Sword-wielding Queen blinked. Could not help but be worried for its future. Why if this contractor of mine is actually stupid? It really needed to think deeply about this problem. After struggling for a second, the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen noticed that its contractor seemed to be studying it. His expression changed from admiration to deep pondering, to uneasiness, and finally back to admiration. The Sacred Sword-wielding Queen cleared its throat and said in an ethereal voice, "Master, I have only just descended into this world. Please bestow upon me a name." After hearing the Sacred Source lifeform speak, Lin Yuan was certain that it was smarter than ordinary Fays. Only highly intelligent beings who were capable of independently contemplating life would be curious about their name the moment they were born. It was as though it required some sort of marking or name to prove itself. Lin Yuan understood why the Moon Empress had emphasized on forming a marrow contract with such an intelligent life form. If only a blood contract was formed with a sacred source life form, once there was a difference in opinion between the contractor and such a highly intelligent life form, it was likely that they would be unable to cooperate during battle. However, Lin Yuan did not need to worry about this. No matter how intelligent the sacred source life form was, Lin Yuan had formed a marrow contract with the sacred sword-wielding queen, and it had been subsumed into his soul. Now it was a part of Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan did not know that his sacred source life form regarded him as rather dull. Lin Yuan felt that he specialized in naming. Genius was a genius, which was why it was named so. Chimey was a sound bird and could sing, which was why it was named Chimey. The spirit-drawing ichthyosaur had an all-black body, which was why it was named Blackie. Simple, sweet, and majestic. Lin Yuan took note of the long ivory skirt that the sacred sword-wielding queen was dressed in. What about Whitey? The sacred sword-wielding queen immediately squeezed its sword tightly. After merging with Lin Yuan's soul, the sacred sword-wielding queen digested all of Lin Yuan's memories and knowledge. The sacred sword-wielding queen was full of questions when it heard Lin Yuan say, Whitey. A name like Whitey should be given to a small and friendly white dog. In order to prevent Lin Yuan from naming it Whitey, the sacred sword-wielding queen quickly suggested, Master, I should be called Pill. The newly born sacred sword-wielding queen came up with its first-ever idea. It wanted to plant an idea in the mind of its contractor. The name Pill was meant to inspire him to treat it like a pill. The sacred sword-wielding queen wanted to turn its contractor from a dull mute to the smartest person in the world. Lin Yuan was shocked to hear the sacred source lifeform name itself. Isn't that name too common? How is it as nice as Whitey? Lin Yuan offered a friendly suggestion. How about White Pill? The sacred sword-wielding queen accepted Lin Yuan's suggestion without protest. Its contractor was not very smart, and it had already taken the liberty of naming itself. If it still did not accept its contractor's suggestion, the sacred sword-wielding queen would be disrespecting its contractor. That would not be allowable. The sacred sword-wielding queen balled its fists tightly. It was confident that its contractor would eventually come up with a better name than White Pill for it with it around. Who cares what color of pill I am? I'll be a good pill as long as I help my contractor to become more clever. Lin Yuan had never seen the sacred source lifeforms of others. But from the name Hollow Crystal Shellfish, Lin Yuan could tell that it was not a humanoid lifeform but rather some sort of shellfish. Previously, one of his sacred source lifeforms was the Sword of Punishment before fusing with the Grace Queen. It was a weapon instead of a humanoid being. Thus, Lin Yuan landed on the conclusion that sacred source lifeforms could take all kinds of forms. Although his sacred source lifeform had a human form, Lin Yuan had carefully observed that the sacred sword-wielding queen had a different type of human form than Myth Two-Phase. The sacred sword-wielding queen did not have a fully corporeal form. It existed as a half-corporeal entity. Lin Yuan remembered that he still had the two dead dark-type fantasy breed phase given to him by Endless Summer in his Diamond Phase storage box. Those two dark-type phase were the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and dark spirit-eye tadpole that Endless Summer had encountered while protecting Listen. Both the dark-type phase corpses were completely preserved. Lin Yuan had not had the time to deal with the bodies of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and the dark spirit-eye tadpole, so he had left them in the phase storage box. It was a good opportunity to test the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt hem ability of absorbing the willpower of dead phase. Lin Yuan entered his room to summon the two dead phase. Luckily for Lin Yuan, his room was large enough. Otherwise, the dark-eyed scorpion tiger could have ruined the valuable jade artifacts in the room. When the sacred sword-wielding queen saw Lin Yuan summon the two dead phase, a hungry look appeared on its face. It looked like it had just seen a scrumptious delicacy. The sacred sword-wielding queen pointed at the two dead phase and said to Lin Yuan, "Can I eat them?" It looked like a child who had just spotted a tasty snack and was asking their parent for permission to dig in. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He initially felt that the sacred sword-wielding queen was toying around with willpower and laws. However, he now felt that the sacred sword-wielding queen did not toy around with willpower and laws. treated them as food. Lin Yuan gladly nodded. Of course you can. With Lin Yuan's permission, the sacred sword-wielding queen walked up to the two dead fays. The two dead fays were skinned with a bright flash of the sacred sword, while the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt suddenly expanded to form two balls of string. The two balls of string entered the two dead fays' bodies through the sacred sword slash. The sacred sword-wielding queen rose to the tips of its toes, and its skirt started to sway. Shortly after, Lin Yuan realized that the carcasses of the two fays started to glow with a dark light. Inside the dark glow was an immense amount of dark elemental particles. It almost seemed though the two dead fays had been revived through the balls of string inside their bodies. Less than a minute later, two motes of willpower emerged from within the two massive dark energies. The two motes of willpower followed the strings and moved toward the dancing queen. Although they were both dark motes of willpower, the willpower from the dark-eyed scorpion tiger leaned toward the murderous intent aspect of darkness. On the other hand, the dark spirit tadpole's willpower leaned toward the silence aspect of darkness. Lin Yuan's sharp eyes caught sight of the two motes of willpower moving along the string to enter the queen's skirt. Color and light markings started appearing on the white skirt. Both the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and the dark spirit tadpole were strong fantasy breed fays, and a king-class expert had lovingly nurtured them. The Diamond X/Fantasy 4 dark-eyed scorpion tiger had almost reached the highest point of a fantasy breed fay. The sacred sword-wielding queen quickly leached away the willpower in the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's willpower rune. In a mere 5 minutes, there was not 1 ounce of willpower left in the long-dead dark-eyed scorpion tiger and dark spirit tadpole for the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb. Lin Yuan had been observing the two dead fays. He noticed that despite losing their willpower, the dark energy around the bodies of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and the dark-eyed scorpion tiger had not decreased. Lin Yuan's lip curled into a smile. It seemed that dead fays whose willpower the sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed could still be separated and used as spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan looked away from the dead fays and turned his attention back on the sacred sword-wielding queen. He was astonished by the sight of the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. The sacred sword-wielding queen's white skirt had been completely simple and unblemished. After absorbing the two dead fays' motes of willpower, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt had turned an inky black. The sacred sword-wielding queen's aura had also changed completely. There were now two kinds of willpower etched on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. It now looked like an adventurer who was lost in the night. The sacred sword-wielding queen's black skirt did not exude the same opaque darkness that regular cloth had. It carried the elusive darkness of fog and the silence of an enduring night. With a closer look, one would notice a terrifying murderous intent behind the darkness. It was like there was a scorpion tiger shrouded by the darkness of night and poised to attack its prey. Not only had the sacred sword-wielding queen's entire appearance changed, but the true data sacred source-type information about the sacred sword-wielding queen, which used to be blank, now stated dark-type. However, it still had 0 stars. Lin Yuan thought, is the sacred sword-wielding queen's type decided according to the willpower and laws it absorbs? Lin Yuan's hand shook, and a blue crystal with 2 gold cracks appeared in his hand. This crystal was the law crystal that the mother of Bloodbath had taken from the cold snow pine when it had just broken through to Myth 2. Judging from the subtle gold cracks, it was obvious that the cold snow pine's law crystal was the weakest law crystal that a Myth 2 Fae could produce. The cold snow pine's cold flames law was also extremely unorthodox. However, the cold snow pine's law crystal could be considered complete with 1 full law. The sacred sword-wielding queen, which had just snacked on 2 kinds of willpower and was now satisfied, locked its eyes onto the law crystal in Lin Yuan's hand. When Lin Yuan noticed the sacred sword-wielding queen's expression, he immediately handed her the cold snow pine's law crystal. After the sacred sword-wielding queen received the law crystal, it felt that its contractor was extremely good to it despite him being unintelligent. The sacred sword-wielding queen pressed the cold snow pine's law crystal to the top of its head. It embedded the cold snow pine's law crystal into the jewel-less crown that sat atop its head. The crown was suddenly alight with icy blue flames. The cold snow pine's law crystal emitted the glow of brilliant icy blue flames. The sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt swayed, and its petite crystal shoes were revealed. Lin Yuan realized that the darkness on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt was quickly overwhelmed and replaced with the pattern of a large snowflake that consisted of a variety of runes. The pine needles were lit up with the icy blue flames, turning the entire skirt an icy blue color. The initial darkness on the skirt was reduced to a shadow under the cold snow pine's pattern. Lin Yuan used true data to check, and he saw that the sacred sword-wielding queen's sacred source type had changed from dark type to ice type. It was not ice type and dark type. Lin Yuan was sure that the two dark type willpowers on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt had not disappeared. The willpower of two dark type fantasy breed phase could not compare with the laws of the myth 2 cold snow pine's law crystal. It became evident that the sacred sword-wielding queen's sacred source type was decided according to the type of willpower it had absorbed. The dominant willpower and laws would take precedence of the sacred sword-wielding queen's sacred source type. Lin Yuan watched as the sacred sword-wielding queen changed its appearance again. Its skirt was now burning with icy blue flames. The air around had become extremely chilly. Lin Yuan felt like he was playing a sort of dress-up game. After a moment's consideration, Lin Yuan took out his remaining 2 law crystals. It was better to give them to the sacred sword-wielding queen than to have them lying around. The sacred sword-wielding queen swayed its skirt around, and it felt that it was the happiest sacred source life form in the world. One of the law crystals came from the crow that had ambushed Endless Summer, and the other came from Nightmare 6 of the Zheng family's Nightmare Squad. Both law crystals came from the bodies of Pinnacle Myth 2 phase, so the 2 gold cracks on each crystal were blinding. The sacred sword-wielding queen embedded both law crystals into its crown. Lin Yuan felt that all the space in his room had been dyed black by the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. It was like the night, after an hour, when the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed all the laws in the law crystal into its skirt. It changed its appearance again. When Lin Yuan looked at it, he felt as though he was staring at the embodiment of darkness. It was like he was standing in an abyss and looking directly at the darkness. There were now 2 dark-type willpowers, and 2 dark-type laws etched on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. The endless darkness of the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt seemed like a continuous nightmare full of decay and death. Under the darkness sprouted a blue snow pine, giving the nightmare a hint of life. At the top branch of the snow pine sat a crow and a bat. They looked extremely strange. The 3 law crystals on the sacred sword-wielding queen's crown had turned a pure white. The pure white law crystal shone from within. Lin Yuan knew that the shine came from the pure law power. Lin Yuan noticed from true data that the sacred sword-wielding queen's initial 0 stars had increased to 1 star. However, Lin Yuan was not happy about this improvement. Rather, he felt mounting pressure. How much willpower and laws will I need to collect to reach top stars for the sacred sword-wielding queen? Despite the pressure Lin Yuan felt, the sacred sword-wielding queen was very satisfied. It felt great to increase its stars the moment it was born. The sacred sword-wielding queen had no clue that it would not be easy for it to experience such a feast again. After he thought about it, Lin Yuan decided not to test the sacred sword form's ability. He did not know if the sacred sword-wielding queen was willing, but he could not bear to rip the skirt that he had just set up after much effort. No matter how he thought about it, Lin Yuan felt that the blade of sacred sword ability was definitely a self-sabotaging ability. The sacred sword-wielding queen handed the 3 law crystals that were full of pure law power to Lin Yuan and said, "Master, here's the rubbish leftovers of what I ate." Lin Yuan almost fainted after he heard what it said. My sacred source life form is crazy. It actually regards these law crystals with pure law power as rubbish. It has no clue how many Emperor-class experts and myth breed phase would treat these as treasures. They would do anything to get their hands on these. But Lin Yuan reflected on the sacred sword-wielding queen's style of consumption. It was not wrong to see these 3 law crystals as the sacred sword-wielding queen's waste. Lin Yuan carefully stored the 3 law crystals. No matter how the sacred sword-wielding queen thought of these pure white law crystals, the mother of Bloodbath would definitely need them to evolve to creation breed. The sacred sword-wielding queen was no longer a picture of white that it was in the beginning. It was now mostly black. Lin Yuan suggested, "I don't think white pill is suitable anymore. How about black pill instead?" The sacred sword-wielding queen stared blankly at its contractor, feeling that it should give up on its plan to make its contractor smarter. In less than 2 hours, its contractor had already changed its agreed-upon name. The sacred sword-wielding queen did not want to critique Lin Yuan's naming ability. There was no difference between white or black pill. It felt that it might be of more use if Lin Yuan changed its name to retarded pill. Lin Yuan walked out of his room and sat on the water rhinoceros leather sofa to watch the S-tournament with the rest of the group. The others could clearly tell that Lin Yuan's aura had changed. Lin Yuan used to be an affectionate and bright youth. Now, there was an added layer of mystery around his original foundation. The sacred sword-wielding queen was now a part of Lin Yuan's soul. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed 3 types of laws and 2 types of willpower, Lin Yuan was also feeling the effects. The willpower and law energy helped to prevent Lin Yuan from being scoped out. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer realized that they could no longer sense Lin Yuan's spirit chi professional rank. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer secretly activated the law runes in their bodies and found that they still could not accurately pinpoint Lin Yuan's spirit chi professional rank. Evidently, Lin Yuan had undergone a huge change when he went into his room. He had gained the ability to hide his abilities. If this was anyone else, Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath would be incredulous. However, it had happened to Lin Yuan. There were already too many unbelievable circumstances that had surrounded Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer were already used to it. After they watched the S-tournament, Chu Ci felt said with yearning, "We don't get to experience the atmosphere of the S-tournament watching it like this. If only we could go and watch it in real life." A thought seemed to strike Lu Jie, and he said, "On the 2nd day of the new year, there'll be an all-star match S-tournament. Although the all-star match is meant for entertainment as it is not as formal as the S-tournament, it involves all the A-level and B-level guilds. Chu Ci, if you want to go, I'll be able to get tickets. We'll all be able to go together. The highlight of the S-tournament is that the audience will enter a lucky draw. The winner will get the chance to challenge an all-star member." Chu Ci was already very interested in the opportunity to attend the S-tournament. As an impulsive defense-type spirit chi professional, her eyes lit up the mention of the chance to challenge a member of the S-tournament. "Big brother, do you want to go?" Chu Ci asked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled ruefully. "You're clearing raring to go. What's the point of asking me?" Chu Ci usually called Lin Yuan by his name. Lin Yuan had no reason to refuse since she had even gone as far as to call him Big Brother. The 3rd day of the new year will be the day that Sky City announces itself to the other rising factions and veteran factions. The 2nd day after the new year will be a good time for us to watch the All-Star Match S-tournament. When Chu Ci heard Lin Yuan's response, an expectant and thrilled smile appeared on her face. She made a peace sign toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled warmly back at her, revealing his pearly teeth. Lu Jie had taken out his phone and said to Chu Ci, "I'll book front row tickets now." Lu Jie immediately made the call. Lin Yuan thought, the S-tournament's all-star match is almost as large of an event as the S-tournament's finals. There are only 2 days left until the start of the all-star match. Lu Jie will easily be able to get front row tickets with one call. It's nice to have connections. Lu Jie soon hung up the phone. He said to the group with an odd expression on his face, "I've settled the front row tickets. There are 10 tickets in total, and we'll all be sitting together." As he spoke, Lu Jie thought back to the pure yet sorrowful voice on the other end of the phone. Could it really be depression? It's almost New Year's. Why does Bai Hao sound so devoid of life? Is that sparrow voice lowly goddess really so magnetic? After she had disappeared for such a long time, she was still able to keep Bai Hao wrapped around her finger. Whenever he had any spare radiance dollars, he would throw them into Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess's empty live-streaming room. Lu Jie was slightly doubtful. How did that arrogant Bai Hao become so obedient? The Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess' continuous disappearances were as newsworthy as the Radiance 100 sequence. When Zhao Xiaochun had eaten the last buffet restaurant in the royal capital out of business, it was still a step below the news of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess's disappearance. Lu Jie thought that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess' long-term disappearance could be good for Bai Hao. As time went on, Bai Hao would be able to bounce back from his current state of despair. Hu Quan was currently instructing his wood-weaving house centipede to swallow wenge and spit out completed jade-textured string that had markings. However, Hu Quan's attention was focused on Lin Yuan. When he watched Lin Yuan interact with Chu Ci, Hu Quan could not help but marvel at how much he spoiled his sister. The others were not aware of how many things Hu Quan had created for Lin Yuan's private faction territory. He only presented the items to Lin Yuan once they were done. Lin Yuan decided to debut his new private faction on Star Web to the other rising factions and veteran factions on the third day of the new year. This meant that he was going to open their Star Web territory to other factions. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to ensure that the territory was properly decorated. Lin Yuan also needed to prepare the Fays who were going to decorate the territory. Hu Quan knew that it was not an easy task. Yet Lin Yuan was still willing to sacrifice a day to accompany Chu Ci to watch the All-Star match. This proved how much Lin Yuan cared about Chu Ci. In the eyes of a traditional man like Hu Quan, one did not need to outwardly express their care for someone else. It was proven in the times that they unconditionally took time out of their busy schedules to be with the one they cared for. Hu Quan poked the wood-weaving house centipede's back armor to tell it to continue working hard. He summoned the recently contracted Vitality Sloth. The Vitality Sloth was slightly confused after it was summoned. It loped its long claw over Hu Quan's neck and clung to his shoulder. It looked rather coy. However, the Vitality Sloth was too lazy. It closed its eyes and settled into a comfortable position to continue sleeping. Hu Quan carried the Vitality Sloth over to the water rhinoceros leather sofa and took a seat. Their combined weight caused the water rhinoceros leather sofa to sag. The rest of the people present were stunned by Hu Quan and the Vitality Sloth. What's with this loving pose? When you thought as she suspiciously eyed Hu Quan is a man who spends his days crafting. Could he have a skewed idea of love after being alone for such a long time? But that can't be because he reads too. I'll have to find time to take a look at the books he reads. Hu Quan patted the Vitality Sloth like he was comforting a child and said, "Vitality Sloth, show the boy holding the teacup your vitality flow ability." Lin Yuan had just picked up the teacup that was full of Wen Yu's freshly brewed 3 treasures tea when he suddenly felt a flow of qi entering him and filling him with energy. He was filled with so much energy that he felt like he did not need to sleep that night. Lin Yuan looked up at Hu Quan, and the latter's eyes were twinkling as he said, "Young lad, with all this energy, you won't feel burnt out after working all night." After Hu Quan spoke, everyone fell silent except Chu Ci. They looked at Hu Quan with an odd expression. Only Chu Ci found their reactions weird. She could not understand why they were all looking at the honest Uncle Hu that way. Hu Quan thought, there's no way Lin Yuan will be tired tonight after being exposed to vitality flow. He won't be tired the next day, even after working hard the whole night. This way, he'll be able to finish all the work he was supposed to do on the second day of the new year tonight. Hu Quan was still slightly reluctant. The Vitality Sloth's recovery of vitality was only just enough for its contractor. When it was not busy, it would rest, and the vitality would be slowly stored up. However, when the Vitality Sloth recovered the vitality of someone other than its contractor, it would be significantly depleted. The Vitality Sloth had used up all the vitality it had stored up in the last half-month on that vitality flow. Hu Quan scratched his head as he mulled. It looks like I should increase the Vitality Sloth's grade. Silver grade does not seem to be enough. Even if it doesn't recover anyone else's vitality, as long as I read a book, I'll have to sleep at night. If I can evolve the Vitality Sloth to Platinum, I won't have to be worried about this. I haven't decided on my nickname as a Class 5 Spirit Craftsman. How about Happy Hu Quan? At that moment, the sacred sword-wielding queen's ethereal voice sounded out in Lin Yuan's head. Master, how about the name Extremely Lazy and Arrogant? Lin Yuan was sneering inward at the Vitality Sloth's name. When he heard the sacred sword-wielding queen's question, he answered without hesitation, Isn't that name a little too childish? How is it as nice as your name? Black Pill. The sacred sword-wielding queen initially wanted to discuss with Lin Yuan its issue with naming seriously. However, after hearing Lin Yuan's answer, the sacred sword-wielding queen decided against bringing up its issue. It only swayed its skirt woefully in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul. If he comes up with something strange during our discussion, he might change my name again. Lin Yuan could feel the vitality reinvigorating him. He felt as energized as if he had just slept for 2 days straight. Lin Yuan praised Hu Quan's vitality sloth to himself. Hu Quan noticed the way that Lin Yuan was looking at the vitality sloth. He forcefully carried the snoring vitality sloth and said carefully, "As a creation master, you should know how difficult it was for the vitality sloth to inject you with vitality. Don't you come up with any ideas for my baby vitality sloth from now on." Lin Yuan had initially planned to burn the midnight oil that night and bring the ingredients he had picked with Lu Jie, along with Chu Si, up to Leaning Moon Mountain the next morning. Lin Yuan had been afraid that he would be more tired than usual the next morning because of his previous night's hard work. Now that he had Hu Quan's help, Lin Yuan no longer needed to be worried about lacking energy the next day. Listen and Zhou Luo only returned after 11 o'clock at night. They sat down and had a cup of tea. "Young master, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has taken over a significant amount of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's resources. I asked Fei Qianxiong to transfer the resources which are poorer in quality and which will cause us to make a loss over to the other factions. Since selling off these resources, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has started transforming luxury goods. However, their sponsor, the Zheng family, has stopped providing them with resources. According to Fei Qianxiong, Bai Chengxiong and Bai Chenghu are very worried. Bai Chenghu has already gone to Indigo Azure City to contact the Zheng family's third lineage. He handed management of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to his brother, who is a hedonistic layabout that does not care about the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. Fei Qianxiong is in charge of handling most of the matters regarding the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce," said Listen to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not voice his thoughts about Listen's report. "Handle it however you see fit," said Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan instructed Listen to continue managing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, he had planned on taking a hands-off supervision role. When you had already told Lin Yuan about the recent tussles between the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. With the help of Fei Qianxiong as their spy, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was continuously eating away at the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's roots. Lin Yuan was gaining more and more faith in Listen's capabilities. Listen's eyes lit up when he heard what Lin Yuan said. After going to Indigo Azure City, Listen now knew what was going on with that patch of coastal sea. Listen had started to wonder if the deaths of his elders were not accidental after the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce gave the resources belonging to the Creation Masters that they had taken from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to the Zheng family's third lineage. From the moment that Zhao Hanzhong called out the sea burial lotus flower's name to slander Lin Yuan, Listen had become certain that everything that had happened to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was related to the Zheng family. After learning the truth, Listen could step out of the storm of doubt and conflict. Once his doubt and conflict were gone, Listen was left with hatred for the remaining members of the Zheng family. "Young master, since you were unconscious for some time, I have been secretly expanding the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. I haven't had the chance to sell the goods mixed with jade-textured wood powder. We've accumulated a large number now, and I think it's time to display them. However, if we display these luxury goods as regular goods, we won't be able to gain the greatest profit. As such, I want to sell them through an auction." Listen's idea was inspired by Lin Yuan's auction of the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls on Star Web. Due to their rarity and beauty, the non-useful elemental pearls with inner radiance had been auctioned off at inflated prices. It was an attractive concept. Thus, Listen wanted to create a brand with the large number of luxury goods that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had stored up. He wanted to earn the maximum profits off them by packaging them to the nines. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment after hearing Listen's proposal. "Since you want to conduct an auction, are you going to hold it in real life or on Star Web?" It was clear that Listen had his own plan in mind. I plan on auctioning them off in a live streaming room on StarWeb. A host will introduce these luxury items continuously the entire day. Uncle, who has already set up the Heavenly Craft Pavilion. The Class 3 Spirit Craftsman created unique designs for every item. Instead of selling them in bulk, each item will only be sold at a high price to the person who appreciates their unique beauty. Although it might be a slow start and the initial low participant rates could drive down the bids, I believe that the live streaming room will gain steam and improve tremendously with time. I found a store in the busy district of the royal capital. We can also select some of the luxury goods to sell there using the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and the Heavenly Craft Pavilion's reputation, replied Listen. Hu Quan's eyes lit up after he heard what Listen had said. Although Hu Quan had created the Heavenly Craft Pavilion out of service to Lin Yuan, he was more than happy to see the place become reputable. Otherwise, he would not have had the idea to create the Heavenly Craft Pavilion in the first place. He had also put a lot of thought into how he could boost the Heavenly Craft Pavilion to fame. Unfortunately, Hu Quan's mind was only suited to crafting, and it lacked the skills to think about anything else. But with Listen's idea, Hu Quan's problem had been resolved. The Heavenly Craft Pavilion only needed to produce luxury goods daily, and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would take care of the rest. Lin Yuan had not expected Listen to be so ambitious to want to tackle both online and offline. However, whether it was a live stream auction on StarWeb or a real-life auction, it would not be a success without some cornerstone items. The jade-textured wood in Lin Yuan's Spirit Lock spatial zone was constantly maturing. Almost all the furniture in the mansion's main residence was made of jade-textured wood, and each was well made. Thus, Lin Yuan no longer needed to set aside the jade-textured wood for the mansion's construction. This allowed the jade-textured wood to become resources that Lin Yuan could trade. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and 10 large jade-textured wood planks appeared by his feet. Since you're going to hold an online auction, I'll provide you with some good materials so that Hu Quan can make some cornerstone items, said Lin Yuan to Listen. Lin Yuan took out a handful of Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with Cloud Dream Lake Inner Radiance and handed them to Hu Quan. Uncle Hu, what do you think will be the effect of embedding these Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls into goods made of the jade-textured wood? Asked Lin Yuan. Although Hu Quan was already used to creating goods out of the jade-textured wood, the sight of so many shining jade-textured wood planks made him squint his eyes. When he saw the handful of Cloud Dream Lake pearls, he could not help but want to ask Lin Yuan if he had been born in a gold mine. How else can he produce precious items time after time? How is an old man like me supposed to hold back? The spirit craftsman's soul in Hu Quan trembled with excitement. All sorts of designs popped into his mind. Fusing any one of the elemental pearls into a sculpture made of jade-textured wood will result in buyers clamoring after it. It will definitely become even more of a luxury good. You can rest assured that the elemental pearls and jade-textured wood are in good hands with me. My skills will create luxury goods that are sure to shock them, said Hu Quan hurriedly. Listen was now full of questions. He had only come up with the idea to create goods with the jade-textured wood because he wanted to fulfill his promise to Lin Yuan to make the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce into a rising faction. He was surprised to see Lin Yuan support his idea and even provide him with precious goods that could be the star of the auction. With sculptures made of jade-textured wood that are embedded with Cloud Dream Lake pearls in my possession, why am I still worried about management and publicity? All these issues will eventually be sorted out. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was immediately boosted to the same level as veteran factions with such cornerstone items. Even though the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce could not compare with the veteran factions in any other way, they would be able to fake a style similar to that of the veteran factions. Listen had recently built up their labor force as the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had poached many of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's employees. He had also been preoccupied working with Fei Chenxiong to buy up the resources that the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was selling. He was especially focused on buying up all the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's Fei-related resources. Initially, Listen had not planned on returning to the mansion that night. However, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had received a letter, and Listen had no choice but to return to the mansion to show it to Lin Yuan. Listen took the letter out of the diamond Fei storage box and gave it to Lin Yuan. Young master, There's something off about this letter. Please take a look. Lin Yuan received the letter from Lin Yuan doubtfully. At first glance, Lin Yuan could not see any words written on the envelope. The envelope had already been torn open. Clearly, Listen had taken a look at its contents. When Lin Yuan looked at the letter's contents, he frowned. There was only one line written on the letter. On the coastal sea off Indigo Azure City, Jiao Hanzhong of the Zheng family's third lineage, Nightmare Squad of the Nightmare Squad, Zhang Kaiyuan. Lin Yuan thought deeply about these words as he passed the note to Wenyu. Lin Yuan asked Listen, "Do you know who sent this letter?" This letter was found in the body of a silver messenger pigeon. This evening, a silver messenger pigeon landed on the tree in the listening heron chamber of Commerce's yard. It spat out this letter and was about to fly away when Big Brother Zhou captured it, replied Listen. Lin Yuan had come to a conclusion after some contemplation. The messenger pigeon was a messenger-type fey, but because of Starweb, they were rarely used. They were mostly used by factions who wanted to communicate secrets to each other. The messenger pigeon had a nickname amongst the top factions, Anonymous Messenger Pigeon. The messenger pigeon was extremely good at passing secrets around. If someone tried to pry the message from it, the messenger pigeon would automatically move its digestive muscles to destroy the message. Lin Yuan concluded that given the messenger pigeon's speed, it required 9 days to travel from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital. Thus, the letter had been written soon after the incident occurred. Since he had entrusted the secret of his identity to the guard envoy, the bad blood between him and the Zheng family had not been leaked out. Only the eyewitnesses were aware of the incident. The eyewitnesses included the 2 guard envoys, Duan He, and the Indigo Azure Guard captain. Lin Yuan felt sure that none of them would bother with doing such a thing. Ergo, there was only one faction that knew the detailed truth of the matter. Lin Yuan turned and said to Wenyu, "It seems like the Zheng family's internal affairs is a seemingly clear lake that's hiding murky and insidious depths. Young master, the letter's contents coincide with my investigation. Nightmare 6 did belong to the Nightmare Squad. The 9 members of the Nightmare Squad stick by the Zheng family's 3 young masters. Nightmare 6 was part of the team guarding the second young master, Zhang Kaiyuan. Judging from the handwriting, if the writer wanted to give us information, he must be someone with a frail body. I can tell that the writer lacks strength from the writing force profile," said Wenyu. Wenyu studied the handwriting again and traced the paper with her hand. She could not help but feel that besides the first word stroke, the rest of the word strokes were written higher than average. It was as though the writing hand had been resting atop something. Lin Yuan didn't really mind this letter and message slip. He wasn't interested to know who wrote the message either. It didn't matter if the owner of this message was an enemy or friend. The Zheng family was definitely the enemy. Furthermore, the owner of this message slip wouldn't send him this information without a reason. If there were any motives, they would certainly look for him again. Lin Yuan was going to respond without action. The Zheng family's third lineage might have made a move on Listen, but Lin Yuan wasn't going to put the blame on the Zheng main family because of the relationship between the Zheng main family and the third lineage. However, the Zheng main family's second young master had already sent an emperor-class expert to make a move on him. It meant that Lin Yuan had finally fixed a grudge with the Zheng main family. Lin Yuan wouldn't have any hesitation when dealing with the enemy who wanted to kill him and his faction. Furthermore, Lin Yuan still had the sacred sword-wielding queen waiting for him to feed her with the willpower inside the willpower runes and the law inside the law runes. Lin Yuan asked Wenyu, "How much do you know about Zhang Kaiyuan?" Wenyu thought for a moment and said, "Zhang Kaiyuan is considered a rather special individual in the Zheng family. Zhang Kaiyuan's master is the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, Miao Qi. Even though the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master Miao Qi doesn't only have one disciple, Miao Qi views Zhang Kaiyuan with abnormal importance. At the same time, Zhang Kaiyuan's mother, Miao Ji, is also a core member of the elite faction, Miao family. Back then, because Miao Ji married to the Zheng family's current family head, it allowed the Zheng family to rise up from one of the weaker families to stand at the top of Indigo Azure City's 3 major families. The Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master Miao Qi is the blood sister to Zhang Kaiyuan's mother. Zhang Kaiyuan can address Miao Qi as master and also his aunt. After the information when you provided, Lin Yuan lightly tapped his finger on the water rhinoceros leather sofa. The Zhang family was actually involved with an elite faction. When speaking about elite factions, they were factions that were significantly higher in level than the veteran factions. They were considered the true colossus, just like the Gao family where Gao Feng was from. After developing their faction using the deep-sea resources, they had finally gained recognition from the other elite factions in the recent few years and had been promoted from a veteran faction to an elite faction. The Miao family had been an elite faction for close to 30 years, and their foundation was obviously deeper than the Gao family. The Zheng family's second young master, Zhang Kaiyuan, actually had the backing of the Miao family. As compared to the other descendants from veteran factions, he was truly worthy of being called noble. I remember the Zheng main family has 3 direct descendants. Since Zhang Kaiyuan is considered special, then what about the other 2? When you heard Lin Yuan's question, her eyes lit up as she suddenly recalled the information she had read on the Zheng family's main members in the Hidden Moon Pavilion after the accident happened to Lin Yuan. The Zheng family's eldest young master is the previous Zheng family head's child. The previous Zheng family head is also the current Zheng family head's elder brother. He has great combat talent and is greatly valued by the Zheng family's old lord. As for the third young master, he is the child of the current Zheng family head. But his mother isn't Miao Ji. As for the identity of the mother, it isn't recorded as it is considered trivial information. It is said that the third young master's mother died after giving birth to the third young master. As for the third young master, he isn't crippled by birth, but it is unknown why he has been sickly and sitting in a wheelchair all the time. Young master, do you think the Zheng family's third young master sent the message? After speaking, when you stuck out her tongue awkwardly and felt that her judgment was truly too subjective. How could she speculate based on written information? Lin Yuan listened to the introduction of the 3 direct descendants of the Zheng family and silently clicked his tongue. The relationship between the members of such prestigious families was truly complicated. The reason Lin Yuan poured in so many precious and luxurious resources to listen was that he planned to make a move on the Zheng family from a business method. The Zheng family was a veteran faction whose business method was to use luxurious resources. Lin Yuan might not be managing the daily operations of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. However, he had already set down its business direction together with Listen. As the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was getting developed, they were also going to be like burrowing insects. By using the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce as a medium, they would slowly penetrate into the Zheng family's business empire. As for the elite faction, the Miao family, Lin Yuan already had his plans. In order for Sky City to develop, they would definitely have to offend veteran factions and elite factions during the process. The Zheng family wouldn't be the first veteran faction they offended. If the Miao family made a move on them, then the Miao family wouldn't be the first elite faction either. No matter what, an act of revenge that should be taken shouldn't be forgotten. When you have time, help me check on an Emperor-class expert called Duan He. When Yu was seriously noting down Lin Yuan's request. After finishing the serious discussion, Lin Yuan realized that Chu Si had already fallen asleep on the sofa. With proficiency since young, Lin Yuan carried Chu Si and carried her into her room inside the mansion. He then placed her on the bed, took off her slippers, and gently pulled over the blanket for her. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to exit, he suddenly remembered that Chu Si had the habit of waking up in the middle of the night and was afraid of the dark. Lin Yuan then took a 5 fortune ran Chu out of the spirit lock spatial zone and placed it in a porcelain bowl before putting it on the bedside table. The bedside had a decorative black-back mountain boar, which was made of completely jade-textured wood. When it made contact with the spirit chi released from the 5 fortune ran Chu, it started to glow. With the jade-like luster's illumination, Chu Si was sleeping soundly and even had a blissful smile. After carrying Chu Si back to her room, Lin Yuan started to work overtime. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had also returned to their rooms to diligently increase their strength. Lu Jie went to the training room to familiarize herself with the transformed insect queen through live combat. Lin Yuan logged into the Star Web and started searching in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion to set up and decorate the private territory. Lin Yuan was very clear with what he wanted to search in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. He immediately searched for the starlight grass and floating cloud flower. These were considered expensive plant type phase. They might not have any functional use, but their prices were high based on their aesthetics. Lin Yuan did his best to pick those floating cloud flower and starlight grass that were of higher quality. Finally, he bought 36 bronze/elite floating cloud flowers and 108 bronze/elite starlight grass. There weren't any bronze/flawless floating cloud flowers or starlight grass. However, Lin Yuan felt that it would be truly a loss to purchase bronze/flawless floating cloud flowers or starlight grass. Just the mere difference in one grade of quality was enough to flip the price by at least 20 times. Of course, Lin Yuan had picked the best out of the elite quality floating cloud flowers and starlight grass. After selection, Lin Yuan didn't pick any that was lower than bronze 7. After purchasing the floating cloud flower and starlight grass, Lin Yuan also purchased all the phase that were required to set up the private territory in the Star Web. However, Lin Yuan was still planning to look around to see if he could find a suitable Fey for Zhou Luo's third willpower rune. After the search, Lin Yuan silently felt that Zhou Luo's luck was truly good. He actually found a decayed mud lizard. Zhou Luo's third willpower rune contained a willpower that was compatible with this decayed mud lizard. Furthermore, the decayed mud lizard was a very rare mutated swamp lizard with dual types of earth and poison. It was considered a Fey that would be missed out once you didn't take this chance. As a Fey with earth/poison types, the decayed mud lizard's poison element could significantly increase Zhou Luo's pitiful attack methods. The decayed mud lizard might not have any dragon species bloodline and couldn't evolve into a dragon species Fey, but during the process of evolution, there was a certain chance it might enhance its physical properties. In terms of evolution direction, the decayed mud lizard wouldn't evolve into something weaker than a dragon species Fey. Back when Lin Yuan was fighting the Star Web promotion matches, he had met the Dragon Gate Guild Club's Chen Hongfeng. His main combat Fey was a gold huge-tailed swamp lizard. However, Chen Hongfeng's huge-tailed swamp lizard evolved from a swamp lizard instead of a decayed mud lizard. Otherwise, Chen Hongfeng's combat strength could be increased by another level. This decayed mud lizard had been in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion for an entire day. Plenty of people came to the Rare Lifeform Pavilion to make an earning by flipping phase and spiritual ingredients to earn profits. The decayed mud lizard had been in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion for an entire day, and someone should already take it. However, this decayed mud lizard was an exception. It was due to the transaction price, and it wasn't in radiance dollars. It was a rather rare kind of spiritual ingredient, the sea willow branch. Furthermore, the requirement was for 50 caddies. As such, people who relied on flipping as a living couldn't possibly take in this decayed mud lizard. After all, they couldn't possibly go find 50 caddies of rarely traded sea willow branch for this decayed mud lizard, right? What if this decayed mud lizard was taken by someone else? Wouldn't the sea willow branches have to rot in their hands? If the rarely traded sea willow branches were stuck in their hands, their capital would be trapped, and they would be in trouble. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the deal. Before dealing with the person, Lin Yuan still had to go search for the sea willow branches first. However, during the group welfare auction, Master Duan Li had already staked a fortune sea willow. Lin Yuan merely had to go trim the fortune sea willow and would have 50 caddies of sea willow branches. After settling the deal, Lin Yuan logged out of Star Web and read a little in his room while he waited for Ostrich Logistics to deliver his purchases. At that moment, Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He looked at the phone and noticed it was actually Gao Feng. Lin Yuan couldn't help thinking in his heart, I just settled the deal with Gao Feng today. There wouldn't be any accidents at Gao Feng's side, right? As soon as Lin Yuan picked up the call, he heard Gao Feng's furious yell, Lin Yuan, I am really angered to death. Lin Yuan was rather dumbfounded by Gao Feng's furious yell. Why is he so angry at night? Did Gao Feng find out that he doesn't have the family name of Gao and isn't a direct descendant of the Gao family? Before Lin Yuan could ask Gao Feng what happened, Gao Feng was already spilling the beans. Lin Yuan, let me tell you, I, Gao Feng, have never been so angry since I was young. That damned aquarium of bliss. I merely asked a few more questions, and they actually dared. After hearing Gao Feng's description, Lin Yuan had a strange expression and seemingly knew why Gao Feng was suddenly so angry. Why did you go to the aquarium of bliss at this late time? When Lin Yuan asked this question, he heard a teeth-grinding sound from the other end of the call. Gao Feng didn't answer Lin Yuan's question. Instead, he answered evasively, Lin Yuan, didn't you ask me about the objective for setting up the marine fey breeding base? I haven't thought of it before, but now I know what my objective is. I want to destroy the damned Sea Bliss clan. Just as the enraged Gao Feng was going to berate the Sea Bliss clan for the next minute, Lin Yuan asked in a calm voice, did you get kicked out of the Sea Bliss clan's Star Web private territory? Gao Feng felt a chill on his back as he asked in surprise, are you a fortune teller? This incident just happened less than 10 minutes ago. How did you know? Lin Yuan raised his brows and didn't think he would actually guess it correctly. The Gao family was an elite faction that was exploiting deep-sea resources. A veteran faction like the Sea Bliss clan would probably target to befriend them. If Gao Feng was the Gao family's only direct descendant in the Gao family's young generation, he would definitely be treated as a VIP if he visited the Aquarium of Bliss. Lin Yuan thought that the only reason they would provoke Gao Feng was probably those attendants in the Star Web private territory that would simply kick people out without any good reasons. Hearing how Gao Feng was so enraged and complaining to him, Lin Yuan felt that he should console Gao Feng a little. Thus, he said, the Aquarium of Bliss has also kicked me out. I cannot even enter their Star Web territory even if I want to now. As soon as Lin Yuan finished his statement, Gao Feng was in silence for a long time before he suddenly laughed heartily. Lin Yuan had countless black lines appearing on his head. Is it that funny? Immediately after, Lin Yuan listened to Gao Feng as he blabbered on about the plans of the breeding base and the nurturing direction of the marine phase. While listening, Lin Yuan lamented silently. No wonder Gao Feng is a core descendant of an elite faction. His ability is definitely not inferior to his status. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a feminine yell from Gao Feng's side. Gao Feng, you disobedient child. Didn't you promise this old lady that you will sleep before 12 a.m.? Every day? It is already 2 a.m. Do you need to make this old lady angry even on New Year's? Do you want me to call your father, who is sleeping like a pig now, so that he can teach you a lesson on what time to sleep? After hearing the feminine yell, Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng's embarrassed voice. Brother, good night. Let's talk again tomorrow. After finishing his statement, Gao Feng ended the call. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. Isn't Gao Feng's domestic discipline too strict? All of a sudden, Lin Yuan recalled the feminine voice that said it was already 2 a.m. Lin Yuan lowered his head and couldn't help feeling numb in his scalp as he felt it was terrifying. I actually talked over the phone with a man for 2 hours in the middle of the night. What is going on? After another 20 minutes, Ostrich Logistics delivered everything that Lin Yuan purchased from Star Web. Lin Yuan then brought the thing straight to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. But as soon as Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he realized that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was burning with golden flames, while an immortal-like avian cry echoed in the entire Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. When Lin Yuan heard the immortal-like avian cry, he immediately looked up at the golden nest that was on the branch of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. The golden nest was like the sun that was brewing a radiant sunrise. Just like the resplendent sunrise, the golden flames burning on the leaves of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had been overshadowed. A three-tailed cat was currently crouching on the snow-white pure land of bliss. It was wagging its tails as it looked at the golden nest while its petite face was filled with happiness. At that moment, the little cat's ears twitched as it detected someone behind it. It immediately turned around and ran. In just a few steps, it entered Lin Yuan's embrace and said with a meowing voice, Yuan, Chimey is about to wake up. As Lin Yuan listened to Genius' meowing voice that was filled with happiness and expectation, he placed Genius on his shoulder. He then rubbed Genius' head and said, Chimey's awakening this time will be the most thorough transformation throughout the evolution journey. While speaking, Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the golden nest. He noticed that the sunrise-like radiance was covering his vision, and he couldn't even see Chaime's figure clearly within the bundle of radiance. Apart from expectation, Lin Yuan was actually more worried about Chaime's quality upgrading to Fantasy 3. Fundamentally, Chaime was actually just a sound bird that wasn't even considered a fae. But due to Lin Yuan's ability, it had evolved after receiving large amounts of pure spirit qi. It meant that every step that Chaime took was actually a new frontier for the sound bird's bloodline. Every step was an exploration of life that was filled with obstacles and troubles. For a low-grade lifeform like Chaime that evolved with one step at a time, upgrading its quality as a fantasy breed was truly very difficult. If Lin Yuan hadn't coincidentally obtained the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree, which was suitable to upgrade Chaime's quality, Lin Yuan wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could help Chaime to reach Fantasy 3 at this moment, even with all the resources in his hands. It was due to the fact that the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree could purify the avian-type phase bloodline while upgrading its quality. There was also a certain chance that it would allow the avian-type phase bloodline to mutate toward the Luan species. While making use of the upgrade to Fantasy 3, it would allow Chaime to firm down on its bloodline. This obstacle could be said to be Chaime's great obstacle in its evolutionary history. If it made it across, it would be able to flap its wings and fly up into the clouds. Given Genius wisdom, it was naturally able to understand Lin Yuan's words. Genius then tensed up and asked nervously, "Yuan, will Chaime be in pain like its previous evolution?" Genius still remembered how Chaime let out the painful mourns when it evolved into the Twilight Starbird. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had said that this was Chaime's greatest transformation in its evolution, so it made Genius very worried. Lin Yuan quickly replied, "Chaime's evolution process might be painful, but the chances of accidents are very small. When a fantasy breed's bloodline is getting purified during the evolution, it will rarely encounter any danger. Unlike myth breed that will need to experience a world cleansing with each upgrade of the quality and might be burned to ashes. Therefore, when Chaime is purifying its bloodline, it will only suffer a little at most." Genius finally felt at least and lay down on Lin Yuan's shoulder. It then didn't blink as it stared in the direction of the golden nest. Lin Yuan was amazed by the relationship between Genius and Chaime. At that moment, a concentrated luster was emitted, and Chaime's figure was finally revealed. At present, Chaime's azure blue feathers had very distinctive cloud patterns, and even the stars within the cloud patterns were shining intensively. All of a sudden, Chaime let out an abnormally painful cry as though its blood was getting drained. After the painful cry, Chaime's body was covered in a layer of resplendent sunlight again. But this time, the sunlight was able to conceal Chaime's figure, but it couldn't conceal the blood mist. Upon seeing the blood mist inside the sunlight, Genius' worried claws involuntarily extend out, scratching a deep tear on Lin Yuan's spirit qi clothes. Lin Yuan's heart was also feeling the pain, but he couldn't do anything. He knew that Chaime was going through a bloodline evolution that was mandatory. Genius was a 100 questions beast which also wasn't considered a fae. When Genius evolved into a fantasy breed and upgraded to Fantasy 3, it would also need to go through the same process as Chaime. When the resplendent light reflected off the golden leaves on the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree, it looked exceptionally beautiful. However, Chaime didn't stop its painful chirping, even for a moment. Lin Yuan was sensitive enough to notice that Chaime's painful cry suddenly had a special aura. It was a similar kind of aura that was emitted when Blackie was awakening the flood dragon species bloodline. However, the feeling of the aura was greatly different. The aura emitted from Chaime was much purer than the aura emitted by Blackie. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he associated it with Chaime, which had been resting on the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree, allowing the Luan species bloodline to awaken in Chaime's body. For an avian-type fae to awaken the Luan species bloodline was considered a great fated opportunity. It was the same for fish species faes, which had the chance to awaken the flood dragon species bloodline. If the flood dragon species fae continued to upgrade, there would be a trace of chance to upgrade the bloodline into a true dragon species bloodline. If a Luan species fae continued to upgrade, there was a chance for it to upgrade into a phoenix species bloodline. Just as Lin Yuan thought that the Luan species bloodline was going to finish the evolution process, there was an accident. The aura and feeling from Chaime's painful cry had changed. There was an original bloodline that belonged to Chaime that burst out from Chaime's body. Chaime's original bloodline was very weak as compared to the Luan species bloodline. However, with Chaime's willpower, the original bloodline wasn't willing to be engulfed by the Luan species bloodline. Instead, the sparrow power was clashing with the Luan species bloodline. Lin Yuan immediately understood Chaime's intention. Chaime was trying to consume the Luan species bloodline and make it into a part of its own bloodline. Feeling Chaime's insistence and changes in its body, Lin Yuan immediately knew it wasn't good. Chaime was using its own willpower to alter the original evolution path of its own bloodline. To a major extent, it was the same as disrupting one's own evolution. Inside the bundle of light, Lin Yuan felt that he could vaguely see Chaime's body getting ripped and transformed by the Luan species bloodline in its body. It looked like Chaime was being crushed into a distorted meatball. While seeing that Chaime was getting twisted and crushed into a meatball, Lin Yuan's heart violently shrank. His thoughts were stunned for a moment too. If Chaime's body was in such circumstances, it would have already lost consciousness due to the intense pain. It also meant that everything that was happening was Chaime's subconsciousness guiding its body's sound bird bloodline to consume the Luan bloodline. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the time when Chaime evolved into the stream cloud azure bird in the Xia region's little face store and how it was noisily chirping by his ears. Chaime's chirps might not be audible to most people, but Lin Yuan, who had formed a contract with Chaime, was able to understand the meaning of what Chaime was trying to say. Look, Yuan, isn't my sound thrust incredible? Chaime's singing is also so nice now, and I can also protect Yuan and Genius. Lin Yuan hadn't really paid any mind to what Chaime was chirping about back then. After all, he was still unsure if he could become a combat-type spirit chi professional yet. However, when Chaime had evolved into the Twilight Starbird, Lin Yuan had noticed that Chaime was very obstinate toward its sound bird bloodline, the unpopular sound type. Otherwise, when Chaime had evolved into the Twilight Starbird, it should have transformed into a light-type fae instead of keeping the original sound type and becoming a dual sound/light-type fae. Chaime's insistence on keeping its original sound bird bloodline was still there. In order to allow its sound bird bloodline to be preserved, it was frantically trying to use the sound bird bloodline to consume the Luan bloodline. Toward Chaime's insistence, Lin Yuan naturally had to give his support as Chaime's contractor. Lin Yuan had never treated Chaime just as his fae. He treated Chaime as his family. Therefore, Lin Yuan couldn't bring himself to alter Chaime's subconscious choice as the contractor during the process of evolution. Otherwise, Lin Yuan could use his spiritual power and his status as the contractor to command Chaime's subconsciousness to stop consuming the Luan bloodline with its sound bird bloodline. It would allow the Luan bloodline to consume the sound bird bloodline, making it a successful evolution. Lin Yuan brandished his hand with anxiety as he activated the Pure Land of Bliss within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The white sand that shone with a white jade luster was emitting a moist radiance. The moist radiance was just like pure white fireflies that flew out of the Pure Land of Bliss, and it was constantly gathering around the bundle of light that was enveloping Chaime. The moist radiance was nourishing and healing Chaime's distorted body. However, the Pure Land of Bliss capability to heal the damaged roots could only ensure that Chaime's body wouldn't be torn into pieces due to the violent resistance to the Luan bloodline. Couldn't completely heal Chaime. At that moment, Genius had gently leaped off Lin Yuan's shoulder and looked at Chaime inside the bundle of light. Its worried eyes had already turned from blue to red now. There were multiple occasions when Genius wanted to ask Lin Yuan about Chaime's situation, but seeing that Lin Yuan was using the Pure Land of Bliss to heal Chaime, Genius didn't dare to ask any questions that might distract Lin Yuan. Could only look at Chaime with bloodshot eyes. Genius was putting its front paws together as though it was praying for Chaime to make it through this obstacle. There was a stalemate of 15 minutes between the Pure Land of Bliss healing the roots and the damage from the Luan bloodline. Lin Yuan realized that the Soundbird bloodline might have been forced to withdraw by the Luan bloodline in the beginning, But thanks to the healing from Morbius' Pure Land of Bliss, and with Chimy's subconsciousness constantly trying to use the Soundbird bloodline to grind down the Luan bloodline, the Soundbird bloodline had already absorbed a small portion of the Luan bloodline. This gave Lin Yuan some hope, and it seemed like the Soundbird bloodline could consume the Luan bloodline. Therefore, Lin Yuan immediately looked for the spirit chi crystals inside the button-shaped Fey storage box. Previously, when Lin Yuan used the spirit chi crystals to enhance the Jasmine Lily to Platinum/Fantasy 3, only 71 spirit chi crystals were left. Lin Yuan had also taken out another spirit chi crystal to help the Insect Queen to heal its injuries. As a result, before losing his consciousness in the dimensional rift, Lin Yuan had been left with 70 spirit chi crystals. But when Lin Yuan had been unconscious, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone produced 2 more new spirit chi crystals. As such, Lin Yuan now had a total of 72 spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan took 20 of the 72 spirit chi crystals and tossed them into the radiance that was enveloping Chimy. Since Chimy wanted its Soundbird bloodline to consume the Luan bloodline, then the only chance was the split moment when Chimy evolved to Gold/Fantasy, when its condition was at its best. As the bundle of light eroded the 20 spirit chi crystals, the massive spirit chi burst out from the crystals and surged into Chimy's distorted body. When the 20 spirit chi crystals were injected along with the healing capability of the Pure Land of Bliss, it allowed Chimy's body to have a split moment of vitality. Chimy might not be letting out the painful cry anymore, but it was still possible to see that its body was constantly changing shape due to the conflicts of the 2 bloodlines. As time passed by slowly, Lin Yuan felt that he didn't have enough spiritual power to maintain the Pure Land of Bliss, so he was preparing to unseal the spirit chi imprint on his body. All of a sudden, an abnormally gentle and clear chirp echoed from the twilight. Upon hearing this clear chirp, Lin Yuan felt as though he was basking in the clearest and most refreshing sunlight. It allowed him to see the horizon of blue sky and the gentle splashes of a stream. He could hear the breeze, the moving clouds, the water dripping, the grass rustling, and the morning dew that was going to scatter. Among all these natural sounds, the purest and the most wonderful sounds were actually blending together. However, they were still not as pleasant as this clear chirp. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's leaves that preserved more than 100 mid-grade strange flames suddenly shone along with the clear chirp. Each leaf was sealed with a mid-grade strange flame that had different traits, and those traits determined the color of the flames. Over 100 different colored flames made the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree turn into a golden immortal tree that had a rainbow aurora. Inside the resplendent sunlight, the multicolored mid-grade strange flames aurora was blending into a halo. There was a pair of wings that was even brighter, overshadowing all the radiance. Lin Yuan was once again shocked by the life miracle during the process of the Fey evolution. Chimy's originally distorted body had now reverted into a blue sparrow. But this time, the feather on Chimy's head didn't grow longer. It actually became much more curled up than before. Chimy's feathers also had a much more intense azure blue. Previously, Chimy's feathers were considered the purest blue in the natural world. But now, Lin Yuan already had no other descriptions for Chimy's blue feathers. When he took a glance at Chimy's blue feathers, it felt like a patch of azure blue that came from the deepest cognition in his heart. But after seeing Chimy's post-evolution appearance, Lin Yuan couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Why did Chimy evolve into such an unadorned look? Right as Lin Yuan was having that thought, Chimy's azure blue feathers suddenly burst out with mist. There was another clear chirp that was refreshing like the spring rain. At the same time, Chimy's azure blue feathers turned into a golden gilt color. The golden luster was like the warm radiance that was emitted during the winter solstice. On the back of Chimy, there were a few sudden appearances of feathers that had a purer gold pattern. They felt just like the sun of the winter solstice. When Chimys extended its wings, the golden patterns were just like the sun. The mist emitted from Chimy's body was just like the clouds, and Chimy's wings were just like a rising sun. At the same time, Chimy's originally sparrow-shaped tail had turned into a different shape. Chimy's body was only the size of half a palm, but the tail was now so long that it was at least the length of Lin Yuan's arm. Chimy's previously short sparrow tail had now transformed into 8 graceful tail feathers. Each of the tail feathers had the same colors as Chimy's wings, and they were filled with gorgeous cloud patterns. The ends of the tail feathers had small impressions of stars, and when flying, it felt like 8 shooting stars that flew across the starry sky. When seeing this scene, Lin Yuan was certain that Chimy had used its sound bird bloodline to completely consume the Luan bloodline. Otherwise, Chimy wouldn't be able to maintain the looks of a blue sparrow when it didn't have any energy. If Chimy was the dawn among the stars in the cloud, when it evolved into the twilight starbird previously, then it was now considered the sun that shines brighter than the starry sky. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check on Chimy's attributes. Fey name: Clear Sound Luan Sparrow, Fey species. Plume Sparrow genus / Luan species, Fey grade. Gold, 1/10. Fey type: Sound / Light, Fey quality. Fantasy 3. Abilities: Shattered Jade Sound. Fire a giant musical note at the designated target that emits a beautiful jade-shattering sound. The jade-shattering sound has a certain disruption effect. When struck by the giant musical note, it will split into 10 spiraling sound thrusts. Bathed in light. Bath the body in clear sunlight. When the sunlight shines on the body, it can quickly recover one's exhausted vitality. Sunlight rays. Emits various rays from the sun that will cause negative weakening to the target. At the same time, the sunlight rays can help to increase a plant-type phase cellular activity. Nirvana Light Swan Song. Leaving just a trace of one's vitality and sealing it inside the sun on the wings. The rest of the vitality will burn into sunlight energy. Before the sunlight energy vanishes, it will negate most of the physical and elemental damage. Exclusive skill. Clear Sky. After a clear chirp, the clouds will disperse, summon the morning sun, and clear up the sky. The darkness will be repelled. Radiant Body. Rapidly absorb the power of the sun and form a radiant body from the huge amount of solar energy gathered in the body. After providing 20 spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan realized that Chimy had actually progressed to Gold Eye / Fantasy 3. Furthermore, Chimy's name had changed from Twilight Starbird into Clear Sound Luan Sparrow. The Luan was at the front while the Sparrow was at the back, meaning that Sparrow was the main name. Chimy had used its sound bird bloodline to suppress and consume the Luan species bloodline that was extremely noble among the avian type phase. Chimy's evolution was on an unprecedented path that no one walked on. Even its bloodline was on a path that no other sparrow species Fey could walk on. When Lin Yuan looked closely at Chimy's abilities, his eyes couldn't help widening. He noticed there was a significant change to the abilities after Chimy's bloodline evolution. Lin Yuan remembered that Chimy's normal ability, Sound Thrust, was supposed to form 3 thrusts of sound and fire them at the designated target. But now, Chimy's first ability has turned into a Shattered Sound Attack. The Shattered Sound Attack could send a giant musical note that had a jade-shattering sound. This ability didn't have any highlight by itself as the giant musical note could be easily blocked. However, Chimy's giant musical note wasn't actually an attack. It was meant for control. After the control, the giant musical note would shatter, and the 10 hidden spiral-shaped sound thrusts were the killing factor. The transformation of Chimy's normal ability was already a pleasant surprise for Lin Yuan. However, after seeing the elite ability, Bathed in Light, Lin Yuan frowned a little. Previously, Chimy's elite ability wasn't bathed in light but scattered light. Chimy could allow its body to emit scattered rays of light, allowing them to have scorching and control effects. The control and scorching effects of the scattered light might not be powerful, but they were increasing the attack methods for Chimy. Now that scattered light had turned in bathed in light, the attack and control ability had turned into an endurance ability. But when talking about healing capability, Lin Yuan was already a healing-type spirit chi professional. In terms of grade, Lin Yuan's Jasmine Lily, Bud of Mountain Jade, had already reached Platinum / Fantasy 3. Even though the Jasmine Lily's path as a healing-type Fey wasn't very proper, one had to admit that it was considered one of Lin Yuan's strongest Fey. The Jasmine Lily was enough for Lin Yuan to effectively heal most of his own Feys. As for the silver ability Sunlight Rays, there wasn't much difference as compared to before. However, it had an additional trait which was to increase the cellular activity of plant type phase. Seeing this ability, Lin Yuan immediately thought of red thorn. It wasn't just red thorn. Even the sea of flowers produced by red thorn were also plant type phase. To increase the plant type phase cellular activity was to increase their regenerative ability. It was a rather good synergy with the red thorn's sea of flowers. As Chimey used sunlight rays to attack the enemy unit, if the latter had red thorn's spread sea of flowers beside them, then the sea of flowers' overall combat ability would also be improved under the increased activity of sunlight rays. When Lin Yuan checked Chimey's newly gained ability of Nirvana Light Swansong after evolving to Gold/Fantasy, he subconsciously patted his forehead with his hand. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly, glancing at Chimey, which was flying toward him joyfully and preparing to land on his outer ear. It was understandable during Chimey's evolution that it stubbornly persisted in its sound bird bloodline, but when had it become so reckless? Its Nirvana Light Swansong could burn all the vitality in Chimey's body into sunlight energy, which was equivalent to providing it with a means to exchange vitality for a means to injure through an explosion. When used in conjunction with its radiant body, it could directly erupt with multiple attack tactics. Moreover, before Chimey's vitality turned sunlight energy disappeared, it would be immune to most physical and elemental damage. After using Nirvana Light Swansong to enter radiant body, Chimey's defensive ability would be greatly improved. This allowed it to deflect the enemy's attacks and counterattack to the maximum extent. Of course, Nirvana Light Swansong's defensive ability did not protect from mental damage or poison. Nevertheless, being immune to most physical and elemental damage was enough. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that Chimey's bathed in light no longer seemed useless upon seeing the Nirvana Light Swansong ability. Its bathed in light could effectively supplement the Nirvana Light Swansong ability to limit the shortcomings of Chimey's vitality to a mere wisp. Together with the Jasmine Lily's healing ability, this could speed up Chimey's recovery process and very likely allow Chimey to launch a second attack in a battle. Chimey's radiant body had not undergone many changes. Nevertheless, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Clear Sky had changed a fair bit. Previously, its exclusive skill, Clear Sky, did nothing more than let the dark clouds recede and clear the sky, which strongly affected water-type attacks. However, besides clearing the sky, Clear Sky could now also evoke the rising sun. When it was a Silver/Fantasy breed, Chimey's Clear Sky had only allowed the light of stars to shine in the sky when used at night. Now, when Chimey used its exclusive skill, Clear Sky could make the entire sky bloom with sunlight, such that even if it was fighting at night, bathed in light could also play a role. At the same time, Lin Yuan thought that Clear Sky seemed to have become a little special after the evolution. True data had shown that Clear Sky could evoke the rising sun, which was naturally impossible for Gold/Fantasy breed phase. Currently, Chimey could only summon daylight at night at best. However, if it evolved to Myth breed when it used Clear Sky, would it be able to evoke the sun at night and transform the darkness into light? Clear Sky's new effect of causing darkness to fade away made Lin Yuan scratch his head. It seemed that Clear Sky could even restrain dark-type phase now. Lin Yuan had gone through Chimey's abilities and exclusive skills so many times that he was extremely familiar with them. Yet, their concrete effects in battle could clearly not be demonstrated in his Spirit Lock spatial zone. If Lin Yuan let Chimey use its Nirvana Light Swansong ability now, followed by its Radiant Body, as an impact test of their attack ability in his Spirit Lock spatial zone, it would be equivalent to Lin Yuan demolishing his Spirit Lock spatial zone himself. He felt that he couldn't be doing things like demolishing houses. After all, he was not a husky. Chimey flew to Lin Yuan's outer ear and pecked at Lin Yuan's stray strands of hair affectionately before rubbing his cheek with its little head. When Chimey was rubbing Lin Yuan's cheek, it saw that Genius was looking at it worriedly with bloodshot eyes. So it immediately jumped on Genius' head. There, Chimey used its exquisite beak to comb Genius' fluffy fur. It then proceeded to cry out like its old tittering chatterbox self. However, while Chimey's previous calls were all in birdsong, they were now all in fluent Mandarin. Yuan, 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 Genius, 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 Yuan, 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 Genius, 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 Lin Yuan had previously already discovered that Chimey was fond of calling out 6 times no matter the time. Even if Lin Yuan's intentions were the same as Chimey's, the latter obviously called out without using its brain. Lin Yuan was also unable to use his spiritual energy to clearly discern the intended meaning of Chimey's calls. He had always taken Chimey's 6 calls to be its mantra. However, now that Chimey could speak coherently, Lin Yuan finally understood. It turned out that the 6 calls that he had taken to be Chimey's mantra were actually 3 calls of his name and 3 of genius. Originally, Lin Yuan had wanted to wait and see if Chimey would still be unable to speak coherently after evolving to Fantasy 3. If that happened, he had planned to coach it properly. However, Chimey could now communicate like any other person. Moreover, Chimey's human voice could not be rejected by any voice-activated device. Its human voice was not only pleasing to the ear but also brimming with spirit chi, lending it a bubbly tone. This made anyone who heard it feel unusually at ease. A refreshing sensation would wash over the person, as if they were sitting in the grass and looking up at a blue sky bathed in sunlight. Lin Yuan extended a finger in Chimey's direction, and the bird immediately flew toward it. With the plumy feathers on its head scratching Lin Yuan's palm, Chimey said, "Yuan? Yuan?" Chimey had had a lot of dreams while sleeping. 80% of Chimey's dreams were about you and genius. Having said that, Chimey suddenly felt uneasy and did not continue. It wouldn't reveal what the other 20% of its dreams were about, even if beaten to death. They were about its own star web live streams. Although Chimey had successfully evolved and ventured into uncharted territory in terms of its bloodline and evolution, Lin Yuan still felt unusually anxious whenever he thought about Chimey's previous evolution process. Looking at Chimey, Lin Yuan asked a question that he had always been meaning to pose. "Chimey, why do you care so much about the sound bird bloodline inside you?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Chimey subconsciously thought about one rainy evening. Its entire body had been dirty when a young man stored it in a cardboard box and brought it home. Back then, the young man had used a handkerchief to dry its rain-soaked feathers before beaming at it with his white teeth. "Don't lose heart, little buddy. Can I call you Chimey? I'll definitely teach you a song." To Chimey, the young man's encouragement had been a ray of light in its avian existence. It was also the brightest ray of light Chimey had ever seen. Even the radiant sunlight that Chimey had released during its evolution could not compare to the dazzling light of the strength that the young man had given it. Because that ray of light had been its salvation when Chimey had been treated as garbage after failing to evolve and being sold as an add-on due to its inability to qualify as a commodity. This redemptive light had given Chimey a warm home in its icy-cold world. Chimey landed on Lin Yuan's outer ear again and whispered, "Because Chimey wants to always be able to stand on Yuan's outer ear and sing for Yuan and Genius. Just like before, sing Yuan and Genius' favorite songs. Sing the song that Yuan taught me over and over back then." Upon hearing this, a smile immediately bloomed on Lin Yuan's face. "Chimey, I remember that you asked me to teach you how to sing songs before your deep sleep. Coincidentally, I have a song that I want to teach you." After speaking, Lin Yuan began to hum. Once Chimey heard that Lin Yuan wanted to teach it how to sing, its eyes instantly lit up. "Drops of dew land on my sleeves. The delicate sun shines gently on the lotus boat. As the reeds sway, swallows and sparrows twitter. Between the white rocks at the creek's edge, the setting sun chases the flowing stream. Yet, blame the autumn wind and the green leaves for the long journey. With hearts aligned and shared plans, we scale the rugged roads, guarding each other. 100 years I spend with you from dusk till dawn, surrounded by rivers and mountains, scenery of old. And in my eyes, your beauty surpasses that of the breathtaking landscape." Chimey leaped from Lin Yuan's outer ear to his shoulder, listening carefully to every note in the melody of Lin Yuan's song with its head tilted. It could be said that as a sound bird, Chimey's first teacher had always been one person, and that person was none other than Lin Yuan. However, ever since Chimey had begun live streaming on StarWeb without informing Lin Yuan, it felt as though it had done something wrong with regard to learning how to sing. Hence, every time Lin Yuan sang, Chimey could never work up the courage to tell him that it wished to learn how to sing. It could only rely on its natural musical talent as a sound bird to learn Lin Yuan's songs secretly. However, the feeling of learning in secret was completely different from that of receiving Lin Yuan's voluntary teaching honestly as it perched on his shoulder. Chimy's small brain could not help but think about how Lin Yuan would feel when he received its surprise box next year. Nevertheless, Chimy had a premonition that its online cover as Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess would soon be blown. Chimy could not remember how long it had slept to evolve its bloodline, and it didn't know if its fans on Star Web still remembered it. Previously, when Chimy had been singing on Star Web, it would only sing, never uttering a single word beyond the lyrics. Suddenly, Chimy had the idea of greeting its audience in the live streaming room the next time it did a live stream. However, before Chimy could solidify its thoughts, it became completely enraptured by Lin Yuan's crooning. As a sound bird, Chimy had a strong talent for music engraved in its genetics. Naturally, it had its own understanding and preferences when it came to music and could easily differentiate between good and bad songs. This song that Lin Yuan was currently teaching was surprisingly similar to the first song he had tirelessly taught. The more Chimy listened, the more moved it became. It began flapping its wings and dancing in midair to Lin Yuan's voice. At that moment, Genius climbed on Lin Yuan's shoulder and lay down quietly as though it couldn't get cozier, enjoying the rare peace of the years. Genius and Lin Yuan had ventured into a dimensional rift once and survived. It could be said that surviving inside the dimensional rift had been an afterthought at that time. This had caused Genius to mature significantly. After that calamity, Genius had seen Chimy wake up from a deep slumber and felt unusually fortunate. Nevertheless, Genius now suddenly noticed 2 scratches on the cloth at Lin Yuan's shoulder. Genius soon realized that these 2 scratches had been made as it had been watching Chimy's body being mashed into a fleshy ball. Genius had accidentally scratched the fabric with one of its sharp claws within its pink paw pad. Genius immediately used its small paw pad to rub the area on Lin Yuan's shoulder, where the fabric had been scratched like a child who had done something wrong. As it rubbed, Genius lowered its head, opened its mouth, and exhaled 2 soft breaths. Learning from how Lin Yuan had been taking care of it when it was younger, it murmured softly in its heart, "Yuan, after Genius blows on this, it won't hurt any longer." After singing the song from his memory, Lin Yuan grew quiet. Although his singing could not be considered very good, it was still better than average. Moreover, Lin Yuan had a habit when he listened to songs, he would firmly remember the lyrics to his favorite songs. Hence, Lin Yuan knew most of the words to the songs that he knew how to sing. While he might not have remembered a few of the words, he would still fill in his own lyrics based on the song's melody and meaning. After hearing Chimy's human voice just then, Lin Yuan had thought that it would still have been most suitable for singing traditional style songs. The rhetoric of such songs was elegant and graceful, like fragrant tea with a light wine. In its refreshing tranquility, there was a subtle but meaningful charm. Lin Yuan had long known that Chimy enjoyed singing. Now, he knew that it really liked learning songs too. Thus, he decided to periodically teach Chimy traditional style songs from his repertoire. It was very easy to teach Chimy as it was a sound bird. Lin Yuan only needed to sing a song once before Chimy mastered the fundamentals of the piece. Upon seeing Chimy flapping its wings in rapture, Lin Yuan asked with a smile, "How much has Chimy remembered? Do you still need me to repeat it again?" Upon hearing this, Chimy immediately spread its wings and landed on the cinnamon stick of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Because the cinnabar sweet osmanthus had received a large amount of pure spiritual power in the spirit lock spatial zone and had been bathed in world grace when planted on the pure land of bliss, its originally sparse branches were now blossoming with sweet-smelling, vermilion osmanthus. Chimy landed like the last bundle of rice straw that would crush a camel. The osmanthus that had barely been clinging to the branches fell down, beginning a colorful rain of red flowers. The faint fragrance of osmanthus permeated the air, its sweetness making the air a little gentler. At that moment, Chimy learned Lin Yuan's tune and began to sing softly. Upon hearing Chimy's voice, Lin Yuan was immediately drawn to it. A painting surfaced in his mind. In other words, Lin Yuan himself seemed to have stepped into the painting, becoming the person inside it who was admiring the scenery before him. He saw a young girl in front of him, rowing a boat under the bright sun. Love songs are sung elegantly, picking lotus and living, from day to night, spring and autumn together. By the white banks of the creek, she would wait for her lover's return, begging the easterly wind's tenderness to reunite them. Lin Yuan had long grown accustomed to Chimy's singing voice, but he was still taken aback by its evolved voice. Now that Chimy had learned to speak like a human, both its voice and technique had improved greatly. Even its clear enunciation made the entire song come alive. If Chimy's voice had been comparable to those grand singers in Lin Yuan's previous life in all aspects before evolving, it was now so beautiful that it would have been named the best songstress in the universe by music fans. Even the Trisolaran natives would love flowers and peace if they heard the sound of Chimy's singing. Nevertheless, it was also at that moment that Lin Yuan's heart suddenly quivered. He had seen the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia on the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus falling in the rain of flowers. This scene implanted itself in Lin Yuan's eyes, making him feel as though his life was being shaken to the core. He quickly stepped forward and used true data to scan the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's attributes. Lin Yuan immediately felt at ease with one glance and revealed a delighted expression. By looking at true data, Lin Yuan knew that the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia had fallen from the branch of the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus, not because something was wrong with it, but because it had accumulated enough energy to evolve to platinum. It had become a fully grown heaven and earth fae that could now bear fruit and no longer needed to rest on the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus branch. Everything in nature was dependent on each other, and there was always a give-and-take relationship, just like the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia and the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus. While the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus had been using its own energy and nutrition to cultivate the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia all this while, it did so not out of selflessness. Its main reason for doing so was because the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia was like a child to it. In other words, the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia was its fruit. As a parasitic-type heaven and earth fae, the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia was not very intelligent. However, it still knew that someone was looking out for it. Now, Lin Yuan was witnessing the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia flee to produce its own fruit after sucking the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus energy. Lin Yuan just wanted to say that the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia was worried for nothing, and the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus was looking out for nothing, because the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus child could only be Lin Yuan's. Lin Yuan dug a hole in the white sandy soil of the pure land of bliss and placed the mature cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia within it. Then, he summoned the wind-speed rapid antelope with a wave of the hand and said to it, "When you see that the small buds on this turn from green to silver, pluck a few of them." The wind-speed rapid antelope understood Lin Yuan's meaning and nodded its small head. Stroking the antelope's head, Lin Yuan looked at the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia and thought, "With the big housekeeper here, don't think about keeping your children." Lin Yuan had initially wanted to return to his spirit-locked spatial zone to do some work and hadn't expected to be just in time to see Chimy's evolution. Now it was about 3 a.m., close to 4 a.m. in the middle of the night. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan still felt that he had enough time. After inspecting the 52 remaining spirit chi crystals by his side, he pondered for a moment and directly summoned Red Thorn from the leaf-shaped diamond Fey storage box. He planned to take advantage of Chimy's evolution to evolve the acid corrosion queen bee from gold eye/legend to platinum to make up for Red Thorn's sea of flowers combatability, giving the assassins hidden in the sea of flowers better killing opportunities. After experiencing the danger in the dimensional rift, Lin Yuan had gained a kind of cognition. Since he had spirit chi crystals on hand, there would be no harm in maximizing his own strength. The number of spirit chi crystals needed to evolve the acid corrosion queen bee from gold eye/legend to platinum eye/legend was roughly equivalent to that needed to evolve a silver/fantasy fae to gold/fantasy. Hence, Lin Yuan would still be left with around 30 spirit chi crystals after evolving the acid corrosion queen bee. This would be more than enough for daily consumption. After plundering a phase world cleansing and obtaining a large quantity of spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan's view of the spirit chi crystals had also changed subtly. Unlike in the past, he no longer kept careful tallies of his collection of spirit chi crystals. Moreover, he had already planned in his heart to let pure land of bliss engage in a wave of world grace again. After coming up with this idea, Lin Yuan concluded that he was the myth breed phase most hated type of person. The pure land of bliss was akin to greedy myth breed phase and seemed to undergo the world grace that descended after world cleansing. The sacred sword-wielding queen was the law crystal in the greedy myth breed phase bodies. Thinking about it this way, Lin Yuan did find himself rather annoying. He might even change his name from Lin Yuan to Annoying Lin. Now, he still had one unused willpower rune in his spiritual energy. The blue flash purple butterfly, genius, and Blackie were all stuck at bronze X/legend because there wasn't a suitable willpower rune for them to evolve to fantasy breed. Moreover, Red Thorn could only evolve upon consuming flesh and blood. Hence, the blue flash purple butterfly, genius, Blackie, and Red Thorn were all unable to enjoy the spirit chi crystals. Now, the only phase that could consume spirit chi crystals were the jasmine lily, Chimey, the source sand, and the acid corrosion queen bee. Chimey and the source sand had already evolved to gold/fantasy breed, so they needed to consume 10 spirit chi crystals just to evolve a small grade. Lin Yuan admitted that he simply could not afford to feed them any longer. Even if the jasmine lily were to squeeze Lin Yuan dry now, it would only be able to evolve one small grade. Hence, Lin Yuan could only cultivate the acid corrosion queen bee now as it was the only fae he could afford to cultivate. After being summoned by Lin Yuan, Red Thorn's smooth vine wrapped around Lin Yuan's waist and refused to loosen its grip. Its mouth of relinquish was even issuing a roaring noise. Needless to say, Lin Yuan knew that Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish was rapidly digesting the flesh and blood of Waterworld dimensional lifeforms at present. Upon seeing Lin Yuan summon Red Thorn, Chimey and Genius landed on either side of Red Thorn's gill-shaped petals. The gill filaments on Red Thorn's gill-shaped petals opened directly such that the red flower's original 1 meter diameter was now more than doubled. The gill filaments shrouded Genius and Chimey like a gauze net before swaying lightly. This allowed Genius and Chimey to swing on the gill filaments comfortably. Lin Yuan touched Red Thorn's smooth vine with his hands and suddenly felt that it was unusually smooth. He said, "Red Thorn, call the acid corrosion queen bee." Upon receiving Lin Yuan's order, Red Thorn immediately shook its mouth of relinquish, and the acid corrosion queen bee sleeping inside toppled out like trash from a bin. The acid corrosion queen bee pounced on Red Thorn like a simp, instead of being upset. Lin Yuan couldn't help getting chills as he watched the acid corrosion queen bee's performance. In his heart, he viewed the acid corrosion queen bee as an artist. It was a source-type lifeform that had completely mastered the art of simping. Lin Yuan extended his hand to pinch the acid corrosion queen bee's fluttering wings, bringing it before him. He inspected its grade, after which his brows raised in surprise. Previously, after Lin Yuan had just strengthened the acid corrosion queen bee, it had only evolved to gold eye. He didn't know how much the bee had drunk in Red Thorn's belly that it had actually evolved to gold 4 during this period. After being restrained by Lin Yuan, the acid corrosion queen bee appeared obviously reluctant. Nevertheless, once it thought about Red Thorn's attitude toward Lin Yuan, its reluctance vanished instantly. Instead, it thought about how it could soften its wings so that Lin Yuan could pinch them more comfortably. Lin Yuan cut to the chase, immediately taking out and crushing 16 spirit chi crystals. The abundance of pure spiritual power spiraled toward the acid corrosion queen bee, letting it directly evolve to platinum/legend. The evolution of normal phase was completely different from that of fantasy breed phase. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan found the acid corrosion queen bee's posture a bit abnormal as it evolved. It was even comparable to Chu Si's sharp iron horn bull when it evolved to a fantasy breed obsidian iron wild bull. The acid corrosion queen bee's original length was only about 15 centimeters long. Its slender body had a dark red metallic luster, and strange dark green markings with a cruel and hideous beauty were hidden underneath its body. Suddenly, the acid corrosion queen bee's back became illusory. This illusionary effect wasn't because its wings vibrated too fast for Lin Yuan to see its actions clearly. Instead, it was because the dark red and green markings on the bee's body were constantly fading. It was as though the acid corrosion queen bee was peeling off the color inside its body bit by bit. Immediately afterward, the bee's metallic color intensified. This strong metallic luster made the acid corrosion queen bee appear transparent. At that moment, it seemed to have become the metallic surface of a mirror. Lin Yuan could still see the acid corrosion queen bee's existence even though his focus was on the spirit lock spatial zone. However, its presence was undoubtedly greatly reduced. Lin Yuan thought, if the acid corrosion queen bee flies amidst the flowers formed by red thorn's child ramets, its mirror-like body will reflect the flowers, allowing it to hide perfectly in the flowers as an assassin waiting to kill its target. Moreover, the two bee needles on the bee's forelimbs had also become more slender. The tip of the sharp needles now had a penetrating cold light. Obviously, its penetration ability and sharpness had been greatly improved. Nevertheless, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the acid corrosion queen bee's biggest transformation had occurred in the two stingers behind its tail. Its stingers had shortened significantly, appearing far less threatening than they had before. However, Lin Yuan noticed that the bee's two stingers had each become sectioned into two upon close inspection. His eyebrows raised slightly. Then he waved his hand lightly. The amber button-shaped source sand by his wrist landed on the ground, transforming into tumbling quicksand. This quicksand accumulated at Lin Yuan's feet, protecting him like a guard. The acid corrosion queen bee's evolution was now complete. It had become a platinum/legend fae. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuan ordered, "Acid corrosion queen bee, use your exclusive skill, two-strike kill, against this wall of sand." He pointed in the direction of his feet before immediately shaping the close guard sand into a wall. The source sand had already completely digested the mountain-containing embryo. However, after digesting the mountain-containing embryo, the source sand had not evolved to Fantasy 3 as expected. It appeared that to evolve the source sand to Fantasy 3 in the future, it needed to undergo a huge transformation. Lin Yuan still needed to exert another round of effort. Nevertheless, when the source sand had evolved to Fantasy 2, Lin Yuan had been delighted upon seeing the close guard sand that it had spawned. It could be said that in terms of defensive ability, the close guard sand was second only to his four wings of day and night spirit silver. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's order, the acid corrosion queen bee did not fly toward the sand wall as it would have done before. Instead, its tail lifted, and two earth-shattering sounds immediately echoed. Lin Yuan saw two short and small stingers appear in the close guard sand's wall. He immediately looked at the bee's tail and saw that each stinger now only had one section left of the original two. After its attacking blow, the acid corrosion queen bee was obviously quite weakened. However, under Lin Yuan's gaze, the one-section stingers again grew until there were two sections. After looking up from the acid corrosion queen bee's tail, Lin Yuan was shocked to find that the central area of the closed guard sand's wall had disappeared. It had turned into a stream of liquid. Clearly, the poison in those two stingers had disintegrated the source sand's simple elemental body. The source sand was now Gold Eye/Fantasy 2 and about to evolve to Gold Eye/Fantasy 3, while the acid corrosion queen bee was a Platinum Eye source-type lifeform. In terms of grade and quality, the source sand was stronger. Furthermore, when Lin Yuan had been cultivating the source sand, an elemental source-type item, he had made it follow the defensive route. Even so, the closed guard sand containing high-purity ferromanganese still disintegrated into liquid. If the stingers stung a body of flesh and blood, one could only imagine the effects. Previously, in the Star Web battle, Lin Yuan had commanded the acid corrosion queen bee to use two-strike kill. However, at that time, while Lin Yuan had discovered two-strike kill's destructive power, he had uncovered its limitation at the same time. The latter being that two-strike kill required the acid corrosion queen bee to fly close to the target and pierce its two tail stingers into the same position on it. In combat, this could be said to be an extremely demanding requirement. Nonetheless, as the acid corrosion queen bee had evolved to platinum, its two-strike kill had also become more flexible. Lin Yuan used true data to scan the acid corrosion queen bee's attributes. Fey name: acid corrosion queen bee, Fey species. Vespidi/Bactrocera, Fey grade. Platinum, 10 out of 10. Fey type: source/poison, Fey quality. Legend. Abilities. Wing stealth. Flaps its wings at high frequency. The fast-flapping reflective wings allow the acid corrosion queen bee to be stealthy. Bone-penetrating stingers. The super-hard and impactful rotating stingers rapidly cause deep injuries. Parasitic pupa. The stingers on the acid corrosion queen bee's forelegs can release a fast-hatching parasitic pupa into the target's body while stinging. Acid-swallowing larvae. With sufficient acid, the acid corrosion queen bee will hatch numerous acid-swallowing larvae that can be used as food for it to rapidly restore its consumed energy and venom reserves. At the same time, the acid-swallowing larvae will replicate part of the acid-swallowing queen bee's mother genes, so that if the latter dies, the former can activate the genes to become the new mother. Acid corpse poison bee. A large amount of acid in the body is consumed to produce an acid corpse poison bee, which will reside in the body of a dead life form or dimensional life form and control the latter's actions. These acid corpse poison bees will turn into poison silkworm pupae again if the acid corrosion queen bee does not activate them. Exclusive skill. Two-strike kill. The two abdominal stingers contain two different kinds of acid corrosion venom. If the abdominal stingers hit the same part of the target, the two types of venom will instantly disintegrate the target's part. Lin Yuan had initially planned to look at the platinum acid corrosion queen bee's newly comprehended abilities. However, he was drawn instead to its gold ability, the acid-swallowing larvae. The acid corrosion queen bee had not evolved to fantasy breed, so its abilities had not changed as they would have when a Fey evolved to fantasy breed. When an ordinary Fey evolved, there was only a very small chance that its abilities would improve. However, it was still something that Lin Yuan, someone who evolved Feys as a form of practice, had encountered before. When the acid corrosion queen bee evolved to platinum, the change of its gold ability, acid-swallowing larvae, was rather unusual. If the blade queen bee's blade worms that Lin Yuan had encountered in the dimensional rift had possessed this ability, then it was very likely that Zhou Luo would not have been able to survive. Lin Yuan could not help but wonder if the acid corrosion queen bee had understood the true meaning of simping when it simped after Red Thorn. It had gone from an outstanding simp to one that wasn't afraid of death. Moreover, this simp that wasn't afraid of death had also mastered the ability to reincarnate from the soil. This enabled the acid corrosion queen bee to become an assassin that was more terrifying than a terrorist specializing in suicide attacks. Who knew how many acid-swallowing larvae the acid corrosion queen bee had already stored in Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish? These acid-swallowing larvae gave the acid corrosion queen bee the freedom to happily balance on the edge between life and death. The bee could even use its larvae as a tool in combat. During a battle, Red Thorn could transport its larvae through the channel formed by Red Thorn's child ramets. By dying and being rebirthed through the acid-swallowing larvae, it could then launch a sneak attack on its target. With this thought, Lin Yuan felt his hair stand on end. Lin Yuan gazed at it in astonishment once again upon checking the acid corrosion queen bee's gold ability. He felt that the bee was not only a simp that was unafraid of death but also a superfan who spent no money. As the acid corrosion queen bee was a parasite in Red Thorn, it could simp for the latter without expending any of its own resources. Being a queen bee, it indeed had the ability to produce larvae. It was just that the acid-swallowing larvae were only being used as rations. It was difficult for any parasitic pupa that incubated inside its target's body to escape being consumed by the acid corrosion queen bee after coming out of incubation. It was clearly a queen bee, but it acted like a commander without an army. Moreover, its platinum ability, Acid Corpse Poison Bee, was what gave it the opportunity to have the minions that it had now. However, the birth of these minions required it to leech off of other phase bodies. To Lin Yuan, the Acid Corpse Poison Bee was worthy of being the child of the parasitic type, source-type Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Sure enough, it took after its mother, sharing the same virtues as the latter. Lin Yuan planned to test the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's platinum ability. Lin Yuan thought that the Acid Corpse Poison Bee's decision to be a fan that didn't spend money was rather strategic. Not only could it reside in the bodies of dead phase, but it could also reside in those of dead dimensional life forms. Compared to those of phase of the same grade, the bodies of dimensional life forms were always stronger. Lin Yuan did not know if it was because the acid corrosion queen bee was a source-type lifeform or because the acid corpse poison bees that it produced could adapt itself to the highly acidic, highly toxic, and highly corrosive internal environment in the dimensional lifeform, but in short, the acid corpse poison bee's adaptability was truly good news for Lin Yuan. It was just that, at the moment, Lin Yuan didn't know what kind of dead dimensional lifeforms would be the most suitable for the acid corrosion queen bee to produce the acid corpse poison bee in. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What about water world dimensional lifeforms? Lin Yuan currently didn't possess any strong underwater combat capabilities. Could he use this method to make up for it? Lin Yuan immediately rejected this idea. While the acid corrosion queen bee was in Red Thorn's body, the two could be seen as a single existence. The dimensional lifeforms in which the acid corpse poison bees fed were undoubtedly suitable for fighting among the flowers. If he used water world dimensional lifeforms, they wouldn't be able to support Red Thorn in terms of fighting ability. Although Red Thorn could now breathe underwater and could be counted as one of Lin Yuan's underwater combatants, Lin Yuan's chance of engaging in underwater combat was as slim as someone who couldn't swim. Hence, it would be most cost-effective to use dimensional lifeforms that were suited for land combat as hosts. There were countless dimensional lifeforms suitable for land combat to choose from. It was just that Lin Yuan felt that those strong land dimensional lifeforms would all not be too suitable to fight in Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers. Abyss dimensional lifeforms like Horn Demon were indeed strong, but if they were to fight in the Sea of Flowers, they would destroy the child Ramets. This would instead restrict Red Thorn's fighting ability. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yuan sighed in resignation and took the platinum alien insect, heart-penetrating iron line, out of his leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. In order to possess strong fighting ability without damaging the Sea of Flowers, Lin Yuan's heart-penetrating iron lines were undoubtedly the most suitable amongst his dimensional lifeforms due to their small size and assassination abilities. However, Lin Yuan thought that this was obviously not the best option. There were so many different types of dimensional lifeforms in dimensional rifts that would evolve and mutate as they matured. Lin Yuan planned to pay greater attention to the auction of precious deceased dimensional lifeforms in the future. He would see if he could get the existence of evolution and mutation. If there were suitable lifeforms, he would then bring them back for the acid corrosion queen bee's use. Besides, as long as the acid corrosion queen bee had enough acid in its body, the acid corpse poison bees it produced would not have any concrete limitations. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan's idea was defeated by reality. He let the acid corrosion queen bee choose a heart-penetrating iron line that the acid corpse poison bees could control to the limit out of his different heart-penetrating iron lines. After a round of selection, the acid corrosion queen bee chose a platinum eye heart-penetrating iron line. Lin Yuan's eyelids jumped as he watched it pierce the heart-penetrating iron line's body. After evolving to the platinum grade, the acid corrosion queen bee stingers had become unusually sharp. However, it still required much effort to pierce the heart-penetrating iron line's body. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh at the might of the heart-penetrating iron line as an alien insect dimensional lifeform. After the acid corrosion queen bee pierced the heart-penetrating iron line, its body trembled furiously. Once it pulled out its stingers, the bee fell to the ground, losing the strength to even fan its wings. Lin Yuan hurriedly used true data to scan the acid corrosion queen bee. Lin Yuan realized that the acid corrosion queen bee became weak after producing one acid corpse poison bee. It would remain weak for 3 days. According to True Data's assessment of the acid corrosion queen bee's acid, Lin Yuan estimated that the acid corrosion queen bee would need a month to recover after producing the acid corpse poison bee once. Lin Yuan felt that the acid corrosion queen bee was like a woman. It needed to recuperate for 3 days after birth and a month of downtime after that before it could give birth again. Although the acid corrosion queen bee had a much shorter period of downtime, Lin Yuan stored away the rest of the heart-penetrating iron line that the acid corrosion queen bee had not chosen with a wave of his hand. This test allowed him to understand the acid corpse poison bee's limit when controlling a dimensional lifeform's body. The dimensional lifeform could not be more powerful than the acid corrosion queen bee. After a few minutes, Lin Yuan noticed that something seemed to be crawling around inside of the heart-penetrating iron line that had been injected with the acid corpse poison bee. When the thing crawled to the heart-penetrating ironline's head, the heart-penetrating ironline's body started to move. Lin Yuan sensed the heart-penetrating ironline's condition. Even though the acid corpse poison bee was controlling it, the heart-penetrating ironline was acting no different from when it was alive. If there was a difference to be considered, the puppet heart-penetrating ironline did not feel fear or pain. It was a mindless puppet that only obeyed the acid corrosion queen bee. The acid corrosion queen bee that was collapsed on the ground let out a buzzing noise. Suddenly, the puppet heart-penetrating ironline retracted its body. It slowly turned into a black pupa about half as long as Lin Yuan's pinky. The weakened acid corpse poison bee could not move its body, so Lin Yuan instructed Red Thorn to use its vines to collect the acid corrosion queen bee and black pupae into its body. 1 month might seem like a long time, but Lin Yuan was not upset about it. At this rate, 12 puppets could be created per year. This number greatly exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Once the acid corrosion queen bee evolved, Lin Yuan stored Red Thorn away in the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box. He then ordered Red Thorn to continue to absorb eyes of relinquish and nurture the blood brew grapevine. Lin Yuan noticed that Genius and Chimey were perched on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree branches and acting secretively. He did not know what they were twittering about. Lin Yuan shook his head but did not disturb them. He went back to his affairs. At that moment, the source sand started to expand and contract rapidly, spitting a bunch of things out of the sand. Lin Yuan saw that the things were the golden discs he had not had the time to store back in the dimensional rift and the 30 source-type items that he had snatched from the dimensional hub before falling unconscious. He was surprised to see that his source sand had stored all these items for him after he had fallen unconscious. Lin Yuan felt that the source sand was too thoughtful. The 30 source-type items were rather valuable to Lin Yuan as well. However, he was more pleasantly surprised to see the big pile of golden discs. Lin Yuan no longer needed to spend his days doggedly replenishing the energy ores in the spirit pool with these golden discs. Lin Yuan stored the close to 100 golden discs in the beetle-shaped diamond face storage box, and they devoured all the energy ores in there. Lin Yuan stacked up the golden discs in the spirit pool, and, coupled with the almond leaf-shaped butterfly shell flowers, it made for a pretty scene. Now, he would not need to worry about Morbius evolving the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan shook his body and took 2 golden curtain peonies out of the face storage box and placed them with the 108 starlight grass and 36 floating cloud flowers. He also summoned Zhou Luo's bronze/epic dark snake dragon lizard and decayed mud lizard, as well as the burning sunflower and Chu Si's bronze X/epic Vajra butterfly. After some calculations, Lin Yuan took out the remaining 36 spirit chi crystals and crushed 2 of the spirit chi crystals in his hand. Since Morbius was still sleeping, Lin Yuan had to direct the spirit chi from the spirit chi crystals into the burning sunflower, the Vajra butterfly, the dark snake dragon lizard, and the decayed mud lizard on his own. Soon, the 4 phase evolved from bronze/epic to bronze/legend. Lin Yuan continued to move the spirit chi around, spreading it on the 108 starlight grass, 36 floating cloud flowers, and 2 golden curtain peonies. The starlight grass and floating cloud flowers Lin Yuan chose were mostly bronze 7/elite. This saved Lin Yuan from depleting too much spirit chi. All the plants started to evolve their grades and qualities. However, Lin Yuan's calculation was slightly lacking. Since the 2 spirit chi crystals were already used to evolve the 4 phase, there was not enough leftover spirit chi. Thus, more than 20 of the starlight grass were unable to reach bronze X/epic. After some thought, Lin Yuan crushed another spirit chi crystal. However, there was leftover spirit chi this time even after the rest of the starlight grass evolved to bronze X/epic. There was a considerable surplus amount. Lin Yuan mulled over his next step before directing the leftover spirit chi into the 2 bronze X/epic golden curtain peonies, and they both evolved to bronze/legend. The 4 evolved phase did not experience any major changes. The only change to note was that the decayed mud lizard had evolved to become the decayed mud shield lizard. The decayed mud shield lizard had stronger defensive abilities than the decayed mud lizard, but it did not look any different. The 2 golden curtain peonies, which relied on their looks, retained their easy-on-the-eyes exterior when they evolved. The golden petals bent backward quickly while the small inner petals multiplied and stretched outwards. The beautiful golden curtain peonies became at least twice as large. To Lin Yuan, the golden curtain peonies became at least 10 times more beautiful. Lin Yuan did not have any use for the golden curtain peony itself. He had chosen to evolve them because Chu Si's Vajra butterfly needed their pollen in order to become a fantasy breed. Moreover, the golden curtain peony's pollen greatly benefited the Vajra butterfly if consumed. The golden curtain peony stood out because of its looks, and it did not even have any special fragrance. It was because the golden curtain peony lacked fragrance that made it suitable to be a decorative item in the manor. Lin Yuan felt a sting as 33 spirit chi crystals remained. However, time was tight. Lin Yuan had decided to announce his private territory on the 3rd day after the new year. Thus, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to take the time to slowly evolve the 108 starlight grass and 36 floating cloud flower to bronze/epic using his own power. After splurging this time, Lin Yuan resolved not to do it again. Since Lin Yuan had used the spirit chi crystals, the massive project was completed in less than half an hour. Once Lin Yuan was done working, he realized that Genius and Chimey had disappeared. He looked up and caught sight of the silhouette of 2 figures snuggled together amongst the leaves of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Lin Yuan assumed they were resting, so he left the spirit lock spatial zone to enter Star Web. He did not know that at the same time that he entered Star Web, those 2 imps in the spirit lock spatial zone were about to leave an impact on Star Web on New Year's Eve. At the Orchid Mouth Guild Club's training center, 2 young men were seated at a table in a uniquely decorated room. A young man with peach blossom eyes was sipping on alcohol. When he swallowed the hard liquor, he choked. The mature young man sitting next to him smirked. The mature young man looked around the closet-like room and said to the peach blossom-eyed young man, "By how? I'm not going to be with my girlfriend on New Year's tomorrow. How about I go shopping for clothes with you? I'm guessing you haven't bought any new clothes in 2 months." Wang Fan thought about how Bai Hao could fill up an entire house with new clothes in the span of a month. He knew that Bai Hao was not pretending to be dispirited. Wang Fan knew that Bai Hao liked to listen to music. Bai Hao would log on Star Web to listen to people sing in the past during his free time. However, he never pressed like frantically. He's like this because his host hasn't live-streamed in 2 months. I don't understand what's going on, but I'm worried about him. Bai Hao glanced at Wang Fan before saying flatly, "If you don't accompany your girlfriend, she might order her bears to jump on me and crush me when we're in a team competition." Wang Fan awkwardly scratched his head. His wife was indeed rather fierce. That said, his wife's bears were not fierce in the slightest. They often spent nights being punished by his wife and standing outside the door with him. Wang Fan felt that the bears were simple-minded. "The day after tomorrow is the all-star match. We both have to attend. Please don't sabotage yourself by drowning yourself in alcohol for the next 2 days. If someone ends up challenging you or you have to participate in a guidance battle, it won't look good when the Star Web reporter takes your picture." Bai Hao rubbed his red eyes and said nonchalantly, "Either way, the sparrow-voiced lowly goddess won't be live-streaming. Nothing else in life brings me joy. I might as well drink myself to death." Wang Fan pursed his lips vexedly and pretended he had not heard Bai Hao. Bai Hao's bark was worse than his bite. He was a veritable tsundere. As his comrade and teammate, Wang Fan had long become accustomed to Bai Hao's personality. Wang Fan wanted to try to persuade Bai Hao, but Bai Hao's phone started to ring. Bai Hao picked up the call sadly. At the same time, Wang Fan noticed an eye-catching gaze overtake Bai Hao's eyes. It was like he had regained something he had lost. There was surprise, excitement, and preciousness. Wang Fan had no clue what had just happened. Hence, he went to finish the speech that he had been in the middle of. "Bai Hao, I remember that you enjoy traditional style songs. The sparrow-voiced lowly goddess songs aren't that style. Why not?" Before Wang Fan could finish, Bai Hao's depressed expression changed into one of unbridled delight. His red eyes curved with his bursting joy. "You don't know anything. I might like traditional style songs, but I love listening to anything that comes out from the sparrow-voiced lowly goddess's mouth. Wang Fan pursed his lips. He could already guess what had perked up Bai Hao. It must have been the news that the sparrow-voiced lowly goddess had returned to streaming. "I shall grant you the pleasure of shopping with me tomorrow." "You're welcome," exclaimed Bai Hao. Wang Fan was done with this. "You are completely fine now. You're even happier than me. I won't go shopping with you anymore. Otherwise, I'll have to stand outside with those bears on New Year's night. I'm not going. Spending time with my wife is more important." Bai Hao scoffed. "Even if you don't go with me, you'll still be punished on New Year's night. I'll send you some food then." Even though Wang Fan was still present, Bai Hao immediately logged onto Star Web. He entered the live streaming room that he had spent countless days nights in. The moment he entered, he was surprised to hear an ethereal and raspy voice say, "Everyone, thank you for supporting me all this time. I'm going to sing a song I just learned." Bai Hao's heart skipped a beat. The sparrow-voiced lowly goddess is talking. Bai Hao immediately gifted 1 million radiance dollars. He was initially going to gift it in 10 rounds, but her singing voice ambushed him. Bai Hao saw the figure of a woman standing next to the White Rock River. Her back was facing him, and she was singing the song that was playing in his ear. A mellow song was the most gentle form of punishment. It could slink into a heart unnoticed and chain it up before one even noticed what was happening. When Lin Yuan logged onto Star Web, he went into his private territory. Since Lin Yuan wanted to go into his private territory on Star Web, he brought along the mask Hu Quan had made for him. He assumed that it would be rather empty since he had not announced his private faction's role. However, when Lin Yuan entered, he realized that about 7 or 8 people were standing outside his private territory and talking. Lin Yuan was slightly suspicious, but he felt annoyed when he heard what they were discussing. "Why are the bunch of you here in the middle of the night? There's nothing exciting to see. Why are you talking about us? You're rather sinister. You come here at the same time every day to mock Sky City." "I'm not mocking Sky City. I just think that Sky City is a little pitiful. My rising faction, Nut Mercenaries, is also new. However, if I happen to meet any member of Sky City, I'm willing to donate some outstanding items for them to spruce up their entranceway." The other people present were disgusted at this Nut Mercenaries member. "We've agreed on a time to leave here together to take a look at Nut Mercenaries' private territory. It's not like your private territory has anything valuable. Why are you acting all high and mighty here and trying to lord above other rising factions? How are you worthy? What a joke." Lin Yuan pursed his lips as he scanned these few people. He sighed to himself at how silly they were. Why aren't they asleep at this hour? Lin Yuan ignored them and went into his private territory. The group of people had noticed Lin Yuan when he entered. They initially thought that he was just here to see if anything exciting was going to happen. They did not expect that he would turn out to be a member of Sky City. Inside his private territory, Lin Yuan checked his private territory's visitor log. Even after 5 minutes, he was not done checking through the visitor logs from today. Lin Yuan gave up checking the visitor logs. He noticed that there was mail from the Star Web officials in his private territory's mailbox. After taking a look at it, numerous questions popped into his mind. In the last month, his private territory had achieved a ranking in the visitors' ranking. There were many rankings for private territories on Star Web. Most of the ranked private territories were a cut above the rest, and they represented the institution of private territories on Star Web. Although the visitors' ranking was not a particularly powerful ranking, it did carry significant weight amongst all the rankings. After all, it represented the number of people who visited private territories every day. Lin Yuan might have been happy if his private territory had been ranked after he announced its role. However, his private territory had not even debuted. It was no different than a patch of empty land. It was impossible for empty land to be attractive. Hence, all the visitors had just come to see if there was anything exciting happening. It was because of this that Sky City's highest ranking on the visitors' ranking was 87th, although it had currently dropped to 98th. Lin Yuan had not been investing time into his private territory, so he did not expect that so many people had been ridiculing him for carelessly leaving his private territory's security access rights open. Although Lin Yuan felt that this was rather ridiculous, he had no plans to stop this situation. Those people who had come to join the crowd were only providing Sky City with free advance advertisement. Lin Yuan did not plan on decorating the exterior of the private territory. Nonetheless, he and Hu Quan had put a lot of effort into the interior design. Lin Yuan used the star web card to bring in all the items and place them on the floor of the large hall. He hung all the jade-textured wood roulettes made by Hu Quan on the walls. The jade-textured roulettes hanging all around the walls starkly contrasted with the white walls and created a classy atmosphere. Then, Lin Yuan used the golden strings from the jade-textured Phoebe Jinan and strung all the roulettes together. There were a total of 108 jade-textured wood roulettes. There was a notch in the center of every roulette where Lin Yuan placed a strand of bronze/epic starlight grass. As a mainly decorative fae, the starlight grass could also release weak spirit chi. The star patterns on the starlight grass's leaves swayed naturally. The swaying movements of the starlight grass's leaves caused the roulette to turn, and in turn, each of the roulettes along the golden Phoebe Jinan strings started to turn as well. The weak spirit chi also caused the roulettes and golden Phoebe Jinan strings to glow dimly. The glowing golden strings and the shining starlight grass leaves lined up and seemed to form numerous constellations. It could create the feeling of a star-filled sky during the daytime. The turning roulettes looked like skipperless steering wheels turning in the sky. In this artificial sky, these self-turning steering wheels seemed to be controlling the fates of mortals using the golden strings. Now, the interior design of this private territory was utterly stunning. Although the interior design was already immaculate, Lin Yuan was not done decorating. Lin Yuan also set up the 36 bronze/epic floating cloud flowers, placing one flower between 3 spinning roulettes. Shortly after, elusive clouds rose from the flowers and shrouded the bright constellations and roulettes. The light could not be completely hidden. The clouds were only meant to add an air of mystery and create the magical atmosphere of being amongst clouds. Lin Yuan was basically done with decorating. Lin Yuan thought for a while before raising his hand and storing away the jade-textured wood table Hu Quan had made. He did not replace the complimentary ordinary wood table that was given to all faction territories. The ordinary wood table was extremely common. There was a bronze/legend Oath Lily of the Valley placed on it. Each of the white bell-like flowers of the Oath Lily of the Valley gleamed softly. It was like the flowers were collecting the promises of the mortal world under the clouds and roulettes in the sky. After Lin Yuan left his private territory, he noticed that the number of people gathering outside had increased by at least 5 times. There were even more who were coming over. Those first few people must have called more people over after seeing Lin Yuan go in. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh as he wondered why these people were not enjoying the new year or sleeping. Do they just gawk all day? Lin Yuan did not have time to waste on these people. On the 3rd day of the new year, Sky City's spectacle of clouds would be even more stunning. After leaving Star Web, Lin Yuan plucked the cinnabar sweet osmanthus from the pure land of bliss. He intended on planting the cinnabar sweet osmanthus in front of the mansion's entrance. Lin Yuan had been keeping the cinnabar sweet osmanthus in the spirit lock spatial zone because of the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia growing on it. Lin Yuan really needed the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia to increase his energy. Since the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia had left the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, Lin Yuan wanted to pour out the soil on the pure land of bliss. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus without its tree core would never recover. Planting a new flower species in the mansion added a hint of elegance to the mansion. The sky was starting to brighten. While Lin Yuan was instructing the source sand to dig in front of the door, he heard Wen Yu's voice. "Young master, you haven't slept the entire night. Why don't you drink some of the purple sesame lamb soup that Lu Jie slowly simmered last night?" Wen Yu knew that Hu Quan's vitality sloth had replenished Lin Yuan's vitality. He would not have been able to sleep that night. However, she did not expect to find him gardening at the break of dawn. Wen Yu was a spirit attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace and immediately recognized that Lin Yuan was about to plant the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus was not an outstanding species of osmanthus. It was considered upper middle, and its most interesting aspect was that it changed drastically when it evolved. The legendary extinct species of osmanthus was an evolved form of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Even the Moon Empress had chosen to plant several cinnabar sweet osmanthus in the Leaning Moon Mountains garden. Several of them had evolved to the higher grade of osmanthus phase. According to Wenyu's memory, not even the luscious cinnabar sweet osmanthus in Leaning Moon Mountains garden was half as lush as Lin Yuan's cinnabar sweet osmanthus. The clustering tufts of scarlet flowers were already weighing down the strong branches. Lin Yuan took a sip of the purple sesame lamb soup when you served him. When his taste buds were drenched in the freshness of the lamb meat and the spiciness of the purple sesame, Lin Yuan felt a warmth enter his body. When he swallowed the soup, small beads of sweat appeared on his nose. Lu Jie could not help but marvel at Lu Jie's improving cooking skills. Recently, Lu Jie liked to cook medicinal food. Medicinal dishes made of fresh ingredients and some phase with medicinal properties had a special flavor. Lin Yuan checked the time and saw that it was only a little past 6 a.m. "Why are you up so early?" asked Lin Yuan. Lu Jie was usually the first one to wake up in the mansion. He usually woke up at 7 a.m. When Lu Jie started making breakfast at around 7:30 a.m., when you would walk out of her room. When you received the medicinal soup that Lin Yuan drank and explained softly, "Last night, you said that you wanted information on Duan He, so I asked a spirit attendant in Hidden Moon Pavilion to help me look through Duan He's personalized magazine." When you was always aware of her skills and the role she needed to play in Sky City. When she was a spirit attendant in Radiant Moon Palace. When you had regarded herself as extremely talented. Apart from her aptitude as a creation master, she was considered rather powerful amongst the spirit attendants. However, ever since becoming Lin Yuan's personal assistant and getting to know Lu Jie, Listen, and Chu Ci, when you came to understand that power was innate, could not be compared with others no matter what. Hence, when you had taken Mystic Moon's suggestion and had started focusing her efforts on managing the information and organizational aspects of Lin Yuan's private faction, she was not determinately striving toward governance. Up till then, when you had been rather downtrodden, it was because she had not managed to gather even one willpower rune. After hearing what Wenyu said, Lin Yuan knew that she had not slept last night as well. "Wenyu, what do you think about us recruiting Duan He?" Wenyu pondered over his statement. "Young master, I think it'll be good for us to recruit Duan He," replied Wenyu. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Ever since establishing Sky City, he had not contributed as much as Wenyu. Wenyu was usually the strictest when it came to picking new talented individuals. Duan He's character and skills must be impressive if he managed to tear a compliment from Wenyu. "Tell me about the information you learned about Duan He last night." Wenyu did not look through the organized information in her hands. She had already memorized all of the information surrounding Duan He. Duan He's character is beyond reproach. When he was king class, he was once captain of the spirit guards. Lin Yuan was stunned to hear that he had been a spirit guard captain. Lin Yuan's parents had both been part of the spirit guards. Thus, the title of spirit guard captain held a special meaning to him. Any person who protected the sanctity of life in the face of danger was worth respecting in Lin Yuan's books. They were also the most adorable people. Lin Yuan thought for a moment before asking, "Has Duan He been a part of any factions other than the spirit guards?" Wenyu shook her head. Duan He has never joined any other factions. He was once a part of a team of Emperor-class experts. However, he left for some reason. He is quite powerful. Duan He prefers to contract water-type phase that are skilled at attacking. According to the records in Hidden Moon Pavilion, as of 3 years ago, his main phase are the Suzerain/Myth I Six-Headed Sea Demon Snake and the Suzerain/Myth I Thunderwave Sky Chaos Snail. Lin Yuan frowned upon hearing the names of the phase that were compatible with Duan He. When Lin Yuan had first met Duan He, the latter had been using a Diamond X/Fantasy V Sword Plume Seahawk. Not only was the Sword Plume Seahawk incompatible with what Wenyu said about Duan He, but it also did not exist in his team of main phase. "Doesn't Duan He have the Sword Plume Seahawk as one of his main phase?" Wenyu shook her head. Duan He can't afford to nurture another fae after the Six-Headed Sea Demon Snake. However, he did contract the unmatchable bird 5 years ago. The Sword Plume Seahawk might be the unmatchable bird's evolved form. Lin Yuan immediately understood. The unmatchable bird was the same as his strengthened red thorn and source seed. It also transformed and evolved according to its contractor's desired path. Few unmatchable birds and source seeds could be found at the Radiance Federation. It was not a source-type life form that existed on its own. Source seeds were easily mistaken as rubbish, while the unmatchable bird was considered an extremely expensive source-type life form. It was almost as valuable as fairy source-type items. Lin Yuan remembered the Sword Plume Seahawk's abilities and exclusive skills that he had seen on True Data. He could not help but lament how he had failed to properly nurture it. It was too one-sided and harsh to only nurture the Sword Plume Seahawk's offensive side. However, when you had said that He's only main fei was the six-headed sea demon snake, Lin Yuan felt that He was only making his own life more difficult by nurturing the Sword Plume Seahawk in this way. A multi-directional group attack managed to quickly harvest the pieces of dimensional lifeforms in the dimensional rift. The more Lin Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had found the truth. The Bamboo Monarch had declared the Sea Demon Snake as the strongest fei in quality-wise. However, being the strongest also caused the Sea Demon Snake to suffer consequences in the manifold. The consequences would be shifted onto the Sea Demon Snake's contractor. Whenever the Sea Demon Snake grew a new head, it needed to absorb twice the resources as compared to the other feis of the same quality. He's main fei was a suzerain/myth six-headed sea demon snake. This meant that he could have nurtured 6 other suzerain/myth feis in the time that he had invested into the six-headed sea demon snake. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. On the one hand, He's six-headed sea demon snake was very strong. If Lin Yuan could recruit he would gain an unrivaled in its own quality and ferocious asset. On the other hand, due to how difficult it was to nurture the six-headed sea demon snake, he had to be very poor. This is great. The poorer, the better. The poorer he is, the more desperately he'll need resources, and the happier I'll be. While talking to Wenyu, Lin Yuan was done planting the cinnabar sweet osmanthus in the hole the source sand had dug. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus petals had fallen and scattered all over the soil, a blanket of red covering the ground. The air was tinged with the osmanthus fragrance. Wenyu hurriedly grabbed a broom and started sweeping up the fallen osmanthus flowers. "Young master, we'll be able to make our own honeyed osmanthus wine out of this cinnabar sweet osmanthus from now on," said Wenyu. Lin Yuan smiled from ear to ear. "Yes, this cinnabar sweet osmanthus is about to evolve to gold grade. I don't know if cinnabar sweet osmanthus that had its tree core removed will start a new lease of life once it evolves to gold grade." Wenyu knew that Lin Yuan wanted to cultivate the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. "Young master, I'll bring back some plants and water from Leaning Moon Mountain later. Then, I'll carefully water this cinnabar sweet osmanthus," said Wenyu. A crystal bottle and a flat and unassuming paper item appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. Wenyu was a creation master. She immediately recognized the paper item as the mutated paper elemental source-type life form. When she saw the amber fluid in the crystal bottle, Wenyu was stunned. 1 drop of the amber fluid had saved her, and was the reason she had resolved to start a new chapter of her life. It was the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. As Lin Yuan handed the items to her, Wenyu's heart trembled vigorously. The paper elemental source-type item aside, there were at least 200 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. A single drop was already unbelievably precious. Top factions had come to Leaning Moon Mountain to humbly plead with the Moon Empress in the hopes of gaining the contents of this small bottle. Lin Yuan saw that Wenyu was making no move to receive the items. "This paper elemental source-type item is more suitable for you. If you drink this bottle of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, your body will be completely cleansed of impurities. Once you've been cleansed, you'll be able to contract the paper elemental source-type item. Then, you should rest well tonight and replenish all the energy you lost from staying up all night," said Lin Yuan. Wenyu gazed at Lin Yuan with several odd emotions. She then took a deep breath and accepted the items from Lin Yuan. "Thank you, young master," said Wenyu earnestly. The sun had risen. Wenyu summoned the earth rush golden lotus and bathed in the sunlight together. Lin Yuan headed toward the kitchen and checked the soup that Lu Jie had cooked for him. Lu Jie usually prepared a separate soup in the kitchen when he made meals. Whenever this pot of soup was used up in cooking, Lu Jie would add more. Lin Yuan was cooking the jar of soup that Lu Jie had helped him to prepare with special ingredients last night. This jar of soup was the product of Lin Yuan's cooking skills after not stepping into the kitchen for some time. When Yu clenched her fist over the crystal bottle and the paper elemental source-type item. Suddenly, a gust of wind kicked up. A rain of osmanthus flowers fell with that gust of wind. One of the osmanthus flowers landed on Wen Yu's hair. When Yu plucked the osmanthus flower from her hair and realized that there were subtle markings on the petals. Although the flower had fallen from the tree, it still bore the markings of the tree's growth. When Yu looked between the flower and the paper elemental source-type item in her hand, a dream took root in Wen Yu's mind. If only I could become a white paper engraved with all the memories of you and Sky City, murmured Wen Yu. Wen Yu spoke under her breath, and the wind was still whistling. Perhaps only the cinnabar sweet osmanthus caught what she said. If I could become paper, my front side would display proclamations while the back would be full of secrets. This time, Wen Yu spoke louder. Before her words could sink in, she entered into a trance. A transparent, paper-shaped willpower rune materialized in Wen Yu's mind, and the spiritual energy surrounding Wen Yu started to swirl rapidly. Mystic Moon reached out his arm and peered at the food in his chopsticks. He felt that there was nothing special about the dish, but the knife work was solid. All the humble foods had the taste of an aged soup. The taste of the aged soup was the finishing touch that elevated the dish. If it was 1 year ago, Mystic Moon would never have believed that someone would cook a home-cooked meal for the Moon Empress during a New Year's visitation. Although the Moon Empress liked all kinds of food, she was picky about what was allowed to enter her mouth. Ordinary dishes were not permitted to enter the Moon Empress's mouth. However, she was now beaming as she feasted on these common dishes. Cold Moon's usually frigid expression had also thawed as she drank the soup that Chu Si ladled for her. Now, Mystic Moon's desire for a disciple was stronger than ever. Suddenly, he remembered the young girl that he had once guided. When they were done eating, the Moon Empress said to Lin Yuan, "Little Yuan, Mystic Moon will be leaving the continent on the 7th day after the New Year. The space tunnel will be set up before the 15th. Previously, I didn't advise you because there was a lot of time before you had to go to the Spirit Wood Federation. Now, I have to tell you with the utmost seriousness that all of the places in the outskirts will be completely different from the Radiance continent. You have to be able to stay composed wherever you go." Lin Yuan nodded seriously. "Don't worry, Master." Even if Lin Yuan had not understood the dangers of foreign places after being in the Abyss Dimensional Rift, he had definitely learned what he should do in the face of foreign factions from his experience in the evolving Waterworld Dimensional Rift. The Moon Empress took Lin Yuan's words into account and went on to say, "Do you want me to help out with some of your problems?" A flash of coldness and murderous intent streaked across the Moon Empress's gaze. Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress was referring to the Zheng family because there were no other current problems in his life. The Moon Empress had offered him once before. She had to be asking again because the Zheng family was about to make a move. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied with a smile, "Master, I'll seek you out if I can't handle it myself." The Moon Empress stretched out her hand and gently caressed Lin Yuan's head, and then placed the extreme token with the flowing cloud beeswax inside around Lin Yuan's neck. "I've already filled the extreme token with the Moonlight domain. Don't hesitate to activate it when you're in danger." Lin Yuan lowered his head to look at the extreme token hanging around his neck. He could feel that there was something different about the extreme token. However, he could not pinpoint where the difference was. Unlike the happiness brimming in the Radiant Moon Palace, the atmosphere in the Zheng family's manor was extremely tense. Zhang Jianglu and Zhang Wenba stood off to one side and stared at the austere youth sitting on the main seat. Despite the raging fire burning in the fireplace, Zhang Jianglu and Zhang Wenba felt a chill that resonated from within their bones. Bai Chenghu from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was kneeling on the floor with his head down. He was terrified of offending the important person seated on the main seat. He had lost track of how long he had been kneeling. Bai Chenghu did not dare to use his spiritual power while he was kneeling. Hence, this king-class expert's legs had already gone numb. The youth on the main seat scoffed. The kneeling Bai Chenghu twitched, and the terror in his eyes intensified. Bai Chenghu's main reason for coming to the royal capital was that he had no idea why the Zheng family's third lineage, which had been supporting him and the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce all along, was suddenly ignoring him. He did not expect to meet the Zheng family's main family's core member, the Zheng family's revered second young master. If this was any other time, Bai Chenghu would have been over the moon at the chance to meet someone like the second young master. But now that Bai Chenghu knew that the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had caused trouble, he wanted nothing more than to dive into a crack in the floor to avoid Zhang Zhongliu's piercing gaze. However, Bai Chenghu was even more terrified of the second young master, who had not even thrown him a glance. Zhang Zhonglu looked at Zhang Kaiyuan and tentatively said, "What do you think about this matter, second young master?" Zhang Kaiyuan slammed his hand down on the table forcefully. He startled the small black and white sable in his arms, tunneled into Zhang Kaiyuan's blooming sleeves. "What do I think? Let's ignore the death of the Zheng family's third lineage's Zhao Hanzhong. However, my guardian is now on his last legs, not to mention deaf and mute. The Zheng family's third lineage is actually asking what I think." Zhang Kaiyuan spoke like a haughty elite that was chastising his subordinates. His tone indicated that he did not consider the Zheng family's third lineage as part of his family at all. Zhang Wenba had already been scared silent. He stood hunched behind Zhang Zhonglu. Zhang Zhongliu's expression had soured significantly, but fear lay underneath his sour expression. Zhang Zhonglu said with a resigned air, "Second young master? We've been collecting resources from the coastal shores outside of Indigo Azure City. The third lineage only asks for 20% of this business. You can have the remaining 80%. Zhang Kaiyuan's sharp gaze penetrated Zhang Zhonglu. The third lineage is now struggling with gaining control of the coastal sea owned by the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce despite having schemed for so long. Hehe. It looks like the third lineage has been hiding many things from me." Zhang Zhongliu's body froze. "The third lineage dared not hide anything from you, second young master. From now on, you can have the final say when it comes to the third lineage." Zhang Zhonglu thought to himself, "Only Zhao Hanzhong and I know about the sea burial lotus flower that was found in Indigo Azure City's coastal sea. Zhao Hanzhong had taken care of everyone else who knew. Not even Zheng Wenba is sure of the details. Since Zhao Hanzhong died, I'm the only one left who knows. Now that the sea burial lotus flower is dead, I have to keep this information to myself if it's the last thing I do. If second young master finds out about the sea burial lotus flower, he'll punish the third lineage for sure." Zhao Hanzhong had been the strongest person in the Zheng family's third lineage. Zhao Hanzhong was dead. Hence, the third lineage had now become the weakest link in the four lineages, which initially stood side by side. Zhang Zhonglu needed to find a reliable source of support for the third lineage, even if the new source of support was greedier than a fearsome tiger. Zhang Kaiyuan glanced at Zhang Zhonglu. "Since the third lineage wants to side with me, they better focus on developing the coastal sea. Other matters are unimportant. I want 90% of the profits." Zhang Zhonglu almost cracked his teeth with the force that he was grinding them together. An evil smile appeared on Zhang Kaiyuan's cold face. He looked askance at Zhang Zhonglu and said lightly, "What's wrong, third uncle? Do you disagree with me?" Zhang Zhongliu's tightly gritted teeth trembled. The tremors were so strong that he tasted blood. He yanked Zhang Wenba, who was behind him, and knelt on the floor. "Your ideas are always the best, second young master." The kneeling Zhang Zhonglu started to guess to himself. The moon has been bright the past few days. The concentrated moonlight illuminated Indigo Azure City's coastal sea. That's the exact location where I sent Zhao Hanzhong to kill the masked youth. However, this guess was terrifying, and Zhang Zhonglu dared not dive in too deeply. Although the Zheng family had not experienced any disasters in the past 2 weeks, Zhang Zhonglu thought it would be best to stay on his guard. If the Zheng family crossed someone that was untouchable, even the Miao family who supported the second young master would burst into flames. The top faction, that was the Miao family, would be burnt to a crisp. When Zhang Kaiyuan heard Zhang Jiangliu's response, he glanced at Zhang Jianglu haughtily but did not address him again. Instead, he turned to look at Bai Qinghu, who wanted nothing more than to disappear. The source is the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Hee, I can't believe they're capable of so much, said Zhang Kaiyuan. There was a hint of solemnness in Zhang Kaiyuan's eyes. Although Zhang Kaiyuan was arrogant, he was not stupid. He had even sought out the Indigo Azure Guard captain to understand the circumstances. After Zhang Kaiyuan's numerous visits to the Indigo Azure Guard captain, he only managed to find out the name Sky City. He was clueless as to the power that Sky City held. After one match that had the power to kill 2 Emperor-class warriors, Zhang Kaiyuan could not disregard them. Bai Chenghu would never have expected that the Zhang family's second young master would talk to him in such a condescending manner. Although the second young master seemed to be talking to Bai Chenghu, he might as well have been talking to himself. Bai Chenghu, who thought that he knew the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce rather well, dared not interrupt. While Bai Chenghu was struggling, he was unexpectedly called out by Zhang Kaiyuan. Third uncle said that your name is Bai Chenghu. What a bold-sounding name. I know you came to third uncle for resources. Whether he decides to give you any or not, I can help you out. Are you interested? Bai Chenghu, whose legs were already numb, assumed that he was doomed. Little did he know that he would be granted such a blessing. Bai Chenghu's eyes lit up as he cried out, I'm willing. If you're willing to help the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce, we'll do anything in for you in return. Zhang Kaiyuan knocked on the armrest of the main seat. While the dimensional rift remains closed, all beasts should hide their claws. Nothing good will come out of baring their teeth. However, the Zhang family cannot stay idle. By Qinghu, I shall give you the luxury resources that you desire. All you have to do is make sure that you squeeze the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce dry. Bai Chenghu was delighted by this unexpected surprise and thanked the second young master happily. Zhang Jianglu looked at Bai Chenghu with a troubled gaze. Now that he had formed a connection with the second young master, Bai Chenghu could stand on the same level as Zhang Jianglu and no longer needed to play the role of the obedient dog. However, Zhang Jiangliu's uneasiness has diminished. Although this matter stemmed from the Zhang family's third lineage, they had managed to dig themselves out of the hole by offering the coastal sea's resources. Zhang Jianglu just needed to focus on developing the coastal sea resources and increasing profits. Zhang Kaiyuan would handle all the problems. By reading in between Zhang Kaiyuan's words, he was prepared to fight the faction behind the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan and Chu Ci were done spending New Year's at the Radiant Moon Palace. They returned to the mansion the next day. Back at the mansion, Lin Yuan and the rest had a reunion dinner together. They initially planned on going shopping in the afternoon, but the first snow of the year arrived. The snow was heavy. It covered the royal capital like a blanket of white goose feathers. The return from faraway mansion's plants and cinnabar sweet osmanthus were covered with a thick layer of snow. The group watched as the snow became heavier and discarded their plans to go shopping. Instead, they made a variety of intricate dishes with lujia. The snow descending from the sky gave Lin Yuan a good feeling. The snow was a good omen that heralded a warm and healthy spring. The snow bore the hope that the coming year was going to be smooth sailing. Chu Ci had always been the quiet type. However, she was rather restless now. All she could think about was going to watch the all-star match tomorrow. Lin Yuan felt that Chu Ci was even more lively than Genius and Chimey combined at that moment. He watched Chu Ci pace around him. Lin Yuan knew that Chu Ci had something to say to him, so he patted the seat next to him on the sofa and said, "Stop pacing. You're making me dizzy. You can tell me anything." Chu Ci planted herself next to Lin Yuan and giggled. "Big brother, there might be a challenge match at the all-star match tomorrow. I have a feeling that I'll be picked. That's why I want to evolve the Varja butterfly to fantasy breed today." Lin Yuan affectionately pinched Chu Ci's nose and said, "When did you become so superstitious? I can't believe you're trusting a sixth sense. If so, I think I'll get picked too." Lin Yuan helped Chu Ci to press down the stray hairs on the top of her head and said, "Next time, don't hesitate to say what you're thinking. Let's evolve the Varja butterfly to fantasy breed in the training room after dinner. I've also prepared your third fae, Hu Quan, who stood off to the side, held the jade-textured strings and was crafting Sky City's special mask on the shelf made of metal spiritual ingredients. When he heard the conversation between Lin Yuan and Chu Ci, Hu Quan pursed his lips. Lin Yuan is such a hypocrite. He told his sister not to believe in her sixth sense, yet he does the exact same thing. If so, I'll just say that I have a feeling both of you will be chosen. Chu Ci happily reached out her hand and tousled Lin Yuan's pristine hair before sticking out her tongue and running to the kitchen to cook with Lu Jie. Lin Yuan hastily fixed his hair as he sighed. This little brat is becoming too impetuous. As he spoke, Hu Quan noticed that Lin Yuan's lips were stretched into a wide smile. Before they sat down to eat, Lin Yuan decided to do something that was very important to Sky City. It was about Duan He's recruitment. Lin Yuan had sent out the elemental pearls that he traded for with Master Duan Li Wang Fuxiang and Stream in the Cloud through Ostrich Logistics. The only exception was Duan He's elemental pearls. Instead of immediately going through with the trade, Lin Yuan told Duan He to come after New Year's. He wanted to give himself some time to look through Duan He's information. However, Lin Yuan did not expect that Wen Yu would be so efficient. She had organized all of Duan He's information in one night. Now that Lin Yuan had thoroughly checked out Duan He's information, he intended on pulling Duan He into Sky City. Thus, Lin Yuan was not opposed to taking the initiative to recruit him. Lin Yuan had obtained Duan He's contact details. Besides adding Duan He as a friend on StarWeb, Duan He had also sent his phone number. Lin Yuan checked Duan He's phone number and dialed it. The phone rang for almost a minute. Just when Lin Yuan thought the call would fail to go through, Duan He picked up. Lin Yuan could hear a sound that resembled whistling winds, and it was accompanied by the neighing of a herd of strong horses and the thunderous crackle of lightning. From the sounds, Lin Yuan knew that Duan He was out killing. Hello? Who is this and what do you want? If you try to promote some lousy spirit ingredients, I suggest you hang up now. I don't have the extra cash to buy whatever nonsense items you're selling. Lin Yuan heard Duan He exclaim loudly, Thunderwave Sky Chaos Snail. Use 8,000 lightning strikes. Duan He did not expect that he, an Emperor-class expert, would be trapped by these gross Class 3 water world dimensional lifeforms. His body was covered in the sticky fluids spat out by the Class 3 water world dimensional lifeforms, making him dizzy. Thus, Duan He could not help but lash out at the stranger's phone call. Lin Yuan had not anticipated this tongue-lashing when he called Duan He. So, does this mean that you don't want the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls anymore? Asked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan promptly hung up the call. After he hung up, Lin Yuan did not set down the phone. Less than 3 seconds later, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Lin Yuan waited till a minute was almost up before he picked up the call. When he picked up the call, Lin Yuan heard Duan He's embarrassed and apologetic voice. Sir, I didn't know it was you. I've been receiving too many calls from salespeople trying to sell spiritual ingredients, and I thought it was happening again. Emperor-class experts always needed an abundance of rare spiritual ingredients, and many of them would leave their contact details at auction houses and shops where they had just bought spiritual ingredients. Whenever these places had precious items, they had specialized employees who would contact Emperor-class experts. Most Emperor-class experts were happy to receive such a service. The spiritual ingredients promoted by these businesses were mostly aligned with the items that the Emperor-class experts had bought previously. These businesses would not have the courage to flippantly disturb Emperor-class experts. However, Duan He was an exception. Duan He's pocket was empty. He was close to donating his organs in order to nurture the six-headed sea demon snake. He spent every penny in his possession on his blade. Thus, Duan He felt pained whenever the businesses promoted items to him that he wanted to buy. Duan He did not expect that his way of speaking on the phone would offend the Moon Empress disciple. The Moon Empress's disciple also had the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that Duan He desperately needed. Duan He had not returned home to rest during New Year's as he wanted to gain more resources that he could use to trade for Lin Yuan's heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. A few days ago, Duan He had been desperate for spiritual ingredients and had no choice but to buy some. Thus, he spent the source-type items he had initially planned to trade for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. There was no other reason that could result in Duan He working so hard over New Year's. Duan He assumed that Lin Yuan would either ignore him after being offended or go through with the agreed-upon deal. Instead, Lin Yuan said, "How about this? You should set a time to come to my store on StarWeb. I left an access control for you. Let's talk face to face." From Lin Yuan's words, Duan He had the feeling that Lin Yuan wanted to seek him out for more than the deal about the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Duan He thought to himself, is this about what my nephew said in the group? But it's already been a few days, and he didn't say anything when I was right next to him. From the way he casually tossed out those floating life pearls, he must be a generous person. I don't think he's someone who wants payback. Duan He looked at the Class 3 Waterworld dimensional rift that he had almost completely cleared out. "I'll be able to be at your store in 10 minutes. Lin Yuan hung up the call. He had blurted out his intention to recruit Duan He because he wanted to use a kind of psychological tactic, a thousand-layer scheme. He wanted to allow Duan He to have time to prepare and evaluate the circumstances. If Duan He did not have any inclination to join Sky City, Lin Yuan would not be able to recruit him no matter what he offered. However, if Duan He wanted to join Sky City, Lin Yuan would be able to build up his stakes layer by layer, which would exert pressure until it reached the amount that would convince Duan He to join Sky City. This was the essence of the thousand-layer scheme. Lin Yuan straightened his posture before logging onto StarWeb and entering the purchase with no loss store to wait for Duan He. Lin Yuan frowned as he waited for Duan He. He was deep in thought about what kind of stakes he should exhibit in order to be able to recruit Duan He. Shortly after Lin Yuan sat down, Duan He's figure appeared in the doorway. When Lin Yuan saw Duan He, his lips curled into a smile. Duan He's arrival signaled that Lin Yuan's thousand-layer scheme had already partially succeeded. Duan He had come despite knowing Lin Yuan's motive, indicating that he was interested. Even if Duan He was opposed to the idea, it was not a strong opposition. There was room for negotiation. Duan He noticed that Lin Yuan looked the same as he was on the deserted island outside Indigo Azure City. He was still wearing the strange mask with the majestic Sky City engraving. Only Lin Yuan and Duan He were present in the store. Duan He walked up to Lin Yuan and said, "Sir, my nephew Recluse Study was just spouting nonsense. I didn't know that the brat had eavesdropped on the adults' conversation." Lin Yuan shook his head and said generously, "I don't mind such things. No one would believe him anywhere. Here you go. These are the 10 Wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with 98% purity. The price we agreed on was 2 source-type items for 1 elemental pearl." Duan He felt a sting from Lin Yuan's words, but his limbs were numb. He hurriedly took out the 20 source-type items to trade with Lin Yuan. Duan He had just retrieved 3 of the 20 source-type items from the Class 3 Waterworld dimensional rift. No matter how reluctant Duan He was, he had to admit that Lin Yuan was offering a much lower price than other pinnacle Class 4 creation masters. At the very least, he did not need to waste the immense amount of effort he would need to search for the extremely rare spiritual ingredients that the pinnacle Class 4 creation masters wanted. Lin Yuan did not immediately receive the 20 source-type items that Duan He offered. "Senior Duan He, if you're willing to join Sky City, you don't have to offer anything in return for these 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls," said Lin Yuan earnestly. When Duan He had first heard Lin Yuan's offer, he instinctively rejected it. But afterward, he felt a slight ripple against his decision. Duan He knew that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. He would undoubtedly gain closer access to the Moon Empress by joining Lin Yuan's faction. However, there were not only benefits to joining a faction but also a larger load of responsibilities to bear. He would also gain many comrades whose lives would be codependent on his. The feeling Duan He hated the most was seeing his comrades die in front of him. This was the reason that Duan He had left the Spirit Guards after that one mission and decided to become a free spirit chi professional. Thus, Duan He had decided that a deal was a deal. Lin Yuan noticed that Duan He had not retracted his hand, meaning that his first layer of offering had not been accepted. Hence, Lin Yuan threw out his second layer of offering. If you're willing to join Sky City will provide you with a compatible and valuable bronze fey each time you comprehend a willpower rune. Duan He shook his head again. He had comprehended a willpower rune, but he only needed a bit of time and effort to find a valuable bronze fey on his own. As an Emperor-class expert, the challenge was not finding compatible bronze feys but how to nurture the bronze feys to myth breed. Duan He only needed to request a Class 4 Creation Master to privately create a compatible bronze fey. After being rejected again, Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned the bronze/legend Golden Curtain Peonies. The moment that the brilliant Golden Curtain Peonies appeared, Duan He's gaze changed. Duan He had assumed that the bronze phase Lin Yuan mentioned would be bronze/epic at most. He did not expect Lin Yuan to possess a bronze/legend. Duan He could find suitable bronze/epic phase, but there was no way he would be able to obtain bronze/legend phase on his own. Even when nurtured by a Class 4 Creation Master, there was only a small chance of a bronze/legend fey being produced. It could be said that only Class 5 Creation Masters could nurture bronze/legend phase. Duan He asked himself, the three great Class 5 Creation Masters are the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme. I don't have the right to approach any of them, much less ask them to help me create a fey that's compatible with my willpower rune. Duan He gulped as he considered the practical benefits of Lin Yuan's offer. Duan He no longer had any reason to reject him. Lin Yuan observed Duan He's demeanor and knew that he had hooked Duan He with his second layer of offering. He now needed to seal the deal so that Duan He would immediately agree to join Sky City. It was normal for a faction to give up an enormous amount of resources when they were trying to recruit an expert. Even the unbelievably wealthy rising factions needed to pad the pockets of King-class experts when trying to recruit them. That was the only way to convince the King-class experts to willingly join them. Lin Yuan was now trying to recruit an Emperor-class expert, so he was ready to shower Duan He with resources. If Duan He was willing to join his faction, Duan He would also become stronger through Lin Yuan's resources. It was a win-win situation. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before throwing out the third layer of offering without another word to Duan He. Senior Duan He, I heard that you've been running around collecting spiritual ingredients because you contracted a sea demon snake. Is it the suzerain/myth six-headed sea demon snake? If so, all the resources you've been trying to accumulate will eventually be devoured by it. You should be able to evolve it to myth 2, but it will grow a new head and become a seven-headed sea demon snake. The seven-headed sea demon snake will need a lot of law power to evolve to myth 3. I wonder where you're planning on going in order to procure enough law power to evolve the seven-headed sea demon snake from myth 2 to myth 3. Duan He was not surprised by how well Lin Yuan knew about his need for resources. Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. It was easy for Lin Yuan to uncover any secret in the entire Radiance continent. The legendary Hidden Moon Pavilion held even more secrets than the Spirit Guards. Duan He's biggest issue at the moment was nurturing the Sea Demon Snake. The Sea Demon Snake was already at the peak of suzerain/myth I, and Duan He had invested years of hard work into it. All these years, Duan He had not even had the chance to rest at home. He spent every waking hour hard at work. If you're able to obtain law crystals after joining Sky City, I can provide you with pure law power, said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan proclaimed his third layer of offering. This was also the last layer of offering that Lin Yuan had prepared. If Duan He rejected this as well, Lin Yuan would be at a loss. If Duan He agreed, it would be great news to Lin Yuan. Not only would Sky City gain a capable member that would increase its fighting ability, but the law crystals that Duan He would find would allow Lin Yuan to nurture his sacred sword-wielding queen. Duan He was stunned by Lin Yuan's words, mumbling in disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Lin Yuan looked straight at Duan He and nodded solemnly. Of course I'm telling the truth. Duan He immediately retracted his hand that was holding the 20 source-type items. He called Lin Yuan Young Master in a loud and clear bark. Young Master, do I need to swear using a willpower rune in order to join Sky City? Duan He was elated. Even if Class 4 Creation Masters could also nurture Bronze/Legend phase, only Class 5 Creation Masters were able to draw out the pure law power from law crystals. The three great Class 5 creation masters were the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme. The drain of drawing out law power was completely internal. This was why Class 5 creation masters had so much authority and received so much respect. Even if an even stronger Emperor-class expert went to join a top faction, they would not be able to obtain the pure power of laws. They would need to deeply comprehend laws when their contracted suzerain phase evolved to suzerain/myth 2 or absorb law crystals that were compatible with their contracted phase type. Naturally, allowing the Fae to absorb the energy inside law crystals could not compare to pure law power. As long as Duan He wanted to advance as a combat-class spirit chi professional, there was no way he could reject Lin Yuan's offer. Upon hearing Duan He's prompt agreement, Lin Yuan said, "All you need to do is make an oath by a Lo rune to become mine and Sky City's protector." Duan He breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yuan wanted Duan He to become his servant, Duan He would not have agreed no matter how attracted he was by Lin Yuan's offer. As an Emperor-class expert, pride was more important than benefits. Although not all Emperor-class experts subscribed to this, it was a principle that Duan He lived by. This principle allowed Duan He to have a sense of discipline whenever he was faced with temptation. Duan He contemplated for a full 3 seconds before looking at Lin Yuan and said, "I know how to be your protector, but how am I supposed to protect a faction?" In Duan He's eyes, Lin Yuan was the head of Sky City. As Lin Yuan's protector, he needed to listen to Lin Yuan's orders. The way Duan He saw it, becoming Lin Yuan's protector was the equivalent of becoming Sky City's protector as well. As Sky City's protector, you need to protect every plant and everything in Sky City, even if it costs you your life. Meanwhile, I will make you stronger. Lin Yuan spoke with immense austerity. He was completely different from the friendly person he usually was. He now seemed like an elite that was full of attacking power. Lin Yuan had not thrown out so many offers in his effort to recruit Duan He to gain a useless layabout. Thus, he laid out the conditions first. Lin Yuan had grown and learned more about the world and his own power in the past half a year. Given Lin Yuan's abilities as a creation master, his sacred sword-wielding queen would be able to help evolve Duan He's suzerain/myth I 6-headed demon as long as Duan He found enough law crystals. If Duan He was confident that the sea demon snake could survive the trial of world creation, the sacred sword-wielding queen could even help the sea demon snake evolve to the creation 9-headed sea demon snake. Lin Yuan did not talk to Duan He as the disciple of the Moon Empress. Instead, he spoke with his usual humility. Lin Yuan's words left Duan He at ease. Since he was going to join a faction, it was natural that he would have the duty of protecting everything in the faction. Duan He bent over and bowed to Lin Yuan. "Young master, I can't make an oath by a Lo rune on Star Web. However, I have decided to join Sky City and become your protector." Lin Yuan smiled brightly. The sudden shift in Lin Yuan's expression made Duan He feel that this masked youth was a cheerful youth even though he could not see his face clearly. Duan He suddenly heard Lin Yuan say, "You're not the only one who has to protect everything in the faction. I have to do it too." As he spoke, Lin Yuan thought back to how Lu Jie and Zhou Luo had bravely confronted their enemies in the evolving water world dimensional rift. Lin Yuan pursed his lips and said softly, "I'll do everything I can to protect everyone in Sky City." Lin Yuan's voice had barely been a whisper, but Duan He could clearly sense the meaning and weight in Lin Yuan's words. Although Duan He was not familiar with Sky City, he could tell from the way its leader spoke that Sky City was a warm faction at the very least. Lin Yuan did not expect himself to fall into such a trove of emotions. The head of a faction definitely had heavier burdens to bear than the others. Lin Yuan straightened his posture and said to Duan He, "Senior Duan He, come to the royal capital if you have time." Duan He extended his arm and awkwardly stroked his beard. "Young master, I want to make use of the Dimensional Rift's active period to collect more resources. As of now, I only have half the spiritual ingredients needed to evolve both my 6-headed sea demon snake and Thunderwave Sky Chaos Snail to Myth 2. Lin Yuan touched the legend gold curtain peonies flowers and replied with a smile. "Since you agreed to join Sky City, the faction will take care of all the spirit ingredients you need other than law crystals. It was not as easy to gain an Emperor-class expert's loyalty as it was to gain a King-class expert's. Any faction, including elite factions, would put their Emperor-class expert members on a pedestal. The faction was sure to provide their Emperor-class experts with all their daily necessities. Lin Yuan was not going to skimp on anything either. Both the Zheng family and the Divine Wood Federation already had their bows drawn. With another Emperor-class expert in his ranks, Lin Yuan would be able to better handle matters on both ends. Duan He blinked. He assumed he would only be receiving the benefits that Lin Yuan had mentioned. Frankly, Duan He was already satisfied with being able to receive pure law power. He did not expect Lin Yuan would be willing to provide the resources he needed to evolve his phase. He had been courted by veteran factions and elite factions before. However, not one of them had been willing to do the same as Lin Yuan. Duan He knew that he required many times more the resources of other Emperor-class experts. It was not easy for any faction to provide for him. This blessing came too abruptly. The thought of being freed from trudging around and being beaten by the elements allowed Duan He to feel a newfound sense of ease. Duan He thought about how difficult it had been for him to nurture the unmatchable bird to the sword-plume seahawk, yet he had not used it much since. Duan He felt that it was doable. It looks like I'll have to nurture the sword-plume seahawk as a group control rather than group attack type from now on. Lin Yuan was not stressed by the increased burden of Duan He's immense resource needs. The strength of Duan He's sea demon snake outweighed the cons of the enormous amount of resources it devoured. The number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone were increasing every day. This was a good way to use them up and raise Sky City's combat power. Once Lin Yuan settled things with Duan He left Star Web. Duan He also started rushing toward the royal capital. Given the Diamond X/Fantasy V Sword Plume Seahawk, Duan He would only need a day to reach the royal capital. Duan He would be able to sign the contract with Lin Yuan when the latter announced Sky City's roles on Star Web. When Lin Yuan walked out of the room, the banquet had already been set up. Besides the variety of dishes, there was also a jade square platter that was about a meter long in the middle of the table. Various cakes and desserts sat atop the platter. Only a few of the desserts were exquisitely shaped like various fays. They were very lifelike. It was obvious that Lu Jie had prepared them. The rest of the slipshod products had to have been made by the others. After being steamed, the slipshod desserts all looked the same. Chu Ci, the mother of Bloodbath, and Endless Summer tried to pick out the dessert that they had made. However, they could not tell the difference no matter how hard they tried. Lin Yuan saw that when you looked like a completely different person. She must have already used the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to completely cleanse herself. Soon after, Listen and Zhou Luo returned and took a seat at the table. Almost everyone was present at the return from faraway mansion. No one depicted on the feature wall was absent. Lin Yuan thought for a moment before pulling out a large bottle of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar that he had left in the Fey storage box. He also took out 6 empty bottles and filled each to the brim with nectar. Lin Yuan placed a bottle in front of the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, Lu Jie, Listen, Zhou Luo, and Hu Quan. Lin Yuan had already given Chu Ci and Wen Yu silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, using it to cleanse their body of impurities. No matter how much silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar he had, Lin Yuan was reluctant to drink it for sport. One might be rich, but they should still use items to their best potential. Chu Ci watched as Lin Yuan poured out the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, and immediately thought about what had happened to her after drinking it. She was about to speak when she saw Hu Quan, who had been toiling over his crafts, and Zhou Luo, who was exhausted and hungry after returning, gulp down the entire bottle of nectar. Once they were done drinking, Zhou Luo and Hu Quan could not help but give Lin Yuan a thumbs up as they exclaimed, "This nectar is delicious. Where did you buy it from?" Wen Yu's eyelid twitched as she looked at both of them, thinking to herself, unworthy people will never be able to touch the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar no matter how much they want to or how much they're willing to spend. How can they ask where it was bought from? If Leaning Moon Mountain was willing to sell the nectar, even elite factions would scramble and riot in order to obtain it. Lin Yuan blinked. He did not expect Zhou Luo and Hu Quan to finish drinking the full bottles of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Lin Yuan hastily said, "Uncle Hu, Big Brother Zhou, the both of you should head to your bathrooms quickly." Lin Yuan had not finished speaking before Zhou Luo and Hu Quan dashed toward their respective rooms. Lu Jie looked at the full bowl of amber fluid. He had already recognized the contents. When the insect queen had been in danger, the bamboo monarch had given Lu Jie a drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Although the drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar had not cured the insect queen, it did grant it one more year of time. Otherwise, it would have died before Lu Jie met Lin Yuan. Lu Jie would also not be living the life he was living at the moment. The silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar was especially beneficial to the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, who were already myth-breed phase. In order for the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse a body, it evolved the genetic model to perfection. Phase had much more complicated genes than humans. The mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Lu Jie returned to their rooms as well after drinking the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Lin Yuan felt slightly awkward and felt that he should have taken out the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar after the meal. Now only he, Chu Ci, and Wen Yu were left seated at the table. After the meal, Lin Yuan took out the 2 pots of golden curtain peonies and placed them beside the water rhinoceros leather sofa. Hu Quan had already created a plant holder that had not been used. The glow-winged butterflies inside the red sandalwood longevity fish tank flew out after sensing the golden curtain peony's aura. They danced around the bronze/legend golden curtain peonies. The glow-winged butterflies were diurnal and usually refused to fly at night. However, they were now flitting around the golden curtain peonies with as much vigor as they had in the daytime. Lin Yuan knew that the glow-winged butterflies were after the golden curtain peony's pollen. The 2 golden curtain peonies were full of pollen. Even after evolving to fantasy breed, the Vajra butterfly would not be able to use up all of the pollen. Lin Yuan did not continue to stop the glow-winged butterflies from consuming the pollen. The longer that Lin Yuan looked at the dancing glow-winged butterflies, the more he felt that something was wrong with one of them. The other glow-winged butterflies were trying to put as much space between them and this particular glow-winged butterfly as possible while they were flying. Just as Lin Yuan was about to check on this glow-winged butterfly using true data, Chu Ci said, "Lin Yuan, I'm done eating. I'll wait for you in the training room." After hearing what Chu Ci said, Lin Yuan stopped caring about the glow-winged butterflies and said, "Wait for me. Let's go over together once I'm done eating. Before we go, I want to prepare all the metal and plant-type pollen that the Varja butterfly will need in its evolution to fantasy breed." Lin Yuan took out a wooden box and gently patted the large peonies, sending a plume of pollen cascading into the wooden box. The shining golden pollen shimmered as they filled the box's interior. Lin Yuan carried the box as he pulled Chu Ci to the training room. Presently, all of Chu Ci's phase had been built by Lin Yuan. Thus, Lin Yuan was looking forward to seeing what kinds of exclusive skills the Vajra butterfly would develop once it evolved to fantasy breed. Lin Yuan was not expecting much of the burning sunflower because its original abilities were already enough to aid Chu Ci in battle. Lin Yuan felt that any additional exclusive skills were all just icing on top of the cake. When they arrived at the training room, Lin Yuan summoned the bronze/legend Vajra butterfly. The Vajra butterfly had been by Lin Yuan's side for some time. When it saw Chu Ci, it flew over to her and flitted around her lovingly. It landed on Chu Ci's finger, then on her nose. Chu Ci was tickled pink as she giggled. Lin Yuan had also contracted a butterfly species fae. It was a fae that could be considered one of the 10 most beautiful faes in existence, the blue flash purple butterfly. However, the blue flash purple butterfly was extremely aloof. Although Lin Yuan could sense the deep affection that the blue flash purple butterfly felt for him, it did not interact with him on the regular. Lin Yuan felt that the jasmine lily was the only one to which the blue flash purple butterfly could warm up. 6 months had passed since the blue flash purple butterfly had hatched, and Lin Yuan had nurtured it from the beginning. Among all his fays, Lin Yuan was the most clueless about what willpower runes suited the blue flash purple butterfly best. He thought about how Chu Si had picked the most compatible willpower rune through observing the Vajra butterfly. Hence, Lin Yuan decided that he would also find the right time to study the blue flash purple butterfly to see if he could comprehend a compatible willpower rune. After Chu Si and the Vajra butterfly played around for a while, she summoned the willpower rune that she had comprehended from the Vajra butterfly. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan had seen this willpower rune of Chu Si's. This willpower rune had an oddly thick feeling, as though it was a strong shield. However, behind this heavy feeling was an exploding aura. Lin Yuan had always felt that this willpower rune had a subtle aura of impulsivity. Lin Yuan placed the wooden box of pollen on the table in the training room. Instruct the Vajra butterfly to eat the pollen in the wooden box until you feel that it can't eat anymore. Then, combine your willpower rune with the Vajra butterfly and evolve the Vajra butterfly to fantasy breed, said Lin Yuan. This was not Chu Si's first fantasy breed. However, Chu Si was more nervous as compared to the previous time when she was still rather ignorant. Ever since she started on the path of a spirit chi professional, Chu Si, who was obsessed with real combat practice, understood exclusive skills and ability compatibility more than other people her age. Although Chu Si was nervous, she did not seem anxious as she instructed the Vajra butterfly. By the time the Vajra butterfly had eaten half of the pollen in the wooden box, its abdomen had swelled. A golden light shone from within its abdomen. It illuminated the Vajra butterfly's green metal body with a light golden sheen. Chu Si sensed the Vajra butterfly's condition. When the Vajra butterfly's entire body was gleaming golden, she immediately directed the willpower rune toward the Vajra butterfly. The Vajra butterfly combined with the willpower rune and the golden light intensified in an instant. Soon after, Lin Yuan watched as the intense golden light retreated. Suddenly, a watery green light appeared in the center of the golden light. The moment that the watery green light appeared, Lin Yuan became certain. Judging from the Vajra butterfly's process of evolving to fantasy breed, everything seemed to be going smoothly. At first, Lin Yuan was slightly worried that the Vajra butterfly was not going to evolve in the direction of the jadeite butterfly because the comprehended willpower rune needed to have a jadeite token. However, the willpower rune that Chu Si had comprehended came from her observation of the Vajra butterfly. Chu Si felt that this willpower rune was definitely the most compatible with the Vajra butterfly. Now, the Vajra butterfly was evolving in the direction of the jadeite butterfly. This was a joyous occurrence. Lin Yuan had chosen the metal and wood-type pollen because the willpower rune Chu Si had comprehended had a metal-type feeling, and because the pollen would be able to stand in for the jadeite token during the evolution process. It would help chart the right course for the Vajra butterfly's evolution. Less than 10 seconds after Lin Yuan had set his mind at ease, the watery yellow light pierced the expanding watery green light. The watery yellow light continued to grow and soon pushed out all the golden light. Lin Yuan shook his head. In the end, the Vajra butterfly could not completely evolve in the direction of the jadeite butterfly because of the willpower rune. However, the watery green light that had appeared in the beginning had indicated that the Vajra butterfly was evolving in the direction of the jadeite butterfly at first. Now, the Vajra butterfly's evolution had strayed from its path. The glittering yellow light suddenly became luminous. The luminosity resembled that of superior-class yellow jadeite. At that moment, a yellow butterfly about the size of a palm flew out of the light and landed on Chu Si's finger. The yellow butterfly's entire body had a soft fluid aura, and it looked like every part of its body had been carved from jade. Its soft wings were adorned with golden patterns. Upon closer inspection, the patterns resembled the golden curtain peonies. Previously, the Vajra butterfly was akin to an ordinary piece of metal. Now it was more like an enchanting precious gem. When Lin Yuan was looking through the Vajra butterfly's development plan, he had checked the jadeite butterfly's image information. Compared to the jadeite butterfly, the current fantasy Vajra butterfly differed in its color and the peony patterns on its body. Lin Yuan could tell from its wings that his previous thinking was correct. The Vajra butterfly's evolution had strayed from its path. Lin Yuan did not make any guesses and immediately used true data to check the evolved Vajra butterfly's attributes. Fey name: Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly. Fey species. Nymphalidy/Heliconius, Fey grade. Bronze, 10/10. Fey type, metal, Fey quality. Fantasy eye, abilities. Wing block, congeal hard metal on its wings for blocking. While blocking, there will be a certain level of rebounding attacks. Golden jadeite shield, quickly applied on a target. A strong golden jadeite shield that follows the target is produced. Exclusive skill, counterattack tremor. When attacked, it will rebound a portion of the damage from physical attacks or elemental attacks in the form of an energy tremor. Explosive shield counterattack. Explode the target's shield while combining all the attacking power that the shield can handle into launching a deadly blow. After checking the attributes, Lin Yuan realized that the Vajra butterfly's name had changed to Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly. This quality had also changed from legend to fantasy eye. When he saw the ability Wing Block, Lin Yuan noticed that its defensive ability was now combined with a certain level of rebounding effects. This rebounding effect was enough to justify that Wing Block had changed drastically. However, alarm bells suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. He felt that this rebounding attack ability had a rough connotation. Lin Yuan could not help but massage his temple when he saw the new exclusive skill Explosive Shield Counterattack. Lin Yuan finally knew why the willpower rune that Chu Xiai had comprehended had a subtle sense of sharpness. Explosive Shield Counterattack could explode an entire shield and redirect the damage that the shield could handle into an even stronger attack. This meant that this defense-type Spirit Chi professional had lost one defensive ability. In the blink of an eye, she had become a power offense-type Spirit Chi professional. The stronger a defense-type Spirit Chi professional became, the more outstanding their attacking ability became. Lin Yuan became angrier as he watched the evolved Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly flutter around Chu Xiai. He did not know whether to say that Chu Xi's willpower rune had decided the direction of the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly's evolution, or if the evolution had fulfilled Chu Xi's wish. Lin Yuan felt that compared to him, an all-round Spirit Chi professional who acted like a healing-type Spirit Chi professional, Chu Xiai was a combat-class Spirit Chi professional who acted like a defense-type Spirit Chi professional. As of that moment, his plan to nurture his sister into an iron bucket went bust. Previously, his 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 plans had all gone swimmingly. However, the Vajra butterfly's evolution into the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly had stopped the plan right in its tracks. Lin Yuan had to end his 4.0 plan before it was even fully formed. He had to admit that although his plan to nurture his sister into an iron bucket had failed, the Fantasy Varja butterfly's explosive shield counterattack was definitely impressive. In a way, this ability had established Chu Xi's combat system as a defense-type Spirit Chi professional. The Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly and the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull were both Chu Xi's phase. The Obsidian Iron Wild Bull was obviously impulsive, while the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly was secretly impulsive, and Chu Xiai had an impulsive personality. Lin Yuan did not know how to best tease this impulsive team. In stark contrast to Lin Yuan's despair, Chu Xiai delightfully gazed at the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly. She could sense the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly's explosive shield counterattack ability. She felt that this exclusive skill suited her extremely well. After pondering for a while, Chu Xiai said to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, from now on, I'll need to choose phases that have more shielding abilities." Lin Yuan understood Chu Xiai, so he could immediately tell why she had such a thought. It was because she had sensed the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly's explosive shield counterattack. Chu Xiai knew that girls needed to know how to protect themselves properly. In her heart, she knew that her strong-headedness was so Lin Yuan would not have to worry about her. Lin Yuan looked at the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly and said to Chu Xiai, "How about I help you evolve the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly to silver grade? This way, it'll gain another silver ability." Chu Xiai shook her head, stuck out her tongue, and said, "Little Wings just evolved to fantasy breed. I want to use it in live combat on Star Web for a while before evolving its grade." Chu Xiai swore by live combat. She could train the compatibility of different phase abilities and exclusive skills through live combat. Lin Yuan nodded and gazed at the peony patterns on the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly's wings, thinking, at its current grade, The peony patterns of the yellow jadeite golden butterfly have no use. It's just for decoration. However, once a fae transforms, every visible change it goes through has a story behind it. When Chimey evolved to Streamcloud Azure Bird, the cloud patterns on its body only took effect after it evolved to Twilight Bird. The yellow jadeite golden butterfly's peony patterns must also be hiding some strange trick. However, Lin Yuan could not help but grumble inwardly about Chu Si's naming abilities. She had named the obsidian iron wild bull, Little Iron Block, and the yellow jadeite golden butterfly, Little Wings. It was so unsuitable. Lin Yuan felt that the obsidian iron wild bull should have been named something like Black Mighty. As for the yellow jadeite golden butterfly that made Lin Yuan feel so cheated, Lin Yuan could not be bothered to use his brain cells to give it a nickname. The jadeite butterfly was done evolving, and Lin Yuan felt it was a good time for Chu Si to contract the burning sunflower. Lin Yuan lifted his arm, and a coconut-sized dark green cactus appeared in his hand. This cactus did not have strong prickles. They bent when force was exerted on them. These prickles were not barbed either. Thus, they only looked scary but did not actually hurt when held. A black and red imprint appeared all over the cactus' dark green exterior. It was as though the dark green imprints had branded the cactus exterior, leaving scars. Although the burning sunflower was not exactly pleasing to the eye, the two red flower buds that sat atop the cactus were extremely bright. They looked ready to bloom at any moment. Lin Yuan placed the burning sunflower in front of Chu Si and said, "This is a fairy source-type item. Its abilities are extremely compatible with your obsidian iron wild bull's silver ability. You mentioned that it was having trouble unleashing that ability. With the burning sunflower, you don't have to worry about it anymore." Chu Si studied the cactus. She had initially assumed that it was just a normal plant-type fae. She did not expect it to be a source-type life-form. Although Chu Si had become Cold Moon's disciple, she spent most of her time improving herself through practicing live combat. She rarely broadened her horizons. Thus, Chu Si had never seen the legendary fairy source-type lifeform that was the nobility of source-type lifeforms. Chu Si knew that certain conditions needed to be met in order to contract a source-type item. "Lin Yuan, what do I need to do to contract the burning sunflower?" she asked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan placed the burning sunflower in Chu Si's hands and said, "You just need to go forward with the contract process. You don't need to do anything else." Chu Si looked at the burning sunflower and realized that Lin Yuan must have already settled everything. Normally, source-type items did not have this bronze aura. Chu Si was not a creation master, so she could not tell what the contract requirements for the burning sunflower were. She also could not tell what was special about the burning sunflower. However, Chu Si knew that her older brother would always silently support her no matter what. He would always look out for her and help her pave her path. Chu Si reached out her hand and pressed her palm down on the burning sunflower's prickles. She circulated her spiritual energy toward the burning sunflower. When Chu Si used her spiritual energy to contract the burning sunflower, Lin Yuan saw the dark red scars on the burning sunflower sink into its surface. Crimson flames erupted from within the scars. The moment that the flames appeared, Lin Yuan felt like he was being roasted. He was forced to take 2 steps back. The raging crimson flames swallowed the entire surface of the burning sunflower in the blink of an eye. The soft prickles on the burning sunflower's surface were stained red by the crimson flames. Shortly after, the dark green burning sunflower was completely set alight. Only the blood-red prickles were spared. The red flower bud at the top bloomed when the imprints sunk in. The bloomed red flower was not bursting with petals like normal flowers. Instead, the petals seemed to swirl inwards and form a hutch. The lower flower petals extended downwards. Soon, they were at least 3 times longer than the flower petals at the top. The flower petals at the bottom joined together and formed a hammock shape. The flames flowing out of the flowers made the petals appear an even more vibrant scarlet. A small figure appeared in the center of the flames on each of the flowers. The figures took less than 3 seconds to materialize. Lin Yuan saw that the small figures had long dancing flames for hair. They also had sharp ears and chiseled muscles. The crimson patterns on their bodies were adorned with a thin layer of flames. The flames also formed the fairies' clothes. Lin Yuan knew that the two fairies that appeared were the burning sunflower twins. This was the reason that the burning sunflower was called a fairy source-type item. Crimson flames surrounded Chu Si's body, but she seemed completely unbothered. Meanwhile, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly had covered itself with a golden jadeite shield in order to shield itself from the flames. When Lin Yuan saw Chu Si's flames, he knew that she had gained immunity against fire after contracting the burning sunflower. There was a bronze/epic usnia near Chu Si. Lin Yuan had strengthened the usnia especially for Chimey. Chimey preferred usnia to the celery vine that it usually ate. Thus, Lin Yuan had casually placed the bronze/epic usnia in the training room. Other than Chimey, Genius also occasionally munched on the usnia's leaves. However, the usnia's leaves that were near to Chu Si were retreating continuously. Lin Yuan hastily moved the usnia toward him and held up a shriveled leaf. He saw that the initially plump leaf was now rather dry. Lin Yuan had chosen this usnia because it had gained the energy fluid exclusive skill after evolving to bronze grade. Energy fluid was the best exclusive skill to improve the usnia's taste. This was the reason Lin Yuan had chosen to evolve it to bronze/epic. Energy fluid made the usnia's leaves exceptionally plump and allowed them to contain more water than other usnias. The causes of the dry and shriveled leaves were more than exposure to the blazing flames. Lin Yuan checked the recently contracted burning sunflower's attributes with true data. Fei name: burning sunflower, Fei species. ISO/ACE/twin species, Fei grade. Normal, 1/10. Fei type: spiritual/source, Fei quality. Normal. Abilities: flames. Raises the temperature of the flames around the twins. The flames can also deplete hidden water. Lin Yuan was stupefied by what he found out. The flames ability increased the flames around the burning sunflower twins and depleted the amount of water in its target's body. Lin Yuan was not interested in how the ability increased the flames because the burning sunflower's rising temperature was a double-edged sword. It harmed its enemies but also itself. The burning sunflower's ability to deplete hidden water did not affect Chu Si much. Firstly, Chu Si was immune to fire as the burning sunflower's contractor. The silver/fantasy obsidian iron wild bull's body of flesh could be damaged. However, the obsidian iron wild bull's skin had become metallic long ago since it had been consuming metal for a long time. The obsidian iron wild bull's metal skin allowed it to counter the burning sunflower's ability to deplete water from inside the body well. If other Feis did not have the same metallic skin as the obsidian iron wild bull, their skin would crack after prolonged water depletion. After some time passed, they would be roasted by the burning sunflower's flames. Even if the burning sunflower did not burn the target, their muscles could also tear during battle due to lack of water. Lin Yuan felt that this ability was even more vicious than the poison of some poison-type Feis. Chu Si was delighted after she was done contracting the burning sunflower and summoned the obsidian iron wild bull with a wave of her hand. "You'll have another good buddy from now on, little iron block," said Chu Si as she patted the obsidian iron wild bull's neck. Lin Yuan's eyelid twitched. They might be buddies, but good buddies? With the burning sunflower in your possession, the obsidian iron wild bull should be prepared to find itself being occasionally roasted in battle. Lin Yuan, I think I know how to form my combat system now that I've contracted the burning sunflower. As Chu Si spoke, the burning sunflower twins opened their eyes. Once they opened their eyes, the burning sunflower twins kissed Chu Si's cheeks and sat down on her shoulder. Spirit Chi professionals loved fairy source-type items because they were strong and much smarter than other source-type items once they had been contracted. From the burning sunflower twins' behavior and expression, their reputation was well-deserved. Sparks flew out continuously from the burning sunflower twins' hands, producing exploding noises. Lin Yuan noticed that the burning sunflower twins had already started to imitate speech through observing his conversation with Chu Si. Chu Si could not love the burning sunflower twins even more than she already did. Both the burning sunflower twins' original form and tiny human form looked lovely. The burning sunflower twins had also learned how to imitate the wiles of female spirit chi professionals early on. Take a seat there, Chu Si. I'll help you evolve your burning sunflower. It'll make it easier for you to choose compatible exclusive skills for your combat system. Chu Si rushed to the side to wait so that she would not disturb Lin Yuan while he evolved the burning sunflower. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head when he saw Chu Si. Other creation masters did not like to be bothered, but Lin Yuan did not subscribe to that. Lin Yuan felt that Chu Si had misunderstood what he meant. He was just afraid that Chu Si would be bored while she waited for him. He intended for her to sit off to the side or introduce the obsidian iron wild bull to the yellow jadeite golden butterfly. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and started to evolve the burning sunflower twins. A few short minutes later, the burning sunflower twins evolved to elite. Lin Yuan looked at the burning sunflower twins' elite ability heat wave conduction, a defense-type ability. It was a shield formed from high heat that defended against damage through the energy in the heat. It suited Chu Si's road to becoming a combat class expert. Lin Yuan continued evolving the burning sunflower twins until it became elite/epic. Lin Yuan increased the speed at which he injected spirit chi and evolved the burning sunflower twins further to the bronze grade. Lin Yuan realized that he was more nervous when evolving Chu Si's phase than when he evolved his own. He did not call Chu Si over after evolving the burning sunflower to bronze grade. Instead, he waited till he evolved it to bronze X/epic before calling her over. Chu Si immediately ran to him. While he waited for Chu Si to run over to him, Lin Yuan checked the burning sunflower's 3 exclusive skills. Lin Yuan saw the 3 exclusive skills. Surging flames. The burning sunflower twins join together and unleash all the flame energy they had stored up in a horde of messy attacks. Twin enchantment. The burning sunflower twins can attach themselves to weapons and increase the weapon's effectiveness. The attached weapon will be exempted from the burning sunflower twins' flame damage. Caring twins. The burning sunflower twins will attach themselves to a target and use their flames to leech away the target's life force. The stolen life force will be stored in a gem. When the burning sunflower twins attach themselves to a comrade, they can inject their comrade with the stored-up life force. After seeing the 3 exclusive skills, Lin Yuan first ignored surging flames. He felt that surging flames was an undeniably powerful and highly explosive attack. However, it was not a normal explosive attack. Surging flames would affect not only the enemy but also every person present. If Chu Si chose to use this exclusive skill, she would most likely meet the same fate as Poison Beauty. No one would be brave enough to be on Chu Si's team. As for twin enchantment and caring twins, Lin Yuan preferred caring twins. Caring twins was like a moving blood bag for Chu Si. This moving blood bag could be used on all of Chu Si's phase, including the obsidian iron wild bull. Caring twins could also amplify the obsidian iron wild bull's pain absorption and annihilation gaze abilities. When Lin Yuan saw caring twins, he felt that his failed plans to turn his sister into an iron bucket still had a glimmer of hope. Caring twins allowed the burning sunflower twins to function as a healing-type fae. On the outside, Chu Si would be covered with a layer of flames, while on the inside, her healing abilities were magnified. It would allow a strong-headed defense-type spirit chi professional like Chu Si to have enduring fighting abilities. Although the burning sunflower was an arson maniac, and its healing ability was just an accessory, the ability was enough to transform Chu Si's fighting ability. Chu Si checked through the burning sunflower's exclusive skills and said firmly to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, I want to choose caring twins." Lin Yuan was initially hesitant. Although caring twins suited Chu Si well, twin enchantment was not bad either. If the burning sunflower twins could be attached to the obsidian iron wild bull, it would undoubtedly raise its combat power. However, Lin Yuan did not expect Chu Si to be so clear about her choice of exclusive skill. She did not even have a shred of indecision. After Chu Si firmly chose the burning sunflower's exclusive skill, Lin Yuan used true data to check the burning sunflower's current attributes. Fey name: burning sunflower, Fey species. ISO/ACE/twin species, Fey grade. Bronze, 10/10. Fey type: spiritual/source, Fey quality. Epic. Abilities. Flames. Raises the temperature of the flames around the twins. The flames can also deplete hidden water. Heat wave conduction. The burning sunflower twins will attach themselves to someone and form a mass of heat. When injured, the heat wave will lower the energy as a form of defense. Exclusive skill. Caring twins. The burning sunflower twins will attach themselves to a target and use their flames to leech away the target's life force. The stolen life force will be stored in a gem. When the burning sunflower twins attach themselves to a comrade, they can inject their comrade with the stored-up life force. From the burning sunflower's attributes, Lin Yuan did not expect that the burning sunflower, which he thought would be unsurprising, would end up revealing such an enormous surprise. After the evolution of her phase, Chu Xi experienced a tremendous improvement, but this was not what Lin Yuan focused on. Lin Yuan was more focused on the fact that Chu Xi had managed to form a general idea of her combat system. Sleep early tonight. We have to go and watch the All-Star match live tomorrow, reminded Lin Yuan before leaving the training room. Chu Xi started to excitedly train the obsidian iron wild bull, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly, and the burning sunflower twins teamwork. Lin Yuan returned to his room and leaned against his bed as he checked the news on his phone. He realized that his group chat with Zhang Xiaobai, Xiaoning, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran had been quiet for the past few days. No one had sent any messages in 3 days. There had been a competition at the Extreme Guild Club 4 days ago, and the 5 of them had chatted about the Extreme Guild Club's opponent, the Savage Snake Guild Club. Lin Yuan scrolled through Zhang Xiaobai's friends' circle. The ever-online Zhang Xiaobai had not posted anything since he had sent a message of support for the competition 4 days ago. Lin Yuan did not have many friends, so he was especially considerate about the friends he did have. The thoughtful Lin Yuan knew that the 4 of them must have run into a problem. Judging from the time frame, the problem must have something to do with the Savage Snake Guild Club's competition. Lin Yuan had already laid down on the bed, but he sat up and called Zhang Xiaobai after checking the time. The moment he made the call, Lin Yuan heard the automated voice saying that the other party's phone was turned off. Lin Yuan then tried the other 3, but the result was the same. He suddenly thought about what Zhang Xiaobai had said when they chatted previously. Zhang Xiaobai, Xiaoning, and the rest were part of the reserve team. Thus, he had to turn off his phone every night at 8 p.m. when he was practicing with the main team so as to not disturb the training. When Lin Yuan heard the automated message, he guessed that the Extreme Guild Club's reserve team was not treated well. When the 5 of them had gone to collect the Jade Unicorn Ice Snake's venom, Lin Yuan had already had an inkling of the situation. It was because Zhang Xiaobai and the rest had initially gone with the purpose of collecting spiritual ingredients for the main team. They had received similar remuneration to regular Jade Unicorn Ice Snakes. According to the team rules, Lin Yuan was entitled to a portion of the remuneration given that he was a healing-type spirit chi professional. The All-Star match was tomorrow. As a B-level guild club, the Extreme Guild Club had received an invitation to attend. Since Zhang Xiaobai, Xiaoning, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran were reserve members, they should also be in attendance. Lin Yuan could ask them face-to-face tomorrow. He knew that Zhang Xiaobai, Xiaoning, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru were all strong-headed. They refused to share their problems even when they were struggling. However, Lin Yuan could never ignore friends who had gone through hell and back with him. The Dragon Gate Guild Club's meeting room was awash with light. Even though it was the new year, none of the main team or reserve team members were absent. Several of the reserve members sat ramrod straight, and their eyes were bright. They were clearly waiting with bated breath. A young girl was draped lazily over the meeting room table, and her hands rubbed her stomach. The youth with a bowl cut next to the young girl pursed his lips and whispered, "Zhao Xiaochun, didn't we just eat barbecue together? You had 3 roasted pig knuckles all to yourself. All I had was an ear of roasted corn. Even if you aren't full, you don't have to act like you're starving." Zhao Xiaochun glanced at Fong Duo before she continued rubbing her stomach and said weakly, "You're so mean, Fong Duo. Not only did you not offer to pay for your meal with the beautiful yours truly, but you even greedily stuffed yourself with corn. I would be full if I had eaten the corn too." Fang Duoduo stared incredulously at Zhao Xiaochun. Is she for real? Fang Duoduo suddenly realized what Zhao Xiaochun had been after when she asked him to have a meal with him last night. He had misconstrued her meaning. The main point was not to have a meal but to accompany her. He was supposed to watch and accompany her as she ate. However, Fang Duoduo felt that he had not crossed a line by eating a single ear of corn. Even if he had bought Zhao Xiaochun 50 ears of corn, she would probably still behave in the same manner. Long Tao sat on the main seat and heard the discourse between Fang Duoduo and Zhao Xiaochun. He frustratedly knocked on the table and said, "Enough! I'm trying to settle the arrangements for tomorrow's all-star match. If you haven't had your fill, you can go to House of Enviable Fragrance to eat their famous stewed beef. They have a good buffet too." Fang Duoduo blinked toward Long Tao. He wondered what the boss of House of Enviable Fragrance had done to anger Long Tao. If Zhao Xiaochun went to eat there, she would bankrupt the entire buffet restaurant. The royal capital finally had a buffet restaurant, so Zhao Xiaochun's eyes immediately lit up. House of Enviable Fragrance? Why haven't I heard of this place? What's the address? She asked Long Tao. When he heard Zhao Xiaochun ask those questions, Fang Duoduo silently wished the boss of House of Enviable Fragrance the best of luck. Long Tao picked up his phone and pressed a few buttons. He waved his phone in front of Zhao Xiaochun and said, "I just sent House of Enviable Fragrance's address to the group chat." Zhao Xiaochun immediately picked up her phone enthusiastically. She no longer looked starved and weak. Fang Duoduo checked the House of Enviable Fragrance's address in the group chat. He could not figure out the freak that was Long Tao. What kind of weird medicine has he been eating? Long Tao coughed with a straight face and said, "The all-star match starts off with a performance competition. As an A-level guild club, our guild club has no choice but to take part. Duoduo will lead the competition performance. Both Xiaochun and I will not join in. The 3 main members just need to add 2 reserve members to the roster." Fang Duoduo hastily quipped, "Yes, Captain." The all-star match was more like a large-scale carnival. Thus, the teams usually did not display their key members. Instead, they showcased the talents of their high-grade phase. This was not Fang Duoduo's first time leading the performance competition in the all-star match. Hence, he looked directly at the 5 reserve members and started to strategize. When Zhao Xiaochun heard that she would not be required to enter the performance competition, she turned to Long Tao and said, "Since I'm not needed at the performance competition, it means I'm exempted from the guided battle too. How about I take the chance to take leave and explore the shops?" Long Tao's expression darkened. Although Long Tao was a freak, he was helpless against a glutton like Zhao Xiaochun. "You can't go exploring, but I will treat all of you to a feast after the all-star match." Zhao Xiaochun, who had initially become dispirited after hearing that she could not explore the shops, raised her hand when she heard that Long Tao would be treating them to a meal tomorrow night. "I can't eat too much tonight because of tomorrow's all-star match. I'll just have a small tasting of House of Enviable Fragrance's food later. If I like what I taste, let's have the feast there tomorrow night." At Zhao Xiaochun's mention of the House of Enviable Fragrance, Long Tao suddenly looked at Zhao Xiaochun with an odd gaze. Long Tao nodded and said, "Let's go to the House of Enviable Fragrance tomorrow then. As for the challenge match and guided battle, all 4 of the main team members will be exempted. How about we send off Feng?" Chan Hongfeng instantly shot up and said earnestly, "Captain, I will be sure to live up to the Dragon Gate Guild Club's reputation." The other 4 reserve members were jealous of Chan Hongfeng, who Long Tao had chosen to participate in the challenge match and guided battle. However, they were helpless against the situation since it meant that Chan Hongfeng was going to participate in a quarter of the matches. With this, Chan Hongfeng had now climbed 1 rung up from the rest of the reserve members. He would likely be promoted to the main team next year. When Long Tao heard Chan Hongfeng's promise, he said, "Your smooth-toothed elephant lizard has reached Gold X/Epic. Although the dragon species bloodline hasn't been awakened, it's close enough. The huge-tailed swamp lizard has also reached Gold X/Epic. After this all-star match, I'll help you find someone who will evolve your huge-tailed swamp lizard to legend quality." Then you'll be able to use the willpower rune you comprehended. After Chen Hongfeng heard about how Long Tao intended to help him, he quickly replied, "Thank you, Captain. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard's dragon species bloodline is being stimulated every day ever since it consumed the flawless dragon's mouth orchid you gave me. It should be able to be promoted to dragon-toothed elephant lizard tomorrow." Long Tao nodded and ended the meeting after giving Fang Duoduo a few more instructions. The Rhine Guild Club's meeting room was also bright. However, the meeting had ended a long time ago. Shi Su was alone in the room. He stroked his chin and chuckled merrily to himself. At that moment, someone opened the door to the Rhine Guild Club. A mature-looking young man of average height walked in. The young man saw Shi Su smiling to himself, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Why is he smiling so stupidly to himself? The young man walked up to Shi Su and was about to ask Shi Su what had happened, but the latter beat him to the punch and asked, "Captain, what would you do if you found out that someone secretly likes you?" The young man's jaw dropped. Although Liang was sequence number 2 in the Radiance 100, his mature appearance and conservative mannerisms resulted in him being unable to attract partners. He had no concept of what being in love meant. Not only had he never held a girl's hand, but he had never even entertained such thoughts. What am I supposed to tell you when you ask me what to do about a secret admirer? How am I supposed to know? I should be the one asking you how I should go about attracting a secret admirer. Liang coughed, and his face remained expressionless. "Oh? So the reason behind your moronic laughter is that your heart belongs to someone now," said Liang seriously. Shi Su immediately jumped up and said, "Don't get things mixed up, Captain. Someone's heart belongs to me, not the other way around." As he spoke, Shi Su's voice became softer, and his face was as red as a tomato. Someone else might have realized that Shi Su was telling a bald-faced lie. However, Liang was too busy thinking about how he should go about attracting a secret admirer for himself to see the truth. When Liang saw how strongly Shi Su protested, he quickly offered him words of comfort. "If you like her back, you should accept her feelings. Otherwise, don't force yourself." Shi Su sighed heavily and replied, "But she sent me a lot of money. I don't know how to repay her." Liang felt his hand itch. He looked at his hand and imagined slapping Shi Su to death. Nonetheless, he quickly composed himself and thought, "It's bad enough that I don't have a secret admirer. I can't believe that a girl sent him money too. Why is he so lucky? How dare he sigh when he's rolling in luck?" Liang pretended to be blasé as he asked, "How much money did she give you?" 50 million radiance dollars, said Shi Su sadly. Liang started to cough and splutter vigorously. Shi Su turned and said to Liang, "Captain, you should rest in the guild club tomorrow if you aren't feeling well. Let me lead the team in your stead in the all-star match." Liang hurriedly stopped coughing and said solemnly, "No, no need. I feel fine. She must be loaded if she's willing to give you 50 million radiance dollars. Liang would never allow Shi Su to take his place in the all-star match. Rhine Guild Club was the S tournament's defending champion. As the captain, Liang's presence was the highlight of the all-star match. He might even be able to find a girl for himself who would write him a love letter. Then, he would be able to end his 24-year-long bachelorhood with glory. Shi Su instinctively replied, "I had no idea that Zhao Xiaochun is so wealthy. I can't believe she shelved out 50 million radiance dollars too." The moment that the words left his lips, Shi Su knew that he had revealed something impressive. Shi Su had been busy preparing for the S tournament and only managed to enter his live-streaming room on StarWeb this morning after being away for a month. He had been about to start live-streaming when he received a surprise box. Shi Su rarely live-streamed, but he knew that people rarely placed a large sum of money inside surprise boxes, which were gifts that did not require repayment. However, he had opened the surprise box to find 50 million radiance dollars. Shi Su's eyes had widened to the size of saucers upon noticing that it had come from his fellow Radiance 100 member, Zhao Xiaochun. Surprise boxes could only be sent after one had live-streamed for a year. Shi Su organized his thoughts and landed on the conclusion that Zhao Xiaochun had been secretly in love with him for a year. He thought about the flirtatious encounter between him and Zhao Xiaochun in the Abyss Dimensional Rift. Shi Su decided that Zhao Xiaochun had tried to attract his attention with those words, but he had not picked up on her feelings. Initially, Shi Su did not give much thought to Zhao Xiaochun. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that a single man like him had no reason to reject an innocent girl's feelings. Shi Su's fantasies started to increase and expand as more scenes appeared in his head. He had even picked out the name of his daughter when he had been smiling stupidly to himself. As he imagined her plump pale skin, Shi Su could not help but smile and chuckle to himself. When Liang heard Shi Su mention Zhao Xiaochun, he did not immediately process the information. By the time he came to his senses, Liang's jaw had dropped so far it almost hit his feet. After a moment, Liang doubtfully said, "Isn't Zhao Xiaochun someone who prioritizes looks? I thought she's only interested in handsome men." Liang immediately realized that he had misspoken. He was about to change the topic when he heard Shi Su say solemnly, "Zhao Xiaochun likes me because she's only interested in handsome men." Liang was stunned by Shi Su's overwhelming confidence. He felt that both of them were young men with mature appearances. Although he could not change his height, Liang was confident that his looks were comparable to Shi Su's. Is it because he has a beard? Liang touched his own chin and resolved to start growing a beard of his own. The longer he stared at Shi Su, the more he felt that he was an expert. Besides this, there could not be any other reason Zhao Xiaochun would be willing to court Shi Su by giving him 50 million radiance dollars. Shi Su, Zhao Xiaochun will probably be at the S tournament tomorrow. How about I be your wingman? Shi Su shook his head and said mysteriously, "No need, she likes to eat. I've already opened a restaurant with the money she gave me." Shi Su's expression became sincere and firm. "I've also talked about me and Xiaochun with Long Tao. He'll bring her to my restaurant to eat." The man should confess his feelings first. As he looked at Shi Su's enigmatic expression, Liang felt that he had much to learn from Shi Su when it came to romance. He would have no problem as long as he stuck with an expert like Shi Su. However, Liang was also chiding himself. If only I had known that I had such a Casanova by my side. I could have been a father by now. The next day, Lin Yuan woke up and trimmed the hair that had grown past his ears. He took a shower and put on white and blue spirit chi clothes that had silk patterns woven on them. The hide and scales of dragon species phase formed the leather and buttons that extended down from his waist to his calves. It gave this set of spirit chi clothes a majestic air. Lin Yuan could not help but inwardly praise Wen Yu. He was certain that her skills as a lifestyle class spirit chi professional had advanced from class 3 to class 4. Besides the obvious exquisite design, the workmanship had also significantly improved from the first time she had made clothes for him. He left the room, had breakfast, and the group prepared to depart for the all-star match. Lu Jie carried Chu Si's bag for her and said, "The all-star match will be held at Radiance Palace. I packed our lunch in the face storage box. Let me know when you get hungry." Chu Si quickly thanked him. "Thank you, big brother Lu." Lin Yuan saw how much Lu Jie doted on Chu Si. He would often ask what Chu Si liked to eat before he started cooking. Lu Jie was not alone. Everyone in the mansion, including the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, showered Chu Si with genuine affection. Lin Yuan was incredibly happy and touched by this. Lin Yuan knew his sister well. She did not warm up to people easily. It was the flood of care and love from the rest of the group that allowed Chu Si to assimilate so quickly. Lin Yuan was not clear on the all-star match, and he did not pay much attention to it usually. Thus, Lin Yuan had no idea that the all-star match would be held in the Radiance Palace. The Radiance Palace was the second largest venue in the Radiance Federation after the Radiance Sacred Hall. Unlike the Radiance Sacred Hall, the Radiance Palace had a much more relaxed atmosphere to it. All Spirit Chi professionals were permitted to enter. Non-Spirit Chi professionals could also enter as long as they had a ticket. However, the Radiance Palace was also decorated to the nines with government colors, making it a more official venue than the Radiance Sacred Hall. The same staff manned both the Radiance Sacred Hall and the Radiance Palace. The Radiance Palace was such a special venue that it was where the Radiance 100 held the recruitment for new members. The previous tournament finals were unable to be held at the Radiance Palace. Instead, it had been held in the second-best venue, Starlight Palace. But this year, the Guild Alliance had petitioned to hold the All-Star match in Radiance Palace. It was evident that this year's All-Star match was going to be much grander than usual. The Guild Alliance had blown a large hole in their pockets to put together this year's event. When they left, Wen Yu did not summon the Sunlight Egret like usual to lead the way. Instead, she turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, every All-Star match ticket includes a flying-type Fae designated by the Guild Alliance to take the audience to the venue. 10 soft-feathered scale birds are already waiting outside." Hu Quan cut in and said, "The Guild Alliance really dug deep into their pockets this time. There are 200,000 seats in the Radiance Palace, which means they had to have sent out 200,000 soft-feathered scale birds. It costs $1 trillion Radiance dollars to rent 20 soft-feathered scale birds for one day." Lin Yuan shook his head after hearing what Hu Quan said. The Guild Alliance did not send out soft-feathered scale birds out of the goodness of their hearts. They were afraid that the 200,000 guests would fly in on different flying-type Faes. Some Faes were natural enemies, while others had predator-prey relationships. They would very likely start to uncontrollably attack each other. Many Spirit Chi professionals did not form contracts with flying-type Faes. They bought the expensive Faes from creation masters. Thus, the Spirit Chi professionals would not be able to perfectly control the flying-type Faes that they were riding. If the Guild Alliance did not step in to prevent this, chaos would be sure to break out. Hu Quan turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, you said you would think about the Fae carriage I suggested making. Now that we have all these floating silver strands and spatial magnets, I have more than enough materials to make a great Fae carriage." Hu Quan was clearly itching to get his hands on the floating silver strands and spatial magnets. He badly wanted to make something out of them. Lin Yuan thought about what Hu Quan had said before replying, "Since you want to make it, go ahead." Lin Yuan had already decided to hire another creation master, as Sky City would not be able to grow quickly with him as the sole creation master. Lin Yuan was already at his wit's end about his problem of not being able to promote a phase grade. He could not waste Spirit Chi crystals every time he wanted to promote a phase grade like Hu Quan's Vitality Sloth. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to recruit a Class 4 Creation Master because a Class 3 Creation Master would not be able to solve his problem. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had no idea how to go about recruiting an elite Class 4 Creation Master. As he sat on the soft-feathered scale bird, Lin Yuan felt extremely pleased as he looked down from the sky. The soft-feathered scale bird was an amazingly high-end Fae. It had a petite body, was very fast, and was comfortable to ride. It had horns on its head, and its wings were lined with scales. Its feathers were yellow and had a prosperous feeling to them. All the soft-feathered scale birds that had been sent out were gold grade. Lin Yuan checked the 10 soft-feathered scale birds that had come to fetch them and realized that 4 of them were flawless quality. The closer they approached the Radiance Palace, the more soft-feathered scale birds appeared around them. By the time Lin Yuan spotted the Radiance Palace, the sky around him was filled with soft-feathered scale birds. If Lin Yuan was asked to describe the sight before him, he would be pressed to decide between opulent and crowded. Lin Yuan had been in the royal capital for some time. However, he did not usually have the time to explore the royal capital. Hence, Lin Yuan had never seen the Radiance Palace. When Lin Yuan heard that the Radiance Palace had a seating capacity of 200,000, he was worried that it would be crowded. But now that he was looking at the Radiance Palace, he felt sure that it would even be able to accommodate 600,000 people. The soft-feathered scale bird landed, and Lin Yuan joined up with the rest of the group. Lu Jie took out the tickets from his pocket and said, "Young master, I obtained the insider tickets for the Radiance 100 sequence members. They're a form of welfare given to the Radiance 100 members. With these tickets, we don't have to wait to be ushered in by the staff. We can go right in through the special tunnel." Lin Yuan was enjoying the breeze up in the sky. He contentedly stretched before following Lu Jie into the special tunnel. Suddenly, Chu Ci pointed to the side and exclaimed, "Look, they're selling masks there." Why don't we buy and wear one each? The group turned to look at where Chu Si was pointing, and they immediately saw a stall selling various masks. Different guild club insignias were carved on the masks, as well as the cartoon depictions of the guild club members. The group headed toward the stall and noticed a silver mask being displayed. The mother of Bloodbath reached out to pick up the silver mask, and the group collectively turned to look at Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan felt everyone's eyes on him, he scratched his head awkwardly. The stall owner marked them as potential customers and started to introduce the mask. You guys know about Black, right? He's the hero who fought his way to the top of the celestial stairway. There aren't many of these masks. I even had to work overtime to ask the spirit craftsman to rush these out in time. They're made of stainless steel, and I even added a layer of bronze metal spirit ingredient on top. The mother of Bloodbath spoke out. I want this mask. How much is it? The stall owner smiled broadly. 10 radiance dollars for one. Lin Yuan looked at the stall owner's broad smile and felt that the stall owner was rather unscrupulous. However, the mother of Bloodbath did not care and handed the stall owner 10 radiance dollars. Proceeded to put on the mask. Chu Si smiled and put on a silver mask as well. She gave one to Lin Yuan and said, Lin Yuan, you look the most like Black when you're wearing this mask. The stall owner chimed in. This boy has a friendly face. He lacks Black's arrogant aloofness. This other boy looks more like Black, although he's shorter. Lin Yuan saw the stall owner point at Listen and realized that Listen's eyes did resemble his when he had the mask on. Chu Si often perused Star Web and was a regular patron of the video library. Although Lin Yuan never explicitly told Chu Si that he was Black, she recognized Chimey instantly when she saw Black fighting. Even without Chimey, Chu Si could easily recognize Lin Yuan's eyes through his mask. After all, they had been by each other's side for more than a decade. It was because she knew Black's true identity that prevented her from accepting the title of young genius that so many people on Star Web had come to praise her as. She knew that she still had much to work on. Lin Yuan returned the mask he was holding. He felt that wearing his own mask seemed too narcissistic. He caught sight of an unassuming mask placed in a corner and found it familiar. It was as though his first opponent had worn it in the celestial stairway. Lin Yuan had also come across this spirit chi professional in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. They seemed to be faded. He remembered that the person's name was Chun Hongfeng. Lin Yuan put on Chun Hongfeng's mask and walked toward the special tunnel. Lin Yuan realized that there was a spirit chi professional dressed in staff attire stationed at every 100 meters in the tunnel. These spirit chi professionals were all attendants in the Radiance Palace. From the large clustering of attendants, Lin Yuan could tell that this all-star match was going to be a massive festival. However, they still strictly adhered to protocol. If anything out of the ordinary occurred, the attendants would be able to rush over to attend to it. After they left the special tunnel, they arrived at the location where several guild club members were resting. The official venue was just past this area. The special tunnel had actually been created for the participating guild club members. As they walked, Chu Si kept looking around in amazement. Lin Yuan patted her head and pressed down the stray hairs when he saw how curious Chu Si was. You're a defense-type spirit chi professional. In the future, you'll form your own team and be able to join such battles on behalf of your team, said Lin Yuan. Chu Si's eyes sparkled as she said to Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, can I form a team with you? Before Lin Yuan could respond, Lu Jie said, Young Master has formed a guild club. Next year's all-star match will also take place after the top 8 battles. If our fights go smoothly in next year's S tournament, we'll be invited to participate in the all-star match too. Chu Si's eyes grew even brighter, and she said to Lin Yuan, Big brother, can I join your guild club? Lin Yuan was stunned by her request. Since Chu Si was his sister, Lin Yuan had always naturally thought of her as a little girl that he needed to protect. When the guild club was picking members, Lin Yuan had unconsciously excluded Chu Si. However, he had to admit that Chu Si had become very formidable. As compared to other spirit chi professionals who were about the same level as her, Chu Si's potential stood out the most. Moreover, she had Cold Moon as her master. 1 year later, Chu Si's powers would have grown by an unimaginable amount. Frankly, Chu Si's Silver V/Fantasy Obsidian Iron Wild Bull could already face off against many Gold Phase. Moreover, the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's quality had reached Fantasy 2. Being Fantasy 2, the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull could already stand its ground against numerous Pinnacle Gold/Legend Phase. In terms of the power of her main Fae, Chu Si had already surpassed Listen. Once Chu Si became accustomed to utilizing the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly's exclusive skill, Cold Moon would probably step in to evolve it. Thus, Chu Si was now qualified to join Lin Yuan's guild club. Since Chu Si had made the request and fulfilled the requirements, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to reject her. No problem. However, you still have to prioritize your education. You can't allow your studies to fall through the cracks. Chu Si quickly nodded and patted her chest. Don't worry, Lin Yuan. I can be a reserve member first. I'll use the coming year to quickly increase my abilities, said Chu Si. Listen, who looked a lot like Black with the mask on, smiled wryly when he heard what Chu Si said. Listen felt that he possessed a decent amount of talent. However, once he joined the Dome Guild Club, Listen felt more and more inadequate. The feeling was amplified after he heard what Chu Si said. Listen felt enormous pressure. Listen had served Lin Yuan for some time and knew how many resources Lin Yuan had. Even if Chu Si was not talented, Lin Yuan had enough resources to boost Chu Si's powers to the level of her age group. That said, Chu Si was already being dubbed on StarWeb as the Radiance Federation's once-in-a-generation genius. Recently, Listen had been busy managing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and neglected to train his fighting skills. At that moment, Listen resolved to sleep 2 hours less every day so he could train and improve his fighting skills. The Guild Club rest areas were full of the various Guild Club's crests. It was clear which rest area belonged to which Guild Club. The rest areas for A-level Guild Clubs were at least 3 times larger than that of the B-level Guild Clubs. The designs also differed vastly, as the A-level Guild Clubs were treated much better than their B-level counterparts. The A-level Guild Club's impressiveness was evident. Both the A-level and B-level Guild Club rest areas had a partially transparent design. Other than the secret strategy room within the rest areas, the other sections of the rest area could be seen by the public from the outside. Chu Si did not have the habit of obsessing over celebrities, but she could not help but burst with excitement when she saw the various Radiance 100 sequence members. Lu Jie thought for a while before making a suggestion. This year, the Radiance 100 sequences recruitment will take place on sequence. The choosing process will be special. Even the elimination rounds will be live-streamed on StarWeb. Chu Si, you'll be able to watch if you're interested. Chu Si was more interested in the Radiance 100 sequences recruitment than the All-Star match. Lin Yuan saw Chu Si's thrilled yet determined expression. He knew that she wanted to watch the excitement and understand the Radiance 100 sequences recruitment process. One of Chu Si's goals as a Spirit Chi professional was to become part of the Radiance 100 sequence. After Chu Si heard what Lu Jie said, she was more doubtful than expectant and excited. Big Brother Lu, in previous years, we were only able to see the participants who had passed elimination round battle against sequence number 90 to number 100, right? Why is the elimination round being shown this time? Lu Jie shook his head. As a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Jie knew some insider information. Lu Jie had also mentioned this to Lin Yuan previously. However, Lu Jie was suspicious of the fact that the Radiance Sacred Hall had kept this a secret all this time. He had a feeling that the secret would be kept till the actual Radiance 100 sequence elimination round was announced. I heard that the Guild Alliance was able to apply for the entire Radiance Palace to be used as the venue for the All-Star match. The main reason is that the Radiance Sacred Hall intends to shine a light on the A-level and B-level Guild Club's Radiance 100 sequence members. This is so as to reintroduce the Radiance 100 sequence recruitment. Otherwise, the Guild Alliance would never be able to successfully apply for the use of the entire Radiance Palace, regardless of how much money they're willing to fork out. They would only have been able to book the Starlight Palace like they did for last year's S tournament. What Lu Jie said made Lin Yuan feel that this Radiance 100 sequence recruitment would not be so simple. As they walked, Lin Yuan noticed that the wall they were passing by had an Extreme Guild Club crest pasted on it, indicating that it was their rest area. Lin Yuan looked through the transparent glass walls to study the Extreme Guild Club. He could not find Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Lu Pinru or Tan Ran. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw a person dressed in the Extreme Guild Club's team uniform walking toward the rest area. Lin Yuan rushed up to the person and asked, "Excuse me, can I ask if Zhang Xiaobai is in the rest area? I would like to speak with him." The person Lin Yuan had stopped was a pockmarked young man. When he heard Lin Yuan mention Zhang Xiaobai, the pockmarked young man looked confused. Zhang Xiaobai is no longer a reserve member of the Extreme Guild Club. He terminated the contract and left the Extreme Guild Club. Lin Yuan was about to ask about the other three, but the pockmarked young man had ignored him and continued walking into the rest area. Lin Yuan's brows drew tightly together. Lin Yuan saw that the pockmarked young man's Extreme Guild Club team uniform had a reserve member identity tag. The pockmarked young man also seemed to be happy that Zhang Xiaobai had left the Extreme Guild Club. Lin Yuan guessed that the pockmarked young man was only given the chance to be the Extreme Guild Club's reserve member after Zhang Xiaobai terminated his contract. After all, the Guild Alliance only allowed a team to have 5 reserve members. Although most of the teams prepared more reserve members on standby that could take the place of any absent member if needed. Lin Yuan had guessed that Zhang Xiaobai and the rest had run into trouble, but he did not expect the trouble to be of such a large magnitude. Zhang Xiaobai, Xining, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru's Spirit Chi professional journeys were tied to the Extreme Guild Club. They spent their days carrying out missions assigned to them by the Extreme Guild Club. They had also been training to participate in the annual S tournament. Not long ago, Lin Yuan had been chatting with them, and Zhang Xiaobai mentioned that he was planning on participating in the S tournament on behalf of the Extreme Guild Club until he was 30 years old. He would switch to become a full-time mercenary once he reached the maximum age as dictated by the Guild Alliance. Only a few days had passed since then. What could have happened to completely change Zhang Xiaobai's thinking? Although the Extreme Guild Club did not treat Zhang Xiaobai and the others well, they were dedicated to the organization. When you walked over to Lin Yuan and whispered, "Young master, do you want me to dig deeper into the reason?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "No need. I'll just give them a call now." Lin Yuan had initially planned on asking them when he saw them at the All-Star match. If he did not manage to meet with them, he had planned on calling them after the All-Star match. However, Lin Yuan never expected Zhang Xiaobai to leave the Extreme Guild Club. He wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobai immediately about what had happened. Lin Yuan picked up his phone and called Zhang Xiaobai. At that moment, he noticed a few staff members in the distance breaking up a fight between 2 youths. One of the youths' phone rang. Lin Yuan peered closer and realized that the youth whose phone had just rung was Zhang Xiaobai. Although he was a distance away, Lin Yuan could see the immense fury on Zhang Xiaobai's face. The youth who had been fighting with Zhang Xiaobai was stocky and about a head taller than Zhang Xiaobai. His arm was thicker than Zhang Xiaobai's leg. Zhang Xiaobai was about 1.8 meters tall and was considered tall amongst Spirit Chi professionals. The stocky man looked like a black metal tower, and he was looking at Zhang Xiaobai with scorn and derision. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaobai was trying his best to control his emotions. His fists continuously clenched then unclenched, and the vein on his forehead was throbbing dangerously. Lu Jie picked up on the shift in Lin Yuan's demeanor. He walked over to Lin Yuan and asked, "Young master, do you know that person? It's a grievous error to cause trouble in the Sacred Radiance Hall. The consequences will affect the guild club you're affiliated with. If you know him, I can go over to handle the situation." Lu Jie was not acquainted with Zhang Xiaobai and did not know about the shared experiences between Lin Yuan and Zhang Xiaobai. However, there were already 6 staff members gathering around the commotion. Lu Jie knew that the matter had gotten out of hand. Usually, there would only be 2 staff members handling the situation at the most. Lu Jie scanned the scene and noticed a subtle red mark on the stocky man's face. It looked like he had been struck. Lin Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed behind the mask. Lin Yuan knew Zhang Xiaobai well. He was not the type to start trouble. Thus, there must be a reason for this situation. Lin Yuan saw the stocky man say something to Zhang Xiaobai. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that Zhang Xiaobai was leaning toward the stocky man. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "Oh no! Zhang Xiaobai must have failed to suppress his emotions after hearing what the stocky man said. If Zhang Xiaobai started fighting in the Radiance Palace, the matter could be settled by a few staff members. However, if he started fighting in front of the 6 Radiance Palace staff members, he would be provoking them. The situation would turn into a different story. Let's go take a look." Lin Yuan started to walk briskly toward the commotion. Just as Zhang Xiaobai raised his fist and was about to launch a strike, he felt someone grab hold of his wrist. He heard a familiar voice say, "What's wrong, Xiaobai?" Zhang Xiaobai suddenly broke out in cold sweat as he realized he had been too impulsive. Clearly, he did not expect to see Lin Yuan here and shot Lin Yuan a smile. However, his smile soon turned rueful. The stocky man grunted. "I wasn't the one who started the fight, so I'll be leaving now to prepare for the matches." After the 6 staff members allowed him to pass, the stocky man sneered at Zhang Xiaobai teasingly. "Hee hee, so you have friends. Why don't you borrow money from them to give to me? I'll release it, and we'll both be able to move on with our lives." The stocky man turned and headed toward a rest area. He was unaware that as he walked away, Lu Jie was sizing him up. After studying the stocky man, Lu Jie looked at Zhang Xiaobai with pity. Lin Yuan released Zhang Xiaobai's wrist. "Xiaobai, if you need a large sum of money, I can help you." Zhang Xiaobai's heart warmed when he heard what Lin Yuan said. However, he shook his head and replied, "It's not as simple as money." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobai's eyes seemed to turn red. At that moment, a stern voice shouted, "You're the ex-reserve member of the Extreme Guild Club, Zhang Xiaobai, right? You're the one who attacked Meng Su from the Savage Snake Guild Club's main team, right?" Right after the stern voice sounded out, Lu Jie stepped forward and removed his mask. "I'm sequence number 30 of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Jie. This is my friend. He's apologetic about the scuffle with the Savage Snake Guild Club's main team member. We'll settle this matter privately so as to avoid causing trouble in the Sacred Radiance Hall." The 6 staff members exchanged looks after spotting Lu Jie. The staff member who had spoken up said to Lu Jie, "If so, please ask your friend to refrain from behaving like that again." The 6 Radiance Palace staff members returned to their respective zones, ready to step in if another situation broke out. Lin Yuan sensed that Zhang Xiaobai had something to say to him but was having trouble finding the right words. He patted Zhang Xiaobai's shoulder and said, "You were doing fine in the Extreme Guild Club. Why did you suddenly leave?" Zhang Xiaobai pursed his lips and paused for a moment before replying, "Lin Yuan, can you lend me 300,000 Radiance dollars?" Lin Yuan took out his star web card. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Lu Jie walked up to Zhang Xiaobai and asked, "Did Meng Su just beat up your teammate? Did Meng Su's sense-stealing King Venom steal your teammate's 5 senses, causing them to be hospitalized in a vegetative state?" Lu Jie's words made Lin Yuan's hand that was holding the star web card freeze. A person relied on their spiritual energy to function, and the 5 senses were the tools that a person used to experience the world around them. Without one's 5 senses, they were robbed of their ability to hear, see, smell, taste, and touch. A person without their 5 senses would be thrown into a world of darkness despite having their spiritual energy and soul intact. Zhang Xiaobai stared at Lu Jie in shock. He nodded gratefully at Lu Jie. Zhang Xiaobai and Lu Jie were very similar. Just like how Zhang Xiaobai had protected Millstone Town, Lu Jie had single-handedly taken on the insect tide at Cold Frost City. Zhang Xiaobai did not like many of the Radiance 100 sequence members. However, Zhang Xiaobai respected Lu Jie. His idol had saved him and was standing next to him. If this was any other time, Zhang Xiaobai would be jumping for joy. Normally, he would be a rambling mess. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiaobai's heart was heavy, and he felt helpless. Zhang Xiaobai had not planned on involving Lin Yuan. The Savage Snake Guild Club was a B-level veteran guild club that did not have any Radiance 100 sequence members. Their powers were nothing to scoff at. However, when Lu Jie mentioned Meng Su and the sense-stealing King Venom, Zhang Xiaobai started to tell his tale. The words flowed out of his mouth. 4 days ago, White Devil Lordress terminated her contract with the Extreme Guild Club. Thus, the main team was only left with 3 members, and they couldn't participate in the top 16 match. The 4 of us were supposed to be subbed in. However, that damn Wei Chong made Lu Pingru shield him when he was accumulating abilities. Lu Pingru is a support-type spirit chi professional. Wei Chong is a jerk. Zhang Xiaobai was a talkative person and was rarely quiet. After keeping everything to himself for 4 days, the words were now exploding out of him. Lin Yuan's frown grew even deeper. He had always known that there was something wrong with the Savage Snake Guild Club. However, he never expected the problem to be so huge. During fights, the team's captain was always the general, and the captain's demeanor greatly influenced the team's fighting style. The captain's word was as good as law. Zhang Xiaobai, Tan Ran, Lu Pinru, and Xianing fighting in the match in the stead of the main team members would have resulted in an inevitable loss. Since the team captain, Wei Chong, used Lu Pinru as a shield during such a match, it meant that he had zero concern for her safety. A real fight was different from a Celestial Stairway one. In a Celestial Stairway fight, a few Fays could afford to use suicidal attacks to secure victory. But in a real fight, every move could have dire consequences. Every time the fight resulted in serious injuries, they would need to seek out a creation master for healing. The situation could even escalate to the point where spirit chi professionals and Fays died during an important competition. Lin Yuan now had a general understanding of why Zhang Xiaobai had chosen to leave the Extreme Guild Club. When Lu Pinru shielded Wei Chong from the attack, she wasn't wearing silk clothes. Lu Pinru made 1 silk suit for me and gave the rest to Wei Chong. What's the point of Wei Chong wearing so many silk clothes when he's a spirit chi professional that uses long-distance explosive attacks? Lin Yuan cut in and said, "How could Wei Chong make Lu Pingru shield him when he's wearing all the silk clothes?" Lin Yuan had worn the firm armor silk clothing that Lu Pinru's glowing silkworm weaver had made. He had experienced the defensive abilities of the silk clothing for himself. Just 1 layer of the firm armor silk clothing would be able to sustain as much damage as a support-type spirit chi professional like Lu Pinru could handle. When Zhang Xiaobai heard Lin Yuan's question, a deeply worried expression appeared on his face. The Fae that attacked Wei Chong was the soul-shattering hedgehog that belongs to the Savage Snake Guild Club captain. Its attack-grinding soul needles is slow, and even I can evade it. Wei Chong could have easily avoided them, but he chose not to. In a match where we were sure to lose, Wei Chong insisted on using his ability so that he could eliminate one of the Savage Guild Club members and increase his points. After the competition ended, Meng Su's sense-stealing King Venom stole Lu Pingru, Xianing, and Tan Ran's 5 senses. However, Meng Su will eventually release Xianing and Tan Ran's 5 senses during a fight because he wants to clear slots in the sense-stealing King Venom. Lu Pingru is seriously injured. How can she lose her 5 senses on top of that? Lin Yuan clenched his fists tightly. There were very few Fays that could damage souls. Fays that could damage souls were always highly feared. A damaged soul was a lethal blow to a spirit chi professional. Besides experiencing intense soul pain, a spirit chi professional with a damaged soul would not be able to promote their class before their soul recovered. If a creation master's soul was injured, they would not be able to advance past class 3 until they recovered, regardless of how talented they were. It was because class 4 creation masters gained the ability to utilize the strength of their souls. The excruciating soul pain was overwhelming for even the strongest person. The 5 senses which complemented spiritual energy could help bear the burden of the excruciating soul pain. Since Lu Pinru's 5 senses were stolen, she could only remain trapped in darkness as she struggled with the agonizing soul pain. As time went on, her spirit and mind would collapse under the torturous soul pain. That moment would spell the end of Lu Pinru. Lin Yuan felt someone tug on his sleeve. He turned and saw Chu Xi looking at him. He could see anger and worry in Chu Xi's eyes. Lin Yuan patted her hand and said to Zhang Xiaobai in a low voice, "Is the 300,000 radiance dollars the price for Meng Su to release their 5 senses?" Zhang Xiaobai gnashed his teeth and replied, "Meng Su knows that Lu Pingru is in excruciating pain while he has her 5 senses. The 300,000 radiance dollars is the price for him to release her 5 senses. Zhang Xiaobai raised his fist and wanted to slam it on one of the nearby walls of the Radiance Palace. He could not stand the feeling of being bullied and taken advantage of. When Zhang Xiaobai felt the frigid eyes of the Radiance Palace staff on him, he was so scared that he hurriedly retracted his fist. If I didn't need to care for the 3 of them, I would have fought Meng Su to the death. Lin Yuan had climbed his way up from the time he was in the Xia region. He had spent more than a decade drifting around with only Chu Xi by his side, and they had experienced their share of bullying. Hence, Lin Yuan could understand how Zhang Xiaobai was feeling. Xiaobai, did the Extreme Guild Club help you out after the incident? Zhang Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. However, Lin Yuan noted that Zhang Xiaobai's tone had shifted. They didn't ignore it, but the matter involved Wei Chong. Since White Devil Lourdes left the Extreme Guild Club, the managers knew that the Extreme Guild Club would probably be unable to reach even the top 13 in next year's competition. As such, they don't have the guts to offend the Savage Snake Guild Club, which sits comfortably within the top 16. Moreover, Lu Pingru's soul was injured. As compensation, they decided to treat me, Xianing, and Tan Ran better. However, they didn't provide a way to cure Lu Pingru. They also arranged for a new support-type spirit chi professional. What's the point of staying in a guild club like that? Zhang Xiaobai's tone became increasingly dispirited, and tears started to well up in his eyes. After he was done speaking, Zhang Xiaobai sighed heavily. The sigh seemed to carry all the boundless, hard work and effort that he had experienced in the Extreme Guild Club. Besides being created by a small number of Radiance 100 sequence members, guild clubs place importance on results. Powerful factions also support many guild clubs, so they revolve around benefits. Lu Jie did not know whether his words were of any comfort to Zhang Xiaobai or a form of elaboration for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. Since Lin Yuan managed Sky City, he was aware of the importance of benefits. However, Lin Yuan felt that there were more important things than mere benefits. Savage Snake Guild Club's Meng Su has been involved in many similar events over the last few years. The other Savage Snake Guild Club main team members are all aware of his actions, said Lu Jie. Lu Jie's words were punctuated with disdain for the Savage Snake Guild Club. Lin Yuan was slightly confused. No matter how much the various factions traded off their benefits, how could the Guild Alliance just allow the Savage Snake Guild Club to run rampant with their evil deeds? I remember that the Guild Alliance strictly governs the Guild Clubs during the S tournament. Hasn't anyone reported the Savage Snake Guild Club's behavior to the Guild Alliance? Lu Jie sighed in the direction of the Savage Snake Guild Club's rest area. The sense-stealing King Venom can release the stolen 5 senses anytime. Even if someone reports the Savage Snake Guild Club, the sense-stealing King Venom will release the 5 senses before the Guild Alliance can launch an investigation. Now, the Savage Snake Guild Club is the only guild club that lacks supporters and is hated. Last year, the participant that the Save Snake Guild Club drew from the lucky draw chose a challenge match instead of a guided match. The participant was heavily injured, the Savage Snake Guild Club opponent even his root. This incident almost caused the Savage Snake Guild Club to be excluded from this year's All-Star match, explained Lu Jie. When you, who had been standing quietly by the side, heard what Lin Yuan and Zhang Xiaobai said, she could feel what Lin Yuan wanted to do. Once she sensed that Lin Yuan was going to intervene in this matter, when you walked up and whispered to him, "Young master, should I call for this all-star match to halt so the Guild Alliance can immediately investigate the Savage Guild Club?" Zhang Xiaobai was initially ensconced in negativity. When he heard what the woman next to Lin Yuan said, Zhang Xiaobai almost choked. "How can you say that? You think too highly of yourself. What gives you the right to casually call for the all-star match to stop? She even wants the Guild Alliance to launch an investigation." Zhang Xiaobai knew full well what kind of organization the Guild Alliance was. The Guild Alliance would never listen to the orders of one person. They would never allow someone to interfere with the all-star match that they had painstakingly put together. It was the equivalent of cutting a piece of cloth they had just carefully sewn. If Zhang Xiaobai did not know that Lin Yuan was black and had fought to the death alongside him, He would have turned to leave so he could get away from the crazy when you. However, Zhang Xiaobai sensed a sort of haughtiness from her words. She uttered those words naturally and simply. The shocked Zhang Xiaobai gathered his senses. He could not help but start to guess and wonder about Lin Yuan's identity. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobai's phone rang. He picked up and immediately seemed anxious. After ending the call, Zhang Xiaobai hurriedly said, "Something happened at the treatment center. I need to go there immediately." Lin Yuan turned and said to the group, "You guys go ahead to watch the competition first. I'll go to the treatment center with Zhang Xiaobai. I'll join you once we're done." Warmth flooded Zhang Xiaobai's heart, and he forcefully patted Lin Yuan's shoulder as he yelled, "Good brother." His exclamation attracted the attention of the Radiance Palace staff again. After issuing a few more instructions, Lin Yuan and Zhang Xiaobai walked out of the Radiance Palace. The mother of Bloodbath trailed behind Lin Yuan like a shadow. Zhang Xiaobai seemed crestfallen during the entire journey. He suddenly heard a strangely pleasant voice say, "What do you think's the best way to cook kidneys?" Zhang Xiaobai had noticed someone following Lin Yuan and assumed that it was a friend of his. Because it was wearing a mask, Zhang Xiaobai could only guess that it was a girl from the hair. Zhang Xiaobai was slightly curious to know how the woman knew about his love for eating kidneys. "She even knows that I researched the best eating methods. Have I been eating too much? Can she tell from how round my face is?" As Lin Yuan rode on the soft-feathered scale bird, his mind was filled with thoughts about Lu Pinru's damaged soul. Soul injuries were difficult to treat. The things that could be used for treatment were extremely precious. They were not considered spiritual ingredients. Luckily, Lin Yuan possessed something that could treat soul injuries, the cold snow pine's tree sap. The cold snow pine's tree sap was only half of what was needed to treat an injured soul. They would also need pure fire element energy to roast the tree sap and turn it into cold snow pine resin. Thus, Lin Yuan was not worried that Lu Pinru would collapse under the agonizing pain from her soul injury. Lin Yuan was going with Zhang Xiaobai to the treatment center because he wanted to treat Lu Pinru's soul injury as soon as possible to alleviate her pain. As for Xianing, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran's stolen 5 senses, Lin Yuan could come up with about 100 ways to retrieve them. When Lin Yuan heard what the mother of Bloodbath asked Zhang Xiaobai, he knew that her foodie side was showing itself again. During their time at Millstone Town, the mother of Bloodbath had stuck close to him. He could observe the situation from 3 different angles, allowing it to have a clearer view than Lin Yuan. Although Zhang Xiaobai was not acquainted with the mother of Bloodbath, it was acting very friendly with him. The gluttonous mother of Bloodbath was now consumed with thoughts about the fragrant kidneys that Zhang Xiaobai had been talking about. Zhang Xiaobai was not in a good mood and did not want to converse. At the mention of good food, the usually quiet mother of Bloodbath was suddenly overflowing with words. This complimentary interaction allowed Zhang Xiaobai and the mother of Bloodbath to use the topic of kidneys as a vessel to talk about their experiences and feelings. Lin Yuan shook his head. If the mother of Bloodbath really listened to Zhang Xiaobai and went to try the barely cooked and tender kidneys, he might end up getting beaten up by it. Zhang Xiaobai led them to the motionless Xianing, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran when they arrived at the treatment center. Lin Yuan had spotted them from a distance away. They looked like they were in a deep sleep. Inside the treatment center was a woman holding a scepter. At the tip of the scepter hung a cage, and inside the cage was a green butterfly. She was currently exchanging words with an unkempt elderly man. When he saw Zhang Xiaobai walk in, the unkempt elderly man shouted, "Little Bai, you asked me here to treat fays that have injured their roots. Yet, you asked this healing-type spirit chi professional here too. What's this supposed to mean? Do you think I'm not up to the task?" Zhang Xiaobai quickly apologized to the unkempt elderly man. "I'm sorry, Master Hongshan. This is our captain." When Zhang Xiaobai had picked up the call, Master Hongshan told him that someone had come to cause trouble in the treatment center and that he was not going to help with the treatment anymore. However, he did not expect it to be White Devil Lordress who had insisted on terminating her contract with the Extreme Guild Club even if it cost her a large sum of money. "How did you find this place, Sister Daisy?" White Devil Lordress did not immediately respond to Zhang Xiaobai. She shot a glare at the unkempt Master Hongshan. Old man, don't you recognize me? Master Hongshan rolled his eyes. Please, you've asked me this so many times. Who are you? Why should I know who you are? Once Master Hongshan spoke, the strange woman carrying a cage around giggled and uttered, "Wow!" Master Hongshan's cheeks immediately flushed red. This narcissistic woman had pulled so many words out of him. White Devil Lordress looked at Zhang Xiaobai apologetically and said, I heard about what happened to the four of you. If not for my leaving the Extreme Guild Club, you wouldn't have been subbed in. Zhang Xiaobai hastily waved dismissively and said, It's not your fault, senior sister. White Devil Lordress reached out her hand and patted Zhang Xiaobai's shoulder. Given your age, you should still be able to participate in the S tournament for another 5 years. When I heard that you left the Extreme Guild Club, I felt that it was a smart decision. Why don't you take a year off to find yourself a suitable guild club where you can continue your career? People, unlike trees, thrive on change. Before waiting for Zhang Xiaobai's reaction, White Devil Lordress took a bronze face storage box out of the butterfly-shaped diamond face storage box around her neck and gave it to Zhang Xiaobai. You probably spent all your money hiring me to find the glowing silkworm weaver. All the money you paid me and the glowing silkworm weaver is in this face storage box. Take it back. I'm sure you need money now. You don't have to worry about Meng Su anymore. The All-Star match is today, and I'll settle the matter tomorrow. White Devil Lordress glanced at the sleeping Lu Pinru before leaving the treatment center. It was not just Zhang Xiaobai who was surprised to see White Devil. Lin Yuan did not expect that the main character in the match that had kickstarted his dream half a year ago would appear before him again. When he had watched White Devil's fight against Unknown Flame, Lin Yuan felt that White Devil in combat was an extremely cold person. He did not expect her regular personality to be completely different. She was friendly and gentle. Her gentleness could be seen from her actions, and it was clear that she truly was a kind person. From Zhang Xiaobai's demeanor, Lin Yuan could tell that he was not close with White Devil. Although she was in the main team and he was in the reserve team of the same guild club, White Devil was sequence number 19 of the Radiance 100 sequence. She held an extremely high position but took care of the reserve team members. She was even willing to help out Zhang Xiaobai and the rest when they were in trouble. She was doing Zhang Xiaobai a huge favor by helping with the Savage Snake Guild Club problem. Suddenly, Master Hongshan's serene expression changed. His entire body froze, and his hands tightly clutched the corner of a nearby table. Large beads of sweat rolled down his face. Zhang Xiaobai seemed to understand what Master Hongshan was going through and was not perturbed. He took a small medicine bottle out of Master Hongshan's pocket and popped one of the pills into Master Hongshan's mouth. Lin Yuan, who was standing 3 meters away from Master Hongshan and Zhang Xiaobai, could smell a strong bitter scent. This old man sure is interesting. He manages to hold out despite having such a heavily injured soul, whispered the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan looked at the unkempt Master Hongshan in shock. When they had first come in, Lin Yuan noticed that Master Hongshan was wearing the crest of a Class 3 Creation Master. The Class 3 Creation Master crest had 4 stars on it, indicating that Master Hongshan's power had reached that of a pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. This meant that he had attained the maximum powers a Creation Master could achieve with an injured soul. A moment later, Master Hongshan recovered from his agony. He picked up the cup of water on the table and gulped down all its contents. Little by, I've healed those phase with injured roots that you sent over. You can't deny me payment. As per usual, if you don't have enough money, you can find me some bitter bracken roots when you're out on missions. At the mention of bitter bracken roots, Lin Yuan knew where the bitter smell had come from. Master Hongshan must have been relying on the bitter bracken root's bitterness to counteract the intense pain from his soul injury. This was also a good way to use one of the 5 senses to combat the pain of an injured soul. Normally, once a person's tongue touched a bitter bracken root, they would feel like they were chewing Coptis chinensis for an entire day. It was a form of unbearable torture. However, this incredible bitterness could alleviate the pain of an injured soul. Lin Yuan watched as Hongshan and Zhang Xiaobai discussed the treatment fee. Lu Pinru's 4 glowing silkworm weavers had recovered and were spitting silk. Lin Yuan wanted to ask Master Hongshan if he could rent a room, so He could use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to roast the cold snow pine's tree sap into cold snow pine resin to heal Lu Pinru's soul injury. Lin Yuan heard Master Hong Shen say to Zhang Xiaobai, "Get lost. I'm tired. Next time, don't forget to bring me bitter bracken roots. If you do, you don't have to come to see me." Master Hong Shen's expression became extremely sour. He quickly took out the medicine bottle and popped 2 pills made of bitter bracken roots into his mouth to counter the waves of pain from his soul injury. Lin Yuan said to Zhang Xiaobai, who was walking toward him, "Xiaobai, go and rent a place for Master Hong Shen. I'll go and create the medicine to heal Lu Pingru's soul injury." Zhang Xiaobai's face immediately lit up with joyous surprise. Zhang Xiaobai knew how hard it was to heal soul injuries as he had watched Master Hong Shen use bitter bracken roots to suppress his pain but always failed to cure for years. Zhang Xiaobai had planned on waiting till Xianing and Tan Ran awoke before going out on missions to earn money together. They would use the money to try and find solutions for Lu Pinru. If 1 year's worth of earnings was insufficient, they would work for as long as it took. He did not expect Lin Yuan to swoop in and solve the problem just like that. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobai remembered that Lin Yuan was not just a healing-type spirit qi professional but also a creation master. Master Hong Shen was about to mock Lin Yuan when he saw the crystal bottle that Lin Yuan had just taken out. Master Hong Shen's entire body straightened. He was not certain of the contents of the crystal bottle, but the chilling frigidness permeating from the fluid already managed to suppress the excruciating pain in the depths of his soul. After the pain disappeared, Master Hong Shen quickly spat out the 2 bitter bracken root pills that had not dissolved and cursed, "Damn, that's bitter." Zhang Xiaobai was about to rent a room from Master Hong Shen where they could begin the treatment. However, he saw Master Hong Shen briskly walking toward Lin Yuan with bright eyes. "Handsome fellow, can you sell me a bit of the fluid in your bottle? I'll do anything in return." Lin Yuan looked at Master Hong Shen strangely. He rarely walked around for leisure, and despite his good looks, almost no one had called him handsome. However, Lin Yuan felt his hair stand on end when the old man called him so with such a leering expression. Lin Yuan's wariness was amplified when he said he would do anything in return. Will he really do anything? He's already so old. Could he still have some tricks up his sleeve? When Master Hong Shen saw that his plea did not move Lin Yuan and was just staring at him with shock, he immediately became anxious. He stared at the bottle in Lin Yuan's hand and reached out to grab it. At that moment, Master Hong Shen felt a cold pressure forcefully pressing down on him. He struggled to breathe. The cold pressure only appeared for a moment before it was retracted. Master Hong Shen shot a fearful look at the smirking girl. He thought about the daily excruciating pain he had to endure from the injured soul, gnashed his teeth and said, "If you're willing to sell me a bit of the fluid, so I can counter my wounded soul, I'll let you have your pick amongst my valuables. If you're able to heal my injured soul, I'm willing to work for you." Master Hong Shen pushed aside his messy beard and plucked out a black ring-shaped fey storage box that had been hidden in his beard. He solemnly held the black ring-shaped fey storage box and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Master Hong Shen's expression and thought about the pain that Master Hong Shen endured as a result of his injured soul. He understood why this creation master would stake his freedom on this. Lin Yuan swirled the bottle with the baby blue-colored fluid and said, "This is the tree sap from a suzerain/myth 2 cold snow pine. What do you have that you can use to trade for it?" When the mother of Bloodbath heard what Lin Yuan said, a bright flash streaked across her gaze. Lin Yuan was already eyeing this unkempt old man. When Master Hong Shen heard what Lin Yuan said, his face fell, and he glanced at the black ring-shaped fey storage box. Master Hong Shen retracted his hand and took a step back before saying solemnly to Lin Yuan, "I might be a pinnacle class 3 creation master, but I've been stuck at this stage for 15 years. I'm sure that once my soul recovers, I'll be able to learn how to use the power of my soul to concoct spirit concoctions. I'll be promoted to a class 4 creation master within half a year." Master Hong Shen straightened his messy clothes and continued, "I'm willing to give you all my freedom. I'll swear on a willpower rune to become your follower." Master Hong Shen threw out all his chips without hesitation. As someone who had to endure torturous pain daily, he would sacrifice all that he had for a chance to escape the pain. If a glimmer of light cut through the darkness, anyone entrenched in the darkness would reach out to it. After Lin Yuan heard what Master Hongshan said, his eyes lit up. He had been planning on manipulating Master Hongshan. Lin Yuan had thought to himself that it would be impossible to get a creation master to swear on a willpower rune to become his follower. However, he never expected that the moment he started to manipulate Master Hongshan, the latter would immediately self-destruct. He had immediately laid out all his chips on the table, free for Lin Yuan to grab. According to Master Hongshan, he was a hair's breadth away from being promoted to Class 4 Creation Master. If Master Hongshan could become a Class 4 Creation Master after recovering from his soul injury, Sky City would finally have a true Class 4 Creation Master. However, Lin Yuan was not sure whether Master Hongshan could really be promoted to Class 4 in such a short time like he said. But regardless of whether it was true or not, it made no difference to Lin Yuan. Given Master Hongshan's powers as a pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master, Lin Yuan was already willing to invest the cold snow pine resin in him. Since the cold snow pine could be used to treat soul injuries, it was extremely precious. The cold snow pine's tree sap was a collectible to Lin Yuan and one of his secrets. Given Lin Yuan's personality, he would never trade away this secret of his. However, it did not serve any purpose being in storage. If it could be used to trade for the loyalty of a Class 3 Creation Master, it was worth it. It did not matter even if Master Hongshan could not be promoted to a Class 4 Creation Master soon after recovering from his soul injury. The Class 3 Creation Master's ability to evolve phase was already enough to meet Lin Yuan's needs. Creation Master's abilities were accumulated through the constant creation of spirit fluids. Lin Yuan had a lot of work on his plate as a Creation Master and needed Master Hongshan's help to evolve the angelfish of Bliss Young to gold grade. Master Hongshan would probably be worked to the bone trying to accomplish this immense task. Lin Yuan believed that even if Master Hongshan was a moron, he would be able to be inspired by the immense task and comprehend how to use the power of his soul to concoct spirit fluids and become a Class 4 Creation Master. Since Master Hongshan wanted to become his follower, Lin Yuan needed to tell him some things up front. As a Class 3 Creation Master, you should be aware of how valuable the Suzerain/Myth 2 Class 3 Cold Snow Pines tree sap is. If I accept you as my follower, you'll have to work hard every day to prove your worth. While Lin Yuan spoke, the mother of Bloodbath shot him a look of admiration. As a spider species Fae, the mother of Bloodbath's path to evolution was lined with mercilessness. It had killed an uncountable number of Faes. Thus, the mother of Bloodbath could understand the camaraderie between Lu Pinru and Lin Yuan, which prompted him to use the Cold Snow Pines tree sap to heal her. However, it felt that Lin Yuan was sacrificing too much. But when it heard Lin Yuan lay out his conditions to this unkempt old man, the mother of Bloodbath knew that Lin Yuan had been planning for a way to even his losses. Lin Yuan prioritized emotional ties much more than ordinary people. This was the trait that made the mother of Bloodbath unknowingly acknowledge Lin Yuan. Master Hongshan had been speaking with a nervous tone. Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters were able to utilize suzerain spirit ingredients, but they were unable to utilize the spiritual ingredients from a Fae that had evolved past suzerain. Naturally, he was unable to use a Suzerain/Myth 2 Fae's spiritual ingredient to heal his injured soul. When he had laid all his chips on the table, the arrogant Master Hongshan felt for the first time that he had nothing to offer in exchange for the Cold Snow Pines tree sap. If this youth was willing to use 5 drops of the Cold Snow Pines tree sap to hire a Class 4 Creation Master, it would buy 2 months of the Class 4 Creation Master's time. Thus, Master Hongshan knew that his only worthy stake was his loyalty. Master Hongshan's loyalty was just what Lin Yuan needed the most. Lin Yuan's golden lotus brocade pearls were very precious, and he needed a creation master to nurture them. The successful nurturing of such a valuable mutated Fae would bring boundless benefits. Lin Yuan could not entrust the task to anyone unless they had sworn on a willpower rune. After hearing what Lin Yuan said, Master Hongshan's face lit up with surprised elation. He knew that this youth had agreed to his plea and was just trying to guarantee that he was going to work hard. Compared to having to suffer excruciating pain from his soul injury every day, hard work would be bliss. Master Hongshin had lived for many years and was already 1 foot into his grave. He knew that the more one was willing to sacrifice, the more they would receive. Being busy was helpful in improving a creation master's power. The stronger he was as a creation master, the more he would gain this youth's respect. This was a positive cycle he would earn for his hard work. Fine. As long as you can promise me 8 hours of rest every day, I'll be able to do 16 hours of work daily. Master Hongshin gritted his teeth and said, I can form a contract with the vitality sloth. It'll help me work longer. Lin Yuan quickly waved his hand dismissively and said, You don't need to do that. I won't keep you that busy. However, you will have to work for about 12 hours daily. After healing his soul injury and swearing on a willpower rune to become Lin Yuan's follower, Master Hongshin would be as good as family to Lin Yuan. In order to allow Master Hongshin to utilize his potential, Lin Yuan planned on investing resources into him. Thus, he did not need Master Hongshin to form a contract with the Vitality Sloth that was barely useful and could be contracted by anyone. Hu Quan's contract with the Vitality Sloth was a source of headache for Lin Yuan. Initially, Lin Yuan had wanted to ask Hu Quan if there was a more suitable fae that he would like to contract. In the end, Hu Quan had secretly contracted the Vitality Sloth so he could work even harder. However, that was Hu Quan's own decision, and it was inappropriate for Lin Yuan to interfere. Zhang Xiaobai, who was standing next to Lin Yuan and had watched the entire scene unfold, felt that this world was too magical. The bad-tempered Master Hongshin had suddenly become an obedient puppy that yearned to follow Lin Yuan around the moment that Lin Yuan had produced the bottle of baby blue-colored tree sap. Master Hongshin was a pinnacle class 3 creation master. Yet, Zhang Xiaobai could see inexplicable gratefulness in Lin Yuan's gaze. Lin Yuan was so casual about using something that convinced a pinnacle class 3 creation master to put aside his pride and dedicate his loyalty in return for it on Lu Pingru. From Zhang Xiaobai's understanding of Lin Yuan, he knew that Lin Yuan would never have brought up the tree sap's value after healing Lu Pingru's soul injury, if not for Master Hongshin's willingness to swear his loyalty. Master Hongshin was eager to empty all his projects out of the studio that was inside the treatment center for Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan walked to Master Hongshin's studio's entrance, he noticed piles of various spiritual ingredients and used medicine crystal bottles strewn about haphazardly. The air was filled with the strange odors left over from a myriad of spiritual ingredients. A bitter note was salient amongst the odors. It must have come from the bitter bracken roots. Master Hongshin looked at Lin Yuan bashfully and chuckled. I'm used to being messy. Don't worry. I'll make sure to clean the studio till it's spick and span while you work. Lin Yuan looked at Master Hongshin with uneasy belief. It's not that easy to change a habit that's been ingrained for so many years. When he goes to the mansion, you will definitely be bothered by the unhygienic state of his studio. When he noticed that Lin Yuan still had not taken a step inside his studio, Master Hongshin grinned and asked, My lord, do you need help? I can be your assistant or do the work in your stead. Master Hongshin had not signed a contract with him yet, but Lin Yuan noticed that Master Hongshin had started to address him as Lord. On this trip, Lin Yuan had hung his Class 2 Creation Master crest around his neck. Lin Yuan realized that Master Hongshin kept stealing glances at the crest with subtle worry in his eyes. Lin Yuan sniggered to himself. Could Master Hongshin be so enthusiastic about being my assistant because he's worried that I'm a mere Class 2 Creation Master? He's worried that I'll fail and waste the cold snow pine's tree sap. Come in if you want to. I'm not worried about being bothered when I'm concocting the cold snow pine's tree sap. Master Hongshin immediately started to panic. Although he did not know how Lin Yuan was going to concoct the cold snow pine spirit fluid, it was common knowledge that the slightest slip on a creation master's part could cause the concoction to fail. As a creation master, Master Hongshin understood how scary it was to be distracted when concocting spirit fluids. Despite his young age, Lin Yuan was already a Class 2 creation master and had basically gained Master Hongshin as his follower. Once Lin Yuan healed Master Hongshin's soul injury, he would immediately sign the contract to become Lin Yuan's follower. Thus, Master Hongshin dared not speak against Lin Yuan. However, Master Hongshan badly wanted to grab Lin Yuan's master by the collar and demand to know how they had taught their student. Before Master Hongshan could continue speaking, Lin Yuan had taken out a box that was glowing with a faint jade hue. Master Hongshan blurted out, "A jade-textured platinum-wood box." Once he spoke, Master Hongshan immediately shut his mouth in embarrassment. He noticed that Lin Yuan was unaffected by his outburst as he calmly poured the cold snow pine's tree sap into the jade-textured platinum wood box. Platinum wood was exceptionally compatible with fire element energy when it was jade-textured. Under normal circumstances, the pure fire element would not set the platinum wood alight. Instead, it would nourish the platinum wood like spirit qi. Lin Yuan did not have a complete jade-textured platinum wood box. He had made this one in his hands after entering the spirit lock spatial zone and cutting the platinum wood planks. He had done it in case the opportunity to roast the cold snow pine's tree sap arose. He did not expect to use it a mere 2 days after creating it. The baby blue-colored cold snow pine tree sap started to pulse inside the jade-textured platinum wood box. Lin Yuan's hand trembled, and he took out 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with 9.8 purity. Although most of the elemental pearls produced by the bronze/legend elemental shellfish had inner radiance, he had accumulated so many elemental pearls that some did not have inner radiance. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with inner radiance were much more valuable than those without. Thus, Lin Yuan usually chose to use the elemental pearls without inner radiance. Lin Yuan tossed an elemental pearl into the platinum wood box. The moment that the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl entered the platinum wood box, the dark red jade-textured platinum wood box lit up with a bright red light and plumes of crimson smoke billowed out. At the same time, under the influence of the pure fire elemental energy from the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, the blues and reds combined to form twin-colored flames. As Lin Yuan watched what was happening, he thought, "I'm glad I prepared a jade-textured platinum wood box. If I had used another vessel, the flames formed by the extreme cold and extreme heat would have exploded it. The jade-textured platinum wood box handles these flames easily. All flames were fundamentally fire elemental energy. They would all nourish the jade-textured platinum wood box." Lin Yuan tossed in another when the first fire elemental pearl was used up to maintain the burning blue and red flames. In the beginning, the cold snow pine's tree sap's blue flames were stronger than the fire elemental pearl's red flames. As more fire elemental pearls were tossed in, the red flames were becoming stronger than the blue flames. Lin Yuan decreased the rate at which he tossed in heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Instead, he started to crush the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and slowly added the powder in. From the moment Lin Yuan had taken out the fire heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, Master Hongshan had been staring at Lin Yuan with his mouth agape. As Lin Yuan worked, the thickening pine incense overcame all the odd smells in the studio, filling it with the refreshing scent of pine. When the refreshing scent entered one's nose, they would feel like they had just been thrown into a world of snow pine. The fragrance of pine made Master Hongshan feel like his soul was being gently soothed. It was an incredibly comforting feeling. Thus, Master Hongshan's mouth fell open and stayed that way. He took in as much pine fragrance through his nose and mouth as he could like a madman. The mystic soothing of his soul completely entranced Master Hongshan. When Lin Yuan added the last of the elemental pearl powder, the cold snow pine's blue tree sap, which had been turning increasingly transparent, lost the last of its blue color along with the final wisps of icy flames. When the icy blue flames disappeared, the red flames vanished as well. The moment that both the flames disappeared, the cold snow pine's baby blue-colored tree sap transformed into black powder. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile. The pine smoke was like a dye infusion. The cold snow pine resin is complete. Lin Yuan did not pour the cold snow pine resin into the crystal bottle. He placed the lid over the platinum-wood box and used it as the vessel to keep the cold snow pine resin safe. The jade-textured platinum-wood box had been nourished by the fire elemental energy and had the aura of 2 kinds of flames. It was a good vessel to keep the cold snow pine resin safe. Lin Yuan turned and saw Master Hongshan, who was breathing as deeply as possible. His smile faltered as he walked up to Master Hongshan. Lin Yuan took a silver spoon out of the amber button-shaped Fey storage box and spooned out a little of the black powder cold snow pine resin. Lin Yuan used a normal flame to set the black powder in the spoon alight before placing the spoon under Master Hongshin's nostrils. The breeze wafted the smoke into Master Hongshin's nostrils and to the depths of his soul. The pine fragrance soothed his soul. The soul injury which had tormented Master Hongshin for more than a decade was being healed. After Master Hongshin awoke from his entrancement, it seemed that he had no idea Lin Yuan had just set the cold snow pine resin alight. However, Master Hongshin could tell from his unbelievably relaxed soul that his soul injury had been completely healed. The cured Master Hongshin looked at Lin Yuan gratefully and fell to one knee. With a wave of his hand, a willpower rune that had clearly been comprehended from plants appeared and circled around Master Hongshin's fingers. Following Master Hongshin's sincere oath, Master Hongshin finally and truly became Lin Yuan's follower. A wave of doubts appeared in Master Hongshin's mind. Now that his soul was healed, he was a Class 3 Creation Master that could be promoted to a Class 4 Creation Master at any time. He would be able to succeed anywhere he went and led a smooth-sailing life. But why didn't I hesitate at all to swear on a willpower rune to become this young man's follower? I even felt determined to do it. As he looked at the beaming young man, Master Hongshin bowed his head respectfully. Master Hongshin knew that if not for this young man, he would probably be doomed to suffer the pain of his injured soul for the rest of his days. The events of the past hour were a miraculous surprise. Master Hongshin was sure that this surprise was a blessing sent from heaven. Lin Yuan reached out his hand and helped Master Hongshin up. Master Hongshin was now a member of Lin Yuan's family. Lin Yuan had cocked his eyebrow in surprise when Master Hongshin summoned the willpower rune. He could sense that the willpower rune had been comprehended from plants because the concentrated plant aura was unmistakable. However, the willpower rune carried an obvious hint of murderous intent. This reminded Lin Yuan of the willpower rune he had comprehended when he had been experiencing intense maliciousness. He had left the willpower rune in his spiritual spatial zone all this time. The murderous intent of both willpower runes was extremely similar. If they were carefully studied, differences could be pointed out. The murderous intent of Lin Yuan's willpower rune was close to insanity, whereas Master Hongshin's willpower rune's murderous intent had a rather elegant aura. Lin Yuan silently analyzed to himself, a willpower rune like this doesn't suit creation masters and their Fays who raise the level of their creation masters. It's more suitable for strong combat class Fays. Master Hongshin, can I take a look at your contracted Fays? If anyone else had spoken to Master Hongshin in such a manner, he would have immediately slapped them. It was extremely disrespectful for a spirit chi professional to interrogate another spirit chi professional about their Fays. This was the equivalent of trying to sniff out another person's trump card. However, Master Hongshin was now Lin Yuan's follower. After being asked by Lin Yuan, Master Hongshin did not feel unhappy at all. Rather, he was delighted. He immediately waved his hand and summoned his contracted Fays. Master Hongshin felt that Lin Yuan had asked the question out of concern. Master Hongshin was exceedingly confident about his Fays. He also saw this as a good opportunity to show off his Fey to Lin Yuan. Master Hongshin raised his hand, and a glowing ball of purplish-black energy started to swirl. The ball of purplish-black energy grew larger and formed a sort of purplish-black territory. At the center of the territory was a lush, succulent plant that was about a meter tall. When Lin Yuan saw the Fey that Master Hongshin had summoned, he instantly looked at Master Hongshin in shock. He felt that he had not just gained a Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master as a follower but also a Pinnacle King Class Combat Class Spirit Chi professional. Although Master Hongshin had only comprehended one willpower rune, the fantasy breed Fey he had contracted was incredibly powerful. Master Hongshin must have injected an unimaginable amount of resources to nurture this Fey to its current level. Lin Yuan felt that he had hit the jackpot by recruiting Master Hongshin as his follower. As he looked at the fantasy breed Fey and was thinking to himself, Lin Yuan also used True Dara to check this Fey's attributes. From what he saw, Lin Yuan realized that Master Duan Li's Fey was much stronger than he had initially thought. Fey name: Black Bronze Succulent, Spirit Life Form Species. Crassulaceae genus/Ionium genus, Fe grade. Diamond, 10/10. Fe type, dark, Fe quality. Fantasy 4. Abilities. Lotus palm black bullets. Every flower core can rapidly muster dark energy to form strong and corrosive dark energy bullets. Separation fragment bullets. When the lotus palm black bullets clash together, they will shatter and release explosions of energy. Lotus palm puppet. The black bronze succulent stores the skeleton of consumed dark-type phase in its flower head. When the flower head falls, it will spit out the skeletons. If the flower head is set on fire, the energy within will control the skeleton. Backup new roots. The black bronze succulent will form 4 seeds near its roots. Each of the seeds will release its energy after leaving the main body and form another black bronze succulent with comparable power to the main body. Once the energy in the seeds is depleted, the new black bronze succulents will immediately wilt. Bronze stem succulent. The black bronze succulent will absorb dark elemental energy at night and store it in the bronze stem succulent. Bronze kettle release. The black bronze succulent is left with only one flower head, and the rest of the flower heads are sacrificed. A lotus palm black bullet will be released with all the energy of the sacrificed flower heads. Exclusive skill. Dark essence. Extract dark energy to raise the purity of its own dark energy. Dark carnage. When the target is killed, all its deathly aura will be routed to the black bronze succulent's dark energy. The black bronze succulent was a highly mutated form of a succulent plant type Fey. Lin Yuan was very familiar with black succulents. Back in Xia region's spirit life form store, he had nurtured usneas, jasmine lilies, and green succulents. The black succulent and green succulent were very similar. The only difference was that the green succulents attacked with poison-type essence while the black succulent attacked with dark elemental energy. Lin Yuan had not bought any black succulent from the spirit life form store because he felt that it was useless in its normal quality as compared to the green succulent. Although the green succulent was not of much use either, it could still kill small mosquitoes with its poison when it was normal quality. It could be a form of pesticide when placed in a room. Meanwhile, the normal black succulent could not even repel mosquitoes with its dark energy. The jasmine lily, green succulent, and black succulent were all considered to be Fays with the lowest thresholds. Any person in the Radiance Federation who worked hard to earn 500 Federation dollars could buy a black succulent. However, there were very few spirit chi professionals who were willing to contract black succulents. It was just like how there were very few healing-type spirit chi professionals who were willing to contract jasmine lilies. This was fair because a low threshold meant a high limit. It was just like Lin Yuan and the jasmine lily. After Lin Yuan invested enormous resources into it, the ability's vitality imprint and severed limbs growth were comparable to the power of other Fays of the same quality. Fays with low thresholds required a large number of resources to evolve and mutate. It was akin to trying to fill a bottomless pit. Lin Yuan did not think that there was someone who was willing to promote a black succulent to the strength and level of the black bronze succulent. Even if the spirit chi professional started off impoverished, they would be able to buy a decent Fey after saving up some resources. They would then quickly switch out their main Fey instead of continuing to nurture the black succulent. When Master Hongshin summoned the black bronze succulent, Lin Yuan saw that it had hundreds of flower heads. He was sure that the black succulent had undergone a chain mutation when Master Hongshin nurtured it, similar to that of the jasmine lily when it evolved to normal/fantasy. The jasmine lily had undergone fasciation after the chain mutation. When Lin Yuan saw the number of flower heads on the black bronze succulent, he knew that it had reached Diamond X. Lin Yuan did not expect that it had also reached Fantasy 4. Given Master Hongshin's powers as a pinnacle king-class expert, he could be deemed an outstanding talent. The black bronze succulent's compilation of exclusive skills was simple and rough. The ability Lotus Palm black bullets were strong and corrosive dark-type energy explosions. It was a continuous violent attack. The ability Separation fragment bullets would launch a large-scale attack. When combined with backup new roots, the black bronze succulent's attacking range was widened. The 4 seeds from backup new roots also increased the power of the black bronze succulent's large-scale attack. This allowed the black bronze succulent to adjust and control its attacking range when it was launching a large-scale attack. Bronze kettle release was also an impressive explosive technique. Bronze stem succulent provided the black bronze succulent with a vessel full of dark energy. When the black bronze succulent was in combat, it could utilize the dark energy within the vessel as it pleased. The only special ability of the black bronze succulent was Lotus Palm Puppet. When the ability's grade had been low, its effectiveness was not impactful. However, as the black bronze succulent grew more powerful, it could control the skeletons of even more powerful dark-type phase. Lotus Palm Puppet raised the black bronze succulent's mobility. Based on the different traits of the dark-type phase, Lotus Palm Puppet could control them in different ways and use them to defend the black bronze succulent. This added fluidity to the black bronze succulent's fighting style. Lin Yuan suddenly thought about the dark spirit-eye tadpole and dark-eyed scorpion tiger in his Fey storage box, whose willpower runes the sacred sword-wielding queen had extracted. The dark-eyed scorpion tiger's blood, fur, and eyes were valuable spiritual ingredients. The dark spirit-eye tadpole's mucus and brain matter were valuable spiritual ingredients. Once the Mother of Bloodbath removed their spiritual ingredients, their skeletons could be given to Master Hongshin to use. The black bronze succulent's exclusive skill Dark Essence helped improve the Fey's overall state. It could strengthen all of its abilities through the dark energy it absorbed. The exceptional explosive capabilities of the black bronze succulent were draining as it launched single-target and large-scale attacks. Although bronze stem succulent allowed it to store dark energy, it could not sustain the black bronze succulent's maximum attacking power for long. Dark Carnage further increased the black bronze succulent's endurance by replenishing it with dark energy in a constant cycle. Lin Yuan could not help but feel jealous as he looked at the black bronze succulent. Although both the black bronze succulent and the jasmine lily started off as pathetic phase, his jasmine lily could only use normal abilities despite being Platinum I/Fantasy 3. It was because of Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan also had no idea what abilities the jasmine lily would come to comprehend after evolving. He thought, if Morbius evolves to fantasy breed in the future and becomes stronger, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone will change. Will I be able to see the jasmine lily gain more abilities besides normal ones? Could I also have the chance to command a completed jasmine lily in battle? Lin Yuan slapped his forehead and chided himself for having such a pipe dream. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was already strong enough. Master Hongshin noticed Lin Yuan observing his black bronze succulent, and a nostalgic yet smug expression appeared on his face. Young master, I have a lot less spiritual energy than the average person. After contracting the black succulent early on, I could not contract any other phase for some time. Hence, I invested everything I had into nurturing it. When I realized that I had the talent to be a creation master, I invested all the resources I had collected over the span of 30 years to nurture the black bronze succulent to its current level. Master Hongshin heaved a long sigh. It's a shame that soul injury afflicted me for over a decade. It prevented me from raising my spirit chi occupation rank past A rank. Otherwise, I would definitely have become an S rank spirit chi professional. The black bronze succulent could also have been evolved to suzerain quality. It was only 5 years ago that I sensed I had enough spiritual energy to contract a second Fey. Since then, I haven't been nurturing the black bronze succulent. The resources I accumulated over the last 5 years all went to this jerk. While Master Hongshin spoke, he circulated his spiritual energy, and an enchanting purplish-red succulent appeared in his hand. One look at it made Lin Yuan feel that Master Hongshin was rather shameless. You nurtured this Medusa succulent over the last 5 years. Why aren't you satisfied? Master Hongshin looked at the Medusa succulent forlornly and said, I thought I was lucky at first. I managed to use the eye fluids of the marsh dimensional lifeform Medusa to cultivate a Medusa succulent. However, I didn't foresee that its normal abilities would be completely incompatible with me. If only I hadn't contracted the black succulent first. I should have contracted the green succulent. When Lin Yuan heard what Master Hongshin said, he used true data to check the Medusa succulent's attributes. Fey name, Medusa succulent, spirit life form species. Crassulaceae genus/Ionium genus, Fey grade. Normal, 7/10. Fey type, poison, Fey quality. Epic, Abilities. Same type petrification. By swaying its leaves, it will petrify life forms that have been injured by energy and are of a similar type. When Lin Yuan was done checking the Medusa succulent's normal ability, he looked at Master Hongshin strangely. Lin Yuan finally knew why Master Hongshin looked like he had been horribly trampled despite having nurtured such an elite fae. This Medusa succulent and Master Hongshin were like oil and water. When the Medusa succulent was cultivated from the Medusa's eye fluids, it would absorb the element nearest to it. According to the element it absorbed, its type would be decided. This was very similar to when elemental spiritual materials triggered the elemental shellfish's mutation. However, the elemental shellfish's mutation had been externally directed while the Medusa succulent's absorption was self-directed. Thus, it was extremely difficult to control the Medusa succulent's type. The Medusa succulent's normal ability was set. Same type petrification could be taken as the Medusa succulent's signature move. When same type petrification was used on phase of lower quality, it would instantly turn the target's flesh and bones into stone. The petrified flesh and bones were very fragile and would shatter with the slightest force. This would result in the death of the petrified fae. Even if the opponent's fae was of a higher quality and had more power than the Medusa succulent, same type petrification could also freeze them. This was an incredibly terrifying control ability. When Lin Yuan had been in the process of choosing support type phase with control abilities, he had not become the Moon Empress's disciple yet. At that time, he had not been at the level where he would be aware of succulent species phase like the Medusa succulent. If so, he might have included another option besides the blue flash butterfly. Lin Yuan looked around at the state of the studio and the medicine bottle of bitter bracken root poles that Master Hongshin had tossed to the side. He could guess why the Medusa succulent was poison type. When Master Hongshin was nurturing the Medusa succulent, he must have placed many dark-type spiritual ingredients around the studio in order to increase the proportion of dark-type elements in the studio. The Medusa succulent must have absorbed the contaminated air in the studio when it was being nurtured. Another possibility was that when the Medusa succulent was being nurtured, Master Hongshin's soul injury had relapsed and forced him to consume bitter bracken roots. Thus, the Medusa succulent had absorbed the poison energy from the bitter bracken roots. Master Hongshin said regretfully, "Maybe the Medusa succulent and I are just ill-fated. I don't have the ability to find Emperor-class experts and myth-breed phase with dark laws to help me transform this Medusa succulent. It's a blessing that my soul injury is now healed. I'm not going to insist on contracting this poison-type Medusa succulent." While Master Hongshin spoke, darkness appeared before his eyes. It was as though he had been plunged into endless darkness. The youth's bright voice exclaimed, "Dark laws? I can help you." Master Hongshin sensed the aura emanating from Lin Yuan's dark law. It was as though he had just seen a ghost. He had come across Emperor-class experts and myth-breed phase with law runes before, but the law power from those laws could not compare with Lin Yuan's. Every law rune's law power was unitary. The dark energy radiating from Lin Yuan was like a fog of darkness. There was danger laced within the fog. It was clearly not the aura of a unitary law rune. Given Lin Yuan's young age, Master Hongshin did not expect him to wield much power. But now, as he used spiritual energy to sense Lin Yuan's power, he realized his spiritual energy was being blocked, preventing him from getting a good look. Master Hongshin gulped and speculated that this youth he had just pledged his loyalty to could be an Emperor-class expert with many law runes. At Master Hongshin's mention of wanting to find Emperor-class experts and myth-breed phase that had dark laws to help the Medusa succulent, Lin Yuan was immediately reminded of what the Moon Empress had told him about the Medusa succulent. Once the Medusa succulent had absorbed its first elemental energy to decide its type, it was possible to change its type. All it needed was the triggering from elemental laws. Lin Yuan's sacred sword-wielding queen skirt had almost completely turned black after absorbing 2 complete dark-type law runes and 2 dark-type willpower runes. As long as the Medusa succulent spent time with the sacred sword-wielding queen and was influenced by the 2 dark-type law runes and willpowers, it should change its type soon. Master Hongshin felt that today was his lucky day. Not only had he resolved a huge problem that had plagued him for so long, but the small problem that had been pricking him now had a perfect solution too. Master Hongshin was surprised but also pleased by the power of Lin Yuan's dark laws. He tentatively asked Lin Yuan, "Young master, are you an emperor-class expert?" From Master Hongshin's question, Lin Yuan knew that he had sensed the power of law around him. Ever since the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt had absorbed the laws and willpowers, a shielding effect had taken place. This prevented others from checking his spirit chi occupation rank, resulting in a misunderstanding. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not answer Master Hongshin's question. This was Lin Yuan's first time activating the laws and willpowers that the sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed. He realized that he seemed rather scary now. But if he did not use the sacred sword form's abilities, the overwhelming law power would just be a paper tiger. It did not have any real impact other than coming off as scary. After noticing how the black bronze succulent was frightened when he activated the sacred sword-wielding queen's dark-type laws and willpowers, it made Lin Yuan think that this scary impression was rather good. "Leave your Medusa succulent with me. When it changes from poison type to dark type, I'll return it to you." Master Hongshin immediately enthusiastically handed the Medusa succulent to Lin Yuan. If this was anyone else, Master Hongshin would definitely not have handed over the Medusa succulent. After all, he had not formed a contract with the precious Medusa succulent. If someone else took away the Medusa succulent and formed a contract with it, Master Hongshin would suffer a great loss. Master Hongshin had no such concerns when it came to Lin Yuan, however. As Lin Yuan's follower, it could be said that Master Hongshin had become one of Lin Yuan's personal items. Master Hongshin knew that if Lin Yuan had wanted the Medusa succulent for himself, he could have said so directly, and Master Hongshin would have no grounds to reject him. Moreover, Lin Yuan had been willing to use the valuable suzerain/myth spiritual ingredient to heal Master Hongshin. There was no way that he would scam Master Hongshin of his Medusa succulent. Lin Yuan stored the Medusa succulent in his face storage box and left the studio with Master Hongshin. Lin Yuan spooned a bit of the cold snow pine resin with the silver spoon and set it alight under Lu Pinru's nose like he had done for Master Hongshin. Due to Lu Pinru's comatose state, she could not breathe in the pine smoke quickly. Hence, Lin Yuan circulated spirit chi and used it to channel the pine smoke into Lu Pinru's nose and body. Although Lu Pinru continued to slumber away peacefully, the pine smoke healed her soul injury when it entered her body. She no longer needed to experience the excruciating pain that was exacerbated by the loss of her five senses. Once Lin Yuan was done curing Lu Pinru, he turned to say to Master Hongshin, "Master Hongshin, please take care of my 3 friends in your treatment center. When they wake up, call me, and I'll tell you where to go." Lin Yuan gave Master Hongshin his number before leaving the treatment center with the mother of Bloodbath and Zhang Xiaobai. They rushed to return to the Radiance Palace, where the all-star match was taking place. Since turning the cold snow pine's tree sap into cold snow pine resin had required meticulous care in order for it to naturally change under the exposure to pure fire element energy, it had taken almost 3 hours of Lin Yuan's time. It was now past noon, and the all-star match's performance matches should be almost done. A while ago, an enormous weight had been crushing Zhang Xiaobai's heart and prevented him from making conversation with the mother of Bloodbath. He had lost most of his normal jovialness and will to talk. But now that Lin Yuan had healed Lu Pinru's soul injury, and White Devil had promised to help retrieve the 5 senses stolen by the sense-stealing king, Venom, all the weight vanished. Zhang Xiaobai's usual enthusiasm and jolliness burst forth. Perhaps it was because he had held it in for so long, but once he started talking, he could not seem to stop. As such, the mother of Bloodbath, which had been chatting happily with him, now found him slightly insufferable. Zhang Xiaobai sat on the soft-feathered scale bird's back and yelled animatedly at Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath, who were sitting on their own soft-feathered scale birds. "Let me test your intelligence. How about a riddle?" Lin Yuan had experienced Zhang Xiaobai's riddles before and did not want to reply to Zhang Xiaobai now. However, the mother of Bloodbath was interested. "You won't be as smart as me even if there's 10 of you. I'll be able to answer your riddle in an instant."